From the tribe of the trolls to the empire of the elves, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, The Finalized Plan. Sorry for the late post. Generally speaking, the ship's storage system on the design drawing is divided into several major aspects, namely ammunition storage, energy storage, water storage, etc. In terms of ammunition storage, on the deck of the ship, it is planned to stuff in 40 420mm main guns and more than 130.60mm Air 2C secondary guns under the waterline. Although the previous plan was objected to by Nestor, even if it will not reach the level of more than 200 guns, it will retain at least the means of underwater attack. So overall, the projection capability of this ship is still surprisingly high. But if you want to make effective use of this projection capability, the corresponding large and small projectile reserves should not be underestimated. This is also reflected in the drawings. Under the reaction chamber of each gun, there is a reserve room that is closely integrated with the fully automatic loading system. Heavy shells or armor-piercing shells are divided into two adjacent parts, fixed on a vine ring lock device that looks like an assembly line in a factory and resembles a bullet chain, and follow the instructions of the center to complete the loading. In addition to these ammunition storage rooms built next to the reaction chamber, there are also ammunition storage rooms occupying many watertight compartments at the bottom of the ship. The metal projectiles inside are connected to the ammunition storage rooms above through a structure similar to a conveyor belt, while shouldering the task of ballast. Since the cannons currently used project metal lumps without charges, while the killing mode is limited, there is also the advantage of not having to consider the danger of sympathetic explosion when storing. Therefore, the design in terms of density and space layout is to make it as convenient as possible and as large as possible. In addition, the huge internal volume of the ship itself, the storage of projectiles is quite safe. Then there is energy storage. For this series of semi-magic components that are combined into the ship, Nestor is unsatisfied with one thing among many satisfied, that is, its high dependence on nutrients. Nutrients cannot be simply equated with fuel. In the past, no ship would lose almost 90% of its armor protection capability due to lack of fuel, and I have never heard of a ship that could not fire due to lack of fuel. But for this world, for these semi-magic equipment that have appeared one after another, nutrients do affect all functions from the outside to the inside, and the ship on the blueprint is no exception. The low energy concentrate reserve can be said to be its lifeline. Therefore, Nestor saw on the blueprint the nutrient pool located above the bottom of the ship, which occupied hundreds of cabins from the bow to the stern, and the densely distributed root system extending from the bulkhead. According to Chu and Yap, the total nutrient reserve of the ship can reach up to 15,000 tons. It seems a lot, but if it is measured by the nutrient consumption of the ship in various states, it may be considered as the minimum necessity. First of all, because the ship is actually a living body, it needs nutrients just to maintain its own activity, so it will consume nutrients even when it is stationary. In the most energy efficient semi-dormant state, due to the huge size of the ship and the large number of magic plants inside, the ship no longer has the ability to rely solely on its own internal energy like a 30mm assault gun or a windblade assault gun. In order to keep the magic plants alive, the ship needs to consume nutrients at a rate of 0.5 tons per light hour. If no other factors are considered, 15,000 tons of nutrient concentrate can be exchanged for 30,000 light hours, 625 days, and 1.3 years of semi-dormant state. Of course, if the ship is anchored in the port, it can be converted to the routing mode to avoid the unwarranted consumption of this part of the concentrate. In addition, the other small weapons switch between the semi-dormant state and the working state very smoothly, but when the volume is enlarged to such a huge size, it takes a long time to wait. Therefore, an activated state that can open other functions at any time becomes necessary. When the ship is in this state, even if no regional totem effect is enabled, it will passively consume nutrients at a rate of 1.1 ton/dh. After a rough conversion, it can be concluded that 15,000 tons of nutrient concentrate can support the ship's 0.59-year activation state, but this consumption can also be avoided by rooting in the ground when it is in the port. Secondly, it is the consumption during navigation, without considering any conditions other than navigation. The cost of maintaining the maximum speed, 40 km/h, of the ship is expected to be around 1.2 tons/dh. After adding the energy consumption of the activated state, it is known that the ship can sail for 6,500 light hours at this time, and the total range is about 261,000 kilometers. If it is changed to cruising speed, 32 km/dh, then the power system consumption of 0.4 tons/dh plus the consumption of 1.1 tons/dh in the activated state can be calculated to have a sailing time of 10,000 dh, a total of 320,000 kilometers. Most of the nutrients consumed during navigation are used to start and maintain the operation of boilers and steam engine related totems, and another part of the consumption is generated in power transmission, remote control, etc. Under the accumulation of small totems, it accumulates into a not so small consumption. Thirdly, there is also the issue of nutrients in the armor protection aspect. When moored and not in war, the ship can be in an unarmored state. Even in low intensity combat, it can rely on its own material strength to easily resist the damage that is approximately equivalent to that of 30mm and 60mm armor piercing guns. At this time, the ship will naturally not consume nutrients other than the active maintenance of armor materials, included in semi-dormant and activated state consumption. Once the armor protection totem is activated, the three-dimensional engraving not only enhances the effect, but also generates consumption that should not be underestimated. It may not be noticeable when spread out to each square centimeter, but how many cubic centimeters does the entire ship consist of? When this consumption number is accumulated to the armor protection layer of the entire hull, it forms a set of numbers that cannot be ignored. In order to reduce nutrient consumption, the Institute specially divided the three opening modes of light armor, medium armor and full armor, to cope with different combat intensities when designing the armor opening structure. They will correspond to different protection needs according to the consumption rate of 1 ton/light minute, 6 tons/light minute, non-destructive connection of 203mm armor piercing shells and heavy shells, and 19 tons/light minute, non-destructive defense of 420mm. That's right, this time the consumption is calculated according to the light minute, so the armor protection totem is usually not kept open. Once again, there is the consumption of ship skeleton strength. On this point, because of the same energy saving idea as armor protection, the Research Institute has differentiated 5 strength methods: no reinforcement, maintained by material strength alone, light reinforcement, medium reinforcement, full armor reinforcement, and heavy reinforcement, and each has different application scenarios and nutrient consumption. When the ship is completely stationary or simply sailing, since the strength of the hull material is sufficient to support its structure and dead weight, it can either use the no reinforcement mode to save this part of the consumption, or it can start the light reinforcement state at the cost of 0.4 tons/light minute, thereby further reducing the possibility of damage to the hull structure. In the calculation, only when the speed of the ship reaches the current impossible 140 km/light hour sailing speed, it is really necessary to turn on the light skeleton reinforcement plan, because the damage control consumption at this time may have caught up with the nutrients saved in the non-open state. The nutrient consumption of the upper medium skeleton reinforcement scheme is 3 tons/df, and it should be activated in non-intense combat situations, such as when the main gun salvo needs to be less than 12 guns. The high full reinforcement state nutrient consumption is 9 tons/df, which is suitable for high intensity impact needs, or when there is a need for 22 main guns to salvo. The highest level that can be achieved by technology at this stage is the nutrient consumption of 21 tons/df of the heavy skeleton reinforcement scheme, which basically only needs to be activated when 40 main guns are salvoing, and the effect produced is enough to counter the terrifying tearing produced at that moment. Finally, there is the consumption of the attack and fully automatic ammunition supply system. When the 420mm main gun is in land combat, its firing rate is 1 round/20 minutes when it directly draws nutrients from the earth. But when it is switched to low energy concentrate for energy supply, the full power firing rate can be compressed to 13 minutes per round, but the corresponding nutrient consumption cost is 5 kg/time. When the 203mm gun is in land combat, the reaction chamber has a full power excitation speed of 1 round/2 light seconds, but when it is powered by low energy concentrate, it can use 2 kilograms of concentrate to exchange for a shooting efficiency of 1 round/40 light seconds. The 60mm gun has a land combat firing rate of 1 round/2 light seconds when the root system is grounded, but when it is powered by low energy concentrate, it will maintain an actual firing rate of 1 round/light second after consuming 0.7 kilograms of nutrients. The 30mm gun has a land combat firing rate of 1 round/0.5 light seconds when the root system is grounded. When it is powered by low energy concentrate, it can consume 0.3 kilograms of nutrients to increase its own firing rate to 1 round/0.3 light seconds. In the plan given on the drawing, the whole ship is expected to be equipped with 420 main guns, and the estimated salvo consumption is about 0.2 ton/time. It can fire about 4.5 salvos per light hour, and it is expected to consume 0.9 tons of nutrients. In addition, there are 150 30mm underwater rapid fire guns and at least 30 deck close-in defense guns, which can launch 2.16 million projectiles in 1 light hour, and the nutrient consumption is about 65 tons. There are 60mm underwater rapid fire guns and 20 60mm dual-purpose deck guns, which can launch 288,000 shells in 1 light hour, and the nutrient consumption is about 20.16 tons. After that, there are 15 203mm armor-piercing guns arranged under the waterline, with a bomb capacity of 1,350 shells in 1 light hour and a nutrient consumption of about 2.7 tons. After all the firepower is taken into account, the ship's reaction chamber will consume about 89 tons of energy in the salvo state, and this energy consumption is not all that is needed during the attack. During the attack, central control, acoustic search, automatic ammunition supply, gun barrel maintenance, and other related totems will be directly or indirectly involved, and it is estimated that 35 ton/dh of nutrient consumption will be generated, with the ammunition supply system as the main part. In addition, the heavy skeleton reinforcement plan that needs to be activated when the main gun fires salvos must be calculated. In this way, the expected nutrient reserve of 15,000 tons is not a big number in the face of all the consumption data from static to dynamic. In addition to projectiles and energy reserves, there are also living and combat supplies such as food, drinking water, and individual weapons for the soldiers to consider. In addition, there is a steam power system based on boiling water, which also requires corresponding boiler water backup. These supplies will occupy many compartments inside the hull. Chuanya's introduction came to an end. He, as well as many researchers from the Ship Research Institute and the Power Research Institute, were looking at the speaker expectantly, hoping to get a positive feedback from him. After seeing, hearing, and performing a huge brain-based calculation, Nestor felt that there were still many unsatisfactory aspects, but compared to the ugly fat dumpling in the middle of the river, the plan on the drawing was indeed too good. So, after a period of silence, he responded, "Mechanical teeth. How is the development of the turbine-based power system going? Mr. Speaker, it is still in the data calculation and brain meditation modeling stage, but since things here have come to an end for me, the progress of the advancement should not be too slow. Okay, I agree with your plan in principle, and then submit it to the Parliament for discussion. If it is passed, we will start coordinating the witch doctors to work together to manufacture the first verification ship." Haha. Got it. I'll go back and prepare the model and materials. Chuanya responded excitedly. Don't worry. The capture of the advanced volcanic salamander can't be delayed any longer. Let's build that single barrel gunboat as an emergency measure. Are we really going to build that broken thing? It's really bad, but it's better to have it than not. If we have to continue waiting for this guy on the blueprint, then I will transfer all the existing witch doctors over. Can it be built in a year, let alone a few months? Well, it's probably impossible for the first one. There are too many things that need to be verified during the construction of the first one, but the subsequent ones should be much faster. That's it. Can the 55L 520mm gun of the single barrel gunboat hit the volcanic group from the southern coastline? That's easy. What if it is replaced with a more mature 70L 420mm gun? Can it hit it? It can also be easily hit. Then use this plan. Not only is the technology complete, but the firing rate can also be much faster after changing the energy liquid. So, how long will it take to improve the current plan? It will be completed soon. It will even be easier to build, and the arrangement of the space inside the hull will be relatively flexible. Sure. The reaction chamber factory is ready, the armor totem engraving factory is ready, the ship frame production is no problem, and the other required materials should not be complicated, right? Can the civilian processing accuracy complete the production? Sure. I see. Then, on your side, Gia, can the charcoal steam engine and boiler be subcontracted to civilian factories? Sure, sir, but the work efficiency of the pure machine solution itself is really worrying. What is the specific speed? 12 km per hour, 3 km per hour for reverse, right? Yes. This speed is not as fast as a galley. It is not as flexible, right? Yes. Hey, can that ugly guy be towed forward by a galley? That's no problem. Then the ship tooth. Have you prepared the idea of assembling the assembly line? Some have been done. Which set of plans? The one on the blueprint. TSK. You guy. Okay. While retaining the possibility of expansion, change the assembly line plan and deal with the assembly of single-barreled gunboats first. Is there any problem? Absolutely no problem. That's fine. The three of you come back with me. I'm going to call an emergency meeting. Understood. After that, the researchers began to continue their previous tasks, while Freya and the other three witch doctors, along with Nestor, returned to the headquarters in a moose cart. The emergency meeting was held about 2 hours later, and a plan for the manufacture of the disposable gunboats was made. This batch of gunboats will not be equipped with a power system, and will rely entirely on the existing paddle boats to drag them forward. After calculations, the witch doctors even found that this seemed to make them go faster. Therefore, the Power Research Institute will take the previously collected data and immediately start the formal development of the turbine power system, temporarily stopping its participation in the previous emergency plan. In addition, an energy supply ship specially loaded with nutrient concentrate will be added next to each gunboat. The roots of the gunboat will directly extend into it to obtain the nutrients needed for the reaction chamber, self-repair of the gun barrel, automatic loading, and activation of the reinforcement totem of the skeleton and shell, and the rest of the space inside the hull will be ballasted with metal projectiles. In terms of attack, after the 520mm was changed to 420mm, each ship would carry 5 main guns along the center line, although the nearly 30-meter gun barrel would make it relatively difficult to change the attack direction, and the 9-meter diameter reaction chamber would make the entire hull too compact. In terms of firepower alone, such a plan has achieved the ultimate under limited conditions. For their construction, the Parliament gave 5 months. During this period, a total of 30 related parts will be scattered in existing factories for production, then transported to the totem engraving factory to install the corresponding totems, and finally sent to the deep water port for assembly. The corresponding assembly docks, under the joint efforts of the witch doctors, took only more than half a month to have a rough prototype, and then were arranged in rows on the river bank in 2 months. Unlike the one-time positioning of single-barreled gunboats, these docks were built with consideration of later expansion issues. This is because the water in the lower reaches of the Black River is deep enough, the river surface is wide enough, and the deep water port is close enough to the headquarters, compared with the seaport that is too far away and may be harassed by marine monsters. After considering the convenience and safety issues, the Parliament decided to build this place as an important shipbuilding base in the future. Therefore, these docks are not just for show. After completing a round of expansion according to demand in the later stage, even the giant ship that is still on paper can be built here. After the new decision came out, Gia, Freya, and a group of scholars went to the Power Research Institute newly established more than a month ago to start closed-door research. Chuanaya, on the other hand, was looking forward to the construction of large ships in the future, while at the same time, he began to be responsible for the construction of this batch of single-barreled gunboats with peace of mind. While all this was going on, related or unrelated things were also happening in other directions. On the northern plateau, the exercise troops had already boarded the rail car and were about to embark on the journey back to the headquarters. Further north on the plateau, the intelligence suppression troops belonging to the military system were exploring the route that the Taulan troops had taken into the mountains in the past under the guidance of the Horned Hoof guides, hoping to find a suitable way out of the mountains for the large group to walk in addition to the previous forest roads. I came back too late today. Sorry for being late. Chapter 252. The curtain opens. Give some votes. In early August of the 54th year of the rune calendar, every 10 days is a decade, and each month is divided into 4 decades. The temporary gunboat plan was officially finalized. The previous ugly plan had undergone certain improvements, turning the original single-barreled gunboat into a 5-barreled gunboat, and it looked much more pleasing to the eye after the stupid and thick chimney was removed. The totem application of the ship was only in the skeleton structure, to protect against self-salvo, main guns, and fire control and loading systems. And the rest were all piled up with ordinary materials. The common materials on the hull are easy to manufacture. Whether it is raw material production or subsequent processing, many domestic factories can easily complete it. As for the other totem components, although the various requirements during manufacturing will be very high, they also have their own solutions. In mid-August, the selection of upstream factories was completed, and the production line began to be adjusted. As for the skeleton alone, because the magic plants can be fused with each other in the later stage with a totem welding gun, it is not necessary to manufacture the entire large piece at the same time. During manufacturing, a complete totem structure can be divided into small branches, and then engraved on small parts separately. These small parts will be sent to the upper level factory for the next stage of processing, and after one or several steps, they will become ribs, gun body fixing plates and other skeleton components, and finally sent to the final assembly plant for final integration. The manufacturing of the reaction chamber can also be roughly divided into the above steps. Each type of chamber body branch is handed over to several factories to do, and then sent to the gun factory for assembly, and then sent to the final assembly plant to complete the shipping. Under this arrangement, while the witch doctors were spending time on the construction of the final assembly plant, that is, the dock and related equipment, many civilian factories assigned to the work had already started production. In late August, 31st to 40th, the upstream factory completed the production line inspection and started mass production. In early October, the witch doctors concentrated on completing the design and construction of 8 dry docks and corresponding totem engineering machinery. About a month and a half later, the witch doctors had already completed 8 dry docks along the deep water port, leaving room for future expansion. The parts manufactured by the upstream processing plants have become large pieces, which are piled up in the shipyard warehouse in different categories. Therefore, the final assembly work and assembly verification work are seamlessly connected. The 8 dry docks specially built by the witch doctors are semi-open structures with a length of 80 meters, a width of 50 meters, and a depth of 35 meters. They are naturally a combination of mechanical engineering and totem equipment. At this time, the 8 docks have begun the assembly of their first gunboats. Inside the dock, there are 5 large cranes spanning the left and right sides, and there are smaller multifunctional arms on the wall. On the ground are construction platforms with adjustable heights. A technician is holding a totem engineering machine with a root at the end. connected to the multifunctional arm, processing the large workpieces fixed by large and small cranes. There are no sparks or dazzling lights. After being swept by the functional area at the front of the totem siege machine, the intersection of the two large workpieces suddenly began to fit together, and in a short time, it was no longer possible to see that they were separated from each other before. After that, the technician put the welding gun back into the multifunctional arm on the side, and took out another similar object from it, and aimed it at the area that had been pieced together. "Are you ready?" His finger was on the start pattern, and he asked someone, before he actually pressed it. "We're ready here, let's get started." After a short delay, a voice came from a certain structure of the multifunctional arm. "Okay, you guys should watch carefully." After saying this, the technician's finger pressed the start button. The body of the totem engineering machinery now had a slight vibration transmitted to the technician's hand, but the more specific reaction was almost impossible to observe. If someone who didn't understand came to the scene in person, they might think that he was pretending at this time. However, the serious expression on the technician's face was very convincing, and his hands also maintained a stable and persistent scanning-like movement, as if he was indeed doing some important work. On the other side, there was a technical analysis center room located in the dock room. At this time, several engineers were wearing headphones and holding drawings and studying something seriously. From the contrast between the outside and the inside, what they were doing at this time seemed to echo the technician in the dock's large operating room. In fact, this is indeed the case. One of the items they are checking at this time is the plan and variable when manually operating the fusion of large parts. For example, the fit of the totem branches after the large workpieces are combined. There is one thing that is relatively inconvenient in shipbuilding by assembling parts. That is, when the totems on each workpiece intersect with each other, there may be innate or acquired mismatch effects. Generally speaking, the former is more due to mistakes in the upstream production end, and the latter is the product of operations in the assembly process. In the upstream, the parts production end has been running in for more than a month. Whether it is the specifications of each part itself, or the engraving of the branch totem, the process has been adjusted to be more refined. Although it cannot be said that there will be no defective products at all, the probability of occurrence has been compressed to a relatively low point. But in the final assembly, the ship in front of them is the first product of the entire shipyard in the real sense. Almost all the processes are still in the process of transformation from drawings to plans, and then to reality. Therefore, repeated failures and adjustments are the main theme of this stage. Basically, when each dock has completed the assembly of its first ship, each process can be truly determined and continued to the subsequent products. Just like now, the information at the intersection of large workpieces has entered their ears after multiple amplifications, and an engineer has noticed the error. This error may not affect the totem effect in a short period of time, but after repeated bombardment, it may eventually be damaged prematurely, thereby transferring the pressure that should have been borne by it to other totem workpieces, shortening the life of the entire skeleton. Pause, let me record it. Workpiece No 1213. 1.3.5 intersection area. This operation is risky. Okay, continue. Got it. Thank you for your hard work. The distorted voice of the technician came from the equipment next to him. In late October, this kind of work lasted for about 25 days. The 8 dry docks then successively completed the first phase of the engineering exploration task, and marked and solved the problems found in the process one by one. Afterwards, a seminar attended by all engineers and technicians from the 8 docks was held, and a guiding plan such as the 4205 gunboat assembly manual was produced. Early December, then, each dock began to assemble the second 4205, and due to the previous accumulation and the determination of the work process, the final assembly period had been shortened to 1 ship/16 days. When this speed was maintained for the 3rd and 4th ships, the construction period began to be gradually shortened due to the skilled workers' own skills. Late December, the construction period was gradually shortened to 1 ship/12 days, and for the 8 docks, it was 8 ships/12 days. The reduction in construction period has reached the highest point that the existing technology can achieve, and the production efficiency of each dock has basically been determined. Late January, the time given by the Parliament is approaching the end, and the Deepwater Port Dock number 8 has already handed in a sufficiently good answer. In the past few months, the docks have produced a total of 60 4205 gunboats, successfully completing and exceeding the production tasks assigned by the Parliament. The sail-towed boats, nutrient and shell supply ships that matched them were either used from existing ships or produced by other civilian shipyards. They were also completed or mobilized within the time limit. After that, the newly built shells in stock were loaded onto the ships, and the nutrient supplies produced by the nutrient concentrate manufacturer were loaded onto the ships. Together with the prepared gunboats, they formed a large fleet and began to conduct adaptive training in the lower reaches of the Black River. Considering the long-range attack power of the higher salamanders and even other volcanic salamanders, Nestor did not want to retain too many compatriots in these sea forces that did not even have armor. Therefore, in order to minimize the number of operators required for the ships, the layout and tactical arrangements of the gunboats were adjusted several times during the trial. First, simplify the operation. The 5 guns on each ship will complete the loading and aiming simultaneously and attack the same target together, thereby simplifying the loading system and the firing range adjustment system to the maximum extent. Secondly, the attack point and the operation point are separated. The simplified operating system will be separated from the hull and arranged on another small boat 100 meters away through the totem command transmission line, so that the operator can avoid the counterattack from the salamander species at the cost of a certain period of command transmission delay. Thirdly, the sonic search function is abolished, the gun array is dispersed, and the firing position after deployment is abandoned and adjusted. 3 gunboats are formed into a formation and dispersed within the range for deployment. The tasks of searching for the enemy and shooting coordination are handed over to the witch doctor, and the operator only needs to adjust the shooting parameters according to the instructions and then complete the attack. In this way, only a few ordinary witch doctors are needed to complete this task with their brain power. In addition, these gunboats will become real disposable products and no longer have to dodge the expected counterattack of the volcanic salamander. In this way, the paddle sail towing boats that require more operators to drive can directly evacuate after delivering the gunboats to the deployment point without having to bear the risk of being attacked. Finally, the nutrient supply sank into the shallow sea, since the movement of the gunboat is no longer a consideration, in order to avoid the embarrassing situation that the gunboat is still there, but the nutrient ship is sunk, thus failing to efficiently complete the bombardment. The nutrient supply will be loaded into large boxes and sunk into the sea. The paddle boats that were previously used for transportation can also evacuate the battlefield after completing this task, thereby further reducing the risks faced by the transport ship crew. Of course, the nutrient supply box that sinks into the sea must be connected to the gunboat's nutrient absorbing root system to ensure the attack capability and speed. This part is a targeted adjustment of the sea force, and the means of attack on the land have also been arranged accordingly during this period. First of all, due to the breakthrough in nutrient technology, all land-based artillery, in addition to the high energy concentrate required for displacement, controlling magic plants to perform mechanical movements requires a more efficient energy supply, such as the 8-joint limbs of the armor-piercing can only achieve the designed travel speed if they contain high energy nutrients of cave wolf cell fluid, also reserve low energy concentrate to supply energy for bombardment, armor, damage control, etc. This arrangement not only reduces the consumption of cave wolf cell fluid, but also enables the armor breaker type 1 and bombarder type 1 to obtain a higher firing rate and the ability to attack while moving. Secondly, the construction of 3 rail lines starting from the headquarters and reaching the volcanic group was completed, and 3 circles of heavy rails with arc-shaped faces facing the volcanic group, each as long as 100 kilometers, were built. In addition, these 3 circles of rails have been specially strengthened to withstand the chassis tearing when the 420 mm railgun is fired. In this way, the Bombarder Type 1 railgun, which has been optimized by the skeleton, can start from the headquarters and go directly to the range, and then carry out multi-point shooting along the connected horizontal tracks, firing one shot and changing one position, taking into account its own safety to the greatest extent. Thirdly, the firing element adjustment office was established, which was personally presided over by the witch doctor. When attacking from the sea, it is necessary to consider the dispersed layout of the artillery positions and the possible high-speed movement ability of the target itself. When attacking from the road, the target and the artillery position will move in both directions during the battle. Therefore, whether it is sea to land or land to land, the firing range adjustment data required for artillery bombardment will inevitably be a variable and huge amount of calculation. In contrast, if the witch doctor directly controls the calculation and release of the adjustment of the shooting element, the efficiency that can be obtained will far exceed the process of voice monitoring tree analyst artillery position. Which prompted Nestor to make such an adjustment. Of course, this command method will only be used in military operations of great significance such as capturing higher salamanders, and will not become a conventional means of fighting the enemy. Once again, the adjustment of the ancient war tree changed the previous full bioenergy operation mode, configured a nutrient reserve tank outside the body, thereby increasing the movement speed and artillery speed, strengthened the outer armor based on the three-dimensional totem engraving, and focused on the protection of the inner body abandoned melee weapons, strengthened divine binding ability, and obtained 4 203mm face-to-face armor-piercing guns. Finally, strengthened the traps and transferred casualties, based on the unexpected product of the failure of the activating armor, the controllable magic plants introduced before. After several years of continuous production and cultivation, the number has reached 40,000, and has spread throughout the volcanic group, turning the original barren land into the green land now. These magic plants have cockpits that can be simply controlled by the warriors, and they are scheduled to become a help in this battle. However, the operators in those trees will face huge risks. The current population base of the Republic makes the top leaders reluctant to take risks. Therefore, the idea of whether it is possible to recruit horn-hoofed vassals for a fee appeared in the selection list, and was discussed and approved by the Rune Council. This plan was divided into 2 stages that could be carried out simultaneously. First, it was necessary to negotiate with the city-states of the horned-hoofed people and discuss the employment price. The horned-hoofed people did not have an exaggerated proportion of the prime of life like the trolls and elves. Their childhood, adolescence, middle age, and old age also occupied a relatively balanced proportion. Therefore, although their total population was several times that of the Republic, the conversion ratio between population and combat power was far lower than that of the trolls and elves. In addition, the city-states in the northern plateau also had their own stability needs. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, the parliament came up with the number of 20,000, believing that this was a more appropriate requirement. During the negotiations, although the parliament set the tone of the suzerain state enjoys the right to mobilize troops from the vassal states, the support of the horned-hoofed people became a must-do obligation. But it did not just talk about obligations without talking about other things. The negotiators made several promises to the top leaders of the city-states. 1. Guarantee the handover of power and political resources for their 3 generations of descendants. 2. Give them the ability to operate totem products. 3. Provide them with totem products for enjoying life. 4. Provide the elite with portable totem weapons. 5. Continue to completely prohibit the flow of totem weapons into the civilian population. 6. Paid employment. The fees will be distributed by the city-state's top leaders. After making these promises and signing the corresponding secret treaties, the headquarters successfully recruited 25,000 more strong-aged horned-hoof warriors than planned in the city-states of the northern plateau, and gathered them all in the outer north city within 2 months, and then took the rail car to the south. Second, based on anatomy and totemology, master the method of engraving totems for horned hoofs. After exploring a series of totem engraving schemes for trolls, elves, wind wolves, black saber-toothed beasts, etc., the headquarters now has a complete set of totem engraving research schemes for other flesh and blood races. Therefore, after hundreds of live dissections, their lives and health will be preserved as much as possible during the process. The ability to engrave totems for horned hoofs has been mastered. This alone is not enough. 25,000 mercenaries and warriors from various city-states all need to be engraved with totems that control magic plants. The military and the executive government do not want to allocate forces to perform this operation. Therefore, the totem engraving tree has become the best choice. All the relevant technologies in this regard are mature, and the headquarters also has special versions for trolls and elves, wind wolves and other monsters. It only needs to make some changes in its execution method, and add restrictive measures such as burning, when opening the lid, to have a special version of the totem engraving tree for horn-hoofed species. 350 such trees were made, of which 300 were placed in the mercenary camp and 50 were arranged in the outer north city of the northern plateau. The former were led by the officers of the headquarters for unified use, and the latter were notified by messengers and let them go to receive care on their own. At the same time, a list of totem industrial products, including music player, bread oven, super luxurious palace-style totem building, and other optional items, was sent to the plateau city-state for its top leaders to choose. After they made a demonstration, whether to promote it among the people was still under consideration. As for the promised weapons, the relevant research institute submitted a heavily weakened 8mm single-shot slow-firing gun that could cause damage to the horned-hoofed species, but could not penetrate the skull and chest muscles of the trolls. It was decided to become the only weapon that could be provided to the top leaders of the horned-hoofed species. Soon after, the list and weapon samples were delivered, the totem trees were planted, and 25,000 hired horned-hoofed warriors also took the rail car to the camp near the southern volcanic group, and received the corresponding totem carving one after another. After that, they were sent to the base of the volcano in batches, and began to be trained in the control of magic plants. At this time, there are more than 40,000 controllable plants at the volcano base. The number of warriors hired by the horned-hoof species is obviously not enough to fully utilize them. Therefore, after a small meeting, the military decided to recruit 15,000 troll warriors from the public to control the remaining plants in order to ensure the success rate of the capture operation. Of course, preservation of living forces is still the highest interest, so they will have sufficient defense means before going to the battlefield, and their positions will also be arranged in the outer area. Whether it is the inner circle controlled by the horned-hoof species or the outer circle controlled by the trolls during the war, these plants are restricted in wartime, and they do not need to rush up for hand-to-hand combat. The risks, according to analysis, are mostly concentrated in the inner circle facing the attack. After making such a decision, the recruitment of civilians began immediately, and batches were also sent to the volcano base for adaptive control training. The training lasted for about half a year, during which time, and even as early as a year ago, the party had stopped using the cave wolves for seduction, because they had the necessary intelligence. As a result, the volcanic salamanders and the Republic, two races living on different planes, finally reached peace, and lived stably in their respective areas. While all this was going on in an orderly manner, good news from several other levels also came one after another. First, Giant Fang finally completed the integration of the will of its new implant, and has begun to use the external neural organ to carry out the second step, the integration of the living armor core. Second, Nestor was promoted to the third level in the 46th year of the rune calendar, and since then he has fully opened up the second level promotion method. As a result, in the 9 years before and after, the 23 witch doctors with the highest qualifications, and who have completed the accumulation, have successfully promoted themselves to the second level, and completed the complete elfization. Third, 34 witch doctors who are not talented enough have chosen the curve method of implanting the elf core meditation integration self-elvishization. To complete the promotion to the second level and the transformation of the body, of course, there are also unlucky guys like Ship Fang and Mechanical Fang, who have never had any free time from the beginning to the end, so they have not been able to take the time to retreat. Fourth, more than 300 scholars who had had enough of waiting indefinitely gave up the pure route, and chose the path based on Cui Wenli and Zuo Ernie, becoming war witches between warriors and witch doctors, and completing their own elves. Of course, at the same time, there are more scholars who are unwilling to give up. They decided to stick to the pure route for a while, so they are still struggling in meditation. Fifth, more than 500 warriors who took the pure path appeared one after another, and each completed the promotion of professional level and life level, becoming the first batch of successful people in the national sublimation plan. In this way, if you add up the 2000 tree elves in the previous and next batches, the 4 witch doctors who completed elves first, such as Freya and Nesta, who became a batch alone, and more than a dozen warriors and war witches who participated in the first phase of the experiment, it can be seen that the Republic, with a total population of nearly 70,000, now has nearly 3,000 elves. Among them, 2,000 tree elves were concentrated in the central school and studied in the lower and middle grades according to their birth batches. The more than 300 war witch elves, although there is a war in their names, except for a few such as Cui Wenli who originally worked in the executive government or led the army, most of them are still working in various research institutes at this time and have not shown the intention of giving up writing and joining the army. Of course, the headquarters has no plan to persuade them to leave their research positions, and the 500 pure warriors, most of them are active and non-active officers and non-commissioned officers, and a few are civilian people. Those pure witch doctors who have been promoted directly or indirect, as always, are in the Rune Council and lead various research institutes. Mr. Speaker of the Council, this is the result so far. In the small office, the relevant responsible persons of the executive government and the relevant responsible persons of the research institute said so to the several elders across the table, after they had explained their respective reports. The 3 witch doctors who were in retreat to attack the 3rd level came out temporarily and listened to the reports from various parties with Nesta and were discussing the follow-up matters. Ashura, I think it's time to start. It has been delayed for too long. Coarse teeth. Indeed, waiting any longer will not help. Sharp teeth. I think so too. Then everyone, let's start the action. Finally, Nesta made a summary. On behalf of the military, I issue a formal order. Non-active officers will return to the troops immediately. All sergeants will end their leave and prepare for war. The Horned Hoof vassal army will begin to prepare for war. 20,000 conscripts will begin to prepare for war. Yes. The military representative stood up and accepted the order. On behalf of the Rune Council, I issue an order. All witch doctors assigned to war tasks will immediately stop their research work and enter the Land and Sea Artillery Command Center to stand by. Understood, said the witch doctor representative. Very good. From now on until the end of the operation, all arrangements will be made with the high-level salamander as the first target. Understood. The trolls and elves responded. It is the end of June and the 55th year of the rune calendar. After more gunboats and more land-based artillery have been produced, and a series of preparatory matters have been completed, the advanced salamander capture plan that has been planned for more than 10 years and repeatedly interrupted by various accidents has finally begun. Give some monthly tickets. Chapter 253. The curtain rises. 2. Happy New Year. Time passed little by little, and with the transmission and execution of orders, all forces involved in this campaign were basically in place. 120 420mm rail guns with supply carriages installed moved southwards under the tow of Moose, and 3 guns were connected front and back to form a gun array, dispersed on the 3 horizontal artillery rail lines in front, middle and back. 600 self-propelled tanks with nutrient replenishment modifications, after retracting their rate limbs, were loaded on rail cars and moved southwards, entering the camp near the southern volcano group. 220 ancient war trees responsible for close-range control and face-to-face armor piercing, after being equipped with handheld armor-piercing guns and adding nutrient supply systems, also moved southwards in the 3rd batch and took root and lurked at the base of the volcano. 260 in front plus 140 in the back, 4205 gunboats, assisted by tugboats and supply ships, were also on standby at the estuary. Because they would give up their mobility after deployment, they would only begin their formal deployment when the battlefield was truly determined. After all, these weapons are not really fully automatic or fully remote controlled. They still need operators to complete their respective missions. Among them, the Bombard Type 1 Modified does not have the self-propelled function, so only 2 gun crew members are needed to work together to complete a series of operations such as loading control, command reception, firing range adjustment, and attack. In addition, 20 Moose are needed to carry out the task of relocating positions after the attack. When 3 guns are combined into a linear artillery array, the gun crew members can be reduced by 2 with the assistance of the added totem equipment, and only 4 soldiers are needed to complete the operation, but the Moose traction team needs to be increased to about 50. Therefore, the 120 railguns were divided into 40 artillery groups, requiring a total of 160 operators and 2,000 Moose to support their operation. In addition, there are many fixed stations distributed along the line, with a total of 300 conscripts, who are responsible for artillery shell supply, railgun maintenance, Moose appeasement and other tasks. On the other hand, the smaller armor breaker Type 1 Modified has a complex self-propelled system, so in addition to the 2 gun crew members, 2 additional drivers who control the 8-legged limbs are needed to control its corresponding mobility. Therefore, each self-propelled tank requires a total of 4 soldiers. To achieve the most efficient use, there are a total of 600 tanks of this type participating in this battle, with a total of 2,400 frontline operators who also serve as maintenance soldiers, who need to go to the front line within 3 kilometers. The War Ancient Tree is a fully automatic weapon in a sense. Its core body can complete all tasks such as walking and attacking, and does not need to be controlled by soldiers. On the 40-05 gunboat side, every 5 gunboats will share a gunfire command and operation department. This department will be established on a nearshore armored boat more than 100 meters away from the position. There are a total of 5 soldiers on it to complete the attack mission. The 200 ships are divided into 40 nearshore artillery arrays, and a total of 200 soldiers are required to complete the specific operations. In addition, 25,000 Hornhoofed mercenaries and 15,000 trolls who were in their prime, after months of joint training, were now wearing armor that focused on protecting their brains and hearts, and were given sufficient water supplies, and entered the restraining magic plants they were responsible for controlling. Becoming vegetative people. These mercenaries and conscripts need to be under unified command, especially the hornhoofed species who are outsiders. Therefore, the headquarters has set up a large-scale management system within them, filling in a total of about 200 warriors, a small number of whom are responsible for the command of conscripts, and most of whom are responsible for the command of mercenaries. It is important to know that 200 of the newly added 40-05 gunboats were produced in 1 year, with an average output of 16.7 ships/month and an actual finalized output of 26.7 ships/month. The production quantity of bombarders and armor breakers, which have been finalized for a longer time, should be far more than the current scale. Indeed, the production lines of these 2 models were basically finalized at the end of the 51st year of the rune calendar, and their production capacity reached its maximum in the middle of the 51st year. Among them, the peak production rate of the Bombard Type 1 was 30 guns/month, and it maintained full speed production for about 36 months. In the last 12 months, because the upstream and downstream production lines were mostly occupied by gunboats, the production was suppressed to 5 guns/month. Even so, this 4-year production also enabled the headquarters to have a stock of more than 1,100 guns of this model. As for the Armor Piercer Type 1, although its peak production was delayed a lot due to the difficulty of manufacturing the arthropod system, it also reached 20 units/month with the input of more manpower, and maintained this production efficiency for a total of 36 months. In the following 12 months, for the same reason as the Bombardier, many upstream and downstream production lines were transferred to the 40-05 gunboat, causing its own production to drop to 2 units/month. Through simple calculations, it can be seen that in the 2 stages, the headquarters produced a total of 744 Armor Piercer Type 1, and all of them completed the nutrient supply modification. Among them, 600 units will directly participate in this battle in the first batch, and the remaining nearly 150 units will be on standby in the frontline camp as a loss supplement. From this point of view, it is basically only a matter of time for the produced Armor Piercer to participate in the mission. It can be said that they have all entered a state of preparation for war. However, it seems that only 120 bombardiers have been delivered for the mission. Are the remaining more than 800 units in stock going to be covered with dust? Of course not. 120 bombers were deployed on the mobile battlefield, which can maximize their self-protection capabilities and maximize their range by moving horizontally. The remaining 800 plus stocks could not receive the above treatment in this battle due to manpower, moose power, track capacity and other reasons, but in line with the principle of making the best use of everything, the military still found a suitable deployment method for them. Behind and in the intervals of the 3-road track loop, the headquarters urgently built 81 fixed turrets, and after modifying more than 800 original 420mm rail guns, every 10 guns were grouped and installed in these turrets. Because of the limited preparation time, the turrets were built, except for the limited parts such as the anti-recoil platform, the underground bunker operation room, and the underground nutrient supply room. From loading to armor, everything was only based on the original rail guns, and adjustments were made to the sight adaptability and armor combination structure, so that it initially had the combat effectiveness when deployed in a fixed position. In addition, in order to make more effective use of their attack power and to cooperate with the military commander's previous order, to hand over the command of all artillery formations to the witch doctor, these artillery positions were divided into 9 areas according to the 9 square grid orientation. Each area has 9 artillery positions and 90 guns, and the artillery is integrated by the same area artillery command center. The artillery command system is divided into 3 areas, from the observation station close to the front line, where the battlefield can be visually observed, to the area command center that calculates the firing parameters, and then to the bunker operation room of each artillery position. In the observation station, 9 second level witch doctors will be deployed to connect with the 9 artillery areas. They will be responsible for confirming the target and predicting the target's movement within a certain period of time, and then organize the relevant judgments into data and transmit them to where they should go. The next level of 9 area artillery command centers will also have 27 second level witch doctors in charge. They will form a group of 3 and sit in a command center respectively. On average, each witch doctor needs to be responsible for the adjustment of the parameters of 3 artillery positions at the same time, and pass the adjustment results to the lower level practical units. When the bunker operation rooms of the 81 artillery batteries received the adjustment instructions from the area command center, the 3 scholar type war witches stationed there would fine-tune the specific instructions of the 10 guns in the battery, based on the data of the command center according to the determined calculation plan, and then the conscripted soldiers would complete the specific operations. The plan seems to be very complete. With the brain support of the witch doctors, their respective data analysis capabilities can solve the problem of artillery accuracy to a large extent, but a big trouble was still found in the small-scale exercises earlier. The effective attack range of the battery equipped with 70 420mm guns is basically within the range of 5 to 65 kilometers. Due to the difference in the standard of projectiles used at different ranges, their power is also presented differently, and an interesting function curve will be formed between the weight, initial velocity, and power. For example, within 10 kilometers, it can project a super heavy shell weighing 13 tons with the lowest muzzle velocity. At about 25 kilometers, it can launch a heavy shell weighing 7 tons with an initial velocity of 600 m/s. At about 40 kilometers, it can launch a 3-ton composite shell with an initial velocity of 900 m/s to the target. At about 55 kilometers, a 1-ton lightweight composite shell with an initial velocity of 1100 m/s. In addition, since the target is a living body, the changes in distance, angle, etc. caused by its movement on the battlefield will affect the firing range of various artillery positions. Sometimes, these changes will cause some artillery positions to lose their attack capabilities for a period of time. Even artillery positions that retain their attack capabilities will have the need to change the type of shells, and so on due to changes in these factors. It is precisely because of the existence of these factors that these long-range artillery positions that lack fire control systems based on electromagnetic wave radars need witch doctors to sit in the command systems at all levels and use their biological brains to act as radars, calculators, etc. A group of witch doctors, and even the newly emerged war witches, did a good job in completing this mission during the exercise, especially the advanced second level pure witch doctors. The time they spend calculating these data is not even much slower than addition and subtraction operations. As long as the upper level data is in place in time, they can complete the calculation step in a short time. However, things have encountered obstacles in the transmission link. The distance between the artillery positions of tens of kilometers has become a huge flaw in actual tactical applications. More specifically, the information acquisition speed is not up to standard. At this time, the Republic basically uses infrasound as a medium for information transmission, because it can transmit information to a long distance with almost no loss. So in the absence of alternative means, the application of infrasound in the fields of communication and scientific research can be said to play an extremely critical role. However, no matter how fast and lossless it is, it only uses sound waves. Usually, whether it is the communication within the headquarters or the reception of information from the mainland base station, there is no high requirement for timeliness, and at the moment whether there is remote information exchange capability has just been solved, the requirements for other aspects will naturally not be too harsh. But the war in front of us is different. With the emergence of long-range weapons such as cannons and the ever-changing battlefield situation in the assumption, the propagation speed of sound waves in the atmosphere can no longer keep up with the actual needs. The computing time saved by the witch doctors on their own was consumed in the transmission process because of the limitation of atmospheric sound speed. The turret can indeed hit wherever it is pointed, but it is just a high-frequency warrior and its reaction is always more than a beat slower. Of course, this is not an unsolvable problem. The simplest method only requires the witch doctors to work harder and include a larger advance amount in the calculation range, and this problem can be solved. But obviously, such a solution is difficult and uneconomical. The increase of advance will make the calculation difficulty increase exponentially, and there will be a lot of chaotic and uncalculated parts. So what should we do? The natural factors that affect the speed of sound transmission are only the educational content of the second half of the lower grades of the central school, under the guidance of a series of interest-oriented observation experiments. Related issues will enter the vision of young trolls and elves from then on. For witch doctors, mastering this knowledge is naturally not a problem. So, in order to solve this problem more efficiently and scientifically, they set their sights on metal. After comprehensively considering factors such as manufacturing difficulty and actual effects, the relevant research institutes selected several types of metal element and alloys with the highest cost effectiveness, and prepared to use them as new media to replace the atmosphere. In several consecutive experiments, the institutes have successively determined the impact of factors such as type, cross-section, temperature, etc. on their working efficiency, and have successively added anti-corrosion coatings, sound insulation interlayers, and anti-no-router skins to create metal wires for conducting sound waves. In the subsequent medium-distance experiments, the attempt achieved a sound speed of 4.8 km/s per second within 10,000 meters, and after adding various coatings, its retention rate for long-distance transmission was also guaranteed. Therefore, the research institutes responsible for each part designed the industrial production line planning of their respective products and started the actual manufacturing link. After completing the integration, construction, production, debugging, finalization, the new industry has taken shape. The application methods for the civilians will be considered later. The first batch of products produced by the factory in a hurry are often taken away by the military as soon as they come off the production line. They are gradually buried in the 3-level command system of artillery, which increases the speed of information transmission at each stage by nearly 20 times. This result makes this set of artillery correction system really useful. The distance of tens of kilometers is no longer a sky-high ravine under the speed of sound. With the assistance of these metal wires, voice commands can be transmitted in just a few seconds, so that the witch doctors not only do not need to continue to increase the calculation variables, but also reduce the scale of data involved in the calculation, thereby further reducing the time-consuming artillery command. Seeing that the effect is really immediate, the production end in the military no longer hesitated. The former accelerated production and the latter took as many as they could. 2 sets of artillery command systems for land and sea were established within a few months. For land artillery, 9 wires are drawn from the observation station to the regional command center, and 9 wires are drawn from the command center to the lower artillery. Even the rail guns, which are mobile units, have fixed firing points. All they do is move from the previous point to the next attack point during the operation of the reaction chamber. Therefore, as long as the wire is drawn from the area command center to the corresponding point, the command and integration of them can be completed. Similarly, this command method is also applied to gunboats. During the exercise, 40 naval artillery positions, a total of 1070 L420mm guns, will have 200 scholar-type war wizards on the front line of artillery command, each responsible for the fine-tuning of various parameters of a gunboat. The upper level is 10-second level witch doctors in charge of 4 positions. The next level is for witch doctor observers who directly confirm and predict the target's movements on the front line. Among these 3 layers, the wire connecting sections 1-2 is laid by land, and one section connecting sections 2-3 is laid by land and sea. However, due to the defense against large marine monsters, the distance between the gunboat and the coastline is not too far, and the farthest is only about 150 meters, so the laying difficulty is not too great. The information transmission problem between the command systems is roughly like this. The headquarters has made full use of the volcanic group magma, not only making a lot of artillery shells from it, but also making metal acoustic wires. These products will eventually be fed back to the volcanic salamander. In a way, this can also be regarded as taking from one and using it for another. In addition to the wire problem, such a command system also has a very high requirement for the number of witch doctors, but when the time came to this moment, the headquarters finally had the confidence to fight a rich war, and the parliament waved its hand and approved this plan that had never been thought of before. Under such a command arrangement, in addition to the conscripts who are responsible for directly operating the equipment, most of the combat soldiers go to drive armor-piercing tanks. The naval and land artillery positions will also be filled with 9 plus 4 second level frontline observers, 27 plus 10 second level division commanders, and a total of 50 second level witch doctors. There are currently 57 pure witch doctors who have completed the advancement, and in the 81 artillery positions, 810 guns, and 40 naval artillery positions, 1000 guns. At the grassroots level, it is also necessary to fill in 243 plus 200 scholar type war wizards with a life level of 2 and a professional level that should be counted as 1. These war wizards were also classified as conscripts, special talents temporarily recruited, plus the frontline conscripts responsible for actual operations. This time, both the caster power and the civilian power of this headquarters have reached the highest level ever. When all these preparations were completed, the time had come to July of the 55th year of the rune calendar. At this time, 5 months had passed since the order was issued, and the equipment had reached the planned scale. War soldiers, conscripts, and mercenaries had also completed training and arrived at their respective posts. After combining factors such as the location of the land artillery, the battlefield selection of self-propelled vehicles, the field of view of the observation point, and the fault tolerance rate, the battlefield was also unilaterally determined. After that, the sea forces left the Black River estuary and began to deploy near the coastline. It was August, and the last batch of nutrients and ammunition supplies for the land forces were in place, and the sea artillery arrays were also deployed separately. Behind the sea artillery platform in the operating boats were paddle ships equipped with rapid-fire sea guns. They would play the role of supporting the rear, protecting and warning the rear of the sea artillery platform when fighting against the salamanders. Of course, in order to avoid being killed by the long-range attacks of the salamanders, they did not get too close, but only patrolled at an angle of about 100 to 200 meters outside each artillery array. In addition to these small ships acting as escorts, more supply ships and tugboats left the sea after completing their missions and returned to the ultra-near sea where they would not run aground, or the freshwater areas in the estuary, waiting for possible subsequent supply or rescue missions. On the other side, at the self-propelled chariot camp on the road, most of the regular army soldiers gathered here. They were also one of the most important armor-piercing forces. The soldiers assigned to this task were all eager to fight, waiting for the order of the formal attack with a burning heart. Of course, the most important bait cave wolf was the weather vane for the start of the war. Otherwise the headquarters would have no way to trick the 2 high-level salamanders out of the depths of the magma. The cave wolf was still in the headquarters at this time, waiting for the opportunity to leave the mother tree again after a year and go out for a fresh breeze. The parliament, the executive government, and the military all have a rough idea of the possible development process of the entire war, from determining the battlefield, to deploying naval and land forces, to sending cave wolves to lure the enemy, and high-level salamanders to leave the depths of the magma. This is the first stage. From ejecting from the green belt to cutting off the retreat. This is the second stage. After that, it is the third stage of trapping the enemy and attacking by land and sea. After that, it is the end of success or failure. Before the official war, coarse teeth and sharp teeth seemed to be tired of shutting themselves up. They recalled the past and found that Nestor's 70th birthday was approaching. Neither trolls nor elves have the habit of celebrating birthdays, because except for the archives of the executive government, there is no concept of parents who will remember this date from the beginning. So after the two witch doctors remembered it, they just mentioned it cheerfully and told him about this day that happened before the age of 2 and was not within the scope of Nestor's retrospective. Of course, Ashura, who wished she could find an excuse to turn every day into a special day, and Freya, who just loved the hustle and bustle, did not let go of this excuse. Freya gave herself half a day off that day and found Nestor and forced him to play with her for several hours. The former, on the other hand, prepared all kinds of joyful experiences at home and came to the quiet night, while Ashura, who had been cycling between the meditation of breaking levels and the war missions of the headquarters, had not had a good rest for a long time before today, but today, she still went crazy for more than 10 hours, and fell asleep in her husband's arms in the second half of the night. Nestor looked up at the sparse starry sky, his arm slightly bent on his partner's neck, his fingertips unconsciously sliding over her beautiful eyebrows, his mind thinking about birthdays and past lives that were already quite distant. After a long time, he retracted his slightly numb fingertips and murmured, "If the starting point of a person is considered birthday, then the starting point of the year is spring. So today can also be considered the spring festival for me, right? Hey, if there is really someone looking at me from the opposite side, then everyone on Earth, Happy New Year." Chapter 254 Prelude. Two 200-meter diameter craters, in the shape of flat-topped cones, stand side by side from east to west, and 3 or 4 smaller craters stand crookedly on the extension of the north-south direction. A wide arc bottom is formed between the many craters, which is the battlefield set after discussion between the parliament and the military. The preset battlefield facing the north and south sides of the sea and land artillery arrays is not a smooth road, but it is also within the controllable range of the flexible elevation adjustment of the gun barrel. Moreover, several volcanoes may form artillery obstacles from time to time, but isn't it also surrounding the target in the center? Moreover, the sea and land artillery arrays coordinated with each other in the south and north, covering some blind spots at the bottom within their attack range. Generally speaking, there are flaws, but they are acceptable, and in fact there is not much room for choice looking from afar. The foot of the 2 large volcanoes in the east and west and the bottom of the mountain can be said to be lush and green, with countless trees densely concentrated, but the flat land between the two is the exposed soil and rocks that were once common, but now rare on the base of the volcano. Among these plants, scattered throughout the mountains, 40,000 are controllable plants that were transferred here after the battlefield was determined. Driven by the drivers inside them, they moved away from their original rooting places and took root at the bottom of the side of the large volcano facing the valley. At this time, their roots drilled through the base and entered the magma, seemingly aimlessly, spreading far into the depths of the magma channel at the bottom of the base. On the trunk, more than 10 vines grew in 4 groups. They were very long and stretched all the way to the ground. It was unknown where they would extend to. Each vine was as thick as a finger, and when put together, they formed 4 groups of wrist-sized tough binding chains. They were operated by troll conscripts and horn-hoofed mercenaries. The warriors of the 2 tribes were getting familiar with the control process of the upper vines and the lower roots, while waiting nervously for the action order. Expand the vision to the north and south. The self-propelled tanks had left the camp and were doing the final equipment check in the attack range of about 2 to 3 kilometers. 220 ancient war trees were waiting in the same location. They chatted with each other stupidly and slowly, without any pre-war tension, but the 203 cannons installed on their arms were not ambiguous at all, and the nozzles looked quite murderous. On the other two shorter craters in the north-south direction, which have better battlefield views, there are 2 artillery observation posts, where witch doctors are stationed. The witch doctors assigned to these 2 points have begun artillery rehearsals for who knows how many times. A painting made up of dots and lines unfolds in the meditation space as they think. It is not only marked with dense spatial phase coordinates, but also with arcs that spread from nowhere and intersect with each other, depicting some magnificent scenery. From here, more than 10 kilometers to the south and north, there are 40 sea artillery arrays floating slightly with the waves. The foundation is 1,420mm main guns, and their reaction chambers are already in a state of readiness. More than 10 or 20 kilometers to the north, the 3 rail lines and the 81 artillery batteries distributed between them are also the same, preparing to issue persuasive principles at the various artillery points along the rails, the moose used for replacement, as well as food, water, and ammunition supplies, have all arrived one after another, just waiting for the railgun vehicles to come after the battle begins. At the command center, Nestor sat high on the platform facing the battlefield, taking in the preparations nearby, and the situation in the distance was also reported from the voice lines. Report to His Excellency the Chief of Army W. The cave wolves are in place. Understood. Ask each unit about their preparations. Understood. A few minutes later, the contact came again. All units have completed their preparations and can enter combat status at any time. Identity secret key ******. In the name of Army W, I order the mission to officially begin. Immediately awaken the cave wolves to lure the enemy. The secret key has been confirmed to be correct, and each military unit will execute the order immediately. Very good. Roar. In the repeated awakenings and sleeping, the cave wolves, which are natural lives, rather than acquired practitioners who have been tempered for thousands of years, have obviously been getting closer and closer to complete madness. Its roar is filled with pain and hatred. Its ability to transmit information regardless of race has caused the situation in the hearts of weak lives to change suddenly. Boundless fear accompanied by hatred deep in the bone marrow oppresses and attacks every heart. In the distance, the 12 wolf kings who used to be moved by every movement of the cave wolves have developed adaptability in the past few years. It does not mean that they can really sit back and relax. Although they are no longer worried about the real wolf king as in the past, every movement of the troll tribe has become a new source of trouble for them. The same is true for the monsters in the mountains. The real wolf king, who used to be like a mountain blocking their way, is now in such a miserable state. The wise men among the monsters feel sympathetic, and the 12 false wolf kings are uneasy. For a while, the battle between the wind wolf pack and the monsters in the mountains, which lasted for who knows how many years, has slowly begun to die down in the past 10 years. In other aspects, the reaction of the monsters in the deep sea is unknown, and the main body of the northern continent is blocked by mountains. The story of the trolls and the Wolf King is temporarily confined to this corner. Bad news. No one still came to save the Wolf King from the trolls. Good news. The Wolf King at least saved his face. Return to the battlefield. The action begins. All units, be alert and be ready to control the totem plants according to my instructions at any time. Understood. Understood. The horn-hoofed mercenary Banier's hands and feet were cold at this time. He regretted that he shouldn't have abandoned his beautiful wife at home to fight just for some money, but it was too late to say anything at this point. The rebuke echoing in the cockpit kept reminding him where he was now. Several responses came, either full of confidence or anxious and frightened, but only the dizzy Banier was missing. Mercenary number 07 in area 42. Where is your answer? I understand. Banier came back to his senses in a trance and forced himself to speak. Come on. Do you want to die here? The reprimand from the troll division chief made him sober up a little. He lifted his stiff fingers and left the totem button in front of him. After slightly moving his knuckles, he patted his cheeks hard and finally recovered a little. I can do it. My wife is still waiting for me. Banier can do it. After a few words of self-encouragement, Banier began to concentrate and wait for orders. Later, the control of the root system must follow the crowd. The tree under his control needs to act together with the roots of the other trees in the district so that the task can be completed as quickly and as well as possible under the most extensive control. The same is true for the vines. The chief has emphasized countless times that every tree, even the vines extending from each division and district, added together, may not be the opponent of the target. Only when 20,000 trees form a joint force can it be possible to achieve their mission, so they must act strictly in accordance with the instructions of the superiors. Before further instructions came, Banya looked out from the 4 lookouts in front, behind, left and right. The height of the observation port was designed according to the troll's body shape, and the other operating ends were the same. City-state warriors like him had to step on a nearly half-meter footpad to fully utilize the full function of the tree. But Banya had no complaints. The surprise and disbelief of seeing the totem weapon for the first time made him like everything, of course, except for the scenery and divisions outside now. The nearby craters began to emit more violent smoke, and occasionally there were a few that were already spewing out a little magma from light to dark. The roaring master seemed to have fallen into a half-awake sleep. Its thoughts were no longer transmitted to Banya, but that sense of existence was always preserved. Banya didn't know what it was, a friend or an enemy. He only remembered that in the first month, when he came here to start training, he seemed to have heard the same sound, but if possible, he really didn't want to face the owner of the sound next. Out of Banya's sight, the cave wolf was knocked unconscious again after a brief awakening. The headquarters is very experienced in this, and can accurately control its state to the point where it has a sense of existence, but is not conscious. That's right, it was just like the cave wolf was sleeping in the cave. The headquarters even made a fully automatic temporary prison specifically for this operation. The movable prison that is imprisoning the cave wolf is a specialized version of an ancient war tree, and its main body coexists with many functions of the prison, which can control the cave wolf to switch between sleeping, awakening, and semi-sleeping states within a certain limit, and can also let it expose a piece of skin for a while. Of course, the targeted application of various means under various states is still the masterpiece of the witch doctors, and this cage tree is just an executor who follows the script. As a branch of the ancient war tree, the cage tree now has 3 different individuals. The one in charge of imprisoning the cave wolf is the eldest brother, but because of the size of the prisoner, it is the smallest among the brothers. The other 2 brothers were born to temporarily imprison the high-level salamanders. Because the target's size is too large, they are also given a large size. At this time, the 2 brothers have already hidden somewhere in the battlefield. Considering the size factor, it is very likely that they are underground. The smallest boss is actually still too big. It is impossible for it to complete the task within the time limit by walking on its own. Therefore, the headquarters formed a luxurious convoy for it before the mission, and its members are all monster-level moose leaders trained by Shushan. The moose leader can resist the non-targeted pressure from the cave wolves, and will not faint or even die like other moose, with the help of the timely and appropriate berserker spell, which adds some extra resistance, and the emotional spell to soothe the mind. They can maintain their ability to work in the half-dream state of the cave wolves. Ordinary moose is the unit of measurement of force today, just like the saying so much moose force in engine terminology, which means a purely literal meaning in the measurement of engine output level. As their superior units, these high-level moose, which are only responsible for mating on weekdays, are naturally stronger and faster. They are braving the unknown wind from the cave wolves behind them, pulling the cage that is as heavy as several gunboats stacked together, driving on the base along the laid track, and quickly approaching the preset battlefield. It is extremely important to grasp this timescale. If you are slow, the battlefield will be abandoned, and the high-level salamanders will most likely come out from somewhere else. However, the cave wolf will not really go to the real danger. After luring the target out, it will retreat, so if it is a minute faster, it may be trapped. In Banya's feeling, the vibration from the ground has become more and more obvious. The volcano under his feet seems to have started to be restless just now. The situation behind him cannot be known due to the field of vision, but what he can see is that thick smoke has been coming out of several mountain passes in the wide angle in front, and the tallest crater, which is the one he is facing, has sparks of suspected magma coming out at this time. He can feel that something like a side swept over him before, and he doesn't know if it is an illusion. He felt thoughts like annoying little thing, weak, why is that guy here again? It's as if Banya also heard some information from the roar before. He was too nervous to think about such nonsense, because something more dangerous was happening, and it was growing stronger right before his eyes. The Mars on the opposite mountain pass had turned into a torch. He was actually more worried about whether the hot liquid would burn him to death. To be killed by magma, is it considered burning to death or drowning? I really envy those trolls. He thought so. The torch in Banya's eyes was actually a magma jet that was more than 10 meters high. The two craters in the east and west with 200-meter diameter magma channels were gushing out more and more magma as time went by. At first, they just flowed faster and faster, still within the range of the word gushing, but slowly their flow rate has changed from gushing to spraying. Finally, the smoke column was mixed with thick semi-fluid, and it splashed out into the sky for several meters, dozens of meters, and tens of meters like a pressurized spring. Blue bastard. Are you done yet? Clear information emerged from Banya's heart, as if a great life from the underground was talking to him in his heart. This situation made him panic, and the courage he had finally mustered was once again declining. Stay calm. Action is about to begin. Do you see the magma? If we don't stay calm and win, only death will be waiting for you and us. The voice of the troll commander sounded in time, stopping many horn-hoofed warriors like Banya who were so nervous, and made them pick up their mood again, carefully observing the volcanic ash outside, and the magma that was slowly flowing down the mountain pass, making the color of this world tend to be dark red and black. But if you look out a little more, you can find that the sky is still blue and the clouds are still white. What has changed is only this corner of the world. At this moment, Nestor was at the boundary between the dark red and black here, and the blue and white there. He had been sitting alone on the high platform with his eyes closed waiting for something, but now he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the bottom of the two tallest and most majestic volcanoes in the east and west. He sensed the breath of the huge high-level salamanders in the passage there. Very good. They did choose these two giant craters, and had crossed the action line, and entered the influence range of the vine magic root system, which made Nestor feel happy and a little nervous. When the time came to this moment, when the target really entered the path planned by the witch doctors in advance, as if it was a rehearsal, Nestor understood what it meant. This meant that the follow-up actions of this trip had really come to the time to start, and the success or failure of more than 10 years of preparation was about to be tested, and the tension inevitably rose from his heart. In fact, it was not just Nestor. All the other witch doctors and warriors who had spent time and energy in the past 10 years felt the same tension and expectation as before the exam. In this special waiting, a voice of all spirits very similar to the cave wolf sounded in the hearts of almost all the people present. Blue bastard. Are you done yet? Nestor had just picked up the totem microphone at hand when he was hit by these words. There was no real attack power, but the thoughts mixed in the words clearly showed that the voice owner ignored the troll tribe, small, not worth mentioning, abandoned species and other words were transformed in his mind by some unknown principle. Although they did not become a complete sentence like the one he said to the cave wolf, they also became some thoughts that he could understand. Oh, sooner or later you will have to keep company with the Wolf King. With a sneer in his heart, Nestor continued his previous action. He picked up the walkie-talkie connected to the metal wire and issued the follow-up orders. Coarser Fang, Sharp Fang, the higher salamander has floated to the base. From now on, you will take over the observation mission and act according to the previous steps. Understood. Understood. All district heads of the restricted group, get ready and wait for the orders of the two excellences. Understood. N. The division where Banya was located received the order, and all the horned-hoofed species here controlled the root system in the base according to a unified plan. There was actually not much sense of controlling them. All Banya needed to do was to press back and forth on the vine pattern according to the order. Except for the physical strength that was converted into the so-called electricity a little bit, there was no other loss. In other words, they could not feel everything happening below because of their own control, just like a player who only had a control joystick, but no display or speakers when playing a game. Chapter 255, The First Capture. Banier's manipulation of the underground routes was carried out according to the orders of the division commander, and the orders from the division mercenary commander were derived from the calculations of the witch doctors based on perception. Therefore, under the guidance of well-founded instructions, even though he could not see, hear, or feel the root system, he still made it play the role in the plan shortly afterwards. Underground, the many roots that merged into the base of the volcano suddenly stopped being idle. They changed their previous aimless downward stretching trend and began to spread in a certain direction. They alarmed many large and small creatures while traveling in the magma, but because their dispersed volume was small, the distance between them and the magma creatures was far enough, and their own travel speed was very fast. They did not hinder their own purpose. Thus, in the magma channel at the bottom of the base, under the two large volcanoes in the east and west, countless roots completed the docking with each other in a short period of time, and together turned into two super large nets. The supervision and command of this task were handed over to the two witch doctors, Coarsefang and Sharpfang, and Azura, Freya, and 4 other newly promoted second-level witch doctors were responsible for assisting them. At this time, many data related to time, nets, target positions, and expected landing points flowed out like streams from the calculations they made in meditation, and formed one after another specific orders and reference strategies that were delegated to all parties. Among them, the orders were further specific instructions to mercenaries and conscripts. The reference strategies were the supporting parameter data provided for the North and South London Sea artillery batteries, self-propelled tanks, and the first phase of operations under the ancient Tree of War. These data would first be analyzed by the Artillery Command Center, and then formed into orders, to be transmitted to various grassroots units. Everyone, press the fastest lift button after the countdown. Start now. 10, 9, 83-inch Banier didn't have any real sense of his control, but he still strictly followed the instructions of the division chief. When the countdown reached 0, he pressed the most conspicuous button in the route control area at the fastest speed. When he and the other 40,000 controllers who were responsible for specific actions at the bottom of the two large volcanoes in the east and west pressed the buttons in their respective cockpits, two large nets with meshes of several meters square, one in the east and one in the west, began to rise rapidly along the magma corridor in the base. In the process, countless magma fluids were filtered from the top of the mesh to the bottom, and those solids larger than several meters were pushed up by this force and rose rapidly together. After that, there were only bang 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 noises coming from the direction of the crater. Banier looked across the lookout and saw thick lava gushing out of the crater. It was not an eruption, but rather a scattering of fireworks that splashed in all directions until it turned from red to dark and fell back down dozens or hundreds of meters away, becoming a heavy rain of semi-molten lava. Bia, bia, bia. The semi-solidified lava fell sparsely on the branches of the magic plant controlled by Banier and everywhere around him, but his sight was not attracted by this wonder that he had never seen or imagined before, because there was an even more jaw-dropping scene that had just happened, and compared to it, the lava rain was really just a small scene that was not worth mentioning. The reason why the magma was splashing instead of erupting was that the main force ejected from the crater had two other behemoths that were 120 meters long, dozens of meters wide, and more than 10 meters high. Following the sparks of the magma, they smashed the rock wall at the mountain pass. Then, they led the hundreds of 80-meter and 40-meter class smaller figures behind them, and were ejected along the east-west direction to the sky above the center of the designated battlefield. Then, a deafening roar came in. The roar came from the south and the north, some from tens of kilometers away, and some from within a few kilometers. Different distances, different powers, and the time difference given by nature, rumbled in all directions, and the result of their roar, they all came to the sky above the bottom of the battlefield valley, causing a continuous and shrill roar on the parabola, and another heavy rain from scales and broken meat. Banier opened his mouth and eyes wide, watching the unimaginable things in silent shock. He now somewhat understood that he had definitely contributed to this rare wonder that he had never seen before and might even only see today, but what he couldn't understand was that such a small person who just pressed a few buttons in succession according to the instructions could produce such a huge change. These things were naturally not something that a resident of a city-state like him could understand. Each of the 2 magma holes corresponded to more than 20,000 magic plants. Each of these magic plants had more than thousands of roots. When all these roots were gathered together, the volume they could achieve was a huge number of hundreds of thousands or millions. If the combined force they formed could be exerted in the same direction, the effect they could produce would be comparable to the great power of any large individual in nature. If it weren't for the excessive emissions and the control methods and the huge consumption, even relying solely on these magic plants and the more than 40,000 pilots in them, the headquarters would have the confidence to complete all the plans this time. However, in order to speed up the root fusion speed, movement speed, and obtain the explosive force sufficient to overcome the resistance of the magma, the headquarters paid a full 20,000 tons of nutrient concentrate inventory. They were buried in each magic plant in advance, and they were the key factor in changing the slow movement ability of the plant. Just the previous root explosion consumed nearly half of the pre-stored. At this time, the first phase of the root network mission has come to an end. They no longer need the control of drivers such as Banya, and instead follow the predetermined process to stop moving at the junction of the crater and the base, and proliferate in the mesh between each other. Gradually, they net the wall, and withstand the impact from the hundreds of thousands of salamanders below that were cut off from the front. And the remaining half of the nutrient concentrate was also consumed little by little at a rate of more than 10 tons per minute in this continuous impact. When all this happened in the corner that the drivers could not perceive, the new command had been transmitted to their rears by the totem communication equipment. All mercenaries in Area 42. The operation has entered the next phase. Control your 4 groups of vines and follow my orders to extend toward the asterisk 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 dash asterisk 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 dash asterisk 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 direction. Banya came back to his senses after hearing the new order. He immediately began to control the vine binding locks according to the order given by the troll commander. After nearly a year of repeated drills, the complex coordinate code of the position was no longer difficult to understand. The many fingers engraved with the body electricity totem completed the mission faster than thinking due to conditioned reflex. After that, 4 groups of vines extended toward the coordinate point, which was still empty for the time being according to the order. Banya's attention was always partially retained on the lookout. Although he was very scared, he really couldn't bear to miss this view that he would never see again in his life. So, when his fingers were flying on the control panel, his eyes reflected everything in the distant sky. Hundreds of monsters, big or small, were drawing non-overlapping curves in the air according to their respective sizes. The most conspicuous ones were the 2 largest ones. Banya vaguely felt that, although the 2 large monsters looked similar, the one closer to him seemed to be stronger, and even the roar from its mouth at this time seemed more vigorous. The other one was a little sluggish. Unlike the dark red scales and strong body of the former, its scales seemed a little broken, and there seemed to be green ferocious lines on it that appeared from time to time. However, Banya was not a gifted fighting race after all, and his limited farsightedness was not enough to support him to clearly confirm everything in these few seconds. That's right, the time for him to satisfy his curiosity was actually only a few seconds. When this short window of time passed, countless black dots completely blocked his sight. If Banya was a witch doctor or a troll warrior with super perception, he would know the true face of those black spots at this moment. They were a total of 1,480 tail-fin armor-piercing shells and sub-caliber armor-piercing shells. They came out from the forearms of the ancient war tree and the gun barrels of the self-propelled tanks, and were fired into the air from the north and south at a bore speed of more than 1,000 meters per second. Amid the piercing whistling sound, the armor-piercing shells took less than 2 seconds to reach each point on the parabola that the monsters were passing through, and then there was another fierce and continuous roar. The whistling sound and the blood rain, broken meat, and broken armor that splashed all over the sky dominated the vision at this moment. Everything in this world became the blood red foil at this moment. Under Banya's stunned gaze, the blood sea and flesh rain finally broke the previous upward trajectory and rolled down to the ground under the attack from the north and south. Boom. 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 The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground continued, followed by painful roars that resounded throughout the battlefield. Bania was shocked by the terrifying attacking ability of the troll tribe, and was extremely surprised that there were creatures of flesh and blood who could survive the previous attack. But before he could make any noise out of astonishment, another whistling sound from far to near penetrated his consciousness. In his peripheral vision, Bania saw that the sky in the north and south directions was once again covered by black spots. In the north, more than 420 rifled heavy artillery had roared long ago. The same was true in the south, where 1,000 rifled heavy artillery of the same caliber roared in 40 positions. At this moment, when the scales of the salamanders were shattered, and flesh and blood splattered under the armor-piercing cannons fired later, and one by one fell into the range that the witch doctors had calculated. 1,800 heavy shells ranging from several tons to more than 10 tons finally crossed their respective flight distances and arrived here, and then turned around and smashed down towards the center of the battlefield. This was a far more powerful sound than the previous armor-piercing cannon. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 10,000 tons of metal bullets fell from the end of the field of vision, and fell into a space less than 800 meters in radius. This attack also raised a mist composed of gravel and blood and flesh on the ground. At this moment, the vines from the east and west finally arrived. After a data adjustment by the commanding superiors, they swarmed into the blood mist, and entangled one or several huge things in the east and west. Bania's Adam's apple was moving. Although his mouth and tongue were so dry that he couldn't produce any saliva, he still swallowed subconsciously. Two consecutive waves of terrorist attacks had already increased his fear several times. But even after such an exaggerated bombardment, the command from the superiors was still as firm as iron. What does this mean? This means that the war will continue, because there are indeed creatures that survived such a blow. Please die quickly. I want to go back alive. Bania's prayer may be the most true in a portrayal of many horned-hoofed mercenaries at this time, but the reality is often composed of dramatic tragedies, and their wishes seem to be in vain. Two roars, one strong and one weak, were heard at this time. The sound visibly swept away the floating dark red mist, making the situation in the center of the battlefield gradually clear. It was a regional landscape composed of metal and a sea of flesh and blood. Nearly 2,000 heavy projectiles had previously landed densely on the magmatic rock ground with a radius of less than a kilometer. Because the soil structure was not strong in buffering force, there were large areas of rock layers that exploded under the impact of these projectiles that would not explode. The pits formed were some more than 10 meters deep, and some were only a few meters deep, and they were connected to each other. At this time, these deep pits together formed a lake, which was full of semi-fluid lake water that could not be distinguished as flesh and blood or magma. This was not the end. The vines covering the sky had drilled into the lake from all directions, pulling something away to the east and west respectively. Time was counted in seconds, and the action in the east seemed to be the first to succeed. 80,000 groups of vines dragged a big guy ashore little by little. The vines were tied to its head, forelegs, and long tail, revealing that there was almost no inch of intact body surface, and it was inlaid with large and small heavy bullets and dense armor-piercing bullet cores. The muscle layer several meters thick had become tattered, and inside it, one could see dark red bones covered with green, and wriggling internal organs covered with green lines. Even though the current situation was so miserable, this guy was still not dead, and his body was healing itself at a very slow speed. When it was dragged ashore, dingling clang sounds began to be heard continuously, which came from the bullets embedded in the monster's body. They were being squeezed out of the body little by little, and fell to the ground, making a sound of metal collision. Just by looking at it this way, it is hard to tell whether the green lines all over its body did more damage to it, or the 2 rounds of bombardment that left it unrecognizable did more damage to it. Gradually, the monster began to struggle. Its body kept rising and falling as it was dragged. Its short and thick neck tentatively bent around, driven by the spine. Its flat tail behind it also turned to both sides, and its 2 pairs of flippers kept swinging back and forth. There were clearly tens of thousands of vines that either drilled out from the ground or extended from mid-air, forming layers of restraints on its body. But at this time these vines were making a creaking sound, and occasionally there could be heard the sound of bang and bang breaking, all of which showed the terrifying strength of its struggle. The command center naturally couldn't just sit there and watch all this happen. The 70 war ancient trees that had other tasks actually set out after the first round of volleys, heading in the direction where the high-level salamander was being dragged. Behind them on the north and south sides, there were a total of 200 self-propelled tanks with thick gun barrels following. Unlike the naval and land artillery turrets in the distance that were still waiting for the reaction chamber to charge, the 203mm armor-piercing guns equipped by these guys only needed 40 seconds to complete the charge with the help of nutrient concentrate. They were the most suitable and almost the only force suitable for dispatch at this time. While advancing, the self-propelled tanks slowly slowed down. They didn't have the ability to fight in close combat and didn't plan to get too close, while the tall war ancient trees continued to march forward firmly with their 8 legs. After the first round of volleys, the required 40 seconds of energy storage period gradually ended, and the many gun barrels on the move were lifted again. The self-propelled tanks stopped at a position of about 1 kilometer and formed 4 echelons in the north and south directions, each of which issued a second round of whistles at an interval of 10 seconds. The outer armor that was shattered in the previous attack has not yet recovered, and the muscles have not been fully recovered. The dark red bones and the wriggling internal organs are still exposed in pieces. Therefore, the self-propelled tanks no longer use armor-piercing shells in this round of attack, but replaced more than half of them with heavy shells. But there is no time to make more detailed changes. At this time, they still use smoothbore gun barrels. 50 whistles, 50 bullets, 50 explosions. Armor-piercing shells shattered the new armor layer that has not yet formed effective strength, and the heavy shells directly bombarded the exposed bones and muscles. In just 1 or 2 minutes, such attacks occurred many times like a tide, causing the monster to emit a muffled sound of being blocked in the vines. At the same time, although its struggles became more frequent, the strength was not as impressive as before, and the body's self-healing speed was obviously reduced again. At this time, 35 heavy ancient war trees in the north and south had already moved close to the monster in the angle of the rear artillery line. Each of them had a diameter of about 10 meters, and with the 8 legs extending to both sides, each ancient tree needed to occupy a space of nearly 20 meters to stand completely when the 35 moved to a certain distance in the same direction. The self-propelled tanks behind them had no firing range and had to stop the attack that had continued until then. However, the ancient trees in both directions were already firing at this time, relying on their 4 main guns, forming a continuous offensive that was not inferior to the self-propelled tanks. The artillery bombardment continued during the march, and it did not really stop until they completely surrounded it. The vitality of the higher salamander was too strong. Although it looked so miserable, its physical recovery was actually continuing. Even though the struggle of the body was much weaker, the movement of the internal organs did not weaken at all. Faced with such a situation, the artillery bombardment could not be stopped. However, when 70 ancient war trees surrounded it into circles, and some of them climbed up its body with their 8 legs, the frequency of attacks finally decreased. As their attack frequency slowed down, and the 200 chariots that were responsible for support had turned around and aimed their guns at the other side of the battlefield, the momentum here finally showed a tendency to stop. Of the hundreds of salamanders ejected from the volcano, only 2 of the highest level ones actually survived. When the momentum on this side subsided, another high-level salamander was also dragged out of the blood magma pool by the vines earlier. Unlike the smooth operation on this side, there seemed to be some accidents on the other side, and the operation was slipping towards the direction of the real battle. The east and west battlefields were divided by the force of the vines before, but in fact, the distance was only less than a kilometer. This is really not worth mentioning for the enemy monsters on the front line of the scene, that are tens of meters or more than 100 meters in size. However, this did not make the stubborn ancient trees devote even a little energy to the other side. Their mental energy was all focused on the targets they were assigned. On the side that had stopped for a while, the ancient trees seemed to have formed 2 different divisions of labor. 35 of the trees that were close to the target each inserted a gun barrel into the gap of the wound, and continued to attack at intervals of 20 seconds and 30 seconds, while the other 3 gun barrels were in a state of being fully charged and ready to fire at any time to guard the surroundings. In addition, they also had 2 arms that did not have gun barrels, but had vine whips. At the moment, long vines had grown out of the front of the arms and drilled into the body of the higher salamander along the wound. The other 35 ancient trees that formed a ring in the outer circle completely gave up attacking the higher salamander and only extended the vines on their arms into the target's body, cooperating with the ancient trees in the inner circle to strangle its internal organs. In such a situation, almost every organ has a special vine responsible for binding, and its tip also drills deeper along the original wound. Even if there is an intact organ without a wound, it must first focus on the size of the muzzle to create a gap for it, and then drill into the vine for processing. In this process, the regeneration of organs and the invasion of vines are constantly repeated. The former slows down due to the injury, and the latter speeds up due to the injury. In the process of decline and rise, they gradually form a state of entanglement and physical indistinguishability. Achieve. Ideal state. Call the person in charge. Cage tree number 2. Preliminary preparations have been completed. At this time, an ancient war tree in the outermost circle suddenly spoke. Understood. I will arrive soon. Thank you for your hard work. Then Nestor's voice sounded from the communication device. Not long after this brief conversation ended, black spots ran quickly from a distance. There were 9 figures in a row, and they were all in the form of elves. The first one was Nestor, who had been in charge of the command center not long ago, followed by Coarse Teeth and Sharp Teeth, who were responsible for attracting enemies and blocking the east and west volcanoes, and Ashura and Freya, who had been assisting the calculations and waiting for this moment. Finally, there were 4 other second-level witch doctors who were not assigned other tasks. The 9 witch doctors each carried several saplings, and immediately formed 4 inside and 5 outside positions after arriving. They took the lead in planting and giving birth to dozens of saplings in the area between the 2 circles of ancient trees. When the saplings gradually grew up and filled the gaps between the 2 circles of ancient trees, the inner and outer witch doctors turned to cast spells on the ancient trees. With the help of the witch doctors, the external shell of the ancient tree was horizontally fused with each other and gradually became 2 inner and outer elliptical rings. The elliptical rings sandwiched the circle of saplings that had grown larger in between and together surrounded the almost motionless advanced salamander in the center. After that, a large number of wood layers in the double layer ellipse were transformed into vines, each of which formed a connection with the interlayer saplings and initially completed the fusion of the 3 layers. Then, the vines that had drilled into the salamander's internal organs began to have new functions, and there were more pointed vines of the same type, spreading towards the internal organs. The leather layer and the scales, and gradually had a tendency to wrap the entire salamander and even merge. In this process, the inner circle took the lead in completing its own closure. The ancient trees, endogenous vines, and foreign vines from the east and west gradually became a complete inner core under the control of the witch doctors. In the inner core, the salamander was gradually lifted vertically and bent upward along the spine, cruelly folding the original body length of about 120 meters in half. Its tail was stuffed into the wound and its head was bent inward. Finally, the advanced salamander became a cube with a length of 50 meters, a width of 40 meters, and a height of 35 meters. At this time, the witch doctors in the inner circle returned to the outer wall and began to work together to accelerate the fusion of the outer circle, the interlayer, and the inner core. Finally, 70 ancient war trees, more than 100 functional saplings, and 80,000 groups of vines from afar completed their own integration and functional convergence, turning into a high-strength, multifunctional temporary cage with a diameter of 60 meters and a height of 80 meters. This speed is much faster than when capturing the cave wolf that year. As for the reasons, first of all, it lies in the strength of the target's resistance. Secondly, it lies in the growth of each witch doctor. And finally, it is the preparations made in advance. The first 2 have been very clear, and needless to say, the final preparation is reflected in the 70 ancient war trees that already had additional arrangements in terms of strength and fusion speed, and the more than 100 Saplings added later provided other functionality. On this basis, with the addition of 1 3rd level, 3 senior 2nd level, 1 2nd level tree elf, equivalent to senior, and 4 newly promoted 2nd level, the process was constantly debugged and accelerated, and finally the cousin of the previous cave wolf cage tree number 2 was successfully combined. And the capture mission was completed effortless. Chapter 256 Turning Point. Nestor had just spent a huge amount of physical strength and mental concentration, and combined with the other 8 witch doctors, to synthesize the cage tree number 2, but he did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. After completely trapping the advanced salamander number 2, he first turned his head to look at another battlefield not far away, and then turned to the other witch doctors and said, "Retreat first, take this cage number 2 back, and wait for the results over there. Understood? Protect the capital first, right?" The others seemed to be fine in terms of consumption, and Fangs even had the leisure to make a joke. Even the 4 witch doctors who had just been promoted not long ago were only slightly out of breath at this time. So, after a brief exchange and a general look at the battle situation on the other side, everyone controlled the cage tree number 2 together, and began to evacuate outside the battlefield 70 ancient war trees, more than 100 functional plants, and 80,000 groups of vines extending from the foot of the mountain have merged to form this giant tree. Although its total volume is several times smaller than the sum of the individual trees before the fusion, with the instantaneous support of a large amount of concentrated liquid, this synthesis process has not lost its total mass at all. That is to say, this giant cage has an almost unchanged weight in a smaller volume, and the pressure per unit area it causes on the ground is terrifying. In order to resist the ground pressure that can easily crush the ground, the cage tree number 2 was retained with 18 pairs of 36 large arthropods, and in order to make this giant with 36 huge feet and extremely complex structure truly operate effectively, the 70 war ancient trees are now located in various parts of its body. Acting as a dispersed center, some of them are responsible for internal affairs, and need to use their own added functionality to suppress higher salamanders at any time. Another part is responsible for controlling the delicate movements of each part of the arthropod, so that it can maintain its mobility as much as possible, while having such a large body. Another part is responsible for controlling the overall situation, adjusting the functions internally so that nutrients are not wasted while playing a role, and is also responsible for mastering the balance adjustment during movement, and also needs to receive and execute instructions from the outside world. So at this time, when Nestor gave the instruction to retreat, and a total of 9 witch doctors jumped onto the body of the giant, the cage tree carried all the witch doctors, took heavy steps step by step, and moved away little by little. Each step of the arthropods is very big, but their frequency is really too slow, so even with 36 legs constantly moving, its overall speed can still be described as slow. Time moves forward a little, and among the hundreds of salamanders spewing out of the crater, the most eye-catching are naturally the 2 largest ones. They are undoubtedly higher salamanders, which are also the most important number 1 and number 2 targets of this trip. Higher salamanders each have a body length of more than 120 meters, and even though they are in midair at this moment, and have no place to use their strength, the sense of oppression they bring is still incomparable. They are clearly distinguished between strong and thin. The strong ones are all red, with intact scales and roars full of anger. The thin ones are a little different. Although their bodies are also dark red, not only are their scales broken, but they are also covered with ferocious looking green lines. The roars they make at this time also reveal a very obvious sense of dullness and powerlessness. It is impossible to make such a distinction, just based on the process of the root group rising in the magma channel. Even if their huge bodies once smashed the rock wall of the mountain pass, when they reach the exit, it would not have left such a degree of damage to one of them. If it was so easy to cause such damage, why did the headquarters spend more than 10 years, after repeated preparations and delays, to finally carry out this mission today? Therefore, based on the limited information obtained from the previous exploration, plus the association with the injuries on the cave wolves, we can roughly make this judgment. They once had a battle with the real Wolf King, and both sides were left with heavy injuries. For the headquarters, this news, which was finally confirmed visually, was naturally a rare benefit. Facts have proved that flying is not a very wonderful experience, especially when you do not belong to the sky. The two high-level monsters that were majestic in the magma had almost lost all their mobility in the air at this time. Their huge bodies were moving strictly according to the pure physical rules given to all things by nature. The force brought by the root network allowed them to follow their own body shapes and weights, the previous magma resistance, and the air resistance they faced at this time, leading the two smaller brothers behind them to draw a series of parabolas that did not completely overlap in the air. As for the sound of the cannon, it may not be quite accurate to say that it sounded at this time. The rifled heavy artillery in the distance had already roared, but the rumbling sound had only now crossed a distance of more than 10 kilometers and faintly reached here, forming a thick black curtain wall in the sky on both sides of the north and south. However, the armor-piercing cannon nearby had just fired, and because the distance was not too far, the effect and prestige came here one after the other, adjacent to each other. The armor-piercing shells emitted a short and sharp whistle in the air, and the explosion produced, when they were first fired, became a foil at this time. Two types, a total of 1,480 armor-piercing shells, were distinguished according to the intervals when they were fired, and crossed the sky in 1 to 2 seconds, as if they were calculated, and quickly spread to every point on multiple parabolas. The two higher salamanders received the most obvious care, and every movement of them. Even the deviation caused by Baokuo after being hit was like a stupid thing that took the initiative to deliver itself. At every moment, there were more projectiles waiting at the next point they moved to, and then rushing up like a shark that smelled blood and violently biting. The remaining 200 or so salamanders of different sizes were treated in the same way, but not as densely. However, for each salamander, no matter how tricky the angle of advance was, no matter how hidden its line was in the group, there were at least 2 bullets waiting to take care of them at a certain point along the way. As a result, the scales shattered, and the flesh and blood like magma splashed from the sky. Salamanders of different sizes fell heavily to the ground like dumplings, and some of them were unlucky enough to have their heads blown up in the air, and they could not survive when they landed. The rest were also injured to varying degrees, but even the lightest ones had large pieces of scales shattered. Because the secondary bullets and armor-piercing cores were deeply pierced into their bodies and even their internal organs in the armor-pierced area, their self-healing ability was suppressed to the maximum extent. Before the muscle tissue could squeeze out these metal-pointed cones and pyramids that entered the body, they could not complete the healing in a short time. Therefore, when they finally landed, after being attacked from the air, they were subjected to a compound attack from their own weight, the impact of landing, and the metal that entered their bodies to deepen the damage. The wounds that had not healed suffered even greater damage, and a large amount of magma-like blood, flesh, and broken scales were pumped out of the wounds, mixed with the gravel and dust thrown up by the debris, forming a blood-red mist all over the sky. On the north and south sides, the 220 ancient war trees and more than 600 self-propelled chariots that had just launched the attack did not wait in place after the volley was completed, and even the previous attack was carried out while moving. At this time, the reaction chamber has entered the cooling period, but there are still 200 chariots and 70 ancient trees moving to one side, and 400 chariots and 150 ancient trees moving to the other side. This is the scene that Banya saw at the moment. The north and south lines were divided into 4 rolling torrents, which were crushing towards the blood fog area. They might not be moving very fast, but their prestige still shocked him. Before he could digest all this, the order from the top was transmitted to the cockpit through the communication equipment. At the same time, 2 roars with different strengths, but full of anger came from the fog. The sound swept away the blood color and vaguely revealed the tragic scene inside, which immediately attracted countless expectant or fearful sights around the battlefield. Banya's movements did not stop. The vines he controlled merged into the green sea rising from this direction, and spread straight towards the blood mist in the center of the battlefield with a rumbling sound. Before they arrived, the black sky in the distance had already arrived. This was the black color of metal. Countless heavy projectiles, like punishment from the sky, plunged into the blood mist that had just been dispersed with unspeakable power. As a result, the blood mist magma rose again, and the earth trembled more violently. After a fierce and earth-shaking bombardment, the hissing sounds that had been coming one after another in the blood mist suddenly disappeared, and in the end only two heavy breaths were still persisting, and at this time, the Vine group finally arrived at the target. The target of the Vine group controlled by Banya was on the west side. Although he could not share the perception of the vines, the special vibration from the tree made him understand that he was indeed entangled with a huge thing. Then, another order came. The division troll chief asked them to control the vines to pull back and drag the big monster at the end out of the sea of blood. It seems to be very big. Ancestor. No, troll pioneer bless, I hope it's just a dead body. He prayed in his heart and followed the order, but he saw the vines being stretched straight little by little, and they kept making a crunching sound that made people feel sick. Gudang Banya swallowed nervously, not knowing whether it came from the tree or from his own trembling, which made his sight of the battlefield from the lookout constantly shake slightly. At this time, he saw his companions on the east side dragging a tattered big guy out of the blood mist. A group of square boxes with spider legs and those strange big trees that can walk by themselves attacked all the way and slowly approached the big rag, but the other side did not make even one effective counterattack. It seems that it's nothing big. Just as he was thinking this with a lucky mentality, the situation on this side suddenly changed. Bang. Bang. The sound of vines breaking and trees exploding continued in his ears. At least hundreds of vines like the one he was sitting on were broken in half, and more vines broke in the air. The monster that became his target was indeed dragged out of the blood mist sea at this time, but the struggle it made was much greater than that of its kind in the east. 80,000 groups of vines locked most of its head, forelegs, and tail, but it did not lose the ability to struggle. Every time it turned its joints, countless vines broke in midair. Every time it bent its spine, its body could drive dozens or hundreds of magic plants to break in half. Under that huge force, this monster, which was actually not suitable for land warfare, showed a combat power that should not be underestimated. Debilious! Exclamation mark. Come out. Is this the helper you found? A group of traitors who abandoned the volcano? The silent words went straight into Banya's mind, echoing constantly, bringing boundless pressure and fear. The urge to urinate suddenly lost control here. The warmth in front of the crotch had soaked a large piece of cloth, and a thin yellowish liquid close. The water gushed out of the back door, and a strong stench instantly filled the entire closed cockpit. Unlike the one that landed on the east side, the higher level salamander on the west side was obviously in a more complete state. The fiery red scales on its body also looked broken, and occasionally there were rugged dark red bones exposed from it, but the injuries to the muscles were not enough to expose the internal organs. Although there were more than 100 metal cores on its body, they were stuck on the surface of the body by the muscles that were several meters thick and basically intact. This level of trauma cannot be described as small or light, and can even be described as severely injured. However, when this injury is reflected in the size of a football field, and the vitality and self-healing power that cannot be described in words, it has not yet lost its combat effectiveness. The muscles are healing, and the scales are regenerating piece by piece. Every second, several bullets embedded in the body are squeezed out, and for a while, the sound of dingling and banging of metal hitting the ground is endless. The good news is that its mobility is limited. There is no better way to show its great strength. It can only rely on the body's self-struggle to fight against the binding force of the vines. But every time it struggles, the swinging thick neck and big tail can cause hundreds of groups of vines or dozens of magic plants to break, and its horned hoof species will die on the spot, and the troll conscripts will also suffer varying degrees of injury. Now is not the time to collect corpses. The troll recruits who have lost the control of the vine carrier do not have the ability to fight monsters with bare hands. After recovering a little from their physical injuries, they obeyed the command and struggled to leave the cockpit. According to the plan rehearsed in the exercise, they moved to the side and rear along the mountain. There are dozens of volcanoes of different sizes on the base of the volcano. Only the two largest ones closest to the battlefield are blocked by magic plants. There are also lava channels at the bottom of the other craters. It is necessary to prevent the volcanic salamanders in them from running out to disrupt the situation. Therefore, these trolls who have lost the ability to contain the front battlefield will lead the new weapons such as rapid fire cannons in the camp to the rear to guard against the other restless creatures. Turning back to the higher salamander, whose body was limited in mobility, it was facing a total of 20,000 magic plants, and the vines entangled on it were also 80,000 in number. These plants were mass-produced products, and although their overall material strength could not be said to be comparable to that of steel wood, they were definitely not something that could be ignored. Therefore, even though they had been losing personnel before, they still maintained a short-term balance in the face of the terrifying and huge force of the higher salamander, and did not expect to be instantly broken free. But it was obvious that the advantage was gradually leaning towards the higher salamander. Tens of thousands of vines had been making a crackling sound under the heavy load, and the speed of their breaking was also tending to be faster and faster. Fortunately, it was not only these mass-produced magic plants that were responsible for fighting the enemy. The 150 ancient war trees and 400 self-propelled tanks that had been separated to the west had completed their power storage and began to suppress them with armor-piercing bullets in batches. They did not continue to approach like their compatriots on the east side, but stepped on their 8-legged limbs, stopped after approaching the range of 1.5-2.5 kilometers, and launched a standing attack. Under the continuous roar of thousands of 203mm armor-piercing cannons, the scales of the higher salamanders that had already healed began to crack again, and the pain brought about also really aroused their emotions, and their resistance to the vines was slightly relieved due to distraction. The roar lasted for a long time, and the scales of the higher salamanders continued to break and heal in the process, and their injured muscle layers also went through an endless cycle in this repetition. However, this was not enough for the headquarters to achieve its goal. Even with the repeated bombardment of up to 1,203mm guns, the effect was not what the troll wanted. The metal cores that had finally penetrated into its body were squeezed out of the body in the blink of an eye, accumulating a thick layer of metal floor. These metals began to soften under unknown factors. If left alone, they would probably form a pool of high-temperature liquid metal on the ground. Armored soldiers. Half of them switched to heavy shells, and the armor-piercing shells and heavy shells will be divided into groups to shoot at the same point for the second time. The command of the headquarters was transmitted to the east and west at the same time. Although there was no time to switch to rifled barrels, a group of self-propelled tanks still fired solid heavy projectiles with smoothbore barrels. The same was true for the ancient war tree. 2 barrels still sent out armor-piercing shells, but the other 2 barrels switched to heavy shells. In the following attacks, the 2 types of projectiles were constantly connected, or the armor-piercing core was used as a nail and the heavy bullet as a hammer, to knock the former into the body of the higher salamander little by little, or, while the armor-piercing bullet was cracking the new fragile scales, a heavy bullet was added to break it even more, and then the armor-piercing bullet was used to deepen the damage. The attack rhythm changed dramatically within 1 or 2 minutes. The self-healing speed and protection level of the higher salamander gradually became less strong in front of the 1,000-barreled 203mm guns in different echelons, and playing different roles. Similarly, it could no longer occupy a complete advantage in the wrestling with the Vine group. At this time, the battle on the east side had passed the stalemate stage. The ancient war tree group on that side had completed the encirclement of the higher salamander on the east side, and the 200 self-propelled tanks responsible for support had already turned their guns and immediately joined the siege of this side. After a while, the huge cage tree number 2 rose from the ground on the east side, and then ended all the resistance of the higher salamander. At this point, the capture operation has been half successful, and the end of the west side seems to be only a matter of time. Everything is moving in a good direction for a while. However, the only one left does not intend to sit and wait for death. It is even more angry and takes new actions. The higher salamander is undoubtedly an intelligent creature. It clearly understands where the dilemma it faces comes from. It is not those strange weapons that make a booming sound, nor those 8-legged trees that look quite like that. They may be able to pile themselves to death, but that requires a long time and continuous output to do so. So where does the time come from? So the real threat is actually the vines that seem insignificant when separated, but now extend all over it and firmly restrict its mobility. After recognizing this, the higher salamander transmits its will downward to the base of the volcano and begins to prepare for the attack. Of the fish will not die, but the net will definitely break. A roar came from its head, which was trapped by the vines, and its body instantly became much thinner. Then, the ground occupied by its 120-meter long body, which was originally composed of solidified magma, turned back to its source in a short time, and turned into magma again at a very fast speed. After that, the magma and the high-temperature liquid metal after the shells melted, in the sight of all the besiegers, under an inexplicable effect, all entered its parotid glands like a siphon. In a flash, both the magma and the liquid metal disappeared, and only a semi-molten pit remained on the ground, as if a layer had been cut off. The command center vaguely understood what it wanted to do, which was nothing more than a spell-like spell. And because the suction end was changed to the gills, the speed of its ability generation was obviously much slower than normal. But what everyone couldn't figure out was that this guy's mouth was obviously tied up tightly, so how exactly did it plan to attack? However, after all, the scale seemed very grand, so out of caution, the command ordered the armored units to evade immediately, especially the side facing its buttocks. The evading attack did not stop, and the roar still formed a beautiful melody, echoing in the valley, but in the next moment, the song suddenly added an accompaniment from the enemy, even overwhelmed the tone of this side, and formed a new main melody. The victory of the east side and the gradual advantage of the west side made Banya greatly relieved. The stench in the cockpit could not dispel the full of relief in his heart. His mind was full of happy life with his wife and children, after returning to get a large sum of money. The trolls have made a promise that after the victory of this battle, all the horned-hoofed mercenaries can retain the body electric conversion totem, which means that, even if he returns to the city-state, he can still retain the ability to use totem equipment. At that time, he can work for the nobles of the city-state, or enjoy the convenience and good life brought by totem technology at home. In addition, the divisional chief has revealed the hiring fee for this time. Although the money was paid to the city-state in advance, it was he who contributed after all. The city-state's top leaders would not swallow it up, right? After returning and getting the money, his family will be able to usher in a real turning point, and it will not be in vain for him to risk his life to fight this battle. Just as he was fantasizing about this, he noticed that there seemed to be some inexplicable changes in the center of the battlefield in front of him. The ground seems to have sunk a layer out of thin air. As he thought about this, the ground under his feet shook the most violently so far, and the violent sound that followed was as if the entire base of the volcano was roaring. Banya looked forward from the lookout with some confusion, and his eyes were instantly captured by the monster that he thought was dying. The monster suddenly swung its head upwards nearly 90 degrees towards him, and everything after that was frozen in a picture. In the picture, layers of vines were flying all over the sky like powder, the monster's jaw was broken, and hot blood was splashing everywhere, and in front of it, it was black, a flash of black, crack. Finally, such a sound was heard very close, and Banya's consciousness came to an abrupt end, and even his whole body turned into grey in an instant. In the center of the battlefield, a dark red piece of meat shaped like magma exploded from the jaw of the higher salamander, and the vines that had originally tightly bound its head had completely disappeared, leaving only green powder mixed in the dark red. Hundreds of messy black prisms broke through the air at a speed that could not be distinguished at all. They spread out along the upward oblique line all the way to the west, and all the objects they encountered on the way were like soft mud that could not stop them at all, and they went forward unstoppably to the foot of the mountain and the source of the vines at the bottom of the mountain. Dozens of volcanoes suddenly erupted at this time, but what spewed out from their mouths was not magma, but thousands of black prisms flying upward at an angle. The black prisms starting from the center went all the way to the west, and countless trees of different types along the way disappeared, and the 20,000 vine trees in this direction naturally suffered heavy losses, and the black prisms emitted from many volcanic craters turned downward, after reaching the top, and their target was the woods at the source of the Vine Sea on the east and west sides. At this time, all the sounds formed a blast in the ears of the fighting forces here, completely overwhelming the sound of the constant artillery fire, and became the real main theme on the battlefield. Nestor and other 9 witch doctors were still sitting on the cage tree number 2 and evacuating to the periphery. The movement in the back immediately attracted the attention of Nestor, who was the highest level and the strongest among them. At the moment, when the high-level salamanders used extremely obscure methods to spread information disturbances downwards, he turned his head quickly, because of vague perception, and then saw the scene of its siphoning magma. Then, he also noticed the movement of the outer circle volcano. At that moment, Nestor's voice invaded all the totem communication equipment, and he immediately issued a clear warning and clear instructions. Activate armor. Protect your head with all your strength. Witch doctors, pay attention to the foreign objects launched into the air and calculate the interception angle on the west side. Switch to heavy bullets, point the muzzle into the air. Wait for the interception direction command. Before he could finish his words, the high-level salamanders suddenly launched a self-destructive attack, and then there was a riot in the outer circle of volcanoes, and thousands of black metal edges rose into the air. Fortunately, although the things that could not be stopped no matter what, the part that could be stopped had a lot of evasion space because of his timely warning. The first order was directed to the troll conscripts in the cockpit, so that they took timely self-protection actions. The second order was directed to all the witch doctors who could see the black ridge gold in the air, with the purpose of letting them calculate its running trajectory as soon as possible, and get the interception angle and the best interception time. The third order was directed to the self-propelled chariots and wore ancient trees on the battlefield, ordering them to follow the instructions of the witch doctors and intercept the high altitude falling objects on the west side later. Nestor, who was located on the east side of the battlefield, had clearly noticed that the attacks from the higher salamanders could not be stopped at all, but those attacks from high altitude were different. The former was fast and fierce, and all obstacles on its way forward were like air that could not stop it, while the latter had a congenital defect in attack selection, and it was completely possible to minimize the loss through relatively accurate interception. The loss here refers to the functional loss of the totem tree, not the manpower aspect. Before the war, the defense layout had been done to the extreme under the premise of taking into account the number, enough to save the lives of the trolls and even the horned hoof pilots in the latter, but the vine tree itself was very likely to suffer heavy losses in this attack. Therefore, the interception focus in his order was only on the western forest and the eastern side, which had lost the vines previously fused by cage number 2, was selectively abandoned. Soon, the 3 orders issued by Nestor successively all played a corresponding role. The armor in the vine tree was not innate, but an additional component added after being planted, which came from the totem armor plate required by the gunboat. Therefore, its control totem was not arranged in the main operation area, but was located on a structure that looked obviously redundant. But this did not hinder the problem. After Nestor's instructions were issued, the warriors of the 2 tribes, who had undergone many emergency simulation drills in advance, immediately completed this step according to past operating experience. Afterwards, those totem armor plates that were exactly the same as the gunboat armor, before they were integrated, began to operate. They quickly absorbed the remaining concentrated liquid stored in the tree, and in a short period of time, and in a limited area, formed a protective force comparable to the outer armor of a ship, and the troll conscripts inside also completed the process of curling up their bodies and protecting their heads, reducing the possibility of death to the lowest point again. But all these preparations could only protect against angled attacks from the air. The faster and more powerful lateral slashes from the higher salamanders had already passed. Even though Nestor's reminder was quite timely, a large number of soldiers in the front were wiped out before they could react. Even though there was indeed a group of soldiers in the rear who had become alert before Nestor's order and activated their armor before the attack took place, they could not escape the subsequent fate. The circle of armor that was enough to counter the main gun had almost no effect in front of the higher salamanders. No, at least their bones were preserved in the attack, instead of being completely vaporized and disappeared like the other targets. The only thing to be thankful for was that the positioning arrangements made before out of caution and reluctance to suffer damage played a huge role in this attack. Among the 25,000 Highland City-State mercenaries, 12,500 were placed in the front and middle of the west side. Due to space factors, they naturally took on most of the damage in this round. when the sudden attack of the higher salamanders eventually extended to the area controlled by the troll conscripts behind the vine trees. Most of the black-edged gold lost their effective attack trajectory due to angle problems and drilled deep into the ground. Only a very small number of them could pose a direct threat. However, this part of the black-edged gold directly drilled through the already opened armor layer, completely destroying dozens of affected vine trees, and the troll warriors inside were also not spared, and only saved part of their skeletal structure in the attack. On the other side, while the black prisms fired from the outer crater were still climbing upward, more than a dozen witch doctors in the bombardment command observation room had already begun to calculate their trajectories and the best interception plan, and they obtained various parameters before they turned downward and immediately notified the ancient war trees and self-propelled tank clusters in all directions. Then, the armored forces that had already replaced the solid projectiles followed the instructions of the witch doctors and launched a volley at a certain elevation angle to the west. At this moment, all the black prisms falling towards the woods on the west side were the most concentrated, and the two sides immediately formed a fierce collision in midair. The interception launched by this side successfully slowed down, deflected, and even smashed most of the incoming ones, and finally made them lose their threatening ability. Only some of the slippery fish retained all the gravity acceleration and destroyed a batch of vines when they fell to the ground, but at least the driver saved his life in the built-in armor protection. In the end, this wave of attacks, which was more powerful than those of the higher level salamanders, ended before they could achieve much effect due to their own shortcomings and the full interception of this side. Indeed, from the last battle, to capture the salamander captives, it can be seen that the long-range attack power of the 40-meter class salamanders is very terrifying, not to mention that there are now a bunch of attacks from the 80-meter class salamanders. However, due to the battlefield selection and other reasons, the salamanders' attacks must first fly up to the height of the surrounding volcanoes before they can turn to the real target at the bottom of the volcano. Therefore, in the end, what they have to face is actually only the pure gravity acceleration and the sharpness brought by the shape of the black-rimmed gold itself, the most threatening attack method of the volcanic salamanders, which is also the starting point of the research of the main artillery. The explosive direct shooting of the black-rimmed gold was completely avoided in this tortuous process, giving this side ample calculation and interception time, as well as the corresponding interception ability. However, the damage caused by these two rounds of attacks from higher level salamanders and lower level salamanders is not small. On the east side, the surface functional structures of the 20,000 vine trees were almost completely destroyed. Although most of the drivers inside survived unscathed in the armor protection, the root fusion wall underground responsible for blocking the crater lost its subsequent self-repair function once this wall is breached by the salamanders. The next round will be faced with the direct attack of the 40-meter and 80-meter volcanic salamanders that can no longer be ignored. In view of this, the rest of the actions must be accelerated and completed in a short time. Otherwise, under their interference, let alone capturing the second higher level salamander, even the first one may be lost again. On the west side, the direct attack of the higher salamanders wiped out all traces of the existence of more than 6,000 vines on the ground in an instant, leaving more than 6,000 horned hoof mercenaries and dozens of troll conscripts. In addition, hundreds of slippery fish from the air took advantage of the loopholes, causing the loss of a corresponding number of vines. Fortunately, the pilots did not lose personnel. Overall, the blow to the west not only greatly weakened the binding force of the second higher salamander, but also caused the root wall blocking the passage at the bottom of this volcano to lose nearly half of its self-recovery speed due to this series of losses. Turn your eyes back to the battlefield and the moment when the higher salamanders just launched a counterattack. Up to this point, the entire battle had only just begun for 10 minutes. The outermost heavy artillery group fired only one round, while the inner armored group repeatedly launched countless attacks. Hundreds of large and small salamanders were wiped out in the first round of attacks, and a high-level salamander that was already seriously injured was also captured. The headquarters actions can be said to have achieved significant results. However, with the sudden rise of this one, the current situation feels somewhat precarious. On the headquarters side, the heavy artillery group still has about 3 minutes to complete the second round of accumulation. The armored group is also, in order to protect the remaining 13,000 containment forces on the west side, and collectively began to wait for the interception of the falling objects from high altitudes. On the other hand, the higher salamander seemed to have instantly revitalized the chess game it was facing, because of its previous survival-like action. The most intuitive thing was that the restraints on its body had been weakened a lot at this time. Not only the vines on its head were destroyed by the previous fissionet-like attack, even the restraints on the other 5 limbs became quite weak with the disappearance of more than 6,000 vines trees at the foot of the west side. Moreover, the vines that were invalidated by the former and the losses caused by the latter cannot be completely equated, so the existing restraints on its body are not more than 55,000, after multiplying more than 13,000 by 4, but only half of the previous 40,000 sets of vines. At this time, there are still about 15,000 sets of vines in the air. It was because the controller at the foot of the mountain was distracted that he failed to replenish the length in time and bind again. In addition, because the armor-piercing artillery group temporarily stopped attacking, the other injuries on this guy no longer increased. If all these situations are not properly handled, it is very likely that all the previous achievements of the team will be wasted and incurred incalculable losses. At least, Nestor himself could not withstand the previous attack, let alone the rest of his compatriots. However, it is not completely without good news. The previous attack did not seem to be completely costless for this guy. Its entire lower jaw was completely damaged, and a large amount of magma-like blood spurted out of it, not only filling the previously collapsed pit under its body, but also turning the ground about 200 meters ahead into a sea of magma under the huge hydraulic pressure. This level of blood loss obviously greatly delayed the self-healing speed of the higher salamander and the force it could exert. Even without mentioning the new injuries on its neck and jaw, even the old injuries on its scales and muscles did not heal faster after the interference of the armor-piercing cannon. In addition, although it was able to struggle threateningly when facing the complete 80,000 sets of vines, it was not able to escape now, because its restraints were reduced by nearly half in an instant. No wonder. His plan seemed to be to work together with the filial sons and grandsons to complete the escape. But at this time, let alone the attack of the secondary salamanders, even if the later wave of attacks really arrived, Nestor did not think they could achieve a good result under the joint interception of the witch doctor and the warriors. But in the end, the higher salamander can afford to drag it out. Its strong vitality makes it still have spare energy, even if it falls into the quagmire countless times. There is a chance to struggle and get up, but the Republic cannot. At least not at this time. If no one stands up and does something now, the situation may really turn around in the next moment. And in terms of manpower, it seems that there is only one third-level person left in the field. In a short moment, 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, but his feet did not stop moving. After issuing 3 orders in succession, Nestor turned around at this moment, jumped out from the cage tree number 2, which had not yet walked far away, and rushed straight to the high-level salamander that still had the power after just launching an attack, amid the exclamation of Azura behind him. In his mind, the magic crystal that had grown for nearly 30 years was shining, and a completely instant banshee's howl was generated from his throat in an instant, carrying a visible sound wave and rushing towards the target's huge body. The inaudible ultrasonic wave seemed to produce a sharp howl in the ears of the spectators. This was not only an attack, but also the horn of a mindless charge, even if this was not Nestor's original intention. The figure that followed him was undoubtedly Ms. Ashura. Without hesitation, she turned into a giant wolf with a body a length of 6 meters in midair, and in 2 or 3 steps, she quickly descended dozens of meters along the cage tree, and then chased her partner closely. After that, it was Freya who was about to transform into a saber-tooth and jump down. But just as she took a few steps forward, a strong hand grabbed the back of her head tightly, and stopped the girl abruptly. "Ah! What are you doing?" Freya screamed angrily, turned around and opened her mouth to bite. "Stupid. What's the point of running over to the side to contain it? Come with me." I wanted to write the whole process in one breath, but after writing 11,000 words, I was really dizzy. Let's try to finish this fight tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Ending, Part 1. After a rare and stern reprimand from Coarse Teeth, he grabbed the little girl by the armpit and jumped down without saying a word. When he landed on the ground a few times and started running, the direction he was heading was finally clear. His target was the vines of more than 15,000 that had lost their own target. The last one to fall was Sharp Teeth, and he showed obvious hesitation on his face. But the reason was not fear, but the protection of the heavy cage under his feet that contained important spoils. He raised his eyes and shook his head to look around. The other witch doctors present were not only far away, but also responsible for calculating the interception points. The remaining witch doctors were far away at the command center of the naval and land artillery forts, and could not, and should not provide support at this time. Fang was very hesitant, but after less than a blink of an eye, he gritted his teeth, and made a decision that was very likely to increase the loss. Speed up and leave immediately. His order was not given to the other 4 witch doctors, but pointed to the big tree under his feet. Without waiting for them to respond, he led the other 4 newly promoted second level people, jumped down from the height without hesitation, and rushed towards the high level salamander. Behind him, the voice of the clumsy cage tree sounded a few beats later, received a command change request. The voice line was identified as the permanent representative of the military W, Lord Fang, cage tree number 2. Obey. When it responded, Fang had already left far away under the blessing of magic. Their goal was not to be very close like Nestor and Ashura, nor was it the middle distance like Coarse Fang and Freya, but to quickly detour diagonally until the jaw wound of the high level salamander was roughly in front of it. From then on, they did not move forward again, but stopped where they were, and each used the most powerful long-range means to contain it. At this moment, only a few breaths had passed since Nestor ran out. In the distance, the attack of the higher salamanders had completed the sweep in the blink of an eye. In the sky, the attack of the outer salamanders had reached the highest point and was about to turn downward. On the ground, the ancient trees of war and the self-propelled chariots waved their cannons and looked around, waiting for accurate instructions from the witch doctors. In the front, Nestor's instant banshee howl reached the target and pounced directly on the back of the higher salamander. A little later, Ashura's transformed giant wolf arrived first, jumped up with 4 claws, surpassed Nestor, and fell on the body of the huge monster in front. Further away, Coarse Fang and Freya reached the limit distance to influence the vines. The former immediately transformed into a half-tree elf, used his own advantages, and began to take over the vines in the sky and go to the position where they were supposed to be entangled. Although the latter was anxious in her heart, she regained her composure in her actions. She stopped at a position further forward than Coarse Fang and also completed the influence on some vines. Looking at Sharp Fang's side, the ground was already covered with black-edged gold bullets and armor-piercing cores. The 5 witch doctors cast spells while running and started to use the attack methods of the salamanders from a distance to retaliate against the higher salamanders. Regardless of the effectiveness and correctness of your actions, the decisiveness alone is worthy of attention, but the tasks and risks faced by the path they have chosen are also very heavy. Judging from the current situation, the 9 witch doctors in total need to hold off this big guy for at least 1 minute, so that the ancient war trees and self-propelled tanks that are waiting to intercept the airstrike can spare the energy to take care of this side, and the next attack of the heavy artillery group will not come until 3 minutes later. Nestor watched helplessly as the banshee's howl caused almost no damage. The thick-skinned high-level salamander didn't even pay attention to him or his attack. At this moment, it was panting and trying to break free from the vines, preparing to gain true freedom first, and then deal with this group of ants. Such a defense level and such an attitude were expected. Nestor had no need and no time to show excessive surprise at this time. What he had to do now was to launch the next wave of attacks immediately and find an effective way to deal with the enemy as soon as possible under such a huge difference in life level, even if it was just to delay and contain the enemy for a short period of time. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of vines breaking continued. After recovering slightly from the damage of the previous attack, the high-level salamander began to struggle again. While thinking about various plans quickly, Nestor saw a purple figure flashing in his peripheral vision. It was Ashura. She overtook the high-level salamander in the slightly solemn expression of the former, and instantly jumped to the body of the high-level salamander, running straight to the front, where the jaw had not yet healed. She subconsciously and simply thought that attacking the enemy at its weakest was the only way at this moment. Behind her, Nestor suppressed his worries and began to rapidly release weakening spells in his hands. But slow spell was invalid, weak spell was invalid, slow spell was still invalid. His mind quickly changed. Since this kind of spell had no effect, he would try using indirect spells based on physical rules. After making up his mind, multiple plans immediately formed in his mind. He chose one that was most likely to gain in the calculation, and tried it on the move. The target was the area around the wound on the salamander's lower jaw. Nestor immediately cast a spell to affect the airflow rate in the area. The air outside the wound accelerated, and the pressure difference between the inside and outside caused by the sudden decrease in the atmospheric pressure in the area indirectly drove the nearby wounds to spray out large handfuls of blood and poured all over Ashura, who had just arrived. However, this did partially curb the power and self-healing ability of the big guy. After seeing this, Nestor finally determined the main means of containment. And there was no time to try the other methods one by one, so he could only use them first. So, while focusing on casting spells, he began to adjust the rune structure stored in the magic crystal. After all, the magic crystal is just an external concept that does not originate from one's own body. Whether it is the troll body before, or the elf body at this time, it is just like this. Although relying on meditation, he barely turned the corresponding concept into his own. But because of the lack of corresponding body tissue development blessing, even if this magic crystal has been growing in his brain for nearly 30 years, the development speed is extremely slow. There is only one high-level, now known, magic rune group that can be permanently resident in the magic crystal. However, the advantage is that the spell corresponding to this rune group will become instant, just like the previous Wail of the Banshee. But as the spell failed, and the new method came into effect, Nestor immediately entered a semi-meditative state, while continuing to cast spells, disbanded the Wail of the Banshee rune group, and began to engrave the many rune structures corresponding to the acceleration of airflow. But at the same time, he also changed the practice of engraving the complete rune structure, and chose to fill in those branch structures with complex control, but relatively simple rune structures, thereby simplifying his current casting process, and accelerating the speed of spell generation while engraving. He chose these runes with one thing in common, that is, they just look simple. If Nestor can advance again, and gain the ability to further analyze the disturbance of spells, and this ability happens to cross a certain point, then these simple rune structures are likely to become complicated immediately, or in other words, he will be able to make them complex and detailed at that time, so as to make them more flexible, just like analyzing the rune structure related to the reaction chamber in this way. The current situation of looking simple and very troublesome to use can be changed. At that time, more branch structures will appear inside the seemingly round and complete rune group, just like a satellite map with a magnified scale, becoming more high definition in a limited area. Now, although his ability is not yet able to further analyze this part of the totem, he can rely on stuffing them into the magic crystal little by little to free up his control energy invested in the corresponding part, and just providing physical strength is enough. Therefore, as more and more rune structures are transferred into the magic crystal, his casting speed rises rapidly in a short period of time. Originally, this was a spell that required several light seconds to draw the runes in the mind, recite long spells, and make complex gestures at the same time before it could be cast. But now, under Nestor's opportunistic, the syllables and gestures were shortened step by step, and finally it became a spell that only needed a few short syllables and simple finger movements to produce effects within half a light second. Which was not instantaneous but almost instantaneous. As for the further complete instantaneous, it is necessary to conduct a complete deep meditation first, but the environment at this time does not allow it. However, this level is enough now. This spell has a certain degree of effect continuity, and with the addition of one spell every half a second, a high-speed airflow area covering the entire wound is immediately formed in front of the neck of the high-level salamander. As time goes by, this area is still expanding, and finally covers its entire body. At this moment, this inconspicuous acquired composite spell composed of multiple branch runes has produced an effect far beyond imagination. The outer circle of its body gradually formed an ultra-low pressure area, and blood was continuously drawn from its neck wound, and the wounds around it, that had not yet healed. The low pressure area not only absorbed its blood, but also attracted airflow from the surrounding area. A large amount of gas heated by the proximity to the volcanic group, accelerated the flow in the direction that had already formed, and rose rapidly to the sky. As a result, an unnamed wind was formed, and its momentum became stronger and stronger, and finally mixed with the magma blood pumped out between heartbeats, forming a blood-red tornado that rose from the ground. At this time, the situation was beyond Nestor's control. His magic was no longer able to control the strong wind in front of him. Even his body was gradually unable to stand. He could only step back, to resist the complex force that was not sure whether it was repulsion or attraction. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Not only did Nestor retreat to a distance of more than 1,000 meters away, but the other 7 witch doctors, except Ashura, also retreated. At this time, they were resisting the strong wind, and looking at the scene in front of them in a daze. The high-level salamander was a behemoth that was 120 meters long, dozens of meters wide, and more than 10 meters high. Now it was blown off the ground, and kept moving in a circle with a strong wind tornado filled with its own blood. The small spell undoubtedly produced great use. It used the rules to pry the great power of nature, causing an impact far beyond the effect of the spell itself, and the corresponding physical effort of the caster, and it continued to expand endlessly. This situation can be explained in theory, but when it really appears before the eyes, it still makes the onlookers dumbfounded. Boom! Exclamation mark. The tornado is getting bigger and bigger, and soon it has become a storm that can be described as covering the sky and the Sunday. There are constant muffled sounds coming from the upper part of it. Then, a thick cloud covering several kilometers in radius forms in the sky, and its area is expanding like the anger of heaven and earth, and the color is also beginning to deepen. Boom! Exclamation mark. Boom! Exclamation mark. The muffled sounds become more frequent, and the clouds gradually begin to blacken. Then, a bright light suddenly splits the sight, and everything around becomes dim against its background. Tick tick tick. Crash! Exclamation mark. Drops of liquid fell on the faces of the spectators, and in just a few breaths, they became a heavy rain covering an area of several thousand meters in radius. The sun was obscured by the dark clouds, and the sky fell into darkness. Only the increasingly manic flashes above the center of the storm, which appeared with a rumbling sound, could bring a fleeting flash of light. Lightning, tropical storm. I didn't do anything. Nestor and other witch doctors, as well as the armored corps that had already completed the interception mission, had already withdrawn from the battlefield. They left with cage tree number 2, and dared only hide behind the side of the volcano and watch from afar. The witch doctors were a little anxious, because Ashura was still in the center of the storm, and had not had time to leave. Earlier, Ashura had already drilled into the wound on the neck of the higher salamander. She maintained her wolf body, with her upper body bearing the seemingly endless blood that kept rushing out, and used the claws on her limbs to firmly grasp the folds inside the wound, to prevent herself from being thrown out by the struggling higher salamander. Then, Ashura drilled deep into the wound step by step, picked a wound that was bleeding, but had a tendency to heal, and bit it. The blood sprayed on her face brought a little burning, and she didn't have time to enjoy this novel and wonderful feeling, but just stretched out her neck, opened her mouth, and bit the blood vessels that had healed, but not completely healed. The blood vessels were thick and tough like rubber. Even though the newly healed part was weaker, Ashura had to use a lot of effort to bite off a small piece. However, such progress was of no help in the face of the healing speed. The surrounding space was shrinking visibly. Ashura understood that this was the overall healing of the wound. Chapter 258, Ending, Part 2. The space around her was shrinking visibly. Ashura understood that the wound was healing as a whole, but it was not a big deal. Her partner and other companions seemed to have done something, and the shrinking speed of the space was slowing down little by little. Moreover, although the big guy under her feet was still struggling, its strength and amplitude were lower than before. It seemed that restrictions were added to its body again. Ashura remembered the sudden acceleration of blood flow before she came in, and the two figures running towards the empty vines in the corner of her eyes. That's it. She roughly understood what happened. However, the recovery of the wound was only slowed down, not completely stopped, and even though the high-level salamander had lost enough blood to fill the several meter deep pit, its vitality was still very strong. Therefore, the current situation made Ashura a little anxious. Before she figured out what to do to achieve a greater effect, she did not stop biting, but her eyes drifted to the depths of the dark throat, and she was thinking quickly whether to try to go deeper. Swoosh bang. 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 The sudden noise scared her, and she saw more than a dozen black armor-piercing claws flying in from the outside. They were shaking their tails a few meters away, and their heads were piercing the flesh wall to varying depths. This was not fired by the armor-piercing cannon, but the fangs followed suit. This thought flashed through her mind, and the new wound in the wound made her eyes brighten, and she immediately thought of changing back to an elf and following suit. In fact, witch doctors generally lack combat experience. In the past, witch doctors of the old path cast spells to consume lives, and their role was more in preserving heritage when it was not necessary. Now, although the new path does not require life to cast spells, under Nesta's unintentional guidance, witch doctors have become more and more inclined to the category of researchers. Not to mention that they rarely have the opportunity to fight in person. They rarely even think about how to fight, even if they encounter a rare situation where they need to fight. Most witch doctors will bless strength and speed, and then roll up their sleeves and rely on their powerful bodies to fight fiercely. Even the most experienced witch doctors, Nesta, Courseteeth, and Ashura, the earliest batch of witch doctors, still have to rely on real-time on-site progress to improve their combat ability and combat thinking. Therefore, Nesta's previous trial and error on the spot and Ashura's current thoughts came up one by one. Fortunately, the higher salamander was already injured, and many vines were still restricting its performance, otherwise they would just be a delivery. Turning her eyes back to Ashura, she was about to transform back into an elf to cast metal magic, but suddenly there was a shaking under her feet. This shaking was different from the previous one. It did not seem to be caused by the sensory effects of the higher salamander's own struggle, but a kind of trance-like walking feeling after being drunk, and it was the kind of walking in circles and jumping on the spot. Gradually, the shaking became more and more intense, and finally it even reached the point where Ashura, who was inside, could not stand steadily. Her body was driven by centrifugal force, and her limbs had left the ground. Only the tightly closed upper and lower jaws and the teeth biting the wounds were still maintaining her position. But before a moment, a large section of blood vessels was torn out, and Ashura herself was thrown and hit heavily on the flesh wall, and then under the influence of the huge force, it seemed to be stuck and fixed at the landing point, making it difficult to move. At this time, the inside of the wound, which was already dark, became even darker. After a moment, a dull sound came from the outside world. Boom. The muffled sound became louder and closer. After more than 10 consecutive sounds, a coolness different from the temperature of blood rose from nowhere and hit Ashura's body. Raindrops. This association seems a little funny in this environment, but the feeling of the body now is indeed a bit similar to raindrops. Just when she doubted herself, a dazzling light broke through the darkness and drilled straight into the wound from the outside without giving her any reaction time. This made Ashura's hands and feet cold, and her heart beat uncontrollably. The threat of death suddenly came in the blink of an eye. If it hadn't turned a corner and finally landed on a black metal core more than 10 meters away, she might have died here. Thinking so, Ashura recognized the flash. It should be electricity, and not weak biological electricity, but strong natural electricity. Flashes continued to appear one after another, but for the time being, no one drilled into the deeper part of the wound again. Only the rumbling sound that seemed to lag behind the light and shadow repeatedly invaded, and then formed a more violent echo in the semi-enclosed space. A burst of light flickered in the darkness, and Ashura's short-haired wolf face mixed with thick blood also flickered in the process. With the flash, she saw the point where the lightning had fallen before, which had turned into a charred area of several meters in radius, and there were bursts of meaty aromas from the charred area. This advanced salamander, which can only adapt to the high temperature and pressure deep in the magma, actually roasted a large piece of meat under the lightning. Shocked by the power of the lightning, Ashura no longer wanted to stay here. So, she spit out a seed from her wolf body's mouth like regurgitating a cud and bit it, then turned back into an elf and cast a spell to make the seed grow quickly. The blood of higher salamanders, or in other words, all the tissue components such as blood from higher magical beasts. Although we have only seen 3 of them so far, they all seem to have a strong self-locking ability. Extracting nutrients and energy from them is extremely difficult for other parties with the Republic's technical level. Just like the difficulties faced when obtaining cave wolf cell fluid, this seed cannot get enough nutrients for its growth from the mess on the ground. Therefore, in the early growth process, Ashura can only use her own physical energy to provide. After a while, the roots stretched out from her mouth, stuck to the ground, and extended far away, until the charred area barely took root. The might of nature destroyed a solid flesh wall. The lightning killed some cells, and ruptured some cells, after being severely damaged. From the latter, a small amount of high energy body fluid belonging to higher organisms flowed out. This was a naked defenseless nutrient-rich substance. Their existence made the charred area one of the few loopholes that could be taken root by plant-based magic. Its depth may be only a few centimeters to dozens of centimeters. In fact, only a small number of roots can absorb nutrients from it. The vast majority of the other roots are just entwined with the flesh protrusions in all directions to provide stability for the whole. But just this little harvest provided enough, even more than enough, to make the seed that Ashura took out grow rapidly and stretched out a thick vine to her hand, and some of it quickly stuck to the wall and drilled into the depths of the flesh pipe. Boom. After a moment, another lightning bolt drilled in, and the landing point was still chosen to be where the metal was before, and destroyed the magic plants that had just grown there. Fortunately, Ashura had already pulled the extended vines and moved a little deeper into the salamander's body. In the process, she gradually adapted to this environment and had the ability to move on her own in the up and down space, so she was not threatened too much. However, the big guy under her feet might not be the same. From the beginning, the screams of the high-level salamanders have been one after another. The attraction of the metal inside to lightning has been obvious. How many black-edged golden cores are there outside its body that have penetrated its scales and flesh? Thinking of this, Ashura couldn't help laughing. Let's hide and save our lives first. She held onto the wall and moved quickly inside. The light from the lightning outside could no longer reach this place, and there was only a thick darkness all around. But as she walked, Ashura gradually frowned. Her hearing was sharp enough to clearly distinguish the rumbling lightning, the high-pitched screams, and the sound of the internal organs running in her ears all the time. She realized that, although the vitality of the high-level salamander had weakened, it was far from dying. For now, Ashura was not sure how this sudden rainstorm and lightning were generated, nor was she sure how long this phenomenon would last. Therefore, she was now vaguely worried that after this strange lightning roar ended, would the remaining power of the headquarters be able to control this guy again? This worry was not groundless. The magic plant she had planted before was a special grade that was carefully adjusted to be high temperature resistant and high strength. But even so, it still burned and died in an instant under the power of lightning. Therefore, the vines that bound the higher salamanders outside would never survive the thunderstorm intact. And by then, how much life would the higher salamanders retain after being freed from their restraints? Would they be able to escape? Would they run away directly, or would they turn around and retaliate against their headquarters? There were too many uncertainties. Out of this worry, Ashura stopped herself. She wanted to do something here. But what can I do? Electricity. Metal damage. She tried to use metal magic, which was effective, but the generation rate was extremely low. Among the few metal elements that were attracted, some came from deeper in the channel, and some came from the back. According to the previous experimental results of this department, it should be derived from the blood at the wound of the salamander, or perhaps the tissues that became charred after being struck by lightning also contributed some resources. After reaching this conclusion, she turned around and walked resolutely along the loop, but stopped hesitantly after 2 or 3 steps, and after tilting her head for a short thought, she turned back and walked deeper into the salamander. Ashura quickly traveled dozens of meters, and after passing through some complex passages formed by some unknown trachea or other tubes, she heard a vast ocean of liquid. Maybe this is the stomach, or the lungs, or the parotid gland. But no matter what, Ashura detected traces of a large number of metal element here. Hey, this is it. She lay prone on the ground, stretched out her hand, and began to summon metal. In the total darkness, strands of metal powder that could not be seen by the naked eye were separated from the ocean, and then gathered at the place specified by Ashura's magic, and under the influence of the shape-changing rune group, gradually changed in the direction of medium thickness but very long. This place is obviously a paradise for metal magic. In a short period of time, she created a long metal strip that was more than 100 meters long and shaped like a vine, and controlled the other end to extend continuously towards the way she came. Not much time has passed, and the roar of the outside world and the miserable howling of salamanders are still rising and falling in the auditory world, while Ashura concentrated on listening to the sound of the metal strips entering the pipes one by one and gradually fading away, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. But this smile faded in an instant. She listened to the road behind, and smelled the front. If the plan succeeded, where should she run? Did she block herself here? Behind her was a closed flesh and blood chamber filled with semi-molten liquid like magma. From the previous spell effect, it can be seen that this pool of liquid must contain metal components. The headquarters' understanding of electricity, especially natural lightning, is still very limited. Ashura does not know the complete knowledge of its conduction. What she knows is just some experience-based talk like metal conduction and attracting lightning from high places. So she is not very sure. If she really succeeds in attracting lightning to this point, will she have a greater chance of surviving if she jumps into this pool of water? Or is it more likely to survive if she turns around and runs out now? Or should she not go anywhere and just wait where she is? Among the many options, the only one missing is stop this behavior, but her life is also important. If she can survive, why not fight for it? She used her brain to find a way to cause harm while staying alive in the existing knowledge. Then, she thought of the situation found in previous studies, or speculated through observations. The process of salamanders extracting metals seems to involve electricity, so some of their organs are likely to have a very high resistance to electricity. Thinking about it now, if there is such a thing as resistance to electricity, then this organ in front of her is undoubtedly the most likely to have this ability, right? Then attracting lightning here may not be safe enough, and it may even send herself away for no reason, while the higher salamander is still fine. Thinking of this possibility, she changed her own action mode again. The other plans will not be changed, but the lightning attracting metal does not need to enter this seemingly too tough chamber. The saved part will drill into the ruptured large blood vessels through the wound on the neck, and extend to the neck, chest cavity, and even several large branch blood vessels in the head. The spell casting started again, and since there was no light source here, all the spells had to be supported by her own physical strength. After a while, after making more metals, and controlling them to deform and move, Ashura inevitably panted. Fortunately, as a senior second level life, and advanced witch doctor, her body was able to sustain this series of actions. At this time, the execution of the plan she had set for herself finally came to the last step. Control a long metal tube to extend out of the wound on the salamander's neck so that it was completely exposed to the imagined outside world with lightning and thunder. Afterwards, Ashura immediately threw away the end in her hand, turned around and ran back to the thick enough passageway, leaving 3 heavy wooden doors along the way to resist possible lightning strikes. The outside world was indeed as Ashura had imagined. In the midst of the raging winds and thunder and lightning, the higher salamander was like a giant ship sailing on a violent sea, drifting with the waves in the storm. There were still dozens of armor-piercing claws left on its huge body. They were like lightning rods, continuously attracting lightning from the sky to hit the higher salamander's body. Every bombardment caused large pieces of armor to break and large pieces of muscle to burn. In this powerful and continuous bombardment, the higher salamander had no scales left intact. The burnt marks were all over its body. There was at least a thick layer of muscle on its body, which was roasted by the instantaneous high temperature far exceeding that of the magma. The endless screams gradually weakened to an unprecedented level. As far as it was concerned, however, if you look and listen more carefully, you may find some unusual and unpredictable situations. That is, even if it has fallen into such a situation, the state of this monster has not fallen to the level of the captured salamander before, which is so weak that it can't resist at all. Its body regeneration is still continuing. Inside the muscle layer, that is several meters deep, there are still a large number of key areas that have been fully alive, and based on this, it firmly maintains the survival of the rest of the body. If there is no accident, it can survive and retain at least strength. However, with the restraints on its body completely destroyed, and many little brothers on the periphery waiting for orders, it is still unknown who will win the battle with the headquarters. But the accident did happen. Unexpected changes appeared because of the ants in its eyes. A metal that is more than 10 meters long stretched straight out from the gap in its lower jaw, and as soon as it appeared, it became the most beautiful cub in Lightning's eyes. Boom. 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 First, 3 purple lightning bolts fell from the sky. They followed their own curved and fleeting trajectories and landed on the most conspicuous metal. Then, the power of nature finally bypassed the defense of the higher creatures and used the relatively weaker blood and flesh ducts in their bodies as a pathway, passing through the scales and thick muscle layers and directly affecting the weakest parts. After a burst of thunderbolts, some organs were still strong, while some were charred or even completely turned into fragments. In addition, the blood vessels extending upward and downward from the neck were destroyed in sections of several meters or dozens of meters under the special patronage of lightning. Such damage even affected part of the brain structure. According to the inference of our witch doctors, the brain area may no longer be as irreplaceable for higher level monsters as it is for lower level life. But I don't know whether the inference was wrong or the higher level salamander itself was not evolved enough. Its howling did indeed stop at this moment. If it weren't for the clear heartbeat deep inside the body, the state after this would be almost the same as death. This lightning appeared several times in succession, and it didn't stop until the metal exposed outside the body was melted by the continuous bombardment. The thunder, lightning, clouds and rain in the sky seemed to have vented enough anger at this time and gradually turned to stop. Time passed little by little, the wind stopped for a while, the heavy rain ended, and the sun pierced through the dark clouds and shone on the earth again. This big thunderstorm caused by an accident finally came to an end. Boom. The sound of heavy objects falling came from afar. The main forces that had gathered behind the volcano to take shelter also looked over there. In the middle of the battlefield that had been completely changed beyond recognition, a high-level salamander with a charred body and extremely weak life breath was lying on the ground miserably. The low-level salamanders in the mountain seemed to realize what was happening here, and they fell into a state of silence that was not sure whether it was a way to keep things quiet after admitting defeat or the last silence before the eruption. Whether it was the splashing of the outer crater or the impact on the bottom obstacles of the two large volcanoes in the east and west, they all stopped in the high-level salamanders, especially the brain structure, after being focused by lightning. In short, everything around suddenly became quiet at this moment. Fire a round of armor-piercing cannons first. Nestor suppressed his worries and gave a tentative order. The ancient trees and self-propelled tanks that had been retreating and out of range started again. After a while, a tank entered the range and launched a tentative attack from a distance. Swoosh. Bang. The scales are broken into pieces. It's the charred black on its body that has been smashed into pieces, and some pink flesh is exposed in some areas. Boom. 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 The monster did not respond to the attack, but the strength of its heartbeat gradually showed a tendency to recover. Nestor frowned. The successful capture of this one was almost a foregone conclusion, but the dogskin plaster-like vitality it showed cast a shadow on more capture plans in the future. Cave Wolf, Advanced Salamander number 2. It would be nice if there were more loopholes like this. But it's useless to think too much now. The first priority is to make the next move quickly. All components of the cage tree number 3 move forward, and the other chariots and ancient trees continue to attack within the range. He gave orders to the ancient tree cluster, turned his head, and signaled to the other witch doctors, and then led them to the center. As for Ashura, although he had infinite fear before, it was transmitted through their spiritual connection, but in the end he did not have the deepest panic, so he knew that the other party was still alive. Chapter 259 Harvest. Armor-piercing bullets whizzed in the air. Nestor and several other witch doctors followed the thick-skinned war tree and approached the center of the battlefield little by little. When they got closer, they saw a bloody purple arm carefully stretched out from the wound on the neck of the higher salamander. It seemed to be testing something, waving in the air, and seeing that there was no extra movement, it slowly exposed its elbow, upper arm, and finally the head and neck. Obviously, the owner of this arm was not someone else, but Ashura, who had been injected into the body of the higher salamander before. She did survive, and was not seriously injured. Although Nestor did not say it, he was still worried in his heart. After all, the power of natural lightning was too great. If Ashura was affected by it, she would probably die on the spot. Now, seeing that she was fine except for looking a little weak, Nestor finally breathed a sigh of relief, and was no longer worried. Ashura, unlike Nestor's reserve, Freya immediately shouted, and happily ran to the big mouth with only the upper jaw left, grabbed Ashura's arm, and tried to pull her out, wanting to help her get out quickly. No, I can do it myself. Ashura, who was somewhat concerned about her image, immediately stopped the little girl's reckless behavior, saying that she didn't want to be pulled out like a carrot, and she was not that weak. At this time, Nestor could no longer hold back. He slightly quickened his pace in the name of protecting the safety of Freya and Ashura, and walked to the front of the salamander. Why are you so reckless? What if this thing is just pretending? Don't do this next time. He pretended to reprimand Freya for her reckless behavior of leaving the team. He walked up to Ashura's arm, helped her stand up, and wiped the blood off her face with his sleeves. Are you okay? What happened? Ahem. It's okay. I was almost struck by lightning. I used metal balabala and then. What's going on here? When did we have such powerful lightning magic? Ashura briefly explained her experience and her response, then looked suspiciously at her partner and the other witch doctors who had approached and asked. I don't know much either. I just used some airflow and air pressure control techniques. Who knew it would suddenly turn into a big thunderstorm? Although Nestor was directly involved in everything that happened before, he didn't know the principle very well. He could only attribute it to natural changes caused by the combined effects of terrain, climate, cold and hot conditions. Maybe this is the only explanation. We will study it in detail later. But let's talk about it later. We must take advantage of this opportunity to capture this big guy. I understand. I'm a little exhausted. I'll rest for a while. You guys can do it first. Okay, then you rest first. After the two elves had a brief exchange, Ashura refused the help of others and slowly moved to the side to sit down and rest, while Nestor observed the big guy on the ground. This high-level salamander was naturally very miserable. Its entire neck and the part where the head was connected to the neck were already charred black. Most of its body was covered with burn marks, and it looked like it had been injured for more than one round. But even though it was injured to this extent, and even though it seemed to no longer have any conditioned reflex reactions, its heartbeat was still happening in the deepest part of its body, and it even retained some functional movements of its internal organs, so it was far from being dead. Of course, for the headquarters, this was the best situation. The death of a high-level monster could only be regarded as a waste of natural resources, and it would lose the most important part of its current value. Only this kind of alive, but not completely alive, was the most beneficial situation for the tribe. Without further ado, the parts of the 70 cage trees number 3 had already approached, and they formed two circles inside and outside, and began to release vines towards the target's many wounds. They were obviously preparing to treat it like the last high-level salamander, by inserting part of their own body deep into it, so as to become a future clamping method, and a carrier of many functional direct contact areas at the end. Cooperating with these ancient war trees were the other witch doctors present, except Nesta and Ashura. They took out the tree seeds that had been pre-made according to the needs, and planted them to add functional structures to the cage trees that were about to be born. In the outer periphery, 600 self-propelled chariots and 80 ancient war trees had already placed their vigilant targets in other areas. After all, after the two leaders were captured, no one could guess what the other secondary salamanders in the craters would do to the current situation, although due to their body structure and other reasons, they were extremely lacking in combat adaptability in non-magma fluid environments. If the previous black-edged gold projectiles were repeatedly attacked regardless of the consequences, and their own side did not have the ability to enter the crater for large-scale encirclement and suppression in the short term, it would still be very troublesome to deal with them in general. For the same reason, a large number of troll conscripts who had lost their vine tree mounts began to deploy defenses against the east and west volcanoes and other nearby volcanoes with totem, armored giant shields and rapid-fire cannons for the same reason, preparing to guard against possible counter-attacks from the salamanders. On the other hand, some of the horn-hoofed mercenaries on the east side, who had lost their mounts and survived, were arranged to replace the troll conscripts, to control the remaining vine trees, and continue to maintain the barriers at the bottom of the east and west volcanoes. The other part began an evacuation operation similar to a pathfinder, moving uniformly towards the edge of the volcano base. As for the troll conscripts, who had just been replaced from their vehicles, at this time, under the instructions of the witch doctors, they entered the area where hundreds of salamanders had been killed by heavy artillery, and began to fish out the remains and recover the magic crystals. Both of them were extremely valuable spoils of war. The former included blood, flesh, bones, and scales, and the total residue seemed to be more than tens of thousands of tons, which would be loaded into special hollow plants similar to large oil tanks, and then pulled to the headquarters on the track. After they were transported back to the headquarters, they would be sent to the manufacturing plant of nutrient concentrate to be decomposed into the raw materials of low energy concentrate, and the synthesized concentrated nutrients would become an important strategic reserve. In addition, the headquarters planned to use the two newly captured advanced salamanders as the core, the cage tree as the original body, and after expelling the main body of the ancient war tree and part of the external core, to establish two new mother trees near the new city area of the headquarters. At that time, this batch of concentrated liquid will be put to good use immediately. Its quantity is enough to give birth to new mother trees at the fastest speed without overexploiting the land. In addition, the latter's magic crystals are also worthy of attention as research materials. First of all, the headquarters does not know the composition and origin of magic crystals. In order to prevent the possible large-scale demand in the future, no matter how much is reserved at this time, it is not too little. In addition, among the hundreds of smash salamanders, there are many 60-meter and 80-meter class big guys, and their magic crystals are not in the existing reserves of the headquarters. Therefore, the original template of the class spells is something of great research value, and it may be possible to find gains from it in terms of continuing to optimize and improve the attack power and firing rate of existing long-range weapons. Therefore, for these considerations, a group of troll conscripts took the collection tools issued by the witch doctors and began to do the scrap recycling work in the magma-like flesh and blood pits. Logically speaking, it would be most appropriate to give this task to the witch doctors, but the witch doctors on the scene have all gathered at the war ancient tree, preparing to assist the formation of cage tree number 3, and have the corresponding functions, and the rest of the witch doctors are either on guard at the bombardment observation point, or waiting for orders at the divisional command center, and they cannot be dispatched to take care of this side in a short period of time. In addition, even if 6,000 people died instantly before, the total number of horned-hoofed mercenaries is still more than that of the troll conscripts. It seems that it would be faster to let them participate, but the remains of the salamander have high temperature properties, and the horned-hoofed people basically cannot withstand that temperature, so they can only do other tasks within their capacity, such as replacement and pathfinding. On the side of the higher salamander, Nesta did not participate in the various tasks of the parties for the time being. He was thinking and observing the charred area on the huge head of the salamander, and slowly stretched out his hand, To cover the back of its skull, sound wave detection spells were emitted from his palm, detecting the damage to the various layers of its brain structure and focusing on the hard skull. The sound wave feedback was concentrated in the meditation space, and the contrast between the injury on the head of the higher salamander and the rest of the area became more and more obvious. The trauma state of the target area made Nestor's eyes light up, but the recovery speed made him quite embarrassed. After a while, Nestor retracted his hand, and after turning his head to look around at the many preparations, and observing the current situation of the salamanders outside, he made a decision. On-site craniotomy. The brain case, the cortex attached to it, and the muscles of this high-level salamander are now at a very special critical point. Now, as long as he tries harder, and exceeds its recovery speed, he can cut open its skull, and as long as this guy can catch his breath, it is very likely that he will gradually eliminate the impact of the lightning strike and recover to his hard and unbreakable state. For the headquarters, which has so far lacked the opportunity to observe the brain area and magic crystal of high-level monsters, this is an excellent opportunity that cannot be missed. And once this window of time is missed, Nestor is not sure to replicate the previous thunderstorm and cause it the same trauma as now. Therefore, even if the surrounding situation is still unstable, even if there are countless secondary salamanders in the outer volcanoes, even if this is not a good time to start the operation, Nestor does not intend to miss this opportunity. The task of cage fusion is handed over to you, but don't wrap this guy's head in it first. I want to open his skull now. Is it strong enough? Sharp Fang asked doubtfully. It seems to be fine. It has been weakened too much by the thunderstorm. Well, then you go ahead, and don't worry about this. Let's complete the mobility first, and then add concentrated nutrients to make it move, and the rest can be done while we go. Well, that's fine. Ashura, if you've rested well, come over to help. No problem, I'll be right there. Then let's get started. I'll give it a try first. It would be best if I can complete it. If not, we'll speed up the capture and retreat with all our strength. Understood. After discussing and making up his mind, Nestor, with the help of his partner, began the rather difficult journey of craniotomy. The initial work went smoothly. The high-frequency blade used by Nestor can be said to be the most advanced non-explosive cutting technology currently available in the headquarters. He flexibly controlled the force form of the blade, sometimes a razor, sometimes a saw, and sometimes a drill, and easily completed the initial cleaning work in the area that had been ravaged by lightning. But when going deeper into the inner bone area, the execution of the work became difficult, which greatly slowed down the progress of the project. Of course, this was still within the range of Nestor's previous judgment of try hard, so it would not be like when facing the body of the cave wolf before, where there was no way to deal with it at all. The unpleasant crunching sound almost spread throughout the entire battlefield area, and a small area in the back of the skull was continuously weakened by Nestor and Ashura at a very low efficiency. The other witch doctors just looked at this sight in surprise after hearing it, but they did not stop the actions in their hands, and they were still assisting the ancient trees to merge. After a while, the cage tree number 3 wrapped most of the body of the higher salamander, leaving only its head tied up and placed on a platform, with only the part of it undergoing craniotomy exposed. After a period of time, the witch doctors had given the cage tree the ability to move and used some of the salamander residue to make concentrated nutrients on the spot, and then controlled it to move. At this time, most of the integration work of the cage tree number 3 had been completed, so several witch doctors left and went to the conscripts to help recycle the battlefield residue, while the others stayed in the cage to continue to improve the remaining functions. During this process, the salamanders in the base and the crater cooperated unusually. They stopped attacking the east and west barriers, and even most of them had drilled back into the magma channel at the bottom of the base. Only those little guys with insufficient body strength and more security forces than usual remained in the upper part. No matter why they made such a choice, it was good news for the headquarters, which meant that the work of preserving the spoils was no longer heavy. Therefore, several witch doctors were drawn from the bombardment observation point. They became the living force to clean up the battlefield and improve the cage, which accelerated the progress of many tasks on the scene. Similarly, Nestor also got more help, which improved the efficiency of hand speed. Time passed slowly, and the volcanoes became peaceful for a while, except for the noises discovered by the headquarters workers. The main force has begun to move, and many combat forces are maintaining vigilance while moving from the cracks of the volcanoes to the edge of the base. The witch doctors at the artillery observation station also retreated step by step in batches, always maintaining the accuracy of their heavy artillery group within a certain limit, and gradually recovered and transferred the metal communication wires that had been laid before. The rest of the witch doctors have all moved to the two cage trees. Some of them are responsible for vigilance, and some join Nestor. The movement of the cage trees did not interfere with their work progress. Nearly 10 witch doctors are fighting against the self-healing of the treated area, while speeding up the craniotomy. The cage trees move very slowly. When the corpse collection team in the rear, with the assistance of the witch doctors who joined later, recovered almost all the remains of the salamander species, and returned to the main force together with some of the guards left around them, they just walked through the valley area, where the battlefield was located. In other aspects, Cage Tree number 1 left the volcano group early, after completing its mission of luring the enemy. Some of the horn-hoofed mercenaries had already reached the edge, and were taking the elevator to leave the base, while the other part, who had replaced their vehicles, were closely following the main force, and evacuating slowly with the army. The marching speed was extremely slow due to the drag of the two cage trees and slag tanks. It took a long time to reach the edge of the base. It took even longer to successfully lower the many drags, which were bigger than each other, more than 1,000 meters. This process took several days in total, but there was still no situation where the salamanders fought to the death to take back their leader. A team of tens of thousands of people of all kinds unexpectedly left the base smoothly and successfully arrived at the southern desert area below. After arriving here, everything has become much more convenient. The rail transit has already been prepared, and the 3 cage trees, 2 large and 1 small, were arranged first to board the moose car and set out on the road back to the headquarters. The rest of the troops naturally did the same, and they all took the next batch and the next batch of buses, and began to return one after another. At this point, the capture of the higher salamander can finally be called concluded. While still on the way, the harvest of this trip was counted one by one. In addition to the higher salamander as the primary target, a total of more than 20 80-meter level salamander magic crystals, more than 60 60-meter level salamander magic crystals, and hundreds of 40-meter level little guys were obtained, and there were countless scraps of meat and armor contributed by them. In the process of returning to the headquarters, the witch doctors, who had increased to 20 people, finally completed the craniotomy of the higher salamander, exposing the area where the brain and a corner of the huge magic crystal were exposed to the air, allowing the witch doctors to observe the brain and magic crystal of the higher creature with their naked eyes for the first time. However, this is also the beginning of another kind of pain, because if you want to continue the research, you need to constantly fight against the self-healing ability of its skull, muscles and cortex that has been steadily increasing. It turns out that, unlike the unknown injuries on the body of higher salamander number 1, the power of nature, at least the power of nature in terms of lightning, does not have the damaging effect of a thorn in the flesh. The recipient can just get through it. So at this point, with the help of its own life strength and the means used by the witch doctors, which were not intended, but did have a cleaning effect, the external trauma suffered by the higher salamander in the lightning effect is being erased bit by bit. This naturally makes its regeneration speed faster. Even if the witch doctors have completed the craniotomy of a small area in the back of the brain, they still have to spend a lot of time to resist this regeneration. For the sake of the life of the higher salamander, although such concerns may be a bit unfounded, but in order to avoid accidents, the witch doctors did not choose to completely separate the magic crystal from its brain, but instead began to consider how to make this area, or even its entire brain, an external structure without bone wrapping forever. The research progress was not encouraging, but the target's extremely outstanding vitality and the skull gap that already existed gave the witch doctors the best experimental conditions, giving them the opportunity to try more radical means to achieve their goals. For example, the strong acid method department has mastered several types of acidic liquids in the process of studying compounds, which are even more corrosive than similar magic methods, and have transformed them from chemistry to new magic methods. Now, the witch doctors used these acidic liquids to infiltrate the skull gap, to try to limit the self-healing properties of the higher salamander. They have achieved certain results, but they are not enough to counter its increasingly rapid regeneration ability once and for all. Later, in a multi-party comparison with natural acid magic, the witch doctors obtained a kind of strongest acid at this stage, which achieved better results than their predecessors in magic and chemical achievements, but it is still not enough to do this job single-handedly. However, this technique and its finished product were strictly restricted by witch doctors, because, like other strong acids, it can not only prevent the regeneration of injured parts of trolls and elves, but can also burn the uninjured troll bodies, and cause a certain degree of damage to the elves' bodies, bringing them severe pain. This is a byproduct of the process. While making a certain contribution to subsequent research, it also allows the headquarters to more clearly realize that their own ethnic group is not invincible. Looking back, the attempt to demonize the head of the higher salamander is still going on. The witch doctors have tried various methods, and they were truly successful only after they returned to their headquarters for some time. This is a comprehensive method that combines different means to work together. The witch doctors will repeatedly perform ultrasonic vibrations on the gap to further weaken the newly regenerated skull, which is not as hard as the old bones, and use extremely fast cold and hot conversions in the area to continue to increase its brittleness, and then use the newly developed strongest acid for continuous application. Finally, use the high frequency blade around the gap to maintain precise and rapid circumcision without affecting the relatively soft brain tissue. After such a multi-pronged approach, not only the existing gap is preserved, but there is even a tendency to further expand it. Chapter 260, Citizens of the Second and Third Mother Trees and Equality. If this multi-pronged plan can be maintained for several years or even decades, the headquarters may be able to harvest a brain of a high-level salamander without skull protection. Of course, it is impossible for the witch doctors to carry out these tasks in person, so they plan to open a separate chamber in the mother tree to integrate these functions and repeat these projects on the target day and night. By then, the witch doctors can carefully study its magic crystal, brain structure, and even the composition of the nervous system. In terms of land-based mobile troops, with the high-speed bonus of rail vehicles, the time spent returning to the headquarters is much shorter than the time to evacuate the volcanic group. The large force finally completed this journey in only 3 or 4 days. When the rail convoy carrying 3 cage trees arrived at the headquarters, the first priority was naturally to return the cave wolf and plant 2 new mother trees. On the cave wolf's side, the 3rd stage tree elf embryos are currently developing. During the time when they were out of place, the embryos had been feeding with the stored high-energy cell fluid, but this thing is not easy to extract after all, and in the case of using less and less, it is better to get everything back on track quickly. So, with the assistance of the witch doctors, the mother tree opened its big belly and ate the core area of the cage tree number 1 that wrapped the majestic figure of cave wolf number 1 in one bite, seamlessly taking over the body of the cave wolf and the many functional areas distributed around it. As a result, the cave wolf once again returned to its multiple positions as an annie and a core of high-level energy supply. On the one hand, it tirelessly provided the necessary support for the growth of thousands of tree-born elves embryos, and on the other hand, it selflessly made every bit of contribution to the headquarters high-energy liquid inventory. In this way, the cave wolf is absolutely worthy of the high praise of the first meritorious person of the Republic. After that, 2 new mother trees with 2 high-level salamanders as the core were also launched after the return of the cave wolf was completed, forming a triangular core area structure around the new city and the number 1 mother tree. The 3 cage trees that carried them along the way lost most of their body structures in this process, especially the 140 ancient trees that merged into number 2 and number 3, which suffered heavy losses at the chimera level this time. They contributed 70% of their bodies as the strength structural cornerstone of the mother tree trunk and the carrier of various functional areas. Therefore, there are now 70, no 3, plus 70, no 2, plus 35, no 1. A total of 175 war ancient trees, which have differentiated after completing the cage mission and degenerated into a deformed state of main body maturity. But only the core area of the chimera remains, and urgently need to take root to recover. The witch doctors will naturally not let them die. These ancient trees that make up the cages were each divided into a rest area, and with a sufficient supply of low energy nutrient concentrate from the headquarters, they began their own independent regeneration journey. Unlike ordinary plants and even other magical plants, the war ancient trees, even if they are chimerous, also contain nerve plexus tissues that belong to animals, and due to certain adaptive needs of plant and animal tissues in growth, their recovery process will be relatively long. If there is no witch doctor to accelerate, this process will probably last about 10 years, and even with the help of witch doctors, it will take at least a year to complete the symbiotic growth of nerves with the chimera, so as to recover to their pre-war physical level. Of course, the ancient war trees contributed a lot this time, so the witch doctors would help them with regeneration in groups, and would not let them survive for 10 years, to recover on their own. As for the two new mother trees, since they had laid enough groundwork in the cage tree stage, their landing process did not take too long. Nearly 100 witch doctors spent about a month to make the two trees completely stand. Afterwards, they spent several months to transform their internal parts so that they had limited but stable functionality. This transformation did not take other things into consideration, but focused on the areas related to the cultivation of tree spirits. Since the witch doctors had already had experience in cultivating mother trees once, and they knew that it was time consuming and labor intensive to start from scratch. Therefore, most of the components of the two new mother trees had been reserved when the headquarters decided to cultivate tree spirits based on higher organisms. For example, the reproductive cell storage area, for example, the reproductive cell activation area, for example, various nutrient pipelines, and the cultivation of synthetic placentas, etc., which are closely related to the embryo area and the most important components for the plan, all have sufficient reserves. In addition, the witch doctors previously arranged a lot of functional plants when assisting the cage tree to merge. Some of them have the mission of becoming the base for grafting the functions of the embryo area during the subsequent transformation. Therefore, with the help of these arrangements made in advance, the witch doctors were able to complete its initial construction in just a few months. Compared with the previous mother tree number 1, this is already an incredible speed. After the most important part of the transformation is completed, the corresponding embryo culture adaptability research will be launched. The witch doctors are optimistic about this. The completely unrelated Windwolf King can raise batches of tree elves for the tribe, so the more closely related higher salamanders are naturally suitable, and, due to its body size and the degree of invasion of the plant, when it is injured, the higher salamander will inevitably produce more high energy culture medium, thereby increasing the number of embryos that can be cultivated at one time. However, all these are just speculations. Before the elf embryo cultivation plan is officially launched, it is necessary to start with the Warcraft experiment to test it, so as to truly prove the ability of the higher salamander cell fluid in this regard. Animal experiments will last for several years depending on their progress, at least until the first batch of animal experiments are completed and the corresponding observation period has passed. The cultivation task of tree elves will be allowed to be carried out in an orderly manner from a small number to a large number. This model is roughly equivalent to the cultivation process in the number 1 mother tree, from animal experiments to Freya, and then the birth of the first and second batches of tree elves. However, with the support of previous experience, the time spent in each stage will inevitably be reduced to a considerable extent, but from the overall point of view, the whole process still takes a long time. In fact, if the Parliament can relax the conditions, for example, skip the animal experiment in the early stage, and allow the limited elf embryos to be tried directly, then the most appropriate conclusion can be obtained by observing the development process of the limited elf embryos, and the decision on whether to cultivate on a large scale can be made. In this way, the time spent in the entire early and middle stages will inevitably be greatly shortened, thereby immediately improving the ability of the headquarters to cultivate tree elves. But this is in fact against the current regulations. So no witch doctor proposed this tricky but unethical idea at this time. If it is utilitarian, Esther's excessive requirements have actually delayed progress, but at the same time, isn't this delay for the purpose of going further? Therefore, it is not easy to judge the pros and cons of this, and there may be different evaluations from different perspectives. Everything will be left to the final conclusion in the future. On the other side, the gunboats at sea, towed by tugboats, also began their journey back to their home port. These ships, which lack self-propelled equipment and have simple and crude internal structures, will be dismantled one by one in the shipyard in the future, and their various components will either be completely used for other purposes or shine again in the subsequent test ship plan. In addition, the land artillery will also usher in their own new destiny. The existing land-based fixed artillery is completely arranged for the volcanic group area in the choice of location. Therefore, after the end of this war, they basically have no place to use. For the headquarters, it is a bit too extravagant to completely abandon these artillery, but they have lost the reason to continue to be placed there. Therefore, a compromise has become a need at this stage, and after discussions between the parliament, the military, and the executive government, it was finally decided to establish another defensive artillery, that is, to dismantle the artillery from the original site and transfer it to the surrounding area of the headquarters to establish a new system. In the future, the area around the headquarters will have a three-dimensional artillery group with a damage range covering the He River, the left bank of the He River, and more than 100 kilometers around the headquarters, or even farther. The land artillery that responded to the volcano group this time, as well as some dismantled naval guns, will become the initial members of this three-dimensional artillery group. Together with the forces that will be expanded in stages later, they will exist as part of the headquarters defensive force and will continue to upgrade as the technical level improves. In the plan, this will be a highly automated precision long-range strike platform with a command system within the headquarters. At present, of course, only heavy artillery, dual-purpose reaction cabin rapid-fire guns, Windwolf machine guns, and other relatively primitive equipment are filled in it, but in the future, there may be more diversified weapons and even defensive forces inserted in it. Speaking of defensive forces, the attack ability of the higher salamanders that wiped out 6,000 living forces, to be honest, scared the witch doctors a little when they were encircling the cave wolves before. They actually felt a similar intensity of attack, but because they used the target state to make targeted arrangements in advance, it did not cause much casualties that time. And the impact it produced was naturally far less direct than that of the higher salamanders. Through this action, the witch doctors clearly realized that they, and even the Republic as a whole, actually underestimated the threat of higher creatures. In the 3 successful capture cases, 2 of them were taken advantage of by the wounded, the other one was lucky enough to activate the power of nature, and thus avoid a crash at a critical moment. These 3 experiences, on the one hand, made the witch doctors more cautious in planning the capture of higher creatures in the future. On the other hand, they also paid more attention to the protection of the headquarters and other large cities. The several fulcrum cities built in the Black Forest and the Northern Plateau were not bad, as they each had the minimum wall-like defense means. Among them, the 2 plateau fortresses in the outer north and the outer northeast even arranged additional totem armor layers in the later period to deal with the possible threats from the northern tribes in the future. But the situation is different here. Out of extreme confidence in the power of the tribe, the new city area was built in a fully open mode, without any defensive measures such as city walls. This was fine before, but after seeing the intensity of the attack of the high biological terror again, the parliament decided to build a high-intensity defensive facility with sufficient space for outward expansion. The plan was proposed and unanimously approved as soon as it returned. The parliament also set up a Defense Affairs Preparatory Committee composed of members of the Rune Parliament, key personnel of the executive government's infrastructure department, and heads of relevant military departments, to coordinate the overall situation. After the establishment of the committee, it first issued a plan collection order in its own name, expressing its welcome to all witch doctors, scholars, students, soldiers, and the public to brainstorm and propose ideas without delaying the essential work. Naturally, the previously mentioned defensive artillery plan was also included in the preparation scope of the committee, and will be built as a whole with other defensive means as an integrated offense and defense, as the last barrier of the headquarters. Of course, although the parliament has developed a fear of higher organisms, there is actually no need to be too anxious about this matter. The committee and all participants must first take steady steps and strive to come up with a set of expansion plans that can serve as the foundation for eternity, and then build step by step on this basis, and finally create an active defense platform that takes into account air, land, sea, and river defense, and has the ability to monitor and long-range targeted strikes. The idea is grand and ambitious, so the construction process must also pay enough resources and the most critical patience in addition to these matters. The role and efforts of the War Ancient Tree group in this mission also made the parliament have some extra thoughts. To be honest, the body of these War Ancient Trees was originally cultivated, based on the somatic cells of course teeth and the subsequent upgraded plant witch doctors. Therefore, although all of their bodies, except their heads and half of their chests have been transformed in divine roots containing nerve plexuses, they are still 3/4 similar to the elves. Especially on the face, except for the obvious wood fiber texture, skin and muscles, their facial features and face shape are basically the same as the elves. In addition, although the War Ancient Trees seem to think and act slowly, their intelligence is not low, and they generally have above average learning ability. With so many factors combined, there may not be any impact now, but if they continue to be used as intelligent weapons for a long time, there may be some bad consequences. In terms of the overall temperament shown by the trolls and elves now, they must be generally kind to the ancient trees, and it is basically impossible for malicious incidents such as deliberate abuse to occur. However, even if we do not consider the possibility of a few antisocial personalities in the whole, for the ancient trees that clearly possess wisdom, is this kindness equivalent to satisfaction? A treats be very well, taking care of his food, drink, defecation, and urination every day, and occasionally even holding him to sleep. This can be said to be very kind. But if B is a creature with the same intelligence level as A, and A's kindness is due to his love for tools and pets, will B be satisfied at this time? And should he be satisfied? Of course, perhaps as an individual, B just likes this kind of life and enjoys it, but when the number of A and B is not the same, this enjoyment may be just a rare case. B's, or the ancient trees, will sooner or later realize that this is no different from captivity, and the result may be estrangement, hostility, and even backlash. Their backlash may not cause any big waves on the material level, but it is still a kind of damage to the spiritual level. The trolls and elves who are not mentally prepared may not understand the reasons for the ancient trees' resistance. They will subjectively think that they are the creators of the ancient trees and have given them the greatest goodwill and trust. But why are these woods not grateful, and why do they betray? This gap based on different cognitions is likely to change the situation of internal trust among the elves and trolls and have a negative impact on the society as a whole. Therefore, the Rune Council believes that it is necessary to provide positive guidance to both parties, no, to the elves, trolls, and ancient trees, to reduce the possibility of such instability from the beginning, and to create a community concept between the three that transcends appearance and ability. On the one hand, this is to eliminate the possibility of backlash from the ancient trees in the future. On the other hand, considering the lag in the process of population sublimation, it is necessary for this department to take the initiative to control the possibility of split positions between the trolls and elves in the future. The tentative changes made to the treatment of ancient trees are part of this aspect. For now, all ancient trees must undergo a deep meditation and hypnosis process similar to the thought stamp given by their somatic cell suppliers before they are cultivated, so they may not be afraid of backlash for a long time. But does this thought stamp have loopholes, and is it possible for individuals to break through it? And will the ancient tree individuals who have broken through and fully control themselves hate their headquarters and the elves and trolls? From this perspective, this may be a cultivation method that is beneficial in the short term, but may become a hidden danger in the long run. Therefore, the first change made by the witch doctors is to remove the existing thought stamp and stop applying it to subsequent individuals. The witch doctors believe that instead of taking this method, that may turn into enmity to control them, it is better to give them complete thinking autonomy, and turn to treating their compatriots to absorb and gain their sense of belonging to the entire group, so as to build a healthier and more future-oriented mode of getting along. This does not only refer to the ancient war tree. When facing the possible problems between the elves and the trolls in the future and taking precautions, the means of response may be different, but the starting point of the ideas is similar. In this regard, the Republic actually has a certain feasibility. First, there is a transformation relationship between the trolls and the elves. Second, the ancient tree itself and the elves look similar. Third, everyone has exactly the same language and culture, and many aspects such as aesthetics are also rapidly converging. Fourth, unlike the rising average level of knowledge, the people of the Republic still have a simple mentality that is almost the same as the tribal period due to the influence of factors such as slow generation change. Based on this, the Parliament believes that, as long as the corresponding policies and cultural guidance work are done well, it will be enough for the three parties to achieve a higher level of integration, and before the hearts of people in the society become more complicated in the future, this unity will become an overall understanding that cannot be easily shaken. If we want to achieve this, equal treatment is the most basic and the most unattainable part. This equality includes equality of personality, opportunity and many other elements, and it is a closed loop that requires top-down guidance and bottom-up feedback. It is based on such an understanding that the Rune Council decided to give all ancient trees the same citizenship as trolls and elves, so that they have the right to choose jobs and participate in society, and no longer bear the responsibility of becoming weapons. At the same time, equal guidance in education, culture and other aspects is also indispensable. For example, reduce the stereotypes based on education and culture, such as trolls are reckless, elves are arrogant, ancient trees are stupid, etc. Because this is actually a two-way process. Non-reckless trolls are likely to become reckless under the shaping of society, and non-arrogant elves will gradually become arrogant. There are also ancient trees that are just slow in action but not stupid. It is easier said than done. This whole process can be said to affect the whole body. The most basic thing is to formally extend the imported concept of citizen to the entire society, and while covering all trolls, elves, and ancient trees, the previously vague rights and obligations are substantiated and codified. Citizens have the obligation to pay taxes, the obligation to protect the safety of the population, the obligation to keep scientific and cultivation knowledge confidential, and the obligation to abide by good laws. Citizens have the power to check and supervise the exercise of public power, the power to hold any public office, the power to enjoy welfare in accordance with regulations, the power to obtain cultivation knowledge equally, and the power to obtain equal opportunities to learn scientific knowledge. As long as you are a citizen, whether you are an ancient tree, a troll, or an acquired or innate elf, you need to fulfill the same obligations and enjoy the same rights, based on the same standards. The difficulty lies mainly in the difference in overall qualifications. For example, tree elves have an overwhelming advantage in academic ability and witch doctor qualifications. How to prevent this advantage from turning into a small group of people being superior and not affecting the equality commitment made by the whole society is a huge test in the future. Chapter 261, the final countdown to elf transformation and related thoughts. When food is no longer scarce, when labor is no longer in short supply, and when the number of witch doctors is about to no longer be a limit, a new era will naturally come. However, just as each stage in the old era had its own problems that had to be overcome, the new era also has new problems to face. And now, how to form a new balance within the Republic under the overall advantage of the tree elves due to their qualifications will be the most unavoidable and difficult to deal with part of the civil rights issue. At least in the short term, the trolls will still be the main force in the composition of the Republic's population. Even if we look further away and focus on the medium-term scale of dozens or nearly 100 years, there are differences between the acquired elves such as pure warriors and war witches transformed from trolls, and the innate tree elves that can be distinguished and utilized. In such a situation, pure mechanical balance will inevitably make the status of tree elves more and more superior, and at the same time, a lot of resentment will arise over time. However, if a flexible soft balance is applied, there is also the complexity of scale control, and if you are not careful, the tree elves will suffer from policy discrimination due to their good qualifications. At present, the number of trolls, which is the cornerstone of the former, is about 67,000, and the number of new additions is about 300 each year. If calculated based on the 10-year cycle of the birth of the tree elves, it means that there are about 3,000 new additions per cycle. Looking at the tree elves, their current population is 2001, and the number of new additions per cycle is 1,000. 3,000 to 1,000. The former has an advantage in the short term, but from the perspective of the expected change in the number of new additions, the result is just the opposite. After the elves are transformed, the time required for natural breeding is twice the development cycle of the tree in the embryo stage alone. Therefore, with the growth of the progress of the elves of the whole people, the female's desire to give birth, which is not high, may become more depressed than it is now. Therefore, the number of new additions of the former will inevitably decrease year by year, and it is very likely that it will eventually come down to zero. On the other hand, because of the birth of two new mother trees, the number of new additions of the latter will inevitably be equalized, or even surpassed after 1 or 2 cycles, and with the capture of more advanced creatures in the future, there will be an irreversible trend of increasing the gap. With the increase and decrease of the number of new additions on both sides, the number of tree-born elves will be equalized with the acquired elves in about 30 cycles or even shorter time, and will quickly surpass them in the future, and truly become the mainstream in the social structure. If the elves are short-lived, then there is actually nothing to worry about if you are ruthless. After a few generations of reproduction, the former will naturally disappear completely, and the disputes arising from the differences between the two will also end without a disease. However, the actual situation is not so known. The theoretical lifespan of trolls is 290 to 350 years, 760 to 920 years in the Earth calendar. With the high-level salamanders as the main force, through warrior training, and the use of implant technology, based on culture fluid, it is conservatively estimated that it is possible to achieve the transformation of all trolls into elves within 50 years. Even most elderly trolls are in this achievement category, and only a very small proportion of the total population is in the dying stage, completely losing the possibility of evolution. In other words, the current population of trolls can be transformed into acquired elves almost intact within 50 years. After completing the elf transformation, the average lifespan of the population is estimated to be 600 to 650 years, about 1500 to 1700 years in the Earth calendar. Only laboratory speculation, no real cases of death from old age are available for reference. Elderly trolls will regain vitality in this process. Judging from the current cell observations, they may live to the end of the difference in the extreme lifespan of the race before and after evolution, and the rest of the trolls who have completed the advancement in their prime need not be mentioned. If we roughly calculate from the cell activity and the number of times they can divide, they should be able to live at least 400 or 500 years, or even 600 years. This long lifespan, while bringing more possibilities to individuals, will also make many disputes that should have automatically disappeared with the passage of time have the opportunity to become stubborn diseases in the hearts of the group. The difference between acquired elves and innate elves mentioned earlier, and the issue of equality of various elements of citizenship that arise from this, is one example. The judgment that can be made at present is that, even if the number of new additions on both sides increases and decreases, at least in the next 500 or 600 years, or even longer, both will be an indispensable part of society, and the control of the balance between them must also be something that society must face when it develops. But on the other hand, opportunities often coexist with risks. The increase in the number of tree elves means the increase in the number of witch doctors, and the increase in the number of witch doctors means the strengthening of scientific research. Of course, with the further differentiation of the professional system in the future, these tree elves may not regard witch doctors and scientific research as their goals, but will be willing to delve into other projects such as warriors. Even if only a part of them are willing and become research-based spellcasters, it will be a huge gain for the headquarters. Just the current number of less than 100 witch doctors has made the Republic advance by leaps and bounds in many aspects, let alone more in the future. However, while welcoming opportunities, we must also control the corresponding risks. Referring to the past and present of the tribes in the northern continent, and combining it with the current situation of the Republic itself, the witch doctors have also generated many valuable and a priori thoughts. While facing many hidden dangers and difficulties, they realized that this seemed to be the best opportunity to make changes for the Rune Council, the witch doctors as a whole, and even for the country. For example, as an important part of the embodiment of equal citizenship rights, member qualifications, it seems that it is time to make a certain degree of relaxation and restriction. Among them, in addition to some long-term and fundamental attempts, in the near future, it is mainly aimed at those tree elves. Some things are clearly reflected in Freya. The little girl became a member of the Rune Council inexplicably during her school years without making any contribution to the Republic, and without her own awareness, and after she entered the second stage, witch doctors such as Coarse Teeth and Sharp Teeth showed a certain tendency based on habit. For example, guiding her to the most important permanent seats in the Parliament, it is clear that she is to be cultivated as a new core member. Regardless of whether Freya's talent and character can bear such high expectations, just to say that this method of selecting key training targets without any rules violates many concepts such as equality, fairness, and transparency that have not been stated before, but have always been the core element of the country. And now, when citizenship has been formally proposed, it is even more so. This approach is completely inappropriate. But for this, the other witch doctors who also came out of the tribal era did not care for a while. Because in the tribal period, the inheritance method of witch doctors and witch doctor apprentices was so extensive. They were trained in this way, and after becoming witch doctors, they themselves did the same. In that era, when thousands of people could accumulate 2 or 3 witch doctor qualifications, such a way of inheritance was naturally understandable. All tribal witch doctors would look for excellent apprentices and then carefully train them as their successors. However, the times have quietly changed, and the qualifications of witch doctors are no longer as scarce as they were in the past, regardless of the emergence of meditation and the ambiguous war witch. Although they have also played a role in promoting changes, they have not changed the scarcity of high qualified people. The most critical factor is actually the birth of tree elves. The existence of a batch of tree elves born every 10 years has made the previous model no longer appropriate, and as time goes on, the witch doctor qualifications have a tendency to flood. Think about it. In the next few years, the first batch of thousands of tree elves will become witch doctors one after another. The second batch of thousands of tree elves are also growing in their respective juvenile stages at this time, not to mention that the third and fourth batches will be born one after another, and in the more distant future, once the mother tree with the higher salamander as the core passes the elf breeding verification. The number of tree elves that can be born in each batch will increase exponentially compared to now. Under such a realistic situation, if the qualifications of the members in the future core are still selected in this way, the future parliament will be filled with underage elves who have not even completed their studies and only want to play all day. Undoubtedly, this is not a healthy way to divide power, and it is precisely based on this concern that the Rune Parliament will no longer only select witch doctors as before, but will change to judging the qualifications of the members based on merit and knowledge. Under the new tone, witch doctor will no longer be a necessary and sufficient condition to become a member of the parliament. Only when the restrictions of both merit and knowledge are met at the same time, an individual will have the qualifications to become a member of the parliament. That is to say, even if the individual is a witch doctor, if he himself has not made any contribution to the tribe, he will no longer naturally enjoy a seat in the Rune Parliament. Similarly, even if the individual is not a witch doctor, as long as he has made certain contributions to the tribe and passed the corresponding knowledge assessment, he will be qualified to become a member. The judgment of merit qualifications has been temporarily set at a level greater than or equal to the 4th class Great River Medal. The determination of academic qualifications is temporarily set as the knowledge reserve level of central school graduates or equivalent to the central school graduates. Among them, the former is the average level of the new generation entering society now. Every troll must pass the assessment and obtain a certificate before being allowed to leave the school. The latter is a workaround for the old generation trolls. They can also obtain the certificate by signing up for the exam on their own. As for how to study, you should know that equal opportunities for knowledge acquisition are something that witch doctors have always been very concerned about. So under such a background, each middle-aged interest school has gradually acquired the ability to cultivate specialized talents, and in terms of cultivating comprehensive human talents, there is also a stable cooperative relationship between the central school and the middle-aged interest school. But unlike the middle-aged interest school, which is a mandatory universal elective subject under the policy order of the upper peak, the latter is more of a chance. But even if it is an old generation troll, as long as he has a mind to make progress, the central school, as a comprehensive institution, will completely open its doors to give him the same learning opportunities as the new generation and get the same graduation certificate. Therefore, in addition to traditional witch doctors, warrior groups, civilians, and retired military and executive government personnel will have the opportunity to obtain seats in the parliament. After this change, the current structure of the Rune Parliament will not change drastically in the short or even medium term, because the dozens of existing parliamentarians have basically obtained the qualifications for the seats through long-term research. Of course, there are also small changes. First, Freya, who did not have enough merit, fell into a slump. She certainly did not care much about things like parliamentary seats before, and even escaped meetings if she could, and was unwilling to participate. However, after her own things were suddenly taken away, Freya still felt a little aggrieved. Fortunately, there were many ancestors who were willing to enlighten her, so she learned from her pain and devoted herself more to the development of engineering engines. Second, a few warriors such as Giant Fang have the qualifications for seat assessments due to their own merits. Among them, there are a few warriors who are curious, on standby, and studious. They are interested in seats in the parliament and have passed the academic assessment, thus becoming the first batch of non-witch doctor members. In a sense, this change has opened a small gap in the era of witch doctor training. After that, more compatriots will enter the helm room with different identities and participate in the decision making of the direction of the Republic. As for the good and bad, since the society is jointly constructed by multiple units, its subsequent direction should naturally be reached by multiple units in compromise. As for the concerns about efficiency and so on, the witch doctors feel that, now that they have a certain degree of self-protection, this is not the first thing to consider in the development of the country. This decision is not the result of Nestor's single-handed promotion, but a conclusion that is jointly improved and agreed by the vast majority of witch doctors. They do not feel worried about this change. The witch doctors did indeed clear the way for the tribes to embark on the road of civilization during the wild period, and they made contributions that should not be ignored. But this does not mean that they should always have the exclusive right to steer the ship. The country belonging to the Black Forest is now diverse, and will be diverse in the future. Among the people, there are warriors, vendors, scholars and other different identities. They have shed their wildness and gradually acquired enough knowledge to support their own judgment. They do not need, and should not need a certain group to take care of them like babies. In addition, the witch doctors have seen and speculated on various possibilities in the city-states of the Northern Plateau and the ethnic groups in the northern part of the continent. One day, whether consciously or forced, the rudder of the big ship will be completely released and handed over to every component of society, and then they will go on together in compromises and ups and downs. This trend cannot be countered without the use of force, and the result of using force is likely to make all existing efforts go to waste. By then, equality and fairness will no longer exist, and the country that has finally emerged from the wilderness will become a primitive society in another sense, covered with a layer of civilization, and led by force. For example, the various tribes on the mainland, the superiors have usurped most of the rights, and monopolized most of the knowledge by force, and the inferiors eat the resources that leaked from the fingers of the superiors, and have to be grateful all day long. The strong tribes among them are okay. Anyway, there are enslaved tribes below to support them. Even the inferior citizens within them can enjoy a life of worry-free food and clothing, and a seemingly high status. The disadvantaged groups are truly in a hell of layers, with oppression from the sovereign races above, and the superiors of their own race in the middle. The lower class people have no status, and no channels for upward mobility. When knowledge is finally filtered through layers and reaches their hands, only the lowest level production related content is left, and there is nothing good to say about individual strength and philosophy. In terms of individual strength, the knowledge they can get is almost nothing, and at most they are just cannon fodder for fighting with natural strength. In terms of the latter, they are all filled with slave-like ideas, teaching them to obey and be content. Under the combined efforts of these two, the lower class people are suppressed to the ground, and cannot turn over. The witch doctors headed by Nestor and Coarse Teeth do not like such a future. Whether it is the internal stability maintained by the strong race through slavery or the oppression suffered by the weak race, they are unwilling to let their own race experience it. The witch doctors have no intention of enslaving the people, nor do they want to kidnap the people's thoughts, and they are even more unwilling to turn the country, which has finally reached the current situation, into a class society like the common races on the continent. Therefore, they made concessions for the future, and decided to gradually diversify the rune parliament, and desacralize the witch doctor profession. They also prepared to make the process controllable through this autonomous reform before the possible backlash that could not be suppressed without the use of force. Of course, this kind of change cannot be carried out quickly, and now it has only just opened a corner of the end of tutelage. The restriction of the 4th class Great River Medal alone is enough to keep the witch doctors in control of the parliament and the general direction of the republic for a long time. As far as today is concerned, only a very small number of non-witch doctor groups such as Giant Fang can use this rule to enter the parliament, and under the dilution of the larger number of witch doctors, their opinions cannot have any substantial impact. This model is actually a bit similar to the royal cabinet in the late Qing dynasty in Nestor's previous life, but the backlash faced by the upper class in the late Qing dynasty has formed an unstoppable momentum like a wave under the influence of various factors. The people at that time would naturally not be satisfied with this concession, that is tantamount to charity. But the situation here is different. Let alone backlash, the country has not even shown any signs of dissatisfaction. The people still have a very high level of trust in the witch doctors and the rune council controlled by the witch doctors. This kind of diversified attempt at the level of royal cabinet is not only completely feasible for the current country, but also makes the people feel flattered. Therefore, the decision made by the witch doctors is just to prepare for the future and explore the equality of citizenship and personality. The most important thing now is to clarify and implement the spiritual and intellectual equality of the citizens on this basis, and strive to achieve equal opportunities in the social division of labor. In the future, as an extraordinary professional witch doctor, perhaps it will only be one of the many labels on citizens. Its holder will not have any essential difference in personality from warriors, scholars, war witches, vendors, etc. Warriors can become parliamentarians, sergeants, and members of the executive government, and so can witch doctors. In addition, the witch doctor placement problem that Nestor had been entangled with before has also been solved in disguise through this change. After all, equality should be two-way. Before, he tried to restrict witch doctors on the grounds of protecting the stability and fairness of the country, which was not unfair. The balance usurped at the cost of unfairness is actually a kind of suppression that can only be maintained based on power, which is against his own will. And once Nestor dies, or is no longer in power for some other reason, this kind of balance that has not been compromised by society, and is forcibly achieved, is likely to rebound in the accumulation of dissatisfaction, or even go to the worse side. Therefore, just like the soldiers' qualifications for parliamentarians are opened, the career path of the younger generation of witch doctors will no longer be limited to scientific research and parliament, but they can join the army, or do something else according to their interests. Of course, there are still some restrictions. In principle, government officials, active military personnel, members of the law courts, members of the tribunes, members of the rune council, and other public service positions cannot have part-time jobs. Any individual can and can only have one of these identities. Discussions on social issues such as civil rights and changes in parliamentary seats actually lasted for quite a long time in Parliament, but these issues could not occupy 100% of the witch doctor's energy, and most of their time every day was still spent in laboratories, practice rooms and other areas. The campaign to capture the higher salamanders began in July and ended on the same day. However, the subsequent return journey, mother tree planting, conscripts dismissal, mercenary repatriation and other matters took up a lot of time and energy from the headquarters. So, when all this was completed, it was already December of the 55th year of the rune calendar. The witch doctors participated in various discussions in the parliament while carrying out their own projects. Among these, the research on the brains and magic crystals of the higher salamanders and the 80-meter level salamanders below them was a relatively important one. Chapter 262 Partial Nature of Higher Organisms. Let's return to the current research for now. For trolls and even evolved elves, a severe brain injury is almost certain to lead to death. Even if the injury is minor, it will cause sequelae such as disability depending on the degree of injury. The reason is that the neurons and various passive brain areas have a drag on their regeneration ability, which can easily take hundreds of years. But higher salamanders seem to be different in this regard. The witch doctors found through observation that the back of their brain, which accounts for about 1/5 of the entire brain, has been completely charred by lightning, and the remaining 1/4 of the brain area has been injured to varying degrees due to the indirect impact of lightning. However, the area of the brain that was attacked by natural lightning is now recovering at a speed much faster than the elf brain area. Among them, the 1/5 that is completely charred and has lost its activity is being rejected bit by bit, and their residues will be gradually discharged from the body along the descending blood vessels in the neck and other pathways, while the rest of the injured area is rapidly proliferating, filling, and replacing the cell loss in the damaged area. From the existing observations, even without the intervention of the witch doctors, this process will not end in the short term. It is expected that the recovery process should last about 200 to 300 years, provided that no other influence is exerted on this party. In other words, the same brain injury, a complete destruction of 1/5 and a severe injury of 1/4, did not become the fatal injury of the higher salamander. Trolls, elves, salamanders, and higher salamanders all have the ability to regenerate, but the higher salamanders have shown an overwhelming advantage in regeneration that is completely incomparable to the first three. The witch doctors are very curious about this. Although they know that the gap in life levels between the two sides is too large and there is actually no comparison, they still want to try to find out the essential reason for this gap. Fortunately, the wounds on the bodies of higher salamanders, which were more numerous than those on cave wolves, gave the witch doctors a better field of observation and initially equipped them with the conditions to continue their research. In the subsequent explorations, whether it was the separate observation of different types of individual cells or the overall study of the functions of internal organs, they filled in many blind spots in the knowledge of higher organisms of the witch doctors. In terms of cells, the conclusions were similar to those of cave wolves. It was a large nuclear structure with unknown specific functions, and there was also a rich reserve of high energy and high nutrient liquid outside it. When the cell structure was complete, the internal high energy and high nutrient liquid would supply the operation of the rest of the structures in the cell, thereby supporting the operation of the upper structures. In this state, the liquid would be replenished within a period of time after being extracted. However, when the nuclear body was separated from the whole cell, the original cell would stop functioning, and there would be a trend of cell function replenishment around the nuclear body, and structures such as cell membranes would be born in new locations around the separated nuclear body. Moreover, when the above mentioned high energy and high nutrient liquid regeneration and cell reconstruction processes occurred, the witch doctors did not even add a trace of nutrients to the higher salamander. The same is true for organ level regeneration observations. Even if all its external nutrient intake channels are cut off, only referring to what the witch doctors think of and can do, regeneration will not be stopped, and at most it will have some speed effects on the rate. In general, the witch doctors think that this higher salamander is like a completely lossless machine that can perform its functions without any fuel. As a result, it has a huge, almost endless self-sustaining ability, which supports its terrifying regeneration, natural lifespan, etc. Whether it is brain damage or organ loss, the energy and time consumption generated are not worth mentioning in front of its almost unlimited self-sustaining ability. In other words, its body has truly lost its fatal weakness. Even if the brain and heart are severely damaged, or even completely destroyed, it seems that it can only cause more trouble. If the witch doctors do not interfere with it in the future, its body will recover first within a period of time, and the injured brain area will recover slowly at a much slower speed than the former. The witch doctors speculate that during the recovery of its brain, the body will enter different states such as instinct-driven, semi-dormant, and complete dormancy according to the functions of the injured area and the degree of damage, so as to pass the time without a command center. And perhaps after the recovery period of dozens or hundreds of years, a new advanced salamander will appear in this world. However, although this explanation at the energy level is essential enough, it is not the direct cause of the regenerative gap. In fact, long before this, when Nestor's own omnipotent cells were born through the self-selection of the body, he had some associations with the future and the state of the body of higher organisms. Coupled with the extremely limited experimental contribution of the cave wolf, this association finally gradually took shape. Nestor believes that when the evolution of an individual reaches a certain level, the division of the functions of its internal organs is likely to become blurred. For example, the role of the brain as a thinking center may be replaced by the body as a whole. For example, the function of the heart pumping blood for nourishment may be completed autonomously by the blood terminal. Similarly, the lungs, the spleen, or similar organs will gradually abdicate, and their many missions will be replaced by multifunctional, mutually replaceable comprehensive cell groups. Earlier, because the bodies of the cave wolves were too intact, when they were captured, the witch doctors could only cause some abrasive damage to their body surfaces, thereby obtaining rare high energy and high nutrient liquids. Therefore, Nestor rarely had the opportunity to obtain complete cells and observe their internal organ structures, and the progress in verifying the conjecture has not been very great. But this time is different. The two higher salamanders have suffered huge trauma for different reasons. This gave the witch doctors the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and a large number of functional finds have taken this opportunity to penetrate into their relatively vulnerable abdomens and even brain areas. This method not only enables the two new mother trees to produce much more high energy liquids than the cave wolves, but also gives the witch doctors more observation perspectives and many previous observation results. As for Nestor, he observed from the regeneration state of the higher salamander after the injury that some of his speculations were that the shadow lightning caused serious damage to many internal organs including the brain, but the higher salamander did not actually have a functional body shut down due to organ damage. In various corners, some cells showed that they might not be as efficient as complete organs, but they were enough to maintain the basic functionality. Even the central mission undertaken by the brain was supported by the various cell communities through autonomy to achieve the minimum operation and interaction capabilities. In his observations, these things may be more difficult to carry out, and there may be some shortcomings that cannot be ignored, but they have indeed achieved the ambiguity in the speculation. This direction is essentially a transformation of cells from single to multifaceted in terms of functionality, which is essentially contrary to the natural evolutionary trend of organisms, at least from the relevant theoretical knowledge of Nestor's previous life. It deviates from and even reverses the natural evolutionary process of complex organisms. Without the integration of a supernatural consciousness or will, such cells are almost unnecessary and should not form a whole together. However, it is this evolutionary method that seems to deviate from the evolutionary path at first glance that gives higher salamanders such tenacious vitality. Although the brain is still the brain and the internal organs are still the internal organs, they are all responsible for part of the tasks and the overall operation of life, and their respective functions are extremely powerful and have sufficient energy support, but energy still needs a transformation process after all, and it cannot directly replace the function of the internal organs, and in this transformation process of varying lengths and easily interfered by the outside world, it is the ambiguity that has become the main support for its ability to survive and wait for the opportunity to regenerate the trauma area under such a degree of trauma, and when self-healing is blocked, First, let's compare trolls, elves, and lesser volcanic salamanders. Although they also have super regenerative abilities, if a specific organ is severely damaged and its regeneration is suppressed from the outside, for example, the lungs of trolls are able to regenerate in a short time and must be repaired in a short time, otherwise they will face real death. But higher salamanders are different. They can complete regeneration in a short time, but they don't have to complete regeneration in a short time. Because when their regeneration is blocked, the remaining existing cells will take over the basic functions of the lungs, giving the body more, even almost endless self-repair time. This phenomenon is also reflected in cave wolves, according to limited observations. Although cave wolves cannot compare with higher salamanders in terms of regeneration, the gap between the two is mainly reflected in the regeneration speed, based on racial talents, guessing, inference, rather than life intensity. Its cell functionality also shows a fuzzy tendency. This is the most direct reason for the difference between the first level trolls, second level elves, or Nestor, who has reached the third level in regeneration ability, and the higher salamanders, and it is also one of the most important reasons why their life strength cannot be compared with the former. Based on this, although the sample is only 3 individuals and 2 races, Nestor has basically determined the reason for the essential difference in regeneration ability, and has also further seen a corner of the direction of physical evolution of higher organisms, and has some imaginations a little further. The next step of blurring may be to complete the full-scale, cellular level functional integration. Individual consciousness is the gathering and explicit expression of all cells in the body. There is no longer a distinction between blood cells, muscle cells, etc., and each cell will be a versatile person from thinking to energy supply. For example, the cells that make up the hair are exactly the same as the cells that make up the heart, or perhaps the fingernails can also complete breathing and even a series of nutrient conversion activities afterwards, if breathing is really needed at that time. As for what will happen next, it is more based on speculation based on imagination. For example, in the end, perhaps the trinity of information, matter, and energy will be achieved. There will no longer be any distinction between them, but they can be freely transformed into each other depending on the situation. Of course, this is just his speculation, and it is already the end of his imagination at this stage. Whether it is true or not is unknown. Only a little bit of relevant signs have been seen in higher organisms. The unknown self-energy supply means of higher salamanders are not yet something that we can explore, but the witch doctors have already clarified the leading role of the nucleus in this process through separation experiments. It is just based on its unprecedented strength structure, and there is no means of further observation for the time being. However, its nucleus has undoubtedly achieved the ability to replicate all aspects of cell structure, different cell biases, and higher overall functionality. In a sense, this is not a manifestation of information, and the nucleus itself has materiality. As a carrier of the above 2 functions, if it can make further progress in energy utilization, spirit, and information, then the means of blood drop regeneration and hair scattering clones may be achieved. If we can go one step further and continue to simplify the functional structures of a single cell except the nucleus, then the high energy and high nutrient cell fluid, cell membrane, and even the cell itself will have no meaning of existence, and the various internal organs will no longer need to be maintained, making the complete and integrated body something that can be present or absent. Going one step further, the real mutual transformation between matter, spirit, and information can be achieved. If this can really be done, it will be no different from the gods in the novels of the previous life, right? Among these speculations, there are still too many things that cannot be figured out and understood. For example, what will the body look like? Will it be composed of tiny nuclei that gather and disperse from the heart? But how is the main consciousness preserved in it? For example, what form will energy exist in? For example, what is the way to realize the trinity of the god level in the imagination? The higher salamander is far from being so magical. I don't know if this guy has not evolved to the right level, or if this idea is just a delusion, but one thing is clear. At present, when the conversion rate of totipotent cells in the body is less than 0.1%, these are still valuable, but overly forward-looking thoughts, and there is no need to get a clear answer immediately. But this does not mean that it is too ambitious. At least this thinking and research has clarified the super vitality of higher organisms and prompted the headquarters to make the decision of restriction and continuous weakening to prevent them from ascending to heaven one day. There is a final assignment that is due tomorrow, but I completely forgot that I had to stay up late to make up for the homework today, so it is only 4,000 words. Sorry for crying. Chapter 263 New Coping Methods and Advanced Magic Crystals. In this study, an important concept has been established, that is, at this stage, witch doctors cannot really kill high-level monsters. Even if they can capture them through some tricks, their strong vitality is not something that witch doctors can break through now. Therefore, the previous plan of the headquarters, which was timid because of the fear of losing the source of tree elves cultivation, has been proved to be a kind of self-love out of ignorance. This sounds a bit hard to accept, but it is actually a good news with hidden dangers. The good side is that witch doctors can use any means to study the captured high-level monsters for a long time from now on without any taboos, without worrying about causing irreversible damage to them, thereby affecting the breeding plan of tree elves. The crisis is that these guys will become nuclear bombs that are unscheduled and self-recovering at any time. Once handled incorrectly, it is likely to cause unbearable losses to the headquarters. Therefore, the unbridled research is really for research and resource acquisition on the one hand, and for the purpose of constantly weakening them on the other hand. As for the degree of weakening, it is best to reach the point where, even if the enemy takes advantage of the opportunity and releases them all one day, these captured higher level creatures must be in a deep dormancy, where they cannot move. Among them, the cave wolf is the most dangerous. Unlike the two higher level salamanders that were severely injured by chance and unable to resist, even if they woke up, and the headquarters already has means to weaken them, the cave wolf is truly only bound by the mother tree. Once it breaks free from the constraints of the mother tree, even if it already has old injuries, the witch doctors are not sure that it can resist the attacks it encountered when it was captured in the past, especially when its mobility is not restricted. Therefore, it is in this context that how to break through, and to some extent, injure the cave wolf, and to make the other two higher salamanders continue to maintain or worsen their injured state, thereby delaying the regeneration of both parties, and preferably making them all enter a state of deep dormancy with severe injuries, and no perception of the outside world, has become one of the main issues at present. The corresponding means are actually available, but they are still very preliminary. They are only effective for higher salamanders with more and deeper wounds on their bodies. The effect on the cave wolf is average and can only be accumulated through hard work. The so-called means are actually the kind of complex surgery created for the removal of the skull of the higher salamander. After clarifying the previously mentioned concept, the surgery was simultaneously transplanted to other parts of its body, such as internal organs and even more brain areas, and because the cells that make up these tissues do not reach the strength comparable to their scales and muscle layers, the witch doctor successfully caused uninterrupted damage to them. Therefore, almost every moment, different amounts of internal organs and cells are damaged and separated by the combined effect of multiple methods. In terms of efficiency, this method may not be very high when dealing with non-lightning strike areas, but it has enough windows to accumulate at the same time. Therefore, the internal organs and cells of higher salamanders are constantly destroyed and become the direct observation objects for further research by witch doctors. In addition, the extraction of high energy and high nutrient cell fluid contained in them has also been doubled. The results, on the one hand, accelerated the progress of the Warcraft experiments in embryo cultivation. On the other hand, since it was proved that this kind of liquid squeezed from the body of the higher salamander at least has the same properties as the cave wolf in improving the mobility of magical plants, it is also a very excellent high-level fuel synthetic raw material. Therefore, the cave wolf cell fluid that had been used by Kalsuosuo will all return to the right track and return to the path of cultivating tree-born embryos, and the high-energy concentrated liquid raw material will be replaced by higher salamander cells. It happened that its effect on the cultivation of tree-born elves is still in the Warcraft trial stage. All output can be directly converted into reserves for the headquarters, after eliminating the needs of the experiment, in order to meet future needs. Compared to the higher salamanders, the cave wolves were treated more vigorously. Not only were all the methods used on the former replicated on their bodies, but they were also used more frequently. Not only that, the cave wolves were transported outside the headquarters again, and endured inhumane heavy artillery and armor-piercing artillery bombardment again and again, but the progress of the project was relatively slow, and the injuries caused were not worth mentioning. However, under such increasing revenue and reducing expenditure, the speed of obtaining its cell fluid and its ability to retain it have increased. If such methods can continue, the number of tree elves that can be born every 10 years will likely continue to increase by about 1,000 on the existing base. This is a rare good news, so even though such attacks and consumption are very troublesome, the headquarters has shown full patience for the growth of the population. The same is true for the higher salamanders. The big oil field potential of their cell fluid also gives the witch doctors the interest to transform the mother tree's functional area on a large scale, so that many multifunctional platforms with surgical capabilities are born in its abdominal cavity. On the other hand, the previous decision to keep the magic crystal was also overturned. For the one whose skull has been opened, the magic crystal inside must be removed as soon as possible and then become the research object of the witch doctors. The heads of the other two have also received special attention. The magic crystal inside will become the first priority target for harvesting and will be separated first when the skull is opened in the future. This is not only for the convenience of research, but also a means of preventing problems before they happen. The magic crystal is the most difficult part of the body of a higher organism to regenerate. After it is removed, the monster body will lose all other means of attack, except the flesh for a long time. Moreover, in the future, it is possible that due to its regeneration ability, the headquarters will gradually obtain new higher magic crystals. Although this regeneration process will be very long from the current observation, it is also worth looking forward to, isn't it? In addition, there is another goal in taking out the magic crystal of the higher salamander, that is, to obtain its inner spell-like ability through research, so as to seek a stronger means of attack, and in turn to enhance the headquarters' attack ability against higher creatures. When the magic crystal of the salamander is in its brain, it is a soft crystal that is closely integrated with the brain. When it is artificially peeled off by people, it hardens into an opaque sphere that can be said to be almost regular in shape. The average diameter of the sphere each is 5 meters, which is quite small compared to the higher salamander itself, but it is already very large in the eyes of trolls and elves. Its texture looks like stained glass, but it is actually very hard and difficult to be destroyed by external forces. Of course, the conclusion of difficult to destroy is not obtained from the higher magic crystal, but the result of the strength test conducted on other ordinary magic crystals earlier. In that series of strength tests, the magic crystals showed a strength that is positively correlated with the level of the creature, but the conclusion so far is actually only difficult to destroy rather than indestructible. Moreover, the experiment proved that the magic crystals could not retain any disturbance effects after being destroyed. Only when they were in a complete state could they be observed and used. It was for this reason that the witch doctors did not test the hardness of the advanced salamander magic crystals headlong, but only made relevant inferences based on past observations. These physical properties were only incidental records. Their appearance and texture were not important. The witch doctors were more concerned about the disturbance inside them and whether they could be converted into rune language. The facts afterwards proved that the disturbance could be converted, but the conversion rate was extremely low. The complexity of the disturbance inside the advanced magic crystals was unprecedented and far beyond the imagination of the witch doctors. Even Nestor, who had the highest perception, had no way to completely convert the disturbance of the magic inside them into the rune system at this stage. You must know that runes are not something that naturally exist in nature. The magic-like spells in the magic crystals are not born to look like runes, but exist in the form of disturbance that can be perceived. This kind of disturbance needs to be observed, analyzed, and resolved before it can be translated into rune language, so that witch doctors can use it efficiently. And generally speaking, the higher the magic crystal of the creature, the more complex and delicate the disturbance inside it is, and the higher the requirement for perception, and the lower the magic crystal, the simpler the natural disturbance inside it is. And the lower the requirement for the explorer's perception. It just so happens that the higher level salamander is the ceiling of the known magic beasts, and there is a huge difference in biological level between it and the known false wolf king, 80-meter salamander and other strongest ordinary. Note 1. And with the difference in the perception ability of the explorer, the grasp of its internal will go through a perception interval with multiple spans, which can be roughly divided into a multi-level upgrade process from nothing to something, from simple to difficult, from overview to subtle. However, as far as conversion into rune language is concerned, it can basically be carried out in the initial existence, simple, and can barely have an overview stages, but the results obtained will be very tasteless. As the perception ability increases, the understanding of the disturbance will become clearer, and the rune language that can be transformed will naturally go through a process of simplification into complexity, making the magic stronger and more practical in many aspects such as manufacturability and divisibility. This process of simplification into complexity has not yet come to an end. Even though Nestor has now reached the 3rd level, he dare not guarantee that he has seen through the original fire starting technique, because he thought so when he was at the 1st level, but he was slapped in the face after being promoted to the 2nd level. At the 2nd level, although he was still a little unconfident, he always felt that such a low level magic should be about this level, but after being promoted to the 3rd level, he made new discoveries again, whether it is low level or high level magic crystals. The properties they show are temporarily the same, and there seems to be endless disturbance in them. The result of this situation on high-level salamanders is that witch doctors often get very different observation results depending on their different levels and the different stages they are in their respective levels. For example, the witch doctor who just entered the 1st level obtained a useless spell that required a lengthy medium simulation process, was time-consuming, and consumed a lot of energy. The effect was not as good as the results analyzed from the lower level salamander magic crystals of the same type. The results obtained by the 1st level, the 1st level, and the 2nd level that have accumulated for a period of time have increased on the above basis, and at Nestor, who has the highest perception at this stage, the attack effect has barely reached the same level as the 60-meter level salamander, but the time-consuming spell and physical energy consumption are much higher than the 60-meter level. Of course, this is the result of pure observation without any reference, and the final product cannot actually be concluded based on this. The research on rune magic conducted by witch doctors is a science of magic that emphasizes systematic development and accumulation of periodic research. The research on 10-meter, 20-meter, and 40-meter salamanders that has been conducted before, plus the newly added research on 80-meter salamanders, can actually serve as an aid to the research on high-level salamander magic crystals. Because the rune results are a coherent system with strong correlation, relatively simple disturbances can be used as the accumulation of complex disturbances, so that witch doctors can parse out stage dances from high-level magic crystals that far exceed their own perception. In addition, although the research results of high-level witch doctors cannot be directly applied by low-level witch doctors due to the accuracy of operation, but the rune knowledge in them can be a reference for low-level witch doctors, helping them to obtain stronger analytical capabilities and more practical magic results for themselves. Therefore, with the assistance of many previous studies, the magic results that Nestor obtained on the high-level magic crystal actually exceeded his own perception limit. In terms of attack power alone, it has already surpassed the output of the 80-meter level salamander magic that has once again improved the conventional firepower of the headquarters, but it is still extremely limited in terms of time consumption, controllability, and energy consumption. When this achievement is transformed into a totem, the headquarters has a small trump card that is more powerful, consumes more, takes longer, and is more difficult to manufacture. The reason why it is called a small trump card is because there is a big trump card developed on it. Do you remember the means of Kryptonian casting by the primitive witch doctors? It is a casting method that uses a large amount of energy, even overflowing energy, to activate the magic crystal-like spells. This method of casting, which has been completely abandoned, unexpectedly ushered in a temporary regeneration on the high-level magic crystal. Note 1. The known strongest common is not necessarily the pinnacle of common creatures. There may be an intermediate zone between them and higher level magic beasts. In addition, the third level creature Nestor itself is equivalent to both of them, but there is a huge gap between them and higher level magic beasts. Aftermath of rushing homework, only 4,000 today, back to normal tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, The Sudden Increase in the Ability to Cultivate Tree Spirits, Asking for Monthly Tickets. Previously, magic crystal casting once required krypton life to be performed. Later, the birth of meditation led to a distinction between physical strength and vitality in output, and witch doctors thus mastered the method of stimulating magic crystals without consuming life. But even so, physical magic crystal casting has never become mainstream. In the past few decades, it has almost only been used as a means to study the disturbance within the magic crystal, rather than directly applied. The reason lies in the emergence of rune language. This more convenient, more controllable, and highly free casting method took over the banner at the beginning of its birth, and became the main casting force of witch doctor applications. The emergence of totem tools later suppressed the last bit of magic crystal spell casting and the application side except for scientific research being studied. After all, even after the emergence of meditation, magic crystal spellcasting still needs to consume the physical strength of witch doctors to be realized, but totem spellcasting can be supplied by the internal energy of magic plants, and what is needed to activate the totem effect is nothing more than some acquired synthetic compounds or even just natural nutrients obtained from the earth. Among them, rune spells have become the darling of witch doctors from the beginning due to their strong plasticity and researchability, and totem tools, although they have shown defects such as insufficient flexibility, single release method, and low plasticity, have become the main force in large-scale application because of their advantages in mass production capacity, alternative energy supply means, and strong popularity, helping the Republic to run into the era of giant ships, cannons, and totem industrialization. As a result, there is not much room for the application of magic crystals. For a long time before, this method of spellcasting was only used in the laboratory to study spell-like disturbances. But now, when facing the unprecedented high-level magic crystals, the witch doctors have encountered an additional factor that they have to pick up, an attack effect that they cannot convert into rune language at this stage. That is, the injuries that the cave wolf and one of the higher level salamanders already had, which were like a ulcer attached to the bone. The witch doctors have always suspected that these two injuries should be the sequelae of their attacks on each other, but after the subsequent rune cultural deconstruction of the disturbance inside the higher level magic crystal, the magic results achieved have not been able to reproduce similar damage effects. Even the new magic created by Nestor, based on a series of previous accumulations, can only cause pure physical damage in the end, and does not show the same continuous damage characteristics as the previous two. Therefore, the witch doctors decided to use magic crystals to cast spells directly and perform original spell-like attacks in an attempt to reduce the variables and clarify the differences as much as possible. It is known that a magic crystal can produce a variety of effects on its original owner, which may be simple or complex, or bless itself, or hurt the opponent. Even if it is just a small wind wolf, the spell-like abilities possessed by its magic crystal have quite a lot of categories and controllability within the category. For example, the lowest level wind wolf has 3 types of spell abilities: wind blade, fangs and claws, and wind travel, and each type of spell has quite fine controllability. When the wind blade is used, it can be used for single blade attacks, or it can be switched between double blades and triple blades. When sharp fangs and claws is used by the wind wolves again, not only will the strength of the blessing in different situations change according to the needs, but also detailed options such as only strengthen the teeth and only strengthen the claws can be selected. In addition, in actual combat, the wind wolves can also independently complete the right front paw needs to be strengthened in the next attack, which is a more precise creation in time and skill control, thereby reducing their own energy consumption. The same is true for wind walk. The degree of strengthening, duration, etc. are all under the control of the wind wolf itself. However, when the magic crystal is activated by witch doctors, they can usually only use the most brutal attack method, and its effect is low in durationality, almost non-controllable, and energy consumption is extremely inefficient. In fact, under the injection of physical energy, many natural disturbances in the magic crystal will respond to varying degrees. This is one of the reasons why witch doctors can use magic crystals to study magic. But when it comes to the stimulation stage, because the magic crystal casts spells through energy accumulation to activate the effect, and in this process, the natural disturbances in the magic crystal cannot be controlled by the witch doctor, so the effect that can be stimulated is often the simplest and crudest process with the lowest generation threshold. For example, when activating the Windwolf magic crystal, the simplest and crudest wind blade, and the most brainless single wind blade, will become the first effect to be produced, and when all the injected energy is vented in the form of single wind blade, the other more complex spell-like disturbances will be misfired, and the same is true for the next round of input of physical energy. Unless changes are made in the instantaneous input efficiency, almost only the single wind blade effect will appear. Of course, this does not mean that the activated spell-like spell will be the least powerful one. Simple and crude does not completely mean low power. At least single wind blade is more effective than double and triple wind blades in fixed target attacks. Turning our attention to the activation of the magic crystal produced by the advanced salamander, it also shows a single effect caused by the above reasons. During the verification phase, including Nestor himself, a total of 5 third and second level witch doctors initially activated their physical energy. After spending 6 hours of continuous physical magic injection, they finally reached the threshold of the internal spell, thus creating and launching only one salamander-style black prism. The high energy consumption and long time it took caused great trouble for the witch doctors, but the power it caused was indeed eye-opening for them. The cannonball was a full black prism structure, with a shape of 12 black prisms with a length of 7 meters and an average diameter of 300 millimeters. And because the cannonball was a product generated by a spell-like one, the air-braking effect that had been ignored before was also reflected in the following experimental attacks. The strongest spear must be tested with the strongest shield, the 3-dimensional totem armor that represents the highest defense level of the headquarters at this stage. This type of armor can be divided into different levels according to the different totem superposition levels and base materials according to the defense effect that can be achieved. The target at this time was a heavy armor made of motherwood material with the maximum number of totems superimposed within the standard size. It was a top-level defensive product that could withstand all the attacks of the headquarters without damage. Whether it was a 520mm heavy artillery bombardment, a 203mm armor-piercing gun direct attack, or a direct attack by Nestor using the magic version of the above reaction chamber weapon, none of them could cause any damage to it when the totem effect was already activated. However, even this heavy armor with a protection level was penetrated by the attack of the higher level magic crystal, and the aperture was more than 3 times the diameter of the black edge gold itself, leaving dense dark red lines around the hole. After this attack, there was not even a trace of ash left at the scene, and the whole area was as if it had been a hole from the beginning, and the black edge gold used as a shell also disappeared far away at a speed that exceeded the limit of Nestor's vision. But the witch doctors were too late to be shocked by its killing power, because the pattern that seemed to continue to eliminate the material itself, and the totem structure after the attack was over seemed to be the additional damage they had been looking for, and from the comparison between the rune spell version and the magic crystal spell version, it can be found that the damage caused by the latter far exceeded the former, which must be related to the witch doctor's analysis of the magic-like disturbance effect in the magic crystal, but at the same time it was also related to this additional damage. Therefore, in order to confirm and to truly grasp the specific power parameters of this attack, the witch doctor's experimental process did not stop at this moment. After that, they used the method of adding armor after armor, using different materials as a base, and conducted bombardment tests with more layers of armor. But before explaining the results, perhaps it is necessary to roughly explain the working principle of the totem armor. It is worth mentioning that the totem strengthening of protection does not exist in the form of magic shield in the novels of the previous life, but through the strengthening of the material's own properties, so as to achieve the armor effect. Therefore, the performance of armor is not only positively correlated with the level of totem engraving, but the original quality of the material will also have a huge impact on the final effect that can be achieved, and the high strength word development capabilities of this department, supplemented by the three-dimensional engraving technology in the material, can often achieve a protection effect that is dozens of times greater than the material itself. But at the same time, because it does not have a separate protective layer like the energy shield, the attack effect still needs to be directly faced by the strengthened material itself. Therefore, when it is attacked enough to break the defense, even if it is only damaged a little bit, the subsequent protective effect will be reduced accordingly due to the loss of part of the totem structure, until the three-dimensional engraving is completely ineffective in the area. In other words, the bearing material is damaged equals the totem is damaged equals the protective performance is reduced equals the material's damage bearing capacity is reduced. Therefore, for a means of damage like this dark red line, which has strong adhesion and erosion characteristics, as long as the defense is broken in the early stage, the subsequent destruction speed will become faster and faster. Of course, the witch doctors are not without corresponding countermeasures. In the design of self-contained large-scale equipment like the totem battleship, the design concept of the armor damage control system is already there, and the functions it can play include preventive measures based on abandonment, regeneration, engraving and other means. As long as the design effect can be better, there will be no worries about the armor effect becoming lower and lower after the initial defense is broken, provided that irreversible huge losses will not be caused at the first time of being attacked. After roughly describing the effectiveness concept of the armor, let's turn our attention back to the current experiment. In order to verify the attack effect, the witch doctors prepared different targets. First, the mother tree material, the highest standard totem engraving, heavy armor, without independent damage control capabilities. 1.5 meters long, 500 millimeters thick, a total of 10, each 1 meter apart and arranged vertically. The attack effect of the high-level magic crystal reaches its limit at the third layer of armor. In the process of penetrating the first and second layers of armor, the perforations left by the black edge gold are getting smaller and smaller, and when the third layer is completed, it is stuck by the armor itself. But the dark red lines that continue to increase damage are left on the 3 layers of totem armor before and after the direct attack effect, and continue to destroy at a considerable speed. And as the totem area continues to fail, the 3 layers of armor are completely destroyed after 1 light hour, 3 light hours, and 8 light hours respectively. Second, a large cube, made of mother tree material, with no totem protection and a side length of 30 meters. The cube was penetrated by 1 blow, leaving behind a conical pit that was 30 meters deep and more than 10 meters wide at the bowl mouth. The dark red lines were still left on the pit wall, and this time the lines invaded the wood layer very quickly, and within just 20 minutes, the huge cube that served as a target was completely destroyed. Third, steel and wood material. Heavy armor, 1.5 meters on a side, 500 millimeter thick, standard armor for planned battleships, 10 in total, arranged vertically at an interval of 1 meter each. The attack triggered by the high-level magic crystal completely destroyed the first layer of armor, and subsequently penetrated 4 layers of armor with different apertures, and finally got stuck at the 6th layer. Similarly, all armor that faced the attack directly and retained part of its structure had dark red textures left on them. Under the erosion of these textures, the most severely damaged 2nd and 3rd layers of armor only lasted for a few light minutes each, before disappearing into nothingness, while the remaining 4 to 6 layers persisted for 15 light minutes, 40 light minutes, and nearly 2 light hours respectively. Fourth, it was made of steel and wood, a cube with a side length of 30 meters, and no armor effect. This time, a large flat-topped cone-shaped wound was created on the cube the moment it was hit. The diameter before the hole was 30 meters and the diameter after was 15 meters, but the depth was only 14 meters, because the remaining 16 meters disappeared in the initial attack. In other words, the reason why the diameter before the hole was 30 meters was because the cube had a side length of only 30 meters. In addition, the witch doctors did observe dark red lines on the inner wall of the hole again, but this time they had only less than 3 minutes to check it, because the entire cube was eroded from the inside out in less than 3 minutes, and finally disappeared completely on the spot. The consequences of this series of attacks made the witch doctors feel terrified. This was just the magic crystal spell. If the higher salamander performed it himself, who knows what kind of tragedy would result. Fortunately, in the previous capture operation, they managed to trap the entire head of the higher salamander, otherwise the consequences would be really disastrous. But fear is only a momentary emotion. The most important thing at this stage is to further analyze what this dark red line is, and what kind of characteristics it has. After repeated experiments for countless times, the witch doctors who participated in the experiment gradually had some clear understandings. First, the dark red lines have a strong erosion, but the principle is unknown. The specific manifestation is annihilation, and the more concentrated the area is, the faster the annihilation occurs. Secondly, this kind of line will not transfer to non-target units, but will only expand from the center to the 4 directions on the attack target, until its attachment is completely annihilated. Finally, although the dark red lines have a sense of emitting light, and do show lighting characteristics in a dark environment, they do not bring any temperature when touched. These are just shallow analyses based on observations, and the witch doctors are currently unable to clearly know the specific principles. In addition, the witch doctors are not even sure whether this erosion effect is a byproduct of direct attack or a completely independent damage system. But now we can make a judgment that the remaining traces are almost exactly the same as the injuries of the cave wolf. At the beginning, when the cave wolf was still dormant in the cave, there was always a green and red light flashing on its body, and after the cave wolf was imprisoned by the mother tree and forced to enter a deeper level of dormancy, the green light was somewhat depressed, revealing such dark red lines inside. Moreover, similar dark green lines appeared on the body of the higher salamander that was captured earlier. If it is assumed that the dark red lines are indeed caused by the attack of the higher salamander, then the green on the cave wolf should be a kind of unique and equal means of countermeasure, and from the dark green lines on the higher salamander, it seems that we can make a further inference that this means of countermeasure can also be transferred to others through attack, becoming a kind of additional damage similar to the former. So, can we think that this kind of means is perhaps one of the characteristics of higher creatures, a kind of thing that they possess according to their own ability bias, which is more essential than the attack itself? For the witch doctors at this stage, this is actually a very unsolvable problem. However, because it has an attack power that exceeds the upper limit of all the means that can be achieved by the headquarters now, although there are still many unknowns in it, it does not affect it from becoming the big trump card of the headquarters at this time. The trump card is naturally used to deal with higher level monsters, so in order to verify its effect, the hard-working cave wolf once again became a new target. The attack effect was indeed very impressive. The cave wolf was injured on the surface of its body and was forced to wake up in pain. The black edge gold penetrated about 3 centimeters into the flesh, but the annihilation and erosion effects were resisted, and the diameter of the wound was only slightly larger than the diameter of the black edge gold itself. Although the annihilation effect did not appear directly, dark red lines the size of a palm print were left in the area around the wound. The scale was much smaller than those originally carried by the cave wolf. This should be the reason why the witch doctors could not activate the high-level magic crystal at full power. At this time, no one paid attention to the cave wolf's miserable howling when it was blocked in the mother tree. After a witch doctor came forward and pulled out the black edge gold shells, the charging group that had increased to 20 witch doctors began to activate the magic crystal again to launch a second attack. The second attack was generated after a light hour, but although it was aimed at the previous wound, the attack fell on the side of it. Fortunately, there was also a part of the cave wolf's body that was deliberately exposed, and the mother tree was not damaged in the accidental injury. In the third attack, the target was changed to the side of the skull. It took 30 witch doctors 40 minutes to complete the energy storage. The power remained unchanged, and the shells took away a large area of hair and part of the muscle tissue. In the fourth attack, the target remained unchanged. It took 40 witch doctors 35 minutes to complete the energy storage, and the damage effect did not change. In the fifth attack, 50 witch doctors, 30 minutes, the same attack effect. In the 6th attack, 60 witch doctors, 25 minutes, the attack mode was changed to reduced power scattering. In the 7th attack, 70 witch doctors, 25 minutes, the attack mode was still reduced power scattering. In the 8th attack, 80 witch doctors, 15 minutes, a single shot of Blackridge gold with enhanced power. The wound on the skull deepened, the bone was obviously damaged, and the area covered by the dark red lines began to spread. In the 9th attack, 90 witch doctors, 10 minutes, the attack power was the same as the 8th, and the damage effect continued to deepen. In the 10th attack, 100 witch doctors, 5 minutes, the attack power was the same as the 8th and 9th, and the damage effect continued to deepen. The 11th time, 110 witch doctors, instant, the attack power is the same as the 8th, 9th, and 10th times, and the damage effect is deepened. The 12th time, 127 witch doctors, instant, the attack mode is high power scattering, the power of each shot is equivalent to an ordinary single shot. When the verification reached this point, the headquarters had pulled out all the existing pure witch doctors, including nearly 80 laboratory witch doctors and nearly 50 student witch doctors. The former need no further explanation. Naturally they are regular witch doctors such as Nestor, and the latter are the most diligent part of the first batch of tree elves. At this time, they have already stepped into the category of formal witch doctors before their companions born in the same batch, and were specially seconded for this experiment. For the experiment itself, the increase in the number of witch doctors is equivalent to the improvement of energy injection efficiency. Such an improvement has the effect of accelerating the speed of overflow before, and when 50 witch doctors are on the battlefield together, after more than 50 witch doctors, the instantaneous energy injection efficiency exceeds the upper limit of the single shot. Black gold normal mode and reaches the threshold area where other attack methods are activated, so the casting effect changes. After this, the magic crystal is obviously much more sensitive, no longer simply shortening the time, but there are more frequent effect changes. This situation actually happens to other magic crystals. In addition to the simple and crude priority trigger object, the magic crystal spell-like activation effect can also be achieved by changing the instantaneous energy injection efficiency. However, when a single witch doctor performs this operation, its own instantaneous output efficiency will have a relatively clear maximum value, and this value often does not reach the level of changing the output content of the magic crystal. Therefore, in the case of a single witch doctor and a single magic crystal casting a spell, the previously defined, can only trigger simple and crude class spells is correct. Only when the number of witch doctors is accumulated to a high point, the magic crystal will be activated. Of course, if the object is an ordinary low-level magic crystal, there is no need to pile up so many witch doctors to operate together. Generally, depending on the level of the magic crystal, a single digit or more than 10 witch doctors are enough. However, the disadvantage of magic crystal casting in terms of controllability will not actually change due to this method, and the role that can be played after the number of witch doctors is accumulated is limited to this. In addition, there is another point worth noting, that is, there is a huge difference in energy supply between magic crystal casting and totem casting. For the magic plant with a totem carved on it, since the totem and the plant itself are integrated, the nutrients absorbed by the plant, whether it is low energy nutrient concentrate or high energy nutrient concentrate, can be directly converted into the internal energy of the totem. Therefore, it does not need the witch doctors to personally supply energy during the activation process. However, during the magic crystal casting process, since the magic crystal and the magic plant are not one, but have strict boundaries, and at this stage, there is no effective way to convert energy between them, so it is impossible to use magic plants to replace witch doctors to supply energy to the magic crystal like activating totems. In other words, this attack method can only be stimulated by witch doctors or ancient war trees with the same spiritual power and magic characteristics for the time being, and the efficiency of the former will be much higher than the latter due to reasons such as thinking speed, and the rest, including war witches, warriors, and autonomous magic plants, etc., have different defects, and cannot complete the magic crystal charging step. So naturally they cannot use higher level magic crystals to attack. However, although it has various disadvantages, judging from the degree of trauma suffered by the cave wolf as a target in the 12 attacks before and after, the killing effect that the witch doctors can create with high-level magic crystals has far exceeded any attack method currently available to the headquarters. Therefore, the magic crystal of the advanced salamander has become the biggest and most powerful trump card of the headquarters at this time, without a doubt. Turning our attention to the cave wolf for the time being, after the second attack, the witch doctors took its skull as a new target and caused quite effective damage to it in the subsequent uninterrupted attacks. The head of the cave wolf, especially the point that was directly attacked, lost all the protection of the surface fur and muscles after 4 rounds of damage, revealing the dark blue skull inside, and the subsequent attacks fell directly on the bald skull, and each attack could make it much thinner. The dark red lines also took the attack point as a center and gradually spread to the upper third of the entire head. By the 12th time, the upper third of the skull had been scraped to only a translucent layer, and the witch doctors finally saw the hope of completing the top break. They first adjusted the exposed position of its head, and then attacked the weak point 4 times from the side, at an angle that would not hurt the mother tree, even if penetrated, and finally opened a large piece of the cave wolf's skull, revealing the light blue brain structure inside, and the blue magic crystal that was deeper than the bone. In this process, perhaps due to repeated strong vibrations, the cave wolf's howl gradually weakened, and finally disappeared completely, but its life signs were still strong and clear, so the witch doctors did not stop halfway. When the skull was completely opened, it was naturally time to take out the magic crystal. This time, the witch doctors not only took out the magic crystal that was much smaller than that of the higher salamander. Based on their understanding of the wind wolf, they took out the back of the cave wolf's brain in one piece, thus paralyzing its movement ability. The cave wolf has not yet reached the level of being able to be reborn by dripping blood, and the cells in its body have not yet evolved the ability to survive for a long time after leaving the body. Or in other words, it has undergone reverse evolution in this regard. When observing the removed hindbrain, the witch doctors found that when it completely left the body, the generation rate of energy fluid in the cells began to slow down, and then slowly disappeared. In this process, the remaining organelles died, and the large nuclei began to self-destruct in batches, and finally the entire hindbrain became a light blue dust that had not yet found its value. In line with the idea that there is no useless thing in the world, the witch doctors carefully stored the powder and stopped the subsequent actions in the original plan, peeling off the entire brain and differentiating and cutting it to make it a more efficient cell-fluid supply device. If this plan can be implemented, the advantage is that it will not be fatal to the cave wolf, but it may deprive it of its active thinking ability and put its body into the deepest dormant state. According to speculation, in this state it can only maintain vitality, fight injuries, regenerate tissues and other actions that are completely based on physical instincts, and it will not have the ability to resist until the brain regenerates. The downside is that the brain is likely to turn into dust after being separated from the body, so the headquarters will lose this relatively soft and easy to bully tissue area for a long time, even hundreds of years. After realizing this, the witch doctor slightly suppressed their recklessness and decided to keep the rest of the brain in its body. The cave wolf magic crystal was taken for the same research as the high-level salamander magic crystal, which means that the headquarters is about to get another big trump card, and its brain was designed by the witch doctors themselves and integrated into a set of totem functional areas including skull healing blocking, muscle and skin regeneration restriction, and the ability to extract cell fluid from the cerebral cortex area. Among them, the former still needs time to accumulate, and it is estimated that it will take several months to complete the initial investigation. The acquisition of the latter has brought great results in several aspects. On the one hand, the cerebral cortex controls many active thinking abilities, and its continuous destruction can effectively and more efficiently weaken the cave wolf, and the previous bombardment and other means can be stopped. On the other hand, the headquarters has ushered in a huge improvement in the speed of cultivating tree elves. Give some monthly tickets, at least I want to get a little bit ahead on the fantasy scoreboard. Chapter 265 Elf Embryo Cultivation Chamber and Cave Wolf Magic Crystal, asking for monthly ticket. The cultivation of tree elves can be said to be highly dependent on the supply of high energy cell fluid, and for a long time before, the output of cave wolf cell fluid was extremely limited, and all added up to only enough for the simultaneous cultivation of hundreds of elves. After deducting the share acquired for projects such as implant cultivation and higher level energy reserves, the Republic can only cultivate elves at a rate of 1,000 per decade. Not long ago, because the witch doctors used all means of squeezing, the cell fluid production doubled in a short period of time. If calculated according to the scale of cultivation, it reached nearly 2,000 per decade. However, the bombardment of heavy artillery and armor-piercing artillery is very inconvenient after all, and then a new dawn came, so the headquarters soon gave up this way of increasing production, and only used this method to collect a certain amount of cell fluid in a short period of time, and kept them all for high-level energy reserves. This so-called dawn refers to the means of using high-level magic crystals to break defense. Up to now, the witch doctors have finally used this method to break the head of the cave wolf and expose its relatively weak brain to the sight. So many things have changed because of this. This change is huge enough to fundamentally promote the development of the Republic in all aspects. It is known that the brain of the cave wolf is far less tough than the hair cuticle, muscle layer, and bone. The protection it possesses does not show as strong resistance as the latter in the face of the witch doctor's new methods. Therefore, when the liquid extraction function area designed specifically for it began to operate, the witch doctors took the lead in obtaining huge gains in the output of high energy cell fluid, causing the cell fluid output of the number 1 mother tree to suddenly increase by 8,000 embryo breeding shares. This degree of increase rate will undoubtedly greatly enhance the accumulation speed of the headquarters strength, thus causing many previous speculations to change dramatically. But this was not the end. The witch doctors, who already had the ability to break through the body surface, now turned their attention to the relatively vulnerable internal organs of the cave wolf and decided to make persistent efforts to turn it into a new supply base for cell fluid. Afterwards, they targeted the boneless area of its abdomen and spent several days attacking it. Only with the combined efforts of almost all the witch doctors did they finally break through its fur and muscles, exposing its internal organs to the field of vision. The internal organs were indeed as soft as the witch doctors imagined, and their toughness was only slightly stronger than the brain. When faced with the witch doctor's new mining technology, they were also as defenseless as a virgin. However, the cave wolf was already injured, and the method used by the witch doctors to break open its belly was a magic crystal attack from a high-level salamander, which deepened the degree of erosion of the cave wolf's body in a tangible way. Therefore, after weighing the balance between its regenerative ability and sequely, the production of high-energy cell fluid that can be provided by the cell groups of various organs has been limited to a certain extent, and only increased by about 12,000 shares. More can actually be mined, but once it exceeds the current amount, it will break the balance between injury and regeneration, and the cave wolf will gradually move towards a weaker direction due to the superposition of new and old injuries. This process may take a long time to reach its end, but for the Republic, it is also a means of exhausting the pond to catch fish, so the witch doctors stopped when they saw the good and controlled the extraction speed within this range. At the same time, the witch doctor stopped the previous method of extracting cell fluid with high energy consumption and low efficiency, and converted the nutrients originally required into energy consumption of new functional areas, thereby achieving a high energy cell fluid production of 20,000 shares under the joint supply of the brain and various organs. In addition, the exploration of the cave wolf magic crystal was also completed after several months of research, and the witch doctors also gained a new trump card. Unlike the physical entity attack mode of the higher salamanders through Blackridge Gold, the effect of the cave wolf magic crystal seems to be closer to the form of magic in imagination. Among them, the one with the lowest threshold and the easiest to be activated is a wind blade that looks simple and unpretentious, but actually has strong cutting power. According to actual detection, the full output of 3 first-level witch doctors is the minimum standard for activating the magic crystal. The minimum activation standard for the magic crystal of the higher salamander is 5 first-level witch doctors. When the number of participating witch doctors is lower than this number, or the number just reaches the standard, but is not fully exerted, The magic crystal will be like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the physical energy of the witch doctors, but it will not produce any substantial magic effect. However, this devouring is actually just an illusion, and the reason for this situation is actually the magic crystal itself. The witch doctors have long understood that the magic crystal does not have the function of storing energy. The physical strength input into it will only continuously promote the operation of the natural disturbance of the quasi-spell. When this input speed cannot reach the activation standard, the physical strength will be consumed in the endless operation, resulting in an idling phenomenon similar to thunder without rain. Therefore, only when the minimum 3 first level witch doctors use their highest output efficiency to fully supply magic power, to reach 7 lamp hours, the quasi-spell effect in the cave wolf magic crystal will be truly activated. The priority of the quasi-spell in the magic crystal also follows the rule of simple and rough first. The first thing that can be activated is a wind blade. This wind blade seems ordinary, but it has a powerful damage effect. The first strike alone flattened all objects above the ground in the area of several kilometers in front. Looking at its damage pattern, the target facing the attack will first be cut off cleanly, and there will be blow lines spreading around the cut surface, and then in the subsequent time, the area where the lines exist will cause continuous cutting damage. According to observation, this continuous cutting damage is very similar to rootless wood. When its effect occurs, there is no visible or audible source of damage, but those insignificant cuts, as if they appear for no reason, cause real damage to the area where the lines are attached. And perhaps because of the different damage characteristics, the witch doctor saw its working process clearly this time. First, the armor as the target showed nutrient enrichment in the area where the lines existed. Second, the nutrient-rich area before would show signs of withering. Third, a deep fracture appeared in the withered area. Finally, the fracture continued to deepen and separated from the main body. This process occurred in the whole part of the part, and finally the complete piece of armor was first broken into pieces, then into debris, then into powder, and then into dust. In the end, the dust was blown away by the wind or the texture was still working. In short, just like the effect caused by the high-level salamander magic crystal before, it completely disappeared from the field of vision. It was not until the witch doctors took part of it and observed it under a microscope that they found that the powder had been suffering from cutting damage until it exceeded the observation limit of the optical microscope. Based on a series of changes in phenomena before and after the cutting, the witch doctors made such a deduction, that is, the energy source of the damage is still in the injured target body, and the energy inside it will be converted into the cornerstone of the texture in some form. In other words, the texture will use the energy of the target to hurt the target itself, until the final eat up. Among them, the selection range of targets is not limited to living organisms. Even metals and rocks that were previously considered energy-free dead bodies are included. However, the diffusion of textures in non-living organisms seems to be naturally blocked by the distinction of materials, and it is impossible to transfer textures to areas with different properties and spread the effects. In addition, the speed of erosion of textures on non-living organisms will also be reduced, and they will not be as easy to turn into ashes as living organisms. This observation result, on the one hand, allows witch doctors to understand the various parameters of this type of spell more clearly and intuitively. On the other hand, it also overturns the energy view that was previously shaken by the metal enchantment ability of the volcanic salamander. With the combination of the two, the witch doctors no longer link no energy with dead bodies, but instead propose the energy theory of everything, believing that energy is not unique to living organisms, and this view, combined with the already mature chemical theory and optical theory, further derived the application of chemical bonds and infrared radiation, or the means of observing the energy of dead objects. Once again adding bricks and tiles to the road of science. Of course, the observation results of magic crystal casting itself are also increasing synchronously. Just like the previous study of advanced salamander magic crystals, witch doctors changed the activation time and activation type of spells by stacking the number of witch doctors and successively reproduced several types of attack methods derived from the cave wolf magic crystal. The first to be presented was naturally the previously mentioned single wind blade. when the number of witch doctors responsible for energy input increased to 30, the first time compression limit of the windblade was reached, and its activation speed was reduced to about 40 df/time. Afterwards, as the number of witch doctors gradually increased from 31 to 50, the strength of the single windblade was progressively improved. And its power, firing rate, and range all showed a considerable increase. Afterwards, as the number of witch doctors increased from 51 to 70, the strength of the windblade returned to the level before the initial increase, but the number of windblades began to increase exponentially, until the last 70 witch doctors worked together to activate it. It was enhanced to the point where hundreds of windblades could be fired at the same time. When 71 witch doctors were on the battlefield, the strength of the single windblade immediately returned to the highest level after being strengthened, and thereafter, when the number of witch doctors gradually increased to 90, although its power did not increase, its firing rate began to increase, and finally reached roughly 15 df/shot. When the number of witch doctors increased from 91 to 110, the triggered spell was changed to multiple windblades again, and while maintaining the highest level of hundreds of windblades, the triggering time was reduced to instant. When the number of witch doctors increased from 110 to 127, the triggered spell was changed to single windblade again, and its strength remained at the highest level reached before, but its firing rate was gradually compressed to instant. At this point, since the upper limit of the number of witch doctors had been reached, the verification work was forced to end. In addition, the verification was not a blank shot, and the target was replaced many times during the period. In the process, in addition to the necessary conventional targets such as Mother Tree heavy armor and Steelwood heavy armor, the cave wolf itself, and 2 high-level salamanders also became targets of attack. During the period, although the attack methods and the working modes of attached textures were different, the verification conclusions on the armor protection effect were not much different from those of the advanced salamander magic crystal. The comprehensive results showed that only the Mother Tree heavy armor had a certain degree of resistance, and by stacking 3 layers of armor, it could withstand the full force of the cave wolf magic crystal. At this stage, the Steelwood heavy armor was second, and it could only withstand a blow. When it stacked 9 layers, and the unarmored Mother Tree wood and Steelwood wood had no protection at all, and were cut in half, and turned into ashes at different speeds in a short time. Among them, there is no need to mention the extremely sharp direct attack. The subsequent additional effects alone are beyond the endurance limit of the witch doctor's existing creations. In the face of this kind of continuous damage, or llamas and special woods can only delay the damage effect, but cannot completely eliminate it, and even the balanced stagnation after delay cannot be achieved, unless the more power-consuming damage control configuration is added. Only the body of the higher salamander can resist, or even suppress it, but it can't, or it is difficult to completely eliminate it. This can be seen from the injuries on the higher salamander. According to speculation, the conflict between the higher salamander and the cave wolf occurred 200 or 300 years ago, but even after such a long time, the dark blue lines on its body still exist, let alone fading. It further weakened one of them to the same state as when it was captured before. The threat brought by its effect can be imagined. After observing and using 2 types of high-level magic crystals, the witch doctors initially divided its damage effects into 2 categories according to the order and mode of effectiveness. The first category is the direct damage such as penetration and cutting caused by black edge gold and windblade. The second category is the additional damage with lines. Afterwards, the witch doctors first used the cave wolf magic crystal as an attack method, opened the head of another high-level salamander, and obtained another high-level magic crystal. When using 3 high-level magic crystals to cross-attack their respective contributors, the witch doctors found a little difference. The first type of effect in the attack will cause damage regardless of the difference in magic crystal contributors, but the subsequent second type of effect will be avoided by the magic crystal contributors. For example, for the windblade to the cave wolf, the first type of effect also worked on the cave wolf itself, but the second type of effect lost its manifestation on it, and the dark blue lines did not form at its wound as usual. On the other hand, when the higher salamanders face the attack from the magic crystal of the cave wolf, not only will the first type of damage take effect, but the carrier of the second type of effect will also be formed. The performance of the two magic crystals of the higher salamanders in the cross attack is also the same. The first type of penetrating damage is effective on all three higher creatures, but the second type of corrosive damage avoids the contributor itself, and only forms an attachment to the other two creatures. In addition, the speed and intensity of the second type of effect seem to vary significantly depending on the different attached creatures. For example, the magic crystal taken from the higher salamander number 2 will produce the second type of effect on both the higher salamander number 1 and the cave wolf, but the former is obviously more resistant than the latter. After enduring the same degree of attack, the texture area left by the former will be smaller and will fade, but the texture left by the latter will be relatively larger, and no fading is found. The specific principle is still unknown. The witch doctors only attributed it to the fact that the two higher salamanders have some similarity, and the additional effects of their attacks will be offset. The exact reason is not discussed here, because it does not affect the witch doctor's plan to use the three magic crystals. Among them, the Windwolf magic crystal was initially used for the two higher salamanders, opening their stomachs, cutting their brains, while further increasing their injuries. Also increased the supply capacity of high energy cell fluid. These extra cells will be used for the Warcraft upgrade cultivation experiment, and will be used to synthesize high energy nutrient concentrates, and the excess will be stored, waiting for the day when they will be needed in the future. So far, the effect verification experiment of 2 types and 3 magic crystals has come to an end. The verification of the efficacy of the magic crystal took only a few months, and the process of adding embryo culture chambers for the 3 mother trees took even longer. In the first 15 months, the witch doctors increased the number of culture chambers for the number 1 mother tree to 5,000 at a rate of 350 chambers per month. At this time, the output of cave wolf cell fluid can already supply 20,000 embryos to grow together at the same time. But in order to realize the national elf plan as soon as possible, the witch doctors first gritted their teeth and endured the pain to allocate 5,000 supply shares and included them all in the implant cultivation plan. Therefore, this first batch of 5,000 cultivation chambers, which were originally supposed to be used to cultivate tree elves, went through an 8-month transformation and became chambers that could be converted into embryo culture chambers again in the future, but are now temporarily used for implant cultivation in order to speed up the cultivation of the implants at this department. It is known that the cultivation period of elf embryos is 10 years, including 7 years of embryonic development and 3 years of infant growth, and a constant supply of high energy cell fluid is required during this period to enable them to develop healthily as planned. However, implant cultivation is relatively time-saving and labor-saving. After more than 10 years of exploration, the consumption of cave wolf cell fluid has now dropped to a very low level. If we compare horizontally, the resources needed to supply a tree embryo in the same period of time can be used to cultivate 5 sets of implants. If we compare vertically on the timeline, the growth and perfection process of a set of implants actually only takes about half a year, and the amount of resources required is naturally greatly reduced on the horizontal basis, looking at the space occupied by the culture chamber. Even if the implant grows to the final stage, its volume is only the size of the elf embryo at the end of the early stage. After the culture chamber is divided, and the nutrient supply and distribution mode is modified, 1 culture chamber is enough to support the cultivation of 10 sets of implants at the same time. However, in order to facilitate the conversion back to the elf culture chamber later, the cultivation scale in 1 chamber is limited to 5 sets at the same time. Therefore, the 5,000 culture chambers added by the witch doctors for plant cultivation can actually provide the implants needed by the trolls for upgrading at a high speed, and continuously at a rate of 25,000 sets/half year. At present, there are less than 50,000 trolls who have not received implants in the Republic. This means that the headquarters will only need to spend less than 1 year to complete all the implant work with the assistance of the standardized surgery totem tree. After that, the production capacity of 5,000 shares can be returned to the cultivation of elves, thereby increasing the number of tree-born elves produced by the headquarters again. Previously, due to the insufficient production of high-energy cell fluid, the implant cultivation and inoculation work that officially began in the 45th year of the rune calendar took nearly 15 years to complete the implant access of less than 20,000 trolls. By comparing the two, the difference can be detected. The problem mainly lies in the allocation of cell fluid shares. Because of the insufficient production, the implant targets can only be screened and restricted based on merit, knowledge, practice preparation, etc., which has led to the speed not being able to increase. Earlier, the council had made a judgment that all people will be elves within 50 years, which was obviously a typical inference before the increase in high energy cell fluid production, and it was obviously inappropriate for the new situation at this time. So now, under the new situation, the Rune Council has updated this timeline again, and made a conservative judgment and requirement of realizing the elves of all people within 15 years. After completing the preparatory work for the goal of increasing the production of implants, the cave wolf cell fluid still has a share of about 14,000 elf embryos, but up to this point, all the accumulation of the headquarters inventory, including the semi-vegetative placenta, has been declared exhausted. If you want to increase the scale of cultivation, you can only remanufacture the many supporting facilities used in the cultivation chamber. Fortunately, the application of totem technology does not require the witch doctors to do all the processes themselves. They design different totem trees for different components, thereby realizing their differentiation and cultivation. After that, as long as the graftable properties of the magic plants are used, they can be classified and combined into the mother tree body to become a cultivation chamber and related supporting components. The production of the cultivation chambers was thus increased, and with all the components combined, the monthly production was gradually increased to a scale of 1000. However, after all, the final grafting process still required the witch doctors to do it themselves, so the actual increase in the cultivation chambers was still limited to 350 chambers per month. Therefore, the witch doctors assigned to this task spent another 37 months before finally realizing the idea of making the number 1 mother tree have 20,000 cultivation chambers. Chapter 266. Time passes, asking for monthly ticket. In December of the 55th year of the rune calendar, post-war affairs were handled, and the new mother tree was planted. In June of the 56th year of the rune calendar, the parameters of the advanced magic crystals were mastered. 3 advanced creatures were weakened, and the headquarters achieved a substantial increase in the production of high-energy cell fluid. In September of the 58th year of the rune calendar, it took 15 months to expand the capacity of the number 1 mother tree by 5,000 culture chambers. In May of the 59th year of the rune calendar, it took 8 months to complete the implant cultivation and transformation of 5,000 culture chambers, and the work related to the implant began to accelerate. In March of the 60th year of the rune calendar, the implant transformation surgery for all people was completed. The popularization of implants among the whole people is a major event that is both reflected in the present and gathered in the future. There is no doubt that its influence will extend infinitely along the timeline and will not stop until the distant future. According to the average data so far, the Republic will complete the elfization of all members, except newborns, in about 10 to 12 years, and the birth rate of troll newborns will drop to 0 at the latest around the 73rd year of the rune calendar. After this point in time, all the children that people can give birth to through natural gestation will only be elves, and because the gestation time is much different from that of tree-born embryos, the development period of tree-born embryos is 7 years, while natural gestation takes at least 12 years, and taking into account the qualification restrictions and extended growth time caused by the investment of resources in the early stage, the tree-born infant period is 3 years, and the time required for natural growth is unknown, but it is estimated to be 8 years, and the qualification will be inferior to the former. Even the elf fetuses that are naturally conceived will be transferred to the mother tree's incubator for subsequent development as soon as they are discovered. That is to say, the 73rd year of the rune calendar will be an important node. Before that, the population growth curve, based on natural breeding, will decline rapidly from the current level, which is not high, and the 73rd year is the time when natural breeding will be completely abandoned. From then on, mating activities will be completely decoupled from population expansion and become a real private behavior, and the choice of fixed partners will become more free. In addition, When breeding no longer requires females, the psychological differences and social division of labor between males and females may be further blurred on the existing basis. Nestor has a kind expectation for this. He really wants to see what kind of changes this relationship composition, which was still in the imagination in the previous life, will bring to society in this life, and where it will go in September of the 60th year of the rune calendar. The implant cultivation chamber was changed back to the tree elf cultivation chamber. In order to facilitate future enrollment and other matters, the witch doctors decided to grit their teeth and wait for a while before carrying out the 4th batch of tree elves egg hanging affairs. January of the 61st year of the rune calendar is a relatively important time node. The 3rd batch of tree elves was born that month, and the implant cultivation work was completed. There will be sporadic ones in the future, but the scale demand will decrease due to the decrease in the birth rate of troll fetuses, from about 250 sets per year to 0 sets. In fact, there are no incubators in the number 1 mother tree that has completed the expansion at this time. They are all vacant at this time. Therefore, the 4th batch of up to 20,000 embryos were hung on the tree that month. According to the mature cultivation model, in January of the 71st year, 10 years later, the number 1 mother tree will add a full 20,000 tree elves to the republic. For the population growth scale that has always been tight, this is a revolutionary achievement, and the whole country has been boiling for a while because of this. Then, both elves and troll females are more reluctant to get pregnant and give birth. January is the birth month of all previous batches of elves, and as the first batch of tree elves grow older, many things are about to happen. At this time, the first batch of elves born in the 41st year of the rune calendar has reached the age of 20. Since they graduated from the central school 5 years ago, most of them have become first level witch doctors. This is an increase of 1,000 witch doctors, the largest expansion of spellcasters so far, and the expansion is nearly 10 times the number. For the tree elves, who are temporarily classified as second level creatures, there is no threshold to the career level promotion from 0 to 1. The diligent ones can even complete the promotion at the age of 13 or 14, while still in school. That is, the batch of witch doctors who were seconded during the research of advanced magic crystals, and those with more complicated minds can also complete the promotion around the age of 20. There are many different meditations that the elves use to advance to witch doctors. In addition to the most perfect geometry meditation, elf body meditation, wind wolf meditation, and vine meditation, there are also a series of messy meditations that have sprung up in the past decade. In the early days of meditation, the elves actually used the geometry meditation, and most of the innovation road of meditation were actually opened up in the early stages of higher education. That is, when the choice of disciplines and individual interests diverged, so most of the meditations they used in the later period were closely related to their own professional choices. At this point, excellent talents give the elves the capital to be willful. Their promotion process is also the process of these meditations being constantly polished, and many excellent products have indeed appeared, which further deepens the foundation of the spellcasters and research methods of this department. And when the first batch of elves completed their promotions over the years, their choices of future paths also diverged, and can be roughly summarized into several directions. First, to join existing laboratories and research institutes. The elves who made this choice were actually the largest in number. Some of them were really interested in the research, and some joined with the intention of learning or serving as a stepping stone to prepare to set up their own business in the future. But no matter what, the addition of hundreds of witch doctors can greatly accelerate the research. So no research institute will turn them away, whether they plan to stay for a long time, or are just temporary passers-by. They should concentrate on working hard for a while. Second, start from scratch. Most of the elves who choose this path have found their own interesting exploration direction in their senior year, and this direction is quite unpopular among the existing witch doctors, or even unpopular to the point where there are no practitioners. At this time, several like-minded young elves will go all out and choose to become pioneers and explorers on the road, and because of the explosion of witch doctors, the Parliament no longer concentrates its efforts on major events as in the past, but lets them choose and work hard on their own. Of course, there will still be occasional secondment tasks, Third, the research institutionalization of interest groups. The Aerospace Engine Interest Group is one of the representatives. They have determined the future research direction in the middle school stage, so they set up a related research institute as soon as they graduated. After all members become witch doctors, such interest groups often have the relevant foundation and can achieve a rapid increase in research progress in a short period of time. Fourth, heretical. These elves are not interested in scientific research at all. They are willing to become warriors, inventors of practical products, or judges, rulers, entrepreneurs. In short, they are different choices, of course, because of the intentional cultivation in the education stage. The number of elves who make such choices is relatively rare, and after the Rune Council became wealthy, it no longer tried to restrain the people's ambitions, and also relaxed restrictions, allowing them to choose their own future path. These four categories are the direction of the generalization, and basically the destination of the first batch of elves can be summarized in them. In addition to the first batch, that has gradually grown up, the second batch of thousands of tree elves have just turned 10 years old at this time, and are in the middle grade, and are about to enter the senior grade education stage. The third batch, that is, the 1,000 tree elves born in January 61, have just entered the preschool education stage. After completing a year of common sense education including oral language, they will enter the lower grade at the age of 1. It is worth mentioning that the school system faced by tree elves is different from that of natural trolls. They are already teenagers when they are born, but they are recorded as 0 years old in the files. In the first year after birth, tree elves will receive preschool education and will not officially enter the regular education stage of the central school until they are 1 year old and begin to experience the 5-year lower grade stage study. After reaching the age of 6, they will enter the middle grade to receive the next stage of study for the same 5 years. At the age of 11, they will start studying in the upper grade until they are 15 years old and qualify for graduation examination. When trolls are born, they are just ordinary babies. They need close care from the big trolls from 0 to 3 years old. They will not enter the preschool class until they are about 4 years old, and then enter the lower grade at about 5 years old. The education thereafter is no different from that of tree elves, which is a 3-stage education of 5 years, until they are 20 years old, and qualify for graduation examination. From the perspective of learning ability, tree elves spend each stage of education relatively more easily, while troll teenagers will have a harder time. At this time, the 4 educational stages, including preschool education, of the central school had a total of less than 5,500 young troll students and 2,000 tree elf students. Due to the birth rate, the annual enrollment rate of the former is becoming lower and lower, and the number of graduates is about 250 per year, and it is also decreasing year by year, the latter, due to the determination of birth rate and birth time. The enrollment rate is also stable and predictable, and when graduating, according to the different enrollment cycles, there will often be a large-scale graduation wave every 10 years, of course. So far such a graduation wave has only come once, but it is likely to become a pattern in the future. June of the 61st year of the rune calendar. As of this time, the first batch of 1,000 tree elves have all become witch doctors, and all work related to the number 1 mother tree has finally been declared completed, and the subsequent expansion of the number 2 and number 3 mother trees is the next step. The second and third mother trees are currently working on the higher salamander cell-fluid experiment project. This project has been going on for 5.5 years, since it was launched in December of the 55th year of the rune calendar. During this period, the witch doctors have simultaneously conducted several different verification studies in order to verify its functional suitability in embryonic and cell cultivation. They are warcraft embryo upgrading, activated armor core cultivation, troll implant cultivation, etc. The research objectives are to verify the functionality of higher salamander cell fluid in embryonic stage upgrading, verify its harmlessness to elf cells, verify its harmlessness and upgrading to troll cells, collect data, etc. Since many projects were carried out at the same time, when they were carried out for several rounds and finally all successfully completed, only about 4 years had passed. When the time came to January of the 60th year of the rune calendar, the witch doctors estimated the time and conducted their first reborn elf embryo hanging egg experiments in the number 2 and number 3 mother trees respectively. If there are no accidents, there should be 2 elf individuals in more than 10 years, born from the number 2 and number 3 mother trees. Just like Freya that year. However, because there were no mistakes in the previous verification work, the magic beasts, activated armor cores, and troll implants bred by the 2 new mother trees were no different from those of the number 1 mother tree, so the witch doctors were very confident in the results of the elf breeding. What needs to be done now is to pay constant attention to the 2 new eggs, conduct meticulous adjustments to the supply and demand of the advanced salamander cell fluid and related nutrients during their growth, and strive to grasp the best breeding plan when the next batch is launched. In addition, there is another thing that actually makes the witch doctors more excited. That is, due to their size and many other reasons, the 2 higher salamanders can actually produce much more high energy cell fluid than the cave wolf. Among them, the one struck by lightning can produce about 60,000 tree elf embryos, and the one seriously injured by the cave wolf can also produce about 30,000 embryos. The total of the 2 can reach 90,000, plus the output of the cave wolf, which is more than 110,000. So if there is no accident, the elf cultivation speed of the headquarters will increase to this number in more than 10 years. Even if some energy reserves are deducted from it, it should be able to guarantee a scale of about 100,000 eggs per batch. Of course, if you want to achieve this goal, first of all, the headquarters must have 110,000 or even more culture chambers. Mother tree number 1 currently has 20,000 culture chambers, and the remaining 90,000 will have to be attached to mother trees number 2 and 3. If judging from previous experience, this does not seem to be something that can be done easily, but in fact, many things will seem powerless in the face of time. For example, the increase in the production of culture chambers, which was quite difficult earlier, is no longer a heavy task due to the surge in the number of witch doctors. In June of the 61st year of the rune calendar, the expansion of the number of culture chambers for the number 2 and 3 mother trees officially began. The Rune Council waved its hand and temporarily recruited a full 200 witch doctors to carry out this work. The previous speed of adding culture chambers of 350 seats/month was thus stopped. The gardeners caught up with the industrial output of culture chamber accessories in a short period of time, making it reach the standard of 1000 seats/month. By January of the 62nd year of the rune calendar, the production speed of culture chamber accessories was raised to 2000/month, and the progress speed of the expansion project of the number 2 and 3 mother trees was further improved. Therefore, when time turned to July of the 65th year of the rune calendar, the expansion work of the number 2 and 3 mother trees was finally declared completed, and the headquarters achieved an increase of 90,000 culture chambers. It is impossible to use all of these 90,000 culture chambers for preliminary experiments. Therefore, before the Tree Elves mass production project is launched, the Parliament decided to allocate their production capacity to projects such as livestock improvement, companion magic beast improvement, external activated armor core cultivation, and war ancient tree cultivation, so as to make the best use of the window period in the past few years. The purpose is naturally to strengthen the strength of the headquarters from other aspects, such as the improvement of the breeds of meat and dairy livestock. At the current stage, half of the meat obtained by the headquarters is supplied by wild naturalized wolves, and the other half is from large-scale production in large and small farms. Among them, the headquarters does not intend to intervene in the breeding process of wild populations, but the improvement of the breeds of livestock in the farms is not a problem, as long as the scope of their actions is strictly limited, and the products after breeding are not allowed to go to the wild to pollute the wild population. Of course, this work has actually been carried out for a long time, but with the large investment in culture chambers and high energy cell fluids, more and better results will surely be born. From December 55 when the new mother tree was planted to July 65 when the number 2 and number 3 mother trees were expanded, nearly 10 years have passed. During this period, it was not only the new and old witch doctors who were assigned to be mother tree gardeners who made efforts and gained rewards. Especially in the middle and late stages, with the sudden increase in the number of witch doctors, many research projects have successively produced results. Among them, perhaps the most eye-catching is the battleship project, which has undergone several changes and has been enhanced in both size and equipment level. Secondly, it is the land power plan led by Freya, which has also achieved huge results in the past few years. Thirdly, the air power plan has also achieved initial results. Then, rare inert gases were discovered, and from the initial laboratory magic preparation all the way to the industrial preparation stage. Later, when again was combined with next, a kind of airship was naturally born. It can climb to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and at a fairly impressive speed. With enough load space, it can cross a distance that seems almost impossible to achieve from the land. Therefore, the deployment speed of the mainland base station tree has suddenly accelerated. One airship after another secretly crossed from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, transporting this important magic product related to the future of the headquarters to the sky above the scheduled deployment point in a relatively short time and relatively conveniently afterwards, since the selected deployment points are basically uninhabited areas. The airship can land more calmly after arriving, thus completing the transportation task of the base station builders and related core components. And because of this convenience, the mainland base station tree with only 120 in the original plan has the confidence to continue to expand, and 200 or 300 will be laid without being discovered. Finally, the extracorporeal active armor has truly matured in terms of technology and in terms of application. It has gradually developed into a regular and efficient thinking system through the continuous use of many warriors including Giant Fang. Today, Freya, who is already 30 years old, has finally passed the sub-adult period and officially entered the prime of life in terms of body shape and growth rate. Her growth is visible to the naked eye. Not only does her fully developed body give her stronger strength and speed, but she has also made great progress in her character and scientific research achievements. In terms of character, although she is not a lady of a noble family or gentle and elegant, the growth of age, the self-adjustment of hormone secretion, and the long-term investment in scientific research have made Freya initially have a sense of stability and calmness. At least she is no longer as noisy as before. Now, she doesn't need to emphasize it deliberately, and few people will continue to call her Little Freya, even if a few witch doctors such as Nestor still insist on calling her this way. Freya will only respond with a sweet hey. In terms of scientific research, the land power project led by her has finally come to an end, and its results are air-breathing turbine gas turbine and piston gas engine. Among them, the prototype of the former is the ship-type medium straight shaft steam turbine designed by the Mechanical Tooth Institute, which has also been completed. Freya's job is mainly to lead the team, to improve it in the landing aspect. Based on the needs, she changed the steam power with greater space requirements to atmospheric compression power, so that in addition to its application in large ships, it also extends the possibility of application in medium-sized military, civilian and industrial machinery on land. This kind of machine combines the academic achievements of totem, chemistry and physics. It is composed of an external air compression pipe, a gas generation cabin, an air pressurization and heating chamber, a mixed ignition chamber, a turbine rotor, including their respective totem components, and some auxiliary working parts such as lubrication. Its working principle is inhaling air, compressing and supercharging step by step, raising the temperature, and mixing and igniting with gas, generating high temperature and high pressure gas to enter the turbine, to expand and do work, and output mechanical energy. In general, this will be a large-scale power totem machine with high precision, high output and high efficiency. Its operation process is naturally inseparable from totems, but these totems do not directly generate force, but convert chemical energy and mechanical energy through physical rules, thereby indirectly bringing power to the machine. Therefore, the consumption of nutrients by the machine is not actually outrageous. It only needs to not add concentrated nutrients of high energy cell fluid to support the charge power operation. It has truly changed many things in agriculture, industry, military, transportation and other aspects. Give some votes. Chapter 267, a not so wonderful encounter at 30,000 meters in the sky. Votes requested. Air-breathing turbine gas turbine has truly changed many aspects of agriculture, industry, military, transportation, etc. However, it is estimated that it is difficult to have a completely flawless product in this world. While taking into account the needs of one aspect, it may form disadvantages in other aspects. As for the air-breathing turbine gas engine, totems must be involved in almost all of its working processes, such as inhalation, air compression and pressurization, gas generation, mixed gas ignition, etc. in mechanical operation and chemical energy conversion, and inside the machine, due to the extremely high temperature and high pressure working environment caused by the joint effect of totems and chemical and physical rules. Each component will also have higher requirements in terms of working tolerance. In addition to overcoming this through the properties of the material itself, it also depends on the support of totem engraving. Therefore, the turbine will have higher material requirements, space requirements based on totem engraving, space requirements based on corresponding nutrient reserves, and finally technical requirements based on production difficulty. When these requirements are combined together, it leads to obvious disadvantages such as large installation space, high technical difficulty, and expensive material costs. In addition, there are some disadvantages that cannot be ignored. First, due to the limitation of the operating principle, the power unit is only suitable for high speed and stable operation, and the operating efficiency at idle or acceleration will be relatively low. Secondly, its low frequency noise will not cause real harm to the trolls and elves with extremely sensitive hearing, but it is still psychologically unbearable. Finally, its relatively slow response speed limits the application. Scenarios, such as urban transportation, which will appear clumsy. The above defects make the turbo gas engine insufficiently universal, so free as second achievement. The piston gas engine appeared when it was not considered a rigid demand. The working principle of piston gas engine is different from that of turbine gas engine. It uses the method of converting all chemical energy into energy to provide driving force for the machine. In this process, the totem effect only works in very few aspects such as gas generation and ignition, while the rest of the work is operated by pure physical and chemical rules. This can be achieved because its internal pressure is low, the temperature is low, and the characteristics of the material itself are sufficient to support the operation of the machine. Therefore, the totem engraving requirements of the engine itself are not high, and the requirements for installation space are correspondingly reduced. At the same time, due to its specific operating principle, it has the advantages of large output torque and fast startup. It is a power output device with relatively small space requirements, relatively low material requirements, relatively low technical difficulty, and relatively low manufacturing cost. It is more adaptable to the characteristics of small and medium-sized, medium and low speed, and frequent speed conversion in the field of civil mechanical power than the former, and has high application potential in aspects such as transportation in New York City. Of course, the disadvantages cannot be ignored, such as the power output efficiency problem caused by the relatively low energy efficiency conversion of gas. However, the disadvantages do not outweigh the advantages. Generally speaking, it is still usable, especially after the application scenarios are staggered with turbo gas engine. It can effectively fill many land power needs. For example, the environmental restrictions caused by the hydraulic application of the factory are no longer a rigid demand, and basically any region will be able to exist as an industrial base in the future. Crawler self-propelled and wheeled self-propelled have become a reality. Although they are not as powerful as arthropod machinery in terms of terrain adaptability, they also provide machinery with a faster travel speed in normal terrain. Therefore, gas turbine can play a powerful role in large-scale field operations with its excellent power output, and gas piston engine can also play a corresponding role in the light, relay transportation link of highways with its sensitivity. In addition, the position of moose in rail transportation will also face challenges. Mechanical power locomotives will have more uses in rail lines that travel ultra-long distances and long-distance reciprocating travel. In terms of maximum travel speed, it may take several improvements to catch up with the moose herd, but the stability is better than the current moose-pulled cart mode. After all, moose herds are living creatures after all. When urging them, it is necessary to take into account their diet, rotation, emotions and many other aspects. The power locomotive is just a totem machine. Apart from the necessary maintenance and nutrient supply preparation, there is no need to consider any humanistic care. Therefore, the position of moose in road transportation within a certain mileage section may be replaced by power locomotives. In view of this, we can make a simple judgment, that is, the era of farm work, construction site work, and transportation based on moose power and troll power will surely be officially declared over in the near future. These two types of power devices will further liberate productivity, allowing many producers to have higher work efficiency and more spare time, and thus accelerate the process of elfization of the Republic and improve the average knowledge level of the people. Under the policy inclination of the executive government, the intentional attempts of the military, and the increase in the number of witch doctors, the above changes are accelerating in various scenes. On the river, large transport ships driven by gas turbines, fishing boats driven by gas piston engines and other light ships are gradually increasing from nothing to something. In the offshore, giant battleships driven by steam turbines are on trial, and small and medium-sized air and submarine attack ships and frigates, based on steam turbines are also being designed. In large public farms, several specific types of test aircraft are trying to carry out verification operations such as digging and plowing. On the roads in the city of the headquarters, several cars that look very simple are being verified on closed sections. It seems that a larger scale change is about to take place with the maturity of airship technology. The headquarters has deployed its forces to the north much faster. One continental base station after another has been established in a short period of time, and the scouts sent to the north do not have to waste more than months on the way to their posts and back for vacation. The construction of the airspace transport route facilitates the dispatch of frontline personnel, allowing the headquarters to have more scouts to search for special magic beasts in the north. The captives of various races on the continent, the special magic beasts on the continent, etc., which were once inconvenient to be transported back, now have the possibility of being transported alive. The complex topography of the north has nurtured many different civilizations and races, as well as various magic beasts with different abilities. They have therefore become living targets with great research value. In December of the 65th year of the rune calendar, most of the northern continent fell into a cold winter. A giant airship labeled Exploration 23 was heading straight to the north from an altitude of 30,000 meters. The central axis of the airbag above it is 350 meters long. The widest inner diameter is 90 meters, and it is filled with a large amount of stable inert light gas, driven by the turboprop engine at the rear. The airship can carry the large hanging basket below, and sail at a speed of 200 km/h for more than several months. The altitude of 30,000 meters is already in the stratosphere of the atmosphere. Few lives can survive in this harsh environment. Therefore, generally speaking, airships will not encounter major events other than mechanical failures. At present, there is one aircrew witch doctor, 3 combat witch engineers, 15 escort soldiers, and 40 intelligence officers, who are guiding the airship to their respective destinations under the protection of specific totems such as the generation of life gas. In addition, the non-passenger cabin is also filled with a full warehouse of mainland base station accessories, nutrients, and other reserves, and the base stations that have been built on the ground will play the role of beacons, remotely guiding the airship to adjust its course and become the transit destination for the corresponding passengers and equipment. Inside the airship, a witch doctor on board was monitoring the airspace conditions that exceeded his observation limit with the help of totem equipment. 3 other war witch engineers were also paying attention to the operation of the totem components of each part, to prevent them from suddenly going out of control and crashing at high altitude. The 15 escort soldiers also had their own tasks to do, such as airbag armor and the opening of the 4-way weapon system, which required them to control at their posts. The 40 intelligence officers who were supposed to rest before arriving at the destination were gathering in the cabin of the hanging basket to chat with great interest. Most of them were warriors who had completed the transformation into elves, and a small number of them were still in the form of trolls. At this time, they were mixed together, talking about the new equipment they had received, and then discussing the strange civilizations in their respective exploration areas. Overall, the atmosphere seemed very relaxed and harmonious, as if the differences in appearance and body shape did not exist. If you ask me, the mammoths should be the strongest civilized race. The males are 6 meters tall and weigh more than 4 tons, and the females are about 5.5 meters tall and weigh about 3 tons. With this weight and height, who else in the northern continent can compare? The speaker was a scout who was responsible for exploring the Mammoth Twin Kings Republic area. He was the closest to the work area, and was also the first passenger to leave the airship. At this time, he was collecting his personal equipment, while promoting the concept of big is beautiful, heavy is strong. Mammoths just fit his aesthetic taste, and during the long mission, he could not help but envy their huge size. In addition, he also found female mammoths quite attractive. Of course, this didn't mean that he wanted to betray his race, but he regarded mammoths as the best chess pieces on his chessboard. Just like playing chess, he couldn't help but compare them with his colleagues, who were exploring other areas. Female mammoths were just a change of pace at work. His main favorites were still the troll and elf, although the difference between these two models was slightly large. Of course, not all of his colleagues agreed with his point of view. An elf immediately retorted, "What's the use of Guangzhang? Can such a weak agility type be used as a living target? I say the Rhine species is the strongest. They have both agility and strength, and are majestic without being bulky. Your long-nosed mammoth species is just food in front of them." Nonsense. Have you forgotten the slave liberation war 3 years ago? The most powerful Rhine species in your mouth were defeated. They gave up 3 million slaves for no reason. Hahaha, this is the strongest damn thing. Obviously, what happened on the continent could not be hidden from the eyes of the Republic. Moreover, due to the distance between the living areas of the various races on the continent, the specific conditions in many areas, and even the Black Forest, were more clearly understood. Just that Chieftain Rhine is too useless. He can't integrate the clans and city-states under his command. Otherwise, with that amount of mammoths, there's no way they can win. Haha, right. If you were Chieftain Rhine, you would definitely defeat the Mammoth Kings, right? Of course, I will tie all the female Rhines back to the big tent, give them joy every day, and let them give birth to babies. Some off-topic topics aroused the males, but made some females frown. So, the male elf who started the conversation was slapped on the back of his head. He looked back, and found that it was a female warrior in the team. What? You want to give females joy and let them give birth to children? Come to Sirusta, give me joy and let me see what it feels like to give birth to a child. The one who took action was the beautiful female elf Cynthia Tess, who was also the strongest warrior among the 40 scouts. At this moment, she was frowning slightly, staring at her colleague who had said the wrong thing. There were a few strands of purple braids at the intersection of the back of her head and her neck, which were also moving flexibly in the envious eyes of the other elves and trolls, and some of the tips were pointing at Sirusta, who was slapped on the back of the head. Boss Cynthia, you misunderstood. They are female, you are female. How can the female beasts of the barbarians be compared with the female warriors of the Black Forest? I don't mean that. You have to believe me. Hahaha. Hearing this, his colleagues laughed at him, and Cynthia was not really angry, so she sat back, after giving him a fierce look, and her previously scattered braids also gathered into a whole strand at this time, and flexibly drilled into the hole of a backpack on the side. Seeing this, most of the other colleagues showed envy again. Among those present, whether elves or trolls, there are similar organs in the occipital bone of the back of the head, but most individual similar organs are only half the size of a little finger, and are not as flexible as the former, and are not connected to any holes. Alas, this external nerve plexus organ is too difficult to tame. I have implanted it for more than half a year, but look, it still looks half dead. An elf turned his head, and motioned his companions to see the results of his training. The small piece of braid was motionless like a dead object, and it barely jumped for a while. Hey, did it move? Look, did it move? Haha, stop kidding, it's too early for you. At least you have to be able to stretch and close freely like me to be considered tamed. As for the control of the living armor, just wait, another male warrior obviously also has the same ability as Cynthia. At this time, he showed off his long braids that jumped flexibly and laughed. But I really felt it move just now. The scout's face looked a little unwilling, but he didn't say anything more afterwards, but concentrated on competing with the braids. He has envied the powerful functionality of the external armor for a long time, but if he wants to get the equipment, he must complete the preparatory steps in advance. When the scouts were laughing and talking, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded, and then the familiar voice of the witch doctor on board was immediately transmitted to the ears of all passengers. Highest alert. Highest alert. Traces of suspected large creatures have been observed. All personnel are ready for battle, waiting for follow-up orders. It is expected to face it in 8 minutes. It is expected to face it in 8 minutes. Earlier Witch Doctor Agatha Tess was in the reconnaissance room, receiving detection signals from various directions. Suddenly, an obvious abnormal signal appeared in a certain direction. This part of the sound signal fluctuation was identified, and then a huge unknown outline was formed in her meditation space. From the fluctuation, although the set of reflected signals is vague, it seems to have some biological characteristics, and there are signs that it is approaching this direction. This abnormality made Agatha feel confused and alert. She understood that, if this thing is really a creature, then they will be in big trouble, because any species that can survive at this altitude is not an easy character to deal with. Therefore, she immediately sounded the alarm when she received the abnormal signal, but Agatha felt a little distressed about the expense of supplies on the boat, so she wanted to wait for clearer results before deciding the next move. After that, the whole boat entered a state of alert according to her order, and the soldiers in the weapons control room opened the totem armor of key parts such as airbags, hanging baskets, and engines, and controlled the Windwolf machine guns, airship armor piercing guns and other weapons to start alert. Time passed by in the solemn atmosphere, and the sound reflection in Agatha's meditation space became clearer and clearer. After the formulaic meditation calculation, the sound fluctuation gradually revealed its appearance in reality and expressed its actual size, flight speed and other detailed data in the conversion. Oh my god. What is this thing? What appeared in her meditation space was a strong flying creature with wings that reached the sky. The torso length of about 100 meters, the wingspan of more than 200 meters, the sharp claws of more than 10 meters, and the speed of nearly 1000 kilometers per hour all proved its strong biological attributes. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Agatha cursed in a low voice in frustration. The Republic's flight rules clearly stipulate that no matter how high the value of the airship itself, or the contents inside it is, in the face of such a situation, the lives of the passengers must be saved first, so abandoning the ship and escaping is the only option at the moment. So, holding back the heartache, Agatha issued a second order that was completely different from the previous one. Confirm the target, it's the damn higher life form. All soldiers and scouts, get the hell out of the life support cabin. All engineers, set the armor and flight power components to full power self-operating mode and set the delayed destruction program after 10 minutes. Don't leave me even a little bit of technological remnant. And then you get to the life support cabin too. 3 minutes. After 3 minutes at the latest, the basket escape cabin will be separated from the main body and carry out the airdrop mission. Agatha's order put the entire boat into a busy state. The threat of higher life forms is a compulsory course for all elves and trolls, so no passenger expressed any objection at the moment, and all were carrying out various operations according to her instructions. After 2 minutes, except for Agatha herself, all passengers, including warriors, war witches, and scouts, entered the escape pod with strong buffering force and got into the individual life support pod, waiting for the moment to abandon the ship. After another half minute, Agatha also arrived at her life support pod and confirmed the airdrop operation. About half a minute later, the escape part under the basket separated from the main body of the basket and the airbag above and began to fall freely downward. As for where exactly is below, the direction is not considered for the time being. Anyway, there is no danger of high-level monsters coming in the sky above 30,000 meters. The large airship that has lost all its passengers is still moving forward quickly with only half of the basket left. Everything seems to be the same as before. But at this moment, a huge winged creature flew like a sharp arrow, and the air around it continued to form an air wall, and was constantly blown up, followed by a series of booming air explosions. It was impossible to tell what the giant bird looked like. In the blink of an eye, it arrived next to this creature that was several times larger than itself from several kilometers away. After that, its flight trajectory suddenly changed. The shadow of the giant bat drew an arc along the airship at high speed, shifted from directly facing the hull to its tail, and then rushed straight forward without stopping. Boom. A huge sound sounded in the next moment. The armored power cabin had no resistance in front of its sharp beak, and it exploded in the air like paper. The gas that was constantly generated and partially reserved in advance exploded violently in the sparks that rose from the friction. However, this degree of explosion did not hinder the giant bat at all. After destroying the power cabin, it continued to crash through the airbag armor, then broke through the layers of airtight cabins all the way, and finally drilled out of the front of the airbag. Afterwards, the giant bat did not stop its speed, which had not been reduced since before, until it rushed forward for more than 1,000 meters under the action of inertia, and slowly drew a beautiful arc in the air, and looked directly at the unknown creature in front of it again. The airship naturally could not withstand such tossing. At this time, large amounts of inert gas drilled out from the breach, making a not so violent leaking sound in the air. However, there was some confusion and bewilderment in the eyes of the giant bird. Today, I was reminded by readers that this writing method is too boring. I decided to try to work hard and try to combine the setting with the story more deeply and try not to use the previous explanatory writing method. In fact, it is a bit difficult. After all, this kind of writing style accounts for most of the things I read. But I have to try it anyway. After all, it is a novel, so it still has to be interesting and storytelling. Then, give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 268, The Fallen Escape Pod in the Elves in Emergency. Looking at the vulnerable giant in front of him, the giant bird showed some confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. What's going on? Why doesn't this arrogant giant fight back? Is it just a waste with nothing but size? How dare a life of this level invade his territory? The other bird was really puzzled. The airship was just a totem tool in the eyes of the Black Forest, but it essentially retained the biological characteristics of plants, which was still easy to be confused by the outside world. Especially, a large and movable totem tool like an airship would be seen as a shameless and threatening territory invader in the eyes of the giant bird, which would instinctively make it nervous. It was not until this time that the giant bird, after a more careful observation, discovered that it was just a big and useless piece of trash. So, after carrying out several rounds of attacks in a show of force and destroying the airbag beyond recognition, this high-level magical beast let out a contented cry and then flew away at a high speed. Its huge body broke the sound barrier in an instant and then disappeared into the distant sky. After the giant bird flew away without a trace, several minutes passed. On the broken airship that had already disintegrated and fallen, new changes were taking place. Bits of strong acid were generated in every wooden area, and passive fire appeared in the airbags and other locations. The former corroded every totem trace in the fire-resistant area, while the latter devoured all scientific and technological achievements in the non-fire-resistant area. Not long after, the already scrapped airship, its disintegrated remains, and the expensive mainland base station components and other cargo carried in it, staged a tragic self-destruction at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Pieces of wood that could not be devoured by the fire fell from the sky, but they were left with only the properties of the material itself. Perhaps one day in the future, when they are picked up by passers-by, they will create a legend of invulnerable armor. Of course, this has almost nothing to do with the elves and the trolls. Turn your sight back for a moment and shift your attention to the escape pod that is separated from the main body of the airship. Free fall from an altitude of 30,000 meters is undoubtedly an unbearable thing for most lives. This is actually the same for trolls, elves, and even Nestor, the most powerful free creature in the Black Forest at this time. If anyone really dares to fall from this height without preparation, no matter how strong their vitality is, they will not be able to escape the end of becoming bloody and fleshy residue. Therefore, the escape pod and its internal life support pod are extremely important in this process. As an emergency reserve, the advanced salamander cellfluid began to play its role as early as the moment the escape pod was separated from the main body. A group of totem components dedicated to airdrops are running efficiently under the support of advanced energy, squeezing every bit of their functionality as much as possible. Then, the huge but relatively small escape capsule fell rapidly downward with all the crew members. The weight, load, and friction from the atmosphere caused the bottom of the cabin to gradually turn red. Fortunately, the core area also controlled the surface of the escape capsule and was constantly regenerating. It was also attached with a special armor layer to resist high temperature and atmospheric friction. Only in this way, under the combined force of the three phases, the melting trend was stabilized in a short time. After that, it was to resist the strong force fed back into the capsule during the fall. After the special arrangement inside the life support capsule, it was transmitted to the 59 life individuals in the midst of many obstacles, making them feel relatively difficult when the speed increased to a certain extent, and in the abrupt staged deceleration and resistance process afterwards. At 30,000 and 20,000 meters, the bottom of the cabin suddenly began to spew gas intermittently downwards, causing the escape capsule to slow down slightly during the continuous pause and rise process. At 10,000 and 5,000 meters, multiple sets of huge parachutes were opened, and the escape capsule's falling speed suddenly stopped, and then slowed down visibly. In the cabins at 3,000 and 2,000 meters, Agatha, the witch doctor who was responsible for controlling the falling trajectory, began to perform her mission. The sound waves in the white area below gathered in her meditation space to help her confirm the specific situation of the falling point. It was a small city belonging to a civilized race, and Agatha obviously could not let the escape capsule fall into the city and let the 59 compatriots in this group be surrounded. Therefore, the direction of the airflow at the bottom was changed, causing the cabin to slightly change its falling point under the influence of the sudden and almost instantaneous huge lateral force. After that, the escape capsule drew an arc, dragging the parachute like a beautiful jellyfish in the sky, falling in the direction away from the city. At this point, the only cave wolf cell fluid was also used up. Boom. The huge crash sound spread far away, and dust rose from the ground, then floated far away, gradually revealing a deep pit that suddenly appeared inside, and an unnamed object that was definitely not small. Confirm the situation. Are there any injuries? Damn, the communication component was broken, and this one is broken too. Agatha was wearing a multifunctional helmet with integrated totem components such as oxygen supply, communication, and buffering. Her whole body was also wrapped in a buffering colloid in a not very spacious space. She fumbled to drain the filling liquid in the life support cabin first, but the device that was supposed to run automatically did not respond to the induction of the spirit cluster, as if it had no energy, or was completely broken. But it doesn't matter. Agatha herself is an elf witch doctor. Totem components and external nerve plexuses are just a more energy efficient control method for her. Therefore, she first spit out the breathing tube in her mouth and injured the discomfort caused by the thick liquid entering her mouth, and cast a spell to remove the fixing device on her body. After that, she controlled the door of the life support cabin that had completed the material seal, but lost the subsequent automatic unsealing function, performed a spell separation, and raised her knees to support it in the limited space. After a muffled bang, the gelatinous liquid slowly poured out from the opened cabin door, and the wind blew on her wet and sticky body. The helmet cracked from the middle, and another stream of sticky liquid flowed out, and then the strong sunlight and the scenery facing her came into her eyes. The snow-covered land was a scene of winter that could not be seen in the Black Forest. Agatha exhaled heavily and moved her body, which was uncomfortable due to the gravity acceleration in the closed environment, and then cast her eyes on the huge escape pod behind her. Time waits for no elves. Most of the totem functional components are obviously broken. She can escape with magic, but the rest of her compatriots do not have this ability. Therefore, now they are like creatures locked in a locked cage, and they must be very anxious. Thinking of this, Agatha did not care about taking more rest. She immediately rushed out of the life support pod and prepared to help the other 58 colleagues regain their freedom. The most central area of the escape capsule is a functional integrated core body with a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 12 meters. The separate parachute storage compartment, jet port and other functional areas make it 3 meters longer in the upper and lower parts, making the total height reach more than 15 meters. In addition, 60 individual life support capsules are arranged in 3 layers and arranged in a ring outside the core area. Together with the functional pipelines, connected to the core area and the external special armor layer. The circumference of the entire capsule has been expanded to more than 40 meters. So at this moment, after the parachute buffer and jet deceleration, what fell into the wild was a flat cylinder with a height of 15 meters and a circumference of 40 meters. It also has a long parachute, which is dragged behind it in a mess, covering a larger area of land. Earlier, the escape capsule was wrapped in the internal space of the larger hanging basket, but now it has lost its barrier and faces the outside world. So Agatha's jump, of course, fell directly to the ground. Under her feet, the snow water melted by the temperature brought by the impact flowed from all directions to the middle of the depression, and then formed a muddy depression around the escape pod. The texture of the soil felt from the soles of her feet was a slightly familiar feeling. Cooked soil, and it is cooked soil in the fertile area of the central part of the continent. In addition, among the infrasound signals running around in the space, there are also messages sent by the base station of her own continent, and each message has a clear number of the sending point in front of it. Therefore, with so much information, Agatha has understood the approximate direction of the group's fall and clearly understood the current situation. It's very close to the civilized city, and the last rush didn't escape too far. These intelligences collected instinctively in a short period of time made her frown slightly, and she sped up her movement a bit. In some life support pods, the compatriots who couldn't wait had already started to bang the door, and the unknown situation outside and the invalid totem components made them feel anxious. It's alright outside for now. I'm out now, and I'll let you out soon. After a simple reassurance, the hatches were slowly opened under Agatha's control, and then one after another, figures carefully poked their heads out from behind the gushing liquid, and after confirming the situation, they came out with a sigh of relief. Thank you, Witch Doctor Agatha. You've worked hard. Agatha, you've worked hard, little Agatha. In response, Agatha puffed her lips in dissatisfaction and cursed, "Shut up, all of you." Her little Agatha is angry again. Mom. Agatha's mom. The mom in the last sentence is a foreign word, and its meaning is completely different from the synonyms in this department. Its accurate meaning is even more fuel to the fire, making Agatha feel very embarrassed and annoyed. Okay. Shut up and rest. We don't know what the specific situation is yet. Now it's priority to conserve physical strength and restore spirit. The flight guard stopped his team members from teasing the witch doctor on the boat, and received a look of gratitude hidden in the obvious dissatisfaction. HMPH. The sight naturally came from Agatha. She glared at the familiar guard captain fiercely, snorted coldly and stopped talking. Time passed little by little. After spending about 10 minutes, the accompanying witch doctor finally released all the members. The result was quite good. Except for the trolls, who felt a little nauseous and were relatively more tired. The elves, who accounted for more than half of the total number, finally maintained a relatively good mental state and a complete combat level. Gather first. Let's sort out the situation. The captain of the guard first spoke to gather all the compatriots, then looked at Agatha and asked, "Sir Agatha, what is the specific situation now? Where are we?" Ahem. This is about 3,500 kilometers north of the outer North City, marked as asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk on the map. The nearest base station is 23.5 degrees northwest and 323.2 kilometers straight. There are also 3 base stations in other directions, but they are far away, about 1,000 kilometers away. In the civilized area, the Republic of the Mammoth Kings, the nearest hostile force is a small city marked 034 in the Black Forest 57 kilometers southeast. According to the data from 2 years ago, the male city lord is named Rhodes and the female city lord is named Thanatos. There are 4,237 upright mammoths in the inner city, 2,341 males, and 1,896 females, and they are all strong and mature warriors. The number of teenagers and the elderly is 0. In addition, there are 35,000 people from dozens of different races living in the outer city. It is a typical sanctuary city. Agatha's tone was like reciting something, and in fact, she was indeed reciting something. What she said was the result of repeating the information in her memory after the analysis and positioning. After that, her nature was slightly revealed. This female elf who used to call her old lady all the time was actually not very old and could even be said to be quite young because she was the first batch of tree elves produced by the #1 mother tree, so it was easy to calculate her age. She would only turn 26 in a month, and according to the age of the elves, she would actually have another 4 years to enter the mature period. So at this moment, after completing the rescue mission, her slightly immature side slowly emerged in her relaxation. She opened her purple eyes as lively as a deer and instinctively moved her gaze to the captain of the escort, as if asking for help, and asked in a voice that was obviously at a loss and a little nervous, "Lieutenant Ugosta, what should we do next? This is an enemy occupied area, or an emergency with failed communications. Should the airship emergency law take effect?" Ugosta, whom she asked, was an elven warrior who had completed the advancement, graduated from the military command department of the central school, and was the active squadron leader of the military's airship escort corps. His military rank was lieutenant, and he had 1 direct squadron and 2 direct squadrons under his command, a total of 14 elite elven warriors. The short-term identity of these warriors is the escort team, responsible for the flight escort of the 023 airship, and the medium and long-term identity is the individual flying armed reserve pilots who are undergoing high-altitude adaptability training. According to common sense, Ugosta should immediately and unconditionally take over the command of the scene and make targeted responses according to the relevant laws before assuming contact with the headquarters. Of course, after learning from Agatha about his current location and the situation he was facing, he had made such preparations and was preparing to take practical actions. "Everyone, then I will base it on the airship emergency law, Lieutenant. Please wait." An unexpected situation occurred. Before Ugosta could carry out his mission, a mature female voice interrupted him. Turning his sight back, he saw that it was Cynthia who interrupted him and slapped his colleague on the back of the head on the airship. She took out her ID from her backpack and unfolded it in front of her compatriots, then said firmly amid 15 fast and slow salutes, "In accordance with the special collective defense regulations in enemy occupied areas, I, non-active Major Cynthia Tess, will temporarily resume my active duty status, and in accordance with the Aircraft Emergency Act, as the highest ranking military officer present, I will take over the command. No objections are allowed. Please reserve any appeals to the military court. Do you understand? A bill is a bill, and the executor cannot show the slightest humility or scruples." Therefore, after understanding the specific situation at the moment, Cynthia immediately stood up and exercised the obligations and powers granted to her by the 2 bills, both out of her duty and because she had to do it. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." Similarly, the 15 active military members on the scene and several other non-active military members among the scouts also meaninglessly acknowledged Agatha's command position in the slightly confused look at her. "Very good. Then the first order. Which Dr. Agatha? I'm here. Please take over the liaison with the headquarters immediately and get the next instructions from the military commission as soon as possible." "Understood." The second order, Lieutenant Ugosta. "Here. 8 armored units among the scouts are assigned to you for direct command. You will lead them and cooperate with the 14 combat soldiers under your command to be responsible for reconnaissance. The focus of the reconnaissance will be on the southeast Mammoth City." "Yes, sir." The rest of the directions will be the responsibility of the non-armored units left behind. Also, if it is confirmed that the enemy has not discovered us, Ugosta, you must make concealment your top priority. "Sir, what if they find out?" The previous movement was obviously not small. Ugosta confirmed. "Do I need to emphasize this? According to the concealment regulations, kill without mercy." "Understood." "Set off as soon as possible and pay attention to safety." "Yes." After receiving the order, Ugosta took over the 8 armored units among the explorers and joined his own 14 combat soldiers to start arranging the forward exploration. When Ugosta and the sergeants were arranging specific tasks, Cynthia turned her eyes to the 3 aircrews. "Then, the 3 are engineers, right?" "Yes, sir." These were 3 elves with obvious bookish airs. Cynthia knew at a glance that they were war wizard engineers who were promoted from scholars, not war wizard engineers from the army, so her orders were relatively gentle. "Very good. Please check the escape pod function core immediately and restore its self-destruction capability first. If you can't repair Cynthia Witch Doctor, how long will it take you to completely destroy the totem structure on it? 4 light hours. I need at least 4 light hours to destroy them. Okay, you continue to contact the headquarters. If it is 3,500 kilometers through the mainland base station, it will take about 3 light hours to communicate, but you can keep moving, right? Yes. So, 3 engineers, please repair the escape pod self-destruction function as much as possible. The uncertainty of staying for 4 light hours is too great. We need to move as soon as possible. Yes, sir. We will try our best. Very good. Get busy. The 3 war witches nodded, then took out a cube from the equally sticky backpack and connected the braid hanging from the back of the head into a hole. Then, with a burst of click sounds that had been heard many times when the reconnaissance team was dispatched before, their original height of about 3.5 meters suddenly grew to more than 5 meters. The reason for this phenomenon was not because they had really grown taller, but because 3 sets of maintenance type external totem armor were put on them one after another. Many engineer-specific totems are integrated on these armors that do not have combat functions, which can enable the war witches who could only use self-addition magic to obtain the maintenance ability corresponding to the configuration totems, and to inspect the core area of the escape pod, based on their own knowledge. At this time, Cynthia, who had arranged another task, began to arrange the on-site defense matters. Under her command, the scouts began to disperse and deploy defenses. While they were preparing for sniping with the remaining weapons on their bodies, they turned on the concealment totems and voice monitoring totems on their bodies to monitor the remaining directions without armored soldiers. The place where the escape pod fell is not like the Black Forest. There is a clear rotation of 4 seasons here, and now it is winter, and it is not the busy farming season. Most city residents are busy staying at home to make children. But there are exceptions to everything. There are always some restless guys who are willing to hang out in winter. For example, there is a group of upright apes who are not sure whether they are hardworking or unlucky. They are digging canals for their own farmland in the farmland outside the city. When the escape pod flew through the not too high sky, making a loud noise, and falling to the ground, they became the closest civilized life to the scene. There were nearly 100 upright apes present, with thick short hair covering their bodies, protruding mouths and low foreheads, skillful hands and short tails. If they were placed on the earth in the previous life, they might be the ancient relatives of Nestor. Maybe they could even earn the reputation of terrible upright apes and become the real masters of the world, at least on the surface. But it is obvious that this world is not friendly to these hairy upright apes. They are almost one of the weakest races in the civilized circle. Except for a few populations with ape freedom in the territory of the mammoth species, they are one of the representative races of slave status in most other parts of the continent. In addition, they also have a strong curiosity, which may be okay on Earth, but here, as one of the weakest races, too much curiosity often only brings disasters. Mal, do you want to go and see? Something fell over there. Wait for us. We want to go too. Haha, I hope we can pick up something good. The upright apes stopped their work and shouted to each other, then picked up the wooden handled metal objects that were both tools and self-defense weapons and hurriedly ran northwest. In the direction they were moving, there were 3 scouts belonging to the External Exploration Department, who were now under temporary military control by Cynthia. They were standing in a triangle position about 100 meters apart and groping forward reconnaissance team. Every profession has its own expertise. When arranging the reconnaissance mission, Ugosta arranged 8 scouts with stronger concealment capabilities at 3 prominent points about 2 kilometers apart in the front. They were all elven warriors equipped with reconnaissance type external light armor. After activating the armor's built-in optical stealth, acoustic stealth and other totem functions, they could conduct close reconnaissance in the predetermined direction in a nearly silent, breathless, and invisible state. About 5 kilometers behind them were 3 fire support teams consisting of 15 soldiers, including Ugosta himself. They were wearing combat type external heavy armor. Although their concealment ability was barely better than nothing, they were nearly 6 meters high and concentrated with a series of offensive totem weapons that were not just for the sake of appearance, thus possessing a fierce combat performance far superior to the former, whether close or long range. At this time, the first team composed of Ugosta and the other 4 warriors was in the center of the back, while the second and third teams were about 3 kilometers away from him on both sides. They advanced slowly, while waiting for the order of the superiors, ready to go forward at any time, and perform combat tasks according to the situation report of the scouts in front. Just as the 3 combat teams were advancing, a voice message that was automatically converted into language was received on the communication channel. This is Team 5. This is Team 5. We have discovered an upright creature at ******* southeast, and 3 kilometers away at an angle of *** degrees. We have confirmed that it is heading towards the crash site. Please give us instructions. Please give us instructions. Received. This is Team 1 Ugosta. Team 5 will remain on standby and keep watch. Team 2 will immediately go to support and destroy it upon arrival. Team 5 will assist in the attack and be responsible for destroying the bodies. Team 2 understands. Speed up immediately. Team 5 understands. We are very good at destroying the bodies. Stop talking nonsense and follow orders. Sir. This is Ugosta. Orders. Team 4 will bypass the unknown creature and continue to approach the city from the left. The mission is still to monitor. You can enter and exit the city, but be careful not to enter the 7-kilometer detection range of the ancestral soul. Team 4, understand. This is Ugosta. Order. Team 5, bypass the unknown creatures. Continue to approach the city from the right. Monitor the entry and exit, but do not enter the detection range of the ancestral soul. Team 5, understand. After the order was issued, the teams that received the instructions entered the execution stage, and the team leader of Team 2, which had just received the combat order, was already commanding the team to speed up. The combat armor has 2 sets of left and right jet reaction chambers built into the soles of the feet. The soldiers can accurately control the amount and direction of their jets through external plexus organs, and after maintaining their own specific running posture, they can maintain their own speed to a certain extent under their large body weight. Therefore, when these soldiers start the high-speed action mode, not only will their posture form a rather awkward appearance, but their feet will also alternately emit a roaring sound. Although the roar would be suppressed by a specific totem, it would still produce a relatively obvious movement when it was fully operational. Therefore, in the area where the second team ran, there were dull thunders. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the ground and the feet met, there would be obvious pits. 5 human armors more than 6 meters high overcame some gravity and flew in big strides, approaching the location of the reconnaissance team 5 kilometers away at a very impressive speed. The members of the 5th team heard their movements from a distance, and then the scout who liked the female mammoth and believed that big is beautiful and heavy is strong side. Good guy. This thing does look very powerful, but the movement is too loud. The hearing of the mammoth species is only slightly worse than ours. Maybe we are doing rear reconnaissance, so we think it's exaggerated. Maybe it's okay in the eyes of the military? Another partner of the temporary team responded. Stop chatting. It's time to support the battle. I'm a little nervous. I've never fought with a large group of soldiers. What about you two? It's the same. We are all experts in digging holes and playing dirty tricks. This is the first time we have experienced a frontal battle with the cooperation of the soldiers. If the senior military training is excluded, they were talking in the internal channel, and the second team had already arrived nearby. The 3 scouts controlled the armor on their bodies and revealed their complete bodies of more than 4 meters in height in an instant to indicate the location of the soldiers, and then they returned to their previous invisible appearance. Where is the target, and how far is it? After the communication was connected, the captain of the second team immediately asked. 2300 meters southeast, coordinates ************. 87 people. They should be small upright creatures. How to deal with them? There are too many of them. You can outflank them from the rear, close to 500 meters to block the retreat, and leave the rest to us. Okay. Then hurry up, I'll wait for your news here. Understood. We'll set off now. Big is Beautiful, who is more familiar with the mammoth species, served as the temporary captain. At that moment, he led two teammates to leave diagonally, so only the seemingly clumsy soldiers were left at the scene, separate and lie down. Wait for the news from Team 5 first. The team members nodded, each found a suitable position to start digging, and then lay down, and entered a silent state. In front, Team 5's way of moving was not as explosive as Team 2. Compared with the fierce acceleration, their armor was obviously more light, so although the speed was not too fast, it was able to beat the combat type in terms of concealment. In fact, the distance was only about 2,000 meters. Even at their current speed, the three scouts arrived at the designated location in a relatively short time. I'm in charge of the middle, Seru is in charge of the left side, and Jumana is in charge of the right side. Report immediately when you are ready. I need to notify Team 2. Is that okay? No problem, understood. After choosing a suitable location, Big is Beautiful raised his right arm with his left palm and completed the sniper combat preparation in a squatting position. Part of the upper structure of his right arm armor was separated from each other, and a flat square opening was formed above the metacarpal bone. The internal totem structure was also prepared at this time. At almost the same time, the audio feedback function of the helmet was switched to combat mode, and the eyepiece also turned on the telescopic aiming function, while further adding a precision effect to itself. As a result, the upright apes 400 meters away were brought into the attack field of view one by one, asking for monthly tickets every day. Chapter 269 New Situation. This is Team 5. This is Team 5. We have entered the rear blockade point. We have entered the rear blockade point. The targets are 87 in total. They are confirmed to be upright apes. The weapons they hold seem to be wooden handled shovels and pickaxes. They are suspected to be unarmed units. Team 2 received it. Confirm again. The target is upright apes. It can be confirmed. It is upright apes. Understood. They are worthless and do not need to be alive. Temporarily change the attack plan. Fire from front and back and kill them at a distance with invisible bullets. Team 2 is about to launch a charge. Team 5, please pay attention to intercept. Over. Understood. Get ready. It's our turn. The captain of Team 2 said to his soldiers after the communication ended. Understood. Understood. Very good. Disperse and charge according to the plan and complete the attack 500 meters away. Get ready. The countdown begins. 5-4. 5 offensive external armors completed the switch between crouching and pre-starting postures in a very short time and waited for the countdown to end together. 3-2-1 start. Boom. 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 A dull roar sounded, and then the soldiers quickly activated the high-speed running mode. With one stride, they ran more than 10 meters with the help of the reaction chambers on the soles of their feet, and the frequency of their legs switching was not low. After running more than 100 meters at this speed, the armored casted with both feet together, bent its knees, paused, and then suddenly jumped diagonally upward. The two sets of reaction chambers on the soles of the feet turned on the maximum power under the physical supply of the operator inside. Although it was far from being able to truly fly, it brought this 6-meter tall giant into the air. The elf warriors resisted the force transmitted to their bodies and controlled the armor through the spirit cluster to complete tactical movements such as arm rings, leg bending, and curling up into a ball. Then, their figures drew a parabola in the air, and when they adjusted their posture to land again, they were already 120 meters away. The leg armor activated the hydraulic buffer system in time when it landed and converted the feedback force into the arm assist for the second jump. 120 meters, 160 meters, 220 meters, 270 meters. The jump distance was larger each time and finally maintained at about 300 meters and jumped 3 times in succession. Less than 2 kilometers away from the starting point of Team 2, 87 hairy upright apes were happily moving towards the northwest. Wait. Is there any movement ahead? Maudi, who seemed to be the leader of this small group, or at least a respected person, stopped the steps of the apes at this time and jumped to the neck of his companion on the left and looked into the distance. Bang. Bang. In the distance, he saw 5 strange black spots, which were jumping on the spot up and down, but their shapes were gradually becoming clearer. Soon after, not only Maudi, but also the rest of his compatriots standing on the ground, could roughly see the shape and movement trajectory of those things. After just a few jumps, the spots turned into clearly visible monsters, and the dark brown and nearly black color was extremely conspicuous on the ground, covered with frost and snow, and they were approaching rapidly, and getting bigger and bigger. Run. Maudi gave a warning, but it seemed too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the strange and swift sound that followed, blood bloomed before his eyes like flowers blooming in spring, and then there were panicked cries, curses, and pleas for mercy. This was an attack, and it was launched from both the front and back directions, like a dense and invisible tide, which submerged the entire group in an instant. Maudi, who had already turned around to run away, suddenly felt a numbness in his waist, and then he lost all feeling in his lower body, as if he had never had it before, but he even ran forward a few steps, and then fell to the ground after a scream. Only the upper body fell to the ground, and the part below the waist was left in the position where he was just now, and was separated again in another attack that followed. The severe pain attacked every inch of nerves, and the wailing that could be uttered gradually stopped. The other noisy sounds around also ended synchronously after the whoosh sound that lasted for about a minute stopped. The snow white gradually turned into mud in the blood red. In the tragic scene, there were only a few weak breathing sounds like candles in the wind. The half face of Maudi was drowned by the soft and rotten that was not known whether it was warm or cold. The only side of his vision was blurred to the extreme, and then he left this world forever with a regret of confusion and unknown. Tap tap, tap tap. Suddenly, a slight sound came from nowhere, and then one after another, huge footmarks of 80 centimeters long appeared in the mud. The 300-meter jump was only carried out 3 times. In the last jump, the 5 soldiers arrived at a distance of about 500 meters from the target. During the previous movement, the weapon system had been prepared, and during the completion of the last jump, the shooting auxiliary totem group had also entered standby, landing and entering a crouching position. 87 targets were clearly reflected in the eyepiece shooting field of view, the body completely covered by armor, the sight behind the eyepiece without the slightest mercy and sympathy. The face in the helmet maintained a cold and calm from beginning to end. Then, one after another, light blue wind blades shot out quickly from the raised right arm. They were like gusts of wind and rain, harvesting fresh lives across a distance of hundreds of meters. Targets fell one after another during the attack. Each wind blade could sweep straight to a far point and disappear in the air after killing several units. In the eyepieces, and in the vision of the soldiers, there appeared a bunch of extremely beautiful flowers. They were red warm-blooded creatures. Stop the attack. Team 5 will approach to check for survivors and cover up the traces. Team 2 will provide cover. Understood. After responding in the channel, the 3 scouts in the southeast drove their stealth armors to the attack point, and then saw the debris everywhere at close range. There was almost no sound during the inspection, only the feet left footprints in the mud, mixed with blood and snow. Swish, the sound of gunfire rang out, and Big is Beautiful raised his arm, and turned around vigilantly. After seeing what happened, he put his arm back, and asked in confusion, "How can there be survivors? An unlucky guy. I gave him a quick death." Understood. Look carefully and kill them alive on the spot, otherwise they will suffer more later. Okay. After a while, almost every wreckage was checked, and after confirming that there was no problem, the work of erasing the traces began. The purpose of this work is not to completely erase the marks of the conflict here, but to cover up the characteristics of our own attack. For example, the bullet holes and single bullets in the live ammunition mode must be destroyed, and the special wounds left by non-physical bullets must also be erased in time afterwards. The execution of these tasks may not be overly emphasized in training for combat soldiers, but for scouts who work behind enemy lines all year round, and even for intelligence units in the army, it is one of the important things to emphasize. As for the execution method, if there is enough time, then help collect the corpses and move them to a place like the corpse destruction room of the intelligence tree as nutrients. to completely eliminate the traces of their existence. If there is not enough time or the location does not allow, then physical erasure and potion erosion are carried out in parallel, and finally a timed self-destructing magic plant is planted, which will wither and die after absorbing the remains treated by the potion. Because the process is too bloody, the more specific content will not be described in detail, but in general, no matter what choice is made, the former intelligence officers will carry the corresponding tools with them. Today, most of them have been integrated into the many functions of the reconnaissance armor, making it more convenient. At this time, it did not take more than a few minutes before and after, and the scouts completed their part of the task, and then set off again, and continued to move towards the city. Behind them, after reporting the mission, the 5 soldiers rested in the pocket forest that had suddenly appeared before, and was now withering. A vast expanse of land in the middle of the continent is a country ruled by the mammoth kings of all generations. There are cities located in the fertile wilderness, in which live the powerful mammoths and many other protected tribes of all sizes. The mammoths have big ears and sharp noses, columnar feet and short fingers, and look a bit like the ancient mammoths in Nestor's previous life. This is also the only reason why this race is commonly known as upright mammoths in the Black Forest. As for what they should be called originally, sorry, most elves and trolls are not interested in this. The stature of the mammoths is generally 5 or 6 meters high. In terms of average strength alone, they are the undisputed top of the continent's civilizations. Even the trolls are still inferior in this regard. Although the elves can barely match them, they will be relatively more disadvantaged under the pressure of weight. Of course, they are strong, if they are strong, but these big guys with long and flexible muscle noses and long curved fangs at the corners of their mouths, that are more exaggerated than those of trolls, are not strong enough to form a significant and extraordinary horizontal crushing characteristic over other races and their strengths, such as the vitality of trolls, and the vitality and energy self-sufficiency of elves. In addition, their agility attribute is low, and there is a clear shortcoming in fertility. Their lifespan is not as long as that of trolls, and they are even more incomparable with elves. Therefore, despite their strong strength and tall body, they are generally not optimistic in the Black Forest beast chess. In terms of war potential, the Black Forest believes that mammoths do not have the ability to truly dominate the north. On the contrary, the Rhine species with certain extraordinary characteristics are stronger in this regard. As a civilized race with the most balanced physical development in the north, the latter is not as strong as the mammoth species, but it will not form a complete crushing of death at a touch, and in terms of agility, it can in turn suppress the former to a certain extent. In addition, the twin mounts with certain extraordinary qualities can bring more stable upper-level combat power to the latter, and the moderate size gives them diversity in terms of arms, so that they can adapt to more battlefield environments. What's more, the relatively excellent fertility has brought a relatively sufficient population to the population, enabling them to subdue many raid races in the territory. If their system had not become a double-edged sword in some aspects, perhaps they would have become the real royal family that unified the North. The comparison between the two powers is an eternal proposition. The mammoth kings of all generations naturally realized the shortcomings of their own ethnic groups. They did not sit and wait for death, but actively used their own advantages, such as the ruling structure that was far more stable than the Rhine Chief Alliance, and made a series of arrangements to the outside world in a continuous and targeted manner. Although the two sides have not formed a competitive relationship in a short period of time in terms of region, they often use the excuse of liberating slaves to unite with the Fang Kingdom, which is also a slave system but weaker, to harass the Rhine Chief Alliance, weakening its material output capacity again and again. Internally, the tribal system of the protected races was broken, and they were scattered and lived in various cities dominated by mammoths. They were required to accept the traditions of the country and obey the orders of the mammoth city lords, rather than the traditional tribal and clan leaders. In this way, after the ruling habits were broken and the family units were divided, the protected races gradually became tenants and laborers of the mammoths over time, to support the mammoths who adhered to the characteristics of the strong races, that they had always been unproductive. At the same time, they had to serve in the military and support the two kings to carry out the just war. However, this is at least much better than the Rhine chiefs, the Fang Kingdom and other places. The protected here do not have slave status, their right to life will not be arbitrarily deprived without reason, and they also retain basic dignity. They do not need to hand over 80% of their harvests at will, and become cannon fodder destined to die. Therefore, although the former high-level clans and family members among these protected people often complain that their own ethnic traditions do not exist, and their roots have disappeared, the ordinary people are still very grateful. For example, at this moment, a sacrificial ceremony is being carried out in the mammoth town, numbered 034 in the Black Forest. Vigorous prayers sounded on the altar, which were straightforward and concise. The sounds gathered into a continuous wave of sound that spread to the outer city, and then one by one the protected people consciously stopped what they were doing, and murmured their prayers with a pious, or at least respectful, attitude. Located in the center of the altar is a tall all-metal mammoth statue, which is roughly similar in shape to the mammoths that are praying, but it keeps all 4 feet on the ground. Outside the altar are more than 4,000 residents of the inner city. Judging from their attire, they are more likely to be mobilizing before the war than praying. All members are wearing heavy armor, and the metal armor plates almost cover the entire body except for the end of the long nose. They also carry a heavy sword and 2 long and short heavy hammers on their backs. The ends of the upper limbs, which are usually used by other races to control tools, are also tightly wrapped in armor, and the exterior is shaped like a heavy hammer, which looks very intimidating. This is the famous mammoth heavy infantry, and it is also the only powerful force of this race in the eyes of the outside world. Of course, there are actually lightly armored infantry served by female mammoths within the race, but because it can also be classified as heavy armor in the eyes of the outside world, it has not formed a widespread recognition. You are both majestic and healthy, fertile and dead, O great protector of Mammon, splitter of sky and earth. Please bless Mammon and those protected, and grant us strength and prosperity. When you wake up, the kingdom of the two kings will spread over the entire world. When your domain rises in the sky, all enemies will fall into eternal damnation and darkness. The great protector appreciates indomitable warriors more. Mammoths stand when they pray, and their heads look up at the sky like the 4-legged mammoths and the statues glaring at the sky. So at that moment, the 2 city lords and most of the residents saw the wonder in the sky. It was a pitch black object of unknown size, slowly descending with an unknown thing that looked like petals above it, and its target seemed to be the city's residential area. Seeing the object getting closer and closer, the 2 city lords led the priests to adjust the perception range of the altar while praying, so that the invisible perception circle covering the city like a cover bulged upwards and quickly included the object in the observation. 59 strange powerful lives. The city lord frowned, feeling puzzled and nervous, and the object being observed suddenly jumped horizontally, not only jumping out of the perception range, but also deviating from its own track. The prayer ended in the unknown reality. All the mammoth warriors looked at the city lords, expecting them to explain this phenomenon they had never seen before. But the male and female city lords were in hesitation. There were living creatures in that thing, and most of them were stronger than themselves in terms of life strength. Faced with this situation, should they choose to stay in the city and wait for the next move of the unknown life, or send forces to explore? The former is too passive, which is equivalent to giving the right to choose to the unknown, which is not in line with the strong style of the mammoth species. If the latter is chosen, how much force should be sent, which race should be sent, and how to ensure that the sent force can bring back news alive? What do you think? The male city lord asked. It seems very powerful, but no matter what, we need to find out what happened. So, send the fastest and most agile race to check it out. You are right, there are antelopes in the city, and their males are faster. Do you have any better options? No, there are no females under my control who can match their speed, so send the antelopes. The order was quickly passed to the outer city. There were more than a dozen differentiated antelope groups in the city, and a small number of males set off during the conscription and headed to the direction where the unknown object fell. While the 2 city lords were discussing, the hairy ape had already put down what he was doing and chased in the direction of the ark driven by curiosity. When the city lord's order reached the antelope family, the escape pod belonging to the Black Forest had just fallen to the ground, and our lovely witch Agatha was busy getting herself out of the narrow life support pod when more than 30 antelope males completed their preparations, left the city, and dispersed, jumping and skipping towards the northwest. The unification of power had been completed at the crash site, and armored explorers had also been sent to the southeast. After that, the unfortunate upright ape was eliminated, and the antelope species arrived. The antelope species is a group of intelligent creatures that are very fast, but also very weak, and they have another name in the Black Forest, upright gazelle. The origin of its name is needless to say, it's just that Nestor felt it was similar, and the original name was too difficult to pronounce, so he simply given a pronunciation that was at least convenient in his opinion, used as a common name for the entire population. Therefore, when they were discovered by the reconnaissance team, the name upright gazelle was naturally used in the voice channel. Next, the 6 teams ambushed and intercepted more than a dozen members of this species. Since they were often used for transmission, they had a certain value as captives, so they were temporarily left alive. None of the compatriots had deliberately learned the complicated gazelle language. Fortunately, as protected persons, this group knew mammoth language, and this language was one of the foreign languages that the Black Forest focused on learning, so there were no problems in the subsequent interrogation. Afterwards, several teams received almost the same information during the interrogation. Their existence was discovered. When this information was gathered at the crash site, Cynthia, as the temporary supreme commander, sighed quietly. Then, while she instructed Agatha to pass on the latest news, she once again urged the engineers and Agatha, who did not need to maintain communication all the time, to repair some functions of the escape pod as soon as possible. It is gratifying that this thing can indeed be repaired. With the joint efforts of 4 witch doctors and war witches with repair capabilities, they can repair the destruction function within 1 hour, which is much more accurate and faster than manual. Once the destruction of the escape pod is completed, there is no need for them to stay here. Before receiving the previous intelligence, Cynthia originally planned to lead her compatriots to retreat to the mainland base station more than 300 kilometers away, and then wait for the headquarters follow-up arrangements. But now, it can only be said that Mammoth 034 City knows too much. This place is too far away from the headquarters, even from the outer North City, and the voice signal back and forth takes several hours. Cynthia understands that in this situation, she must not wait for the headquarters to make a decision at every step, otherwise it will be too late. Moreover, those detailed Enemy Occupied Area Act and Emergency Act were originally formulated out of consideration for such problems. Therefore, she can only find a way to deal with it herself. Immediately, Cynthia made several relevant decisions. First, arrange forces to intercept the reconnaissance from 034 and eliminate all those who know the truth. Second, destroy the escape capsule core as quickly as possible. Third, mobilize all the scouts in the area and the mainland base station garrisons, some to come to the rescue, and some to intercept the messengers that 034 may send to the royal city or other large cities in the front. Chapter 270 Development and Brewing. After the airship technology matured, the headquarters released some airships to explore other directions. However, since the exploration has just begun, the other side of the world is still unknown, but with the help of data such as the curvature of the horizon, the appearance of the world under our feet in mathematics and physics has actually been roughly understood by the Republic. After multiple observations and data aggregation, the witch doctors learned through calculations that the world under their feet is a sphere with a radius of 12,756 kilometers, an equatorial circumference of 80,148 kilometers, and a total surface area of about 2 billion square kilometers, and the known world, which is temporarily limited to about a quarter of the sphere, is composed of the boundless sea, large and small islands on the sea, the northern continent, the northern mountains, and the Black Forest area. On top of this, the northern continent spans the North Pole in the north, and encompasses mountains in the south, with a total area of about 470 million square kilometers. The Black Forest, where the Republic is located, seems to belong to another separate plate, most of which is submerged in the sea, and the part that is exposed to the sea is the main body of the Republic. This is an area with a maximum east-west length of 9,000 kilometers, a maximum north-south length of 3,000 kilometers, and a total area of nearly 20 million square kilometers. Perhaps in the distant past, this plate collided with, and embedded in the bottom of the northern continent. And then a relatively huge north-south barrier rose at the junction. It is the Northern Mountains from the perspective of the Black Forest, and it has another name among the northern tribes, Southern Wall of the continent. Although the Northern Mountains are more convenient than the Black Forest in terms of transportation, they seem to belong to the northern continent geographically. Its area is relatively large, and there are large and small secondary plateaus embedded in it, and the northern plateau where the Taulan Horned Hoof tribe now lives is one of the largest ones. At the southernmost end of the plateau, there is the outer North City fortress belonging to the Republic. From here, go straight south for 200 kilometers, and pass through the gap in the mountains, and you will reach the inner North City fortress at the northernmost end of the Black Forest. From the inner North City fortress, continue south for 1,300 kilometers, to reach the headquarters of the Republic. However, if we start from the outer North City fortress and head north, we will enter the mountains again after more than 600 kilometers, and be surrounded by tall and undulating peaks. After entering the mountains, continue to go north for about 400 kilometers, before you can really leave the mountainous area, and come to the civilized border of the northern continent. And then put the southern wall of the continent behind you. In other words, the part of the mountains located directly north of the headquarters, after covering the northern plateau, has a north-south span of about 1,200 kilometers, which is also the area with the thickest mountain barriers in the observation. Let's move our sight to the north, and take the place where the escape pod fell as the center of the circle, and then extend it to the north and south. With this point as a center, 2,500 kilometers to the south, is the northern end of the wall of the continent. 3,500 kilometers away is the outer northern city fortress. 5,000 kilometers later is the headquarters of the Republic. 6,000 kilometers to the equator. And 6,300 kilometers to the southern coastline. To the north, 4,000 kilometers later, it will reach the midpoint between the equator and the North Pole. 14,000 kilometers later, it will reach the North Pole, and 17,000 kilometers later, it will reach the edge of the continent on the other side of the world. It is known that Black Forest has deployed 170 continental base stations in the northern continent. The deployment points are relatively sparse in the densely civilized areas, while in the Mammoth Twin Kingdoms, there will be a base station location every 800-kilometer radius. Cynthia used to be a soldier in the army, and now she is a reconnaissance specialist of the Department of External Exploration. These two identities have almost run through her entire career as a troll and elf student, since she graduated from school. The latter tells her the importance of secrecy. In order to conceal their existence as much as possible, reconnaissance employees will even choose to directly melt their bodies in the most desperate and extreme cases, to eliminate all traces of existence. The former requires her to kill in order. As for confidentiality, the idea of the army is to kill all enemies, and then naturally keep secrets. And under the combination of the two, after joining the reinforcement from the base station, break into 034, and kill all the insiders has become the first idea that enters her mind at this time, and she has begun to make corresponding arrangements in this direction. Therefore, the signal for help spreads in all directions with Agatha the Witch Doctor as the center. Its purpose is to transmit messages to the 9 continental base stations within a radius of 2,300 square kilometers, and to summon all the elf units and individual armor within their respective signal jurisdiction, to come to the crash site for support. Each of these base stations has an engineer who is also the station chief, 2 basic engineers, and 5 guards. At this time, there are a total of 72 permanent units in the 9 base stations within the target range, and within the signal jurisdiction of these base stations, there are about 40 of them, a total of 360 compatriots, who are performing reconnaissance tasks. At present, the number of elves in the Republic has accounted for 30% of the total population, and in order to allow more people to complete advanced practice in a more stable area, most of the field work in the country is actually undertaken by these elves. This data is reflected in the proportion of elves in 70% of the intelligence officers, and 100% of the base station residents in the surrounding 9 base stations in the surrounding of the crash site. In addition to the 59 air crash victims, there are about 330 elf compatriots. Moreover, 72 of the garrisons have a 100% armor rate due to the special nature of their mission, while the armor rate of the remaining scouts is about 45%. After substituting this data, it can be seen that the total number of various types of armored units in the area is about 185. Moreover, since the mainland base stations are stationed with engineers who belong to the army, rather than engineers who belong to the executive government and the research institute, they have their own combat armor in the base stations in addition to maintenance armor. Therefore, it can be known that there are about 72 combat armored soldiers and more than 110 reconnaissance armored soldiers in the nearby. Among them, the 4 mainland base stations closest to the crash site are located about 320 kilometers northwest, about 1,380 kilometers northeast, about 1,450 kilometers southwest, and about 2,100 kilometers southeast. 034 City is further southeast. They surround 034 City geographically, and the sound signal will first reach the area within the base station signal jurisdiction and closer to the crash site in the calculation, and reach the locations of the 4 base stations after 13 minutes, 57 minutes, 60 minutes, and 89 minutes, respectively, and then be transmitted to the farthest end of the dot. For the 4 base stations that could receive the message first, Cynthia hoped that the intelligence officers in their signal jurisdiction could intercept the slippery fish among the communicators sent by 034 in the outer area, and gradually approach the inner circle in the process and finally arrive near 034. For the residents in these 4 stations, Cynthia hoped that they could rush to the crash site as quickly as possible, first form a stronger and more reliable combat force here, before talking about other things. As for the other 5 base stations farther away, whether they are garrisons or scouts, they need to arrive in this area as soon as possible after receiving the signal. As for the fact that these elves can only cross this not so short distance and finally arrive here at the right time. In the armor, the cruising speed of the combat type in daylight is 180 km/dh, and the cruising speed of the reconnaissance type in daylight is 150 km/dh. When they maintain the cruising speed, the sunlight will shine directly on the skin of the driver inside through the resin layer, thereby replenishing the necessary energy. In this state, the elves only need to replenish some necessary trace element in the armor at any time, and they can continue to run under the sunlight until the sun sets, and they will need to leave time for rest during the journey. When the escape pod fell to the ground, the headquarters time was about 4 o'clock on the day. The time of the first situation report was 4:13 on the day, and the second situation report and the request for support from all parties occurred at about 4:36 on the day, calculated from the time point of the second communication. Even the farthest base station will receive the signal before 6:05 on the day, and the farthest end of its dot can also receive the corresponding message after half a light hour. That is to say, the support forces of all stations can set off before 6:40 am at the latest. Although it is winter in the northern hemisphere, the sunshine time in the area where the 9 base stations are located will not reach 24 hours, but considering the latitude, the time will not be shortened too much and is generally sufficient. From 6:40 am to 12 o'clock noon, and then to sunset, there are more than 10 hours of time for them to travel without stopping. Plus there are few civilized creatures in the wild in winter, so as long as their void areas too close to the city, they can move relatively boldly. Combined with the calculation of cruising speed under daylight, the support forces of the 9 base stations will be able to arrive today before the sun sets. By then, including the existing armored forces, Cynthia will be able to gather 87 combat armored personnel and about 119 reconnaissance armored personnel, plus the support forces that the headquarters may send. They will be enough to pose a threat to City 034 that cannot be ignored. In addition, the signal sent from here to the outer north city needs 2.5 light hours to arrive, so it takes 5 light hours to conduct a round-trip communication for a problem. When the 9 base stations receive the support signal and complete the response and subsequent actions, the crash site should have reached at least 2 to 3 round-trip communications with the headquarters. Therefore, at least the status report of the crash site, the results of the prisoner interrogation, and the tentative plan arrangements can be known in time during this period, and the headquarters can give corresponding guidance. to put it bluntly. Except for the support request for intercepting the communicator, most of the orders issued by Cynthia in this process were just arrangements made to save time. The purpose is naturally to be able to gather sufficient executable forces as soon as the headquarters instructions arrive. Of course, the subsequent orders may not be the same as her plan. At that time, what needs to be executed may be attack key targets, massacre, or they may be asked to evacuate to the nearest base station immediately. It is precisely for this reason that, although her plan is more radical, it is not completely without room for slowdown. The time is 4:34, about 25 minutes after the escape pod fell. The second situation report and the corresponding support request were sent out to the surroundings with Agatha the Witch Doctor as the center. The sound waves rushed towards the four fans like waves. Except for the intelligence officers who happened to be in the area with a radius of 320 kilometers. The first to receive this set of signals was the Continental Base Station located northwest of the crash site. Everything was normal until this moment, but what happened after that was beyond the expectations of Cynthia and other victims. Cynthia, who was stationed in the northern Fang Kingdom, actually didn't know that as an area relatively closer to the Black Forest, or even the first line of intelligence after the mountains in the north. The continental base stations around City 034 had actually been laid out with metal sound guides. The transmission time estimated by the air crash victims was based on the situation in other areas of the continent where voice wires were not deployed, so the speed of voice transmission between the base stations here was actually much faster than they imagined. When Agatha's spell message arrived at the base station 320 kilometers northwest after 13 light minutes, it was converted into a sound signal in the metal sound conductor, and then directly transmitted at a speed of 4800 m/s to the four continental base stations 1600 kilometers apart and the four diagonal base stations about 2300 kilometers apart, and after about 5.5 light minutes or 8 light minutes, these signals arrived at all destinations. In addition to the station master who was responsible for staying behind at the 9 stations, a total of 64 elves immediately put on combat armor and set out to gather at the crash site. In addition, the scouts in their respective areas also received the distress signal in different time periods, which saved more than 10 times the time in the first step, depending on their distance from the center point. Therefore, 114 elves wearing reconnaissance armor immediately stopped their work. Some of them went straight to the crash site according to the support request, while others formed an interception in the area and approached the inner circle like a comb. Among the various support parties, the first to arrive were the garrisons of the Northwest Base Station. A total of 8 single soldier armor holders spent less than 2 hours, and in the stunned eyes of the air crash site, they entered the perception range and arrived directly at the crash site. How come it's so fast? Cynthia and other elves and trolls all expressed their confusion. In the direction of the Black Forest, although the conducting sound line has not yet reached the outer North City due to the obstruction of the mountains, it has reached the northern border of the mountains after about 10 light minutes, after being transferred through several adjacent southern base stations. Here, the signal turns back to move forward in the atmosphere, and after 15 light minutes, it crosses the mountains and arrives at the signal receiving station in the south of the mountain. At this time, the information has returned to the area with the metallic sound conductor and has been converted into a metallic internal signal again. After that, the 2 messages from thousands of kilometers away went south along the path of outer North City inner North City headquarters, and each took about 5 light minutes to reach the core area of the Republic. When the first message arrived, this encountered a big bird attack. The escape pod fell. Report to the military commission quickly. Thinking stagnated, and the writer was seriously stuck. I'm ashamed today that I only typed out 4,000 words, but let me think about the follow-up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Headquarters Response. Although this is the only case of higher biological attack among all the flights that have taken off so far, but this still reminded Nestor and made him clearly confirm a fact again. That is, this is a world where the three lines of sea, land and air are not safe, and the safety measures for high altitude flight must be strengthened again. Of course, judging from the number of attacks, high altitude has not become a flight restricted area. In other words, whether from the perspective of efficiency or safety, this rescue operation still has to start with the airship. After all, it is not possible to stop eating because of choking. Therefore, the military commission took the lead in establishing the rescue committee and took full control of the emergency response to this sudden situation. The first message sent back to the crash site clearly expressed three meanings at the beginning. First, officially appointed Cynthia as the highest commander of the front line, giving her unified authority over the crash site. Second, urged Cynthia to confirm her own exposure and report in time after there is solid news. Third, she was ordered to ensure the safety of compatriots on the scene as much as possible and execute the headquarters evacuation order according to the subsequent situation. At the same time, the committee issued a call for 3 escort airships and a large transport boat of the same model as a ship in distress, ordering them to prepare for Kiev immediately and then fly to the mainland base station closest to the escape capsule crash site as soon as possible, so as to bring the victims back in time. After receiving the first situation report from Cynthia, the response made by the headquarters was roughly the same. Next, this side was even ready to make a follow-up discussion on high-altitude flight safety and to formulate new escort guidelines. But only about 20 minutes later, the second communication added by the crash site in front arrived and caused an uproar among the top leaders of the headquarters. According to Cynthia's report, City 034 not only witnessed the entire process of the escape capsule falling, but also because the falling trajectory crossed the perception circle of its ancestral altar, they had mastered the actual situation of life reactions in the escape capsule, and it was very likely that they had accurate information including the number of passengers, physical appearance description, and life strength. For the Republic, this is the first time they have faced such a situation. They have to start thinking about the series of problems they may have to face after being exposed. Due to factors such as racial basic value and technological value, they have a huge psychological superiority when facing the North. However, the huge and incomparable population advantage of the continent has always been like a heavy stone hanging over their heads, which is about to fall. And now, this stone seems to be about to fall on their chests. What will be the consequences? Regarding the current state of the Rune Council and the executive government, it may be a bit exaggerated to say that they are almost out of breath, but it is by no means excessive. On the contrary, the military is sharpening its knives and showing a great desire to attack. However, the military's plan is impossible to achieve in a short time, because even if exposure is inevitable, going to war is by no means an option that must be carried out. Whether it is on the sea or on land, there is a long natural defense line between the Black Forest and the continent that cannot be broken through in the traditional sense. It will prevent the hostility of the continent from being projected here for a period of time that is not short. Moreover, the other way Cynthia provided, to immediately mobilize the power to eliminate the witnesses, seems to be possible. The fall was witnessed, and the life reaction was exposed. What do you think? Do we need to mobilize the power to actively erase the traces as Major Cynthia said? Nestor put the documents on the table and looked up at the other core circle members around him and asked, I don't think it's necessary. The coarse-toothed witch doctor who had temporarily come out of seclusion was the first to express his opinion, and then attached the reasons for his opinion. According to the existing intelligence, the Twin Kings 034 only sense the reaction of life in the cabin. Even if they can determine what kind of creature is inside, they can't understand what the escape pod is, let alone the existence of the aerospace airship. In this case, rash action is likely to expose our existence more and faster. Coarse-toothed old opponent Sharp Fang shook his head, expressing his disagreement with the former's point of view, and then spoke, the escape pod has been witnessed, but for us, it doesn't matter whether 034 City knows where it came from, or what kind of creature is inside. What we should care about is the association that will arise later. they may realize that there is a species in this world, a species that can use tools to fly in the sky. Guys, that's a full 59 individuals, and they are creatures of our size, without wings. It is not an easy task to send them into the sky. So, when this news is sent to the Mammoth King City, the Rhine Chiefs Alliance headquarters, and the Blood King Court of the Fangs, how will they view this issue? Will these northern civilization overlords be surprised and turn their attention to the sky? Fang's speech undoubtedly convinced some of the participants, but some still held opposing opinions. It doesn't matter if the attention is directed to the sky. An altitude of 30,000 meters is not a field that any northern civilization can reach at the moment, and we can fly higher. If 30,000 meters is not enough, we can fly 50,000 meters, and at worst 60,000 or 70,000 meters. The barbarians will never be able to really discover us. Then what about the mainland base stations? No matter how high the airships fly, they always need to land. Now that the mainland base stations can remain hidden, no force has really noticed their existence for the time being, but when they really look up at the sky, how long can the trajectories of those airships be concealed? When the hundreds of millions of intelligent creatures in the northern continent all look up at the sky, our exposure speed will definitely be far beyond imagination. The airships don't matter, but can the base stations on the mainland be preserved by then? Yes, the Rhine species have low altitude cavalry, and although winged civilizations are rare, they do exist. Once these forces that can fly in the low and medium altitude areas have the idea that the enemy is coming from the air indeed, it is still difficult to hide from their sight when they are conscious. During the discussion, the opinions of the participants gradually showed a clear bias, and those who supported Cynthia's action faction quickly became the majority. On his side, Nestor also expressed his opinion after seeing that the opinions of all members were basically unified. The general direction can be based on Cynthia's plan, but the execution still needs to be strategic. What does the speaker mean? Well, of course not macro manipulation like raising the muzzle of the gun by 1 centimeter. After telling a cold joke that no one could understand, he continued, "We can take action, but we need to cover it up further. We cannot leave any traces of civilization at the scene. It would be best to cover up this action as a monster attacking the city." How far is the Double King 034 from what they call the south wall of the continent? The closest point is 2,500 kilometers, a witch doctor replied. That's too far, not suitable. Are there any wild areas around that look suitable for the survival of group monsters? Yes, there are. For example, the 4 nearest mainland base stations are located in the wilderness full of monsters. Well, what about the other 4? We can't draw attention to the mainland base stations, otherwise we will lose the big picture for the small. Yes, and there are 2 more. One is more than 600 kilometers to the south, in a poisonous swamp environment, and the other is 700 kilometers to the northeast, in a highland forest environment. Both are habitats for monster populations. But they are also our next base station deployment targets. I understand. Let's put the base station aside for now. Nestor turned his head and instructed the communications executive who was on standby at the site. Send a document no. Asterisk 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 to the mainland base station, and then convey it to Cynthia, granting her the temporary position of commander-in-chief of the on-site and surrounding 9 base stations. Let her temporarily concentrate on blocking internal and external traffic, and don't worry about other things. The support force of the 9 base stations is still too weak. In addition to the more than 4,000 mammoths in the inner city, the Twin Kings 034 also has more than 30,000 refugees. It takes time to deal with 30,000 tide beasts, not to mention 30,000 lives that can escape and resist. Lifting a strand of purple hair that accidentally fell to the corner of his mouth, Nestor continued, "Send a message to tell her to put away her arrogance, avoid carelessness, and pay attention to safety. As for the attack, wait for the follow-up forces of the headquarters to arrive before launching it. In addition, let her control her subordinates to complete the attack with wind blades as much as possible, and there is no need to deliberately destroy the corpses. She only needs to remember the area where the armored soldiers left footprints, and the follow-up forces must clean it up after they arrive." Understood. After the executor hurriedly left, Nestor said to everyone who participated in the discussion again, "Everyone, it seems that it is time for our Wind Wolf pack to expand its territory." "Yes. Very good. Gather the wolf pack, prepare the airship, and prepare the cave wolf magic crystal." "Understood." Now, Nestor and Ashura have actually replaced the cave wolf as the real wolf pack leader. He is not a dictator in the Republic, but he has the final say in the wolf pack, and as time goes by, even the 12 wolf kings in the border area, who have always been unrelated to each other, have slowly and unwillingly become obeying orders but not announcements. Therefore, in the present day, when Ashura is still in seclusion, the call for the wolf pack must be completed by Nestor himself. He climbed to the highest point of the number 1 mother tree, stepped on a huge leaf, and then transformed into a giant wolf, looking up to the sky and howling loudly. Abahu! Abahu! Its voices, carrying information, spread far from the headquarters to the surrounding areas under the influence of sound amplification techniques. Soon, responses came from the depths of the forest on all sides. As the second most powerful wolf pack in this area, it turned the Black Forest into a sea of wolf howls in an instant. After that, in an area covering millions of square kilometers, one by one, the Lord Wolves, with their wolf packs, began to approach the headquarters. In just about an hour, nearly 4,000 wind wolves of all sizes arrived breathlessly at the location specified in the order, and among the dozen or so wolf packs closest to the headquarters, most of their members were advanced wolf species bred by mother trees number 2 and 3 in recent years, and their members were almost all lord level and giant wind wolf level, and there was no sign of wind wolves and ordinary mortal wolves. Afterwards, these resisting wolf packs were inspected by the king and accepted the order to expand outward when everything was ready on Nestor's side. The airship base next door had also completed the last affairs before Tikiyaf. In order to rush to the north this time, the headquarters prepared 60 large transport airships, 25 escort airships, and 1 special transport airship, the inert gas in. Their respective airbags is not full yet, and will be injected shortly before Tikiyaf. They naturally have the ability to generate inert gas autonomously, but because the speed is far slower than the base's replenishment, their self-production capacity is more used for lifting and lowering adjustments after Tikiyaf. At this time, the airships were being pulled by ropes and arranged on the ground, with their doors wide open to welcome the passengers. When Nestor arrived with the wolf pack, the other elf teams ordered to participate in this mission had also arrived. From the perspective of the dispatched forces alone, this was a luxurious expedition. 300 Lord Wolves, 1,500 giant wind wolves, and 1,200 wind wolves were responsible for carrying the blame and expanding the territory. 500 elf warriors, who were equipped with combat armor, were undoubtedly the main force in the battle. Their respective armors were maintained in the form of backpacks and carried with them, and would only be unfolded after arriving at the destination. The existence of these forces alone was not luxurious, but the subsequent entry of 130 witch doctors was definitely an unprecedented move. The reason for arranging so many witch doctors was naturally to facilitate the fake scene and to enable the activation of the cave wolf magic crystal more conveniently. After all the participants arrived, the wolf pack first entered the large transport boat under the guidance. Most of its members looked a little trembling because of their huge airbag, but under the urging of the lord level leaders, they still obediently boarded the boat. After that, 500 elf warriors also entered the transport boat with armor. In addition, 81st level witch doctors entered the large transport boat, and another 52nd level witch doctors, and even Nestor, a 3rd level witch doctor, entered the special transport boat with the magic crystal of the cave wolf. The reason why Nestor came along was not because he did not trust the other participants, but because his relatively large body after transformation, combined with the magic crystal of the cave wolf, would make the subsequent fake more convincing. No passengers entered the escort boat, mainly because the space of the hanging basket was almost occupied by offensive weapons, so there was basically no space inside it for passengers except for a few spaces that could be used to carry operators. It took about half an hour to load the mission participants, and the flight preparations were also completed during this period, so when the hatches were closed one by one, the airships immediately entered the launch phase. The inert gas carried the bulging airbags and the large hanging baskets that were fully loaded and placed close to the back half of the bottom of the airbags gradually became suspended in the air. Later, under the command of the ground crew, 86 airships of 3 types were launched in an orderly manner. Boom boom boom. When reaching a certain height, the power cabin at the tail began to generate gas and was ignited. The high temperature and high pressure gas entered the conversion chamber, compressing the turbine blades inside to rotate at high speed, and the main shaft at the center drove the huge propeller blades at the tail to rotate. So in addition to the lift brought by the pressure difference, the airship also had the powerful power required for moving forward. Afterwards, the airship fleet gradually formed formations according to their respective tasks. Among them, there were combat boats guarding the 4 sides, there were transport boats surrounded in the center, and the special transport boat named Transport, which actually had the strongest firepower, and was in the front to lead the way. By this time, the airship fleet finally began to rapidly rise to 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, and 30,000 meters. Every failure makes one wiser. This altitude is obviously not enough. This trip will rise to 50,000 meters, with a planned speed of 220 km/h, and it is expected to arrive at the destination, which is nearly 5,000 kilometers away from the ground, after about 27 light hours. The escape pod crash site, 6:03 AM. How long will it take to destroy this thing? Cynthia asked for the umpteenth time. Don't rush me. It will be done soon. Agatha, who had joined the maintenance team, responded impatiently and complained. Since it is a program that self-destructs in an emergency, shouldn't it be designed to be more stable? It took us so long. Okay, little Agatha, it's almost done, right? There are only a few points left. An engineer in the 5-meter high maintenance armor comforted. Humph, who made that guy keep rushing me? I hate it so much. Haha, Major Cynthia is just anxious. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. My hands have never stopped. Okay, Agatha is not angry. While several maintenance workers were still repairing the totem, Cynthia heard the voice of the outer scout. Sir, 7 life reactions were observed in the northwest, but they seem to be our compatriots. Allow me to send a message for identification? HMM. Let me do it. The support from the base station should have arrived. You continue to stay alert. Understood. When Cynthia answered the scout's question, the braid behind her head also drilled into the backpack synchronously and activated one of the few functions of the armor that can also work in this form. After a period of delay, the information discovered was transmitted to her mind through the external nerves. It is indeed 7 elves. Judging from the time, it should be the support of the base station 320 kilometers northwest. After initially confirming the identity of the other party, it was not a pure detection, but a signal carrying information was sent over. This is Major Cynthia, the person in charge of the crash site. Please identify yourself after identification. Repeat. Here hello, Commander Cynthia. This is Lieutenant Alexter, the guard of the **** base station. The base station identification code ****. Please stop and wait. The coded message is being verified. Understood. Agatha. What's wrong? It will be fixed soon. What is the identification code of the **** base station? What an idiot. Come closer to my ear. Oh, Agatha leaned over to the idiot and whispered a string of numbers. After the latter thanked her, she muttered I'm so and so and continued to work. Cynthia, after confirming the other party's identity, finally gave a reply to allow approach. So, the supporters who were parked 5 kilometers away started again and appeared in the sight range of the drop point not long after. There were undoubtedly 7 combat armors, and because they were in daylight cruise mode, most of their cockpits were only covered by a transparent resin layer, which made everyone at the drop point see the elf's body inside clearly. Being behind enemy lines is a common occurrence for most of the compatriots present, and it is a normal part of the mission. However, as a civilized life that survives in a socialized way, it is naturally a happy thing to have more compatriots around. Therefore, when they really saw the elf body that was flashing purple light even through the resin layer, they immediately cheered softly. Not long after that, the distance between the two sides was quickly reduced to tens of meters, and the armored cockpit of the comer was also separated from the middle. Afterwards, the soldiers on the two wings raised their arms to salute, and a young soldier jumped out of the one in the middle and walked towards them quickly. It is worth mentioning that the height of the elves is generally around 3.5 meters, while the height of the combat armor is more than 6 meters. Therefore, the driver's head is actually not in the head, shown by the armor, but in a lower upper chest position. On the one hand, this is to allow the driver's hands and feet to take care of the control of some areas of the armored thighs, arms, etc., so that all commands do not come from the nerve plexus. On the other hand, it is also to guide some attacks for fatal purposes to hit the head, which is more fatal in theory. When approaching, the lieutenant stopped to salute and said, "Commander Cynthia, fellow countrymen, Alexter is reporting. Thank you for your hard work." The greetings did not start. After completing the necessary steps, Alexter took out a document from his arms and handed it to Cynthia. "This is the latest order from the headquarters. Please take it." This unexpected order really startled the latter. Cynthia half believed the result of the document and found that all its regulations were in line with the secret letter regulations of the mainland base station, and the seal belonging to the station master on it was intact. Only then did she really believe that this was a real order from the headquarters. Leaving aside Lieutenant Alexter's explanation of the transmission situation of the base station in the southern continent, the morale of the people on the scene who learned of this situation was boosted a bit. So, the headquarters has been informed, and the support of the base station will come faster than expected. Yes, they should have been on the road by now. Even the garrison of the farthest base station should arrive within 13 hours. That's great. Cynthia understood the basic situation while opening the command file after checking the seal and other conditions according to the procedures. Then she took out 2 communication messages marked with different times and saw the order from the headquarters, especially the second one. The headquarters gave her the overall command of the victims of the crash site, the garrisons of the 9 base stations, and the investigators in the information area, and ordered her to lead all her members to cut off the internal and external traffic of the Twin Kings 034. In addition, matters such as the falsification scene and the arrival time of headquarters support were also stated in the instructions. This was all good news for Cynthia, because she no longer had to wonder what to do next, and whether her decisions would cause the Republic to lose more than they gain. The commander of 9 base stations, who heaved a sigh of relief and felt more at ease, immediately thanked Alexeter and asked, "Thank you for your hard work." Then, "Lieutenant, and the 6 soldiers behind you, do you need a rest?" "Sir, we don't need it. We can execute orders at any time." "Very good, Lieutenant Alexeter. With the authority granted by this headquarters, I officially order you to lead your subordinates to the southeast, to 034 to perform the interception mission. I will go there after the escape pod is destroyed." "Understood." The lieutenant saluted and then took the other 6 soldiers to the southeast. After about 15 minutes, Agatha and the engineers finally repaired the escape pod's self-destruction system and activated it at Cynthia's instruction. The fierce fire and strong acid completely destroyed all the totem patterns inside and outside, as well as most of the cabin structure in the next few minutes, leaving only some special materials that were both fire resistant and acid resistant to be temporarily retained, but they were also destroyed by Agatha herself later. Chapter 272, Fear in the Siege and Blindness. The strong acid melted first, then the fierce fire burned, and finally Agatha destroyed the stubborn components, and the escape pod was completely destroyed. The victims on the scene had no reason to stay there. In addition to the 2 elves Cynthia and Agatha, there were also 3 elf engineers, 19 elf scouts, and 12 troll scouts. Among them, including Cynthia, plus 3 engineers and 4 scouts, there were a total of 8 armored units, except that the engineers' armor was almost just a burden in battle. The other 5 armored units were reconnaissance type, and their firepower and breakthrough capabilities were inferior to combat type, but they all had relatively strong combat capabilities, coupled with biased functionality. They were enough to play an important role in the next mission. Therefore, Cynthia originally planned to take only 5 armored warriors, including herself, and take them to participate in the next mission. The rest of the unarmored elves, trolls, and engineers should go to the Northwest Continental Base Station under the leadership of the underage witch Dr. Agatha to wait for rescue, rather than participate in the battle. On the one hand, this is to consider the protection ability of the unarmored units and the safety extended from it. Regardless of whether there is an instruction from the headquarters to ensure safety, she believes that it is her responsibility to let them leave the front line. On the other hand, the reason is relatively more realistic. In fact, these compatriots can't keep up with the battle rhythm of the armored units, whether in long-range firepower, close combat ability, or even in straight-line assault speed. If they are forced to be incorporated into the combat team, they will only become a burden to the armored units. So Cynthia had the previous plan. However, this is really a bit inhumane. She can already imagine the disappointed expressions of the soldiers and the 3 bookish engineers when they receive the order. Oh, and little Agatha will definitely be furious. Therefore, when the escape pod was still being repaired, Cynthia had been considering whether there was another possibility. That is, to make better use of the power of this group of compatriots at the right time and in the right place. Of course, as a commander authorized by the headquarters, whether the order she issued was inhumane was not the main reason for her hesitation. The more critical considerations were other aspects. For example, the lack of manpower and the resulting lack of execution ability. Before the support of other base stations in the surrounding area arrived, the number of personnel they had was really not enough to give up the luxury of letting 30 living forces participate in the battle. Therefore, when faced with the order of full blockade of internal and external traffic issued by the headquarters, Cynthia gave up her previous plan and turned to consider how to make these compatriots play a greater role while ensuring safety and combat rhythm. After all, even when the trolls and elves are not really without combat power, before the invention of external armor, didn't everyone fight with flesh and blood? Moreover, these compatriots on the scene can be sent out to do work behind enemy lines in the current field composition ratio environment, which is a recognition of their ability by the Republic. If they become useless burdens under her command, then Cynthia feels that there must be something wrong with her thinking. So, she thought and thought. It can't be said that she racked her brains, but she also put in some effort, and finally found a suitable plan before the escape pod was destroyed. Therefore, she did not abandon any of her compatriots at the moment, but led all the members to run southeastward where the Twin Kings 034 were. As they moved forward, the 5.5 meter high maintenance armor, with the help of the large sled created by Agatha, turned into 3 sled dogs, pulling nearly 20 unarmored compatriots forward quickly in the ice and snow. In the 3 directions in front of it, 3 kilometers away from the snow sled, there was a warning circle composed of 5 reconnaissance armors about 4.5 meters high. Cynthia herself ran in the front, and her armored cockpit was not closed at this time, because Agatha was held in her arms and moving forward together. The latter's wider perception range was what the former needed now, and no matter how underage Agatha was, her height was already more than 3 meters at this time, and the compact cockpit could not fit the 3.5 meter high elf and the little witch doctor in it. Therefore, the 26-year-old underage elf was like an octopus hanging on the mature major. And her face was gradually changing from crystal clear purple to crimson purple. But why can't I just lie on the back of the armor? The proposal that was rejected by the major before kept coming into my mind. If this were a human world, then the expression on little Agatha's face should be blushing at this time. About 15 minutes later, a group of victims crossed a distance of about 40 kilometers and came to the place that their compatriots responsible for exploring the front had already selected before. This is a small hill only 10 kilometers away from 034. And there are some sparse trees on it. Cynthia now plans to build it as a temporary command center. The intelligence tree core carried by the scouts is the best base for the command center, and the trees on this hill can also be the best cover, so that the above ground part of the scout tree will not appear too abrupt. Therefore, all the cores were handed over to Agatha, who has the ability to accelerate its growth and further transform it, and then the latter led and began to construct a fortress-like multifunctional base underground. The mission of the base is to provide information and logistical support to the combatants and commanders. For example, the armor of the frontline blockade fighters needs to be maintained, the totems on their weapons need to be repaired, and they also need their own necessary food and water supplies. They can't fight and hunt at the same time, right? In addition, Cynthia also needs to obtain a wider and more stable information circle to grasp the situation of her own side, the enemy, and the front line. Even if Agatha can always open up her perception and provide intelligence support, she still has to go through a neural procedure. Therefore, a reconnaissance system built around Cynthia's armor has become the best alternative. With its assistance, she can use her own nerve plexus to obtain first-hand intelligence information, just like casting a spell directly by herself. But the workload is too large. Even with the help of 3 engineers, and even though the intelligence tree core itself has many functional components, I still can't complete all your tasks in the short term. Don't worry. Prioritize them according to importance. First take care of the food and water supply for survival, then the armor repair and other functions. The existing intelligence force is sufficient for the time being, so let's put it aside for later. Understood. Agatha responded, nodded, and took the engineers up the mountain to get busy. Cynthia, on her side, began to assign tasks to the victims and the supporters who had arrived, or would arrive later, based on the execution plan she had previously come up with. The Twin Kings City 034 is a city covering an area of about 5 million square meters. Its interior is an inner and outer city structure with a large circle inside a small circle. At this time, the outer city was kept in the dark, so although it was also surprised by the scenery in the sky, it was still as leisurely and peaceful as usual in winter. The protected races were either chatting or making babies, and were not disturbed by the disturbances in the outside world. However, the inner city, especially the building complex of the ancestral altar and the city lord's mansion, has long been filled with a sense of impending storm. The current situation is, several groups of foreign scouts who went to explore have never returned, and there is no news, and when they focus on a certain place, there is nothing within the perception range of the ancestral souls that can explore 7 kilometers away from the city. Therefore, the 2 city lords, as well as several other high-ranking municipal and priest officials of the mammoth species, became increasingly nervous at this time. However, at the same time, the solution to the current situation has not been set due to the different ideas held by the 2 city lords. What is going on? Who is intercepting our scouts? Why is there no one reporting the news? The male city lord slapped the chair and roared angrily. The dull metal tremor continuously came out from his palm, and together with his voice, it lingered in the relatively empty meeting room for a long time. Calm down first. This must be the reaction of those lives before. It seems that their purpose of coming here is to target us. It is useless to be anxious now. What we should consider is how to deal with it. The female city lord seemed to be calmer. At this time, she sat on the chair level with the former and said so. Who? With a deep breath, air gushed out of the nostrils, stirring up layers of fine dust on the ground. Under the care of the warm winter sun shining in from the window, the dust emitted a hazy colorful glow in the air. Looking at the fine dust floating like waves in the sky, the male city lord's brain seemed to calm down a little. He stopped venting his anger and said in a calmer tone than before, all those who left the city are missing, and the hostility of those who came is confirmed. Although their life strength reaction exceeds ours, there are only so many of them after all. Perhaps we should concentrate our efforts to directly eliminate them, rather than waiting like this. I agree that something needs to be done, but I disagree with leaving the city to actively seek a decisive battle. There are a few things we should do. The female city lord shook her head slightly and expressed her objection. First, prepare the city defense force and wait for possible attacks. Second, arrange for the forces to disperse out of the city and send soldiers to break out from each direction. Unknown, suspected intelligent, swarming civilized creatures. This situation must be reported to the royal city. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it is impossible to block all the news in a wide area when the number difference is so large. Don't you think this is too passive? The ones who go to deliver the message must be the protected people who are faster than us, but this will also let them see Mammon's weakness. Why are you yelling? Can't you just sit down and talk properly? Speechlessly returned to his seat. The male city lord adjusted his emotions again, and then continued, facing 59 individuals, hesitating to move forward, allowing them to kill the scouts without decisively fighting back. This is a manifestation of cowardice. We are not Rhine. Mammons must always be strong and brave to maintain its rule over the protected people, so we should take the initiative to attack and use the advantage of numbers to directly eliminate them, even if it requires certain casualties. Then have you ever thought about it? Why do they dare to attack us with only 59 individuals? Is it because they are sure of victory? The female city lord still shook his head. If we leave the altar, how many casualties will you say? Is it possible that the whole army will be wiped out? It's fine if the two of us die, but what if it costs the lives of 4,500 mammons? So, hold on to the city and send messengers to the royal city. Even if the whole army is wiped out, at least we have to pass on the news here. Destroy all of us? Are you kidding? Their life strength is far from overlord level. How could they possibly wipe us out? Except for overlord level creatures, I don't believe there is any other species in the world that can completely destroy our species with such a small number of individuals. Idiot. They fell from the sky. An unknown box containing 59 life units larger than the Rhine. Tell me, how did they climb into the sky and attack us from a distant unknown place? Since they can do this, is it possible that they have other means beyond our cognition? As time went by, the dispute in the meeting hall gradually disappeared, and the female city lord's opinion prevailed. Therefore, City 034 determined the preliminary plan of letting the mammoths guard the city, and letting a large number of refugees break out in a dispersed manner, and, in each batch of breakouts, several units with special tasks would be arranged. They would follow the order and return to the city when their own team broke out to 10 Mamansley, 15 Mamansley, and 20 Mamansley. If an individual did come back, the breakout was successful, and if none of them came back, it meant that the message failed to be sent. The city lord's mansion hoped that in this way, they could learn about the specific situation outside the perception circle, rather than being completely blind as it is now. After making this advance arrangement, they immediately selected several races with fast speed and long endurance, and arranged them to run out of the city in batches, and on a large scale in different directions. After that, it was a process of waiting with expectation in the midst of tension. In the early days, when Cynthia was waiting with more people, and protecting the maintenance of the escape pod, the arrangement of the two city lords did play a certain role on the surface. Because at the beginning, only the captain of the airship escort led 23 soldiers and scouts to implement the blockade plan in the near city area, and no matter how fast they were, and how far the reconnaissance range was, if they could not get too close to the city, there would always be blockade loopholes caused by the disadvantage in numbers. Therefore, in fact, there were indeed several breakout teams that escaped, and because of the order of allowing entry but not exit, they successfully returned to the city from the distance specified by the city lord. Their successful return and the silence of more teams, on the one hand, confirmed the existence and strength of the interceptors in the inner city, and on the other hand, caused a misunderstanding, making them think that the intelligence of this party had been sent out. Therefore, while the two city lords were relieved, they began to try to arrange the evacuation of the main race mammons. After all, the enemy seemed very strong and confident, and whether the defense relying on the altar could succeed, this was still an unknown in the eyes of the inner city's high-level officials. Therefore, considering the reality that the population of the city was at the bottom among the northern tyrants, the city lord actually hoped to send out more manpower. But their cognition at this time was still a little too optimistic, and the intelligence was not actually transmitted as expected, because there was a larger encirclement in the farther distance, beyond their estimation. It was the scouts of the 4 continental base stations. Whether they were armored or not, whether they were elves or trolls, after receiving the support request sent by Cynthia, they had already formed a sparse interception circle in the area of tens of millions of square kilometers or even farther, relying on their own perception range and the intelligence support of the continental base stations. They formed a multi-level encirclement for 034. while salvaging the fish that slipped through the net from the inner circle and quickly approaching the core area. Therefore, as time passed, the interception circle was getting smaller and smaller, and the density of interceptors was getting higher and higher. Among them, the interception circle of the unarmored units will stay in a relatively farther area, while the armored units will continue to move closer to the inner circle and eventually reach the near city area, where Cynthia is directly in charge. In other words, when the two city lords were still arguing about how to deal with it, the 4 base stations closest to them, and even the base stations in a farther range, had already begun to act. Their intelligence officers formed an information encirclement from 4 directions, and the base station garrisons left them behind, and rushed to the command center 10 kilometers northwest of 034. On the day of the crash, it was 7 o'clock. 2.5 hours had passed since the support signal was sent. In addition to the victims and the supporters of the Northwest base station, Cynthia now had 11 more armored scouts who rushed from the 400-kilometer radius area. In the execution of the blockade mission, regardless of whether the periphery has formed an effective closure, Cynthia's arrangements are still very careful. The area about 9 kilometers away from the central altar is almost just outside the perception limit of the 034 city with a radius of about 1.5 kilometers. Therefore, Cynthia arranged a total of 28 unarmored scouts on this large circle with a circumference of 56 kilometers, which she called the early warning circle. Their mission is not to fight, but to be ordered to use totems, to monitor the movements within 5 kilometers on both sides and 5 kilometers in front of them at a depth of about 1 meter underground, and report to the rear in time when there is a situation. Within this range, the time for sound perception back and forth is within 30 seconds, which is enough for the rear to make corresponding targeted arrangements. Therefore, these points that do not have to worry about being directly destroyed after being exposed will become the most intuitive eyes of this mission, play the role of speeding up information, and thus increase the time available for emergency response by the rear troops. Behind these unarmored scouts are 16, 3 armored fire teams composed of 48 armored units. They will complete the hunt in the 9 to 11 kilometer area outside according to the status report of the early warning circle and the monitoring assistance provided by the reconnaissance armor in their own team. The slow response in the city gave Cynthia time to arrange calmly, and as time went by, the power in her hands continued to increase little by little. At 8 o'clock, the number of unarmored scouts in the front remained unchanged, and the number of hunting teams in the back increased by 2 groups again, but at this time, changes occurred again. Point 1 sensed 300 life reactions. Report. Point 1 sensed 300 life reactions. Point 8.5. Of the 28 early warning points, more than a dozen reported that they sensed breakouts, with hundreds and a few at the least. After summarizing, it was found that more than 2,000 life forms were running out of the city at the same time. Fortunately, due to the timely reporting of the perception circle, the 18 fire teams completed the hunting mission through reasonable allocation within the next few minutes. The farthest one escaped did not exceed 11 kilometers from the central altar. At 9 o'clock on the day, 2 hunting groups were added to the outer circle again, and for some unknown reason, there was no movement in the city since the last batch of breakouts left. Sitting in the command center that had not yet been fully built, Cynthia was quite happy that they continued to choose to remain silent, because under the information blockade, time was definitely on her side. At 12 o'clock on the following day, 7 garrisons from the second closest base station to the crash site, 15 degrees northeast, arrived, and 14 armored reconnaissance units also arrived in the past 3 light hours. This group of reinforcement was also divided into 7 hunting groups by Cynthia, and the difficulty of executing the hunting circle in the rear was reduced again. Another light hour passed, and at 1300 hours on the day, 7 garrisons from the third closest base station to the crash site, 17 degrees due southwest, arrived, and 5 armored reconnaissance units arrived, so 4 more hunting groups were accounted. Time passed little by little in the completely different atmosphere inside and outside the city, and about 20 minutes later, another change came from the front. First, more than 5,000 warriors of various races were suddenly sent out from the city, and as soon as they left the city, they broke out to the east, west and south. This was an unprecedented number, so there were many teams responsible for interception, and they all followed the prompts of the early warning circle to provide fire support. But just when they arrived and started hunting, the perception points 05, 04, and 03 in the north of the city suddenly reported about 7 minutes later that 500 large units have entered the perception range and are now running towards the north. What a cunning fellow. This is Cynthia. Hunting groups 01 to 09 are ordered to abandon their original targets and immediately head to the ***** area in the north of the city. The unfinished part of the original target will be taken over by group. The command center will guide you to complete the tracking. After Cynthia gave the order to the hunting team, she turned back and said to Agatha beside her, "Pause your work for a moment. Your perception circle should be more sensitive. Immediately include the original targets of the hunting groups that are circling the north into the observation range. I need a more precise positioning here." Okay. The formation where Lieutenant of the airship escort team and Captain Ugosta belonged was hunting group 01. They were originally standing in the north, but deviated from their direction due to the previous incident, and because the hunting group would not move at cruising speed when performing a mission, but would use the maximum speed of the reconnaissance armor in the team to travel. So when 8 minutes passed, and Cynthia's new instructions came, they had already advanced more than 20 kilometers along the outer circle. About 11 kilometers away from the center of the circle, from 034 due north to southwest, and even completed the long-range attack on some of the predetermined targets. Faced with a new situation now, Ugosta could only lead his teammates to quickly turn back and cross more than 20 kilometers back to the north of the city. Although mammoths are known for their low agility, speed is actually a comprehensive value that depends on factors such as strength and stride, so their ability to run in a straight line is not weak. Fortunately, the elves are faster. When the hunting group spent about 8 minutes to rush to the position in the north of the city, it intercepted the team of 500 mammoth warriors 10 kilometers away from the city. 27 versus 500. Although there is a huge difference in numbers, what is about to unfold is indeed the first head-on confrontation between the two sides in a realistic sense. Chapter 273 Gambling and Desperate. 27 versus 500. The first direct confrontation came at a huge numerical disparity between the two sides. Shouts reached the sky, and almost no skin was exposed under the metal armor. The heavy figures of the mammoths made the entire encounter area look like a mass of black war beasts. They were covered in heavy armor, and held large shields. The semi-automatic crossbows made by the refugees on their armor were their long-range main weapons, and the chains swung on their long trunks were their medium-range secondary weapons. As a result, chains fell from the sky and arrows flew in the air. The mammoths rushed and howled like a tide. In the process of charging, with only 500 people, they created a greater sense of oppression than in the three directions of east, west and south. But such momentum was like hitting a cotton ball, without any effect in the following time. In terms of attack, for the elves who had activated the totem protection, the medium and long range attacks of the mammoths seemed to scratch the itch through the boots. Only the chains caused limited interference in the combination of gravity and speed. As for the action of charge itself, the elves, who were too few in number, chose to fight and retreat, maintaining a distance of 200 to 500 meters between the two sides, always sticking to them and following them closely, and repeatedly harvesting with wind blades in the following 2 to 3 kilometers of action range. In short, the elves would never get close unless necessary, because that would be too inefficient and easily lead to defensive loopholes, which would lead to the failure of the interception operation. After this battle concept was implemented, the mammoths finally realized the embarrassment of having strength, but nowhere to use it. The embarrassment at other times might only cause embarrassment, but now this is a battlefield. They shouted until they were hoarse, but endless green wind blades were whistling towards them like a rainstorm. There were constant sounds of large shields being broken, and heavy armor shattering, followed by one after another behemoths falling down while running. Their bodies fell to the ground, and the heavy helmets on their bodies made heavy roars again and again. But the mammoths showed no fear, and there seemed to be a courage in their eyes. Even though their compatriots kept dying in the flowing pool of blood, the latecomers still raised their hammers with blood on their faces and continued to attack the one-sided killing, and the one-sided roars resounded through the world. The elves retreated in an orderly manner in the cold and silence, and maintained the intensity of the attack in silence. In the following time, the enemy's way of breaking out almost became a dead end with no return, and eventually led to the annihilation of 500 mammoth warriors, while on the elves' side, even with the besiegers who arrived in the process, the number of people reached only 36. The charge ended, the whistling of the wind blades finally stopped, and sporadic painful groans floated up from the battlefield, where flesh and blood were flying everywhere, heads and torsos were soaked in blood, and there seemed to be unwilling souls howling in the gloomy sky. This was a bloody road more than 1 kilometer long, with corpses everywhere, and rivers of blood. The bloody smell floating in the air was like the smoke on the battlefield in later generations, and the matter was coated with a layer of blood under its rendering. In the red haze, there seemed to be pairs of blood-red eyes that condensed hideousness and hatred even in death, constantly flashing. Fire more shots. Under the cold command, war machines drove into the hell on earth. They did not feel uncomfortable because of the bloody smell in the air. Perhaps they could not smell it, or they were used to it. They always silently and coldly executed the orders issued by their superiors. Suddenly, a mammoth shout came from the front. A blood-stained warrior jumped out of the pile of corpses and roared like a wild beast. His thick long trunk rolled up the warhammer and swung it, and he smashed it without hesitation at an armored soldier who just walked to his side. He raised his arm to block and raised his gun to fight back. Then there was a whoosh sound, and saw the debris accompanied by blood, and a small firework exploded in front. No problem, no problem. Okay, continue to execute the order. Understood. This became the last attempt of 034 City before nightfall. In the more than 10 hours after that, no decent breakout operation was launched. Time passed slowly, and around 1600 hours in the afternoon, the supporters of the 9 base stations finally arrived. At this time, the number of forces that Cynthia could directly mobilize rose to 232, including 78 combat armored soldiers and 123 reconnaissance armored soldiers. The 67 hunting teams they formed were also the sharpest knives in the hands of the 9 base station commander at this time. Moreover, when the command base was also completed with the efforts of Agatha and 3 engineers, a unified and powerful surveillance system covering a radius of 2,000 kilometers was established, despite the delay caused by distance. And despite the fact that Cynthia, as a soldier, could not fully play her greatest role, at least within the range of 300, 200, and 100 kilometers, any suspicious upright units would be controlled by her within 30 minutes, 20 minutes, and 10 minutes. And then they would be nowhere to hide in the pursuit of the armored hunting team. Of course, the 034 City, which is only 10 kilometers away from the command base, has also been completely included in the surveillance. Agatha, can you make a few heavy artillery? Okay, I'll try my best. If I do it all by hand, I should be able to make 4 before nightfall. Great. You're really good. Hull idiot. There are still shells to make. What about 3? 2,000 hours on the day, the Republic airship formation arrived at the airspace 2,000 kilometers away from the 034 City and officially entered the perception field of the command center 22:30 on the day. The sound signal reflection of the airship formation at 2,000 kilometers was captured by the command center, but the formation has continued to move forward and arrived at about 1,400 kilometers 2,400 hours on the day and 0 hours at night. The formation is still 1,050 kilometers away from this side 1 am to 2 am. The command center defeated several attempts from the city, but the scale of each sporadic breakout also made Cynthia alert. She thought it was a strategy of the enemy to tire the enemy, so she put more energy into monitoring the city 2 am to 4 am. The 2-hour calm was only an appearance. The city was distributing weapons and preparing troops, and it seemed that the largest scale breakout operation was about to be launched 4 am. The preparations in the city seemed to be about to be completed. They seem to be really ready to concentrate all their strength and make a total breakout regardless of the consequences. In order to maintain a certain degree of mystery, the team has always maintained a super long distance blockade, which did delay the opponent's reaction, but also caused a relatively large defense perimeter, and now, facing the 034 city that was ready to fight, Cynthia had to be ordered to shrink inward. So, 67 hunting teams began to gradually advance towards the city from an area 10 kilometers away, to reduce the defensive pressure in all directions. 9 kilometers. 8 kilometers. With the assistance of the ancestral altar, the senior leaders of 034 sensed the enemy for the second time, and for the first time for a long time, and misunderstood that the enemy was about to launch a general attack, so they temporarily gave up breaking out directly, and planned to rely on the altar to hold out for a wave. 7 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer. The night gave the elves the best cover, and even the outline of the armor on their bodies was obscured by the darkness. Under Cynthia's command, the hunting team always controlled their own speed of movement. While creating and maintaining deterrence, they delayed time as much as possible. Cynthia knew that at the moment when the airship formation was rapidly approaching, the longer the time was delayed, the more advantageous it would be for their side. Relatively speaking, welcoming the enemy's reckless and mindless charge was full of the possibility of accidents. At 4:25 p.m., the delay seemed to have reached its limit. The speed of the hunting teams closing the net and the coincidental start time of the action made the senior officials in 034, who were not stupid, but had extremely unbalanced intelligence, finally realize the enemy's purpose. So, the suspended breakout operation started again, but because of the need to rearrange and other reasons, the elves once again gained some time. Around 4:30 p.m., when the hunting team had advanced to 1 kilometer outside the wall, the two city lords finally issued the order of general breakout in frustration. However, almost everything in the city was under Cynthia's sight, so she naturally noticed the movement inside at the first time. Then, with more effort, she further mastered the specific deployment in various directions, which resulted in almost no secrecy in the mobilization of 034 troops. To the west, 300 foreign warriors and 3,000 old and weak foreigners were a multiracial mixed force. To the east, 200 foreign warriors and 3,000 old and weak, also a multiracial mixed formation. To the south, 500 mammoths, 2,000 foreign warriors, and more than 10,000 old and weak. Judging from the scale, it seemed to be a large force responsible for confusing the audience. To the north, 3,500 mammoths and 5,000 foreign warriors, without any old and weak. The direction of their troops seemed to be very clear. So, Cynthia ordered the hunting team to prepare more forces on the north and south lines, and at the same time, asked the soldiers to compress the distance to 800 meters for the last time, so as to continue to reduce the defense perimeter, so as to prevent being broken through by the enemy at this last moment. At 4:33 p.m., the enemy left the city, and the deployment in each direction did not change significantly in these few minutes, based on the feedback of the formation's ethnic composition, reserve forces and other information. Cynthia once again confirmed her breakout strategy of North Main, South Auxiliary, East and West confusion, and thus formally ordered the hunting group, which was moving slowly at half speed, to carry out the previous preparatory mobilization at full speed. At this time, the circumference of the blockade has been reduced to 15 kilometers, and this distance is not a big deal in front of the instantaneous breakthrough capability of the armored forces. Therefore, each hunting group that has reached the halfway point has completed its deployment in a very short time, even before the fight began. On the northern line, 46 hunting groups gathered in a short period of time. The southern line was maintained at 15 groups, and the eastern and western lines were reduced to only 3 groups each. At the same time, since the mission of the early warning circle has ended, 28 scouts have also been dispatched. They will provide long-range continuous fire support to the armored units in the east-west direction, to help their own direction complete the mission as soon as possible, and then move to the south. The time has come to 4:35 in the evening. The airship formation in the sky is only 60 kilometers away from the 034 city. It will take about 13 minutes to arrive, and the landing and deployment of forces will also take extra time. At this moment, the encirclement has been compressed to an area of about 800 meters outside the wall, and the prelude to the confrontation between the two sides also occurred at this point in time. Strong light, extremely strong light shone from the altar to the north, and there were also unknown interferences, also with it as the center, fluctuating towards all areas within a radius of 3 kilometers around. Under the illumination of the former, the elves in the armor outside the north city felt a stinging pain in their eyes, and in the unknown fluctuations that followed, not only was the stealth effect of all armor on all sides broken, but it was also mixed with extremely complex weakening chaos magic effects. At this time, the elves intuitively felt the weakening of themselves by the chaos magic. They were far from having the physique of the higher level salamanders, and naturally could not be exempted from the curse from the ancestral altar. Moreover, the external armor also belongs to the hostile forces, and also has biological properties, so its material properties and other aspects are also affected. Fortunately, the functionality of the totem is no longer weakened, at least it is no longer within the weakening range of the ancestral altar's attack, so it has not directly lost its combat capability, and the breaking invisibility effect has nothing to do with the totem. It is more caused by interference on the physical level. Let's not talk about the rest for now. Before the elves can adapt to this blinding and curse, hundreds of fireballs rise from the central altar. Among them, a small half bombarded in the other 3 directions, and the other half, up to more than 200 fireballs, all flew towards the northern area of the city. At the moment, although the elves, with the help of the plexus organs, changed the external windows to brown, their eyesight had not yet been restored. The speed of the fireballs was unusually fast, and each one had a diameter of about meters. They flew about 2.3 kilometers in the blink of an eye, with the whistling of the strong wind, roaring at the impact point, and created huge pits with high temperature flames. This was not the end. The fireballs that had completed the direct attack on the landing point, bursting out a large amount of grease from the inside to the outer edge, and caused strong high temperature splash damage to the rectangular area with a bottom edge of 15 meters and a long side of 30 meters in front, and incidentally expanded the coverage of the flames to the extreme. Before the elves could adapt to the strong light and their weakened bodies, they smashed down head and face, drowning them all in the surprised sight of the breakout 600 or 700 meters away. Charge! Excited bird calls rang out, and the 5,000 strongest refugee warriors, with 3,500 mammoths as the core, suddenly accelerated at this time, preparing to complete the breakthrough in one go. In the area covered by the fireball attack, the elves and their respective armors were not damaged in the flames, but in order to achieve the greatest killing effect, those fireballs, under the deliberate guidance of the altar, had a high degree of overlap in their landing points, and thus generated a powerful shockwave. Therefore, the elves were at least blown up, and their heads were still groggy. If they continued like this, their lives might be safe, but the blockade mission would inevitably fail. Of course, the situation did not develop in that direction. The totem with the function of awakening was activated in the stress and quickly awakened the driver's slightly drowsy brain. Then, the totem that broke the negative effects was also activated under the control of the plexus organ, whether it was weakened strength or weakened agility. At the moment, when they could not figure out what and how many negative effects they had suffered, the soldiers chose to start them all without caring and adjusted them to a cyclic mode. Then, in the sense of relief, after shedding a layer of heavy shell, they roughly restored the properties of their bodies and armor materials. Damn barbarians, it's our turn now, right? The direction where the mammoth is located must be the main area for the breakout, so the receiving frequency band of the acoustic reconnaissance is fixed to the beating wave frequency range of its heart. Then, the soldiers turned the direction of their weapons according to the display of the radar in their minds, and did not wait for the flames to go out, nor did they rush out immediately. After getting up from the ground, they immediately launched a counterattack on the spot. The reconnaissance armor raised its left and right arms, and the assault gun barrels that had completed the deformation on both sides continuously fired wind blades outward. The combat armor was different. They did not start the machine gun style sweeping mode, but deformed to short and thick tubes on the left and right at the shoulder armor, which formed an elevation angle to the front, and then with the effect of the internal totem, a strange sphere was generated inside. In the tube mouth, the sphere emitted a dense wind sound, and was shot out to the front with a sharp whistle. Afterwards, the totem in the vacant tube mouth was activated again, and the second round of offensive was brewed in less than 3 seconds. Outside the wall of flames, warriors of various races were advancing rapidly with hope in their eyes, but just when they were optimistic, something unexpected happened, and an unexpected tragedy ensued. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was still the familiar sound, the familiar rhythm. Countless wind blades emerged from the raging fire that had not yet been extinguished. They formed a dense and terrifying barrage, causing the breakouts in the front and even several rows inward to fall down in large areas like harvested wheat. The clustered wind blades briefly blew away the raging fire, and from the cracks, unscathed elven armored warriors walked out. Seeing that the expected success did not happen, the cowardly sheltered warriors showed disbelief in their eyes. They looked at the purgatory-like scenery 600 meters away, and the elves covered in armor, like demons crawling out from inside, strongly aroused the fear in the hearts of the warriors. But before the fear could brew for long, short whistles rose into the air one after another, and in an instant they fell into the middle of the breakout troops and exploded. Countless fine wind blades spread rapidly outward at the explosion point, and they created blank areas full of broken limbs in the dense array. Fear fermented, and the warriors at the front began to flee backwards, and the collision caused chaos in the rear. Fugitives die. The angry shouts rang out from the mammoth troops. The supervisors naturally made an example of them, and in a short time, they used crossbows and their own long accumulated power to curb this first wave of fleeing. At this time, there was movement again at the central altar. When the elves looked over there vigilantly, they found that there were some special purple halos in the sky. This time, the altar was no longer covered, and the purple light of unknown effect was only strong on the north side. Maximum power to open the armor. Evade immediately. Bang, bang, bang. When Cynthia's voice came from the armor, a familiar roar sounded from the back. It seemed to be the sound of heavy artillery. It seemed that the little witch doctor had not really been idle. After finishing the construction of the command center, the enemy's attack was earlier than the heavy artillery of our side. It seemed to be a kind of light that condensed power. It had reached the attack point almost at the moment of activation. Although the 138 armored warriors had activated the foot reaction chamber at the fastest speed and completed the displacement in an instant, they were still visited by 1 to 2 rays of light each, and the attack was swift and accurate, without anyone missing the target or shooting in the air. The area where the armor was hit also instantly formed a melting point as thick as a thumb and several centimeters deep. Judging from its effect alone, if the totem had not enhanced the protective performance, the strength of the material itself would hardly be able to resist its penetration. However, most of the rays were aimed at the forehead of the armor. Idiots. Move. Move. Do you want to be a target by standing still and output? Keep an irregular evasive trajectory. Cynthia's somewhat annoyed voice came, and the 3 heavy artillery belonging to their side also crossed a distance of unknown kilometers and hit the altar and the city with incomparable accuracy. If you disrupt the altar for the time being, you will have a period of time to attack freely. I will remind you again, when the shaman is reset. Understood? This gap lasted for less than 3 seconds, and the enemy's main force took advantage of it to move forward more than 10 meters. There was still a gap of nearly 600 meters between the two sides. On the elf side, the armored warriors no longer stood still, but began to move more flexibly. The firepower that was interrupted by the previous attack was resumed, and lives were harvested again. On the mammoth side, 2 emotions arose. The morale of the refugee soldiers rose slightly, but the mammoth warriors who understood what the previous attack meant, felt a deep sorrow in their hearts. The city's strongest means of attack had only achieved such a little effect, and they were no longer optimistic about the future of this trip. Among them, some senior officials doubted the order to break out of the city, thinking that this did not seem to be a good idea, but as a strong race known for its obedience and cohesion, they instinctively continued the breakout. At this time, the movement on both sides of the east and west had stopped with the victory of the elves. Whether it was the cannon fodder soldiers or the abandoned old and weak, the advantage in numbers could not be converted into victory. Most of them fell under the muzzle of the gun, and only a few staggered back to the city. Just as the armored elves and the unarmored scouts were preparing to support the south, Cynthia's new order came. She asked the unarmored soldiers to detour to the south for long-range support, and the armored soldiers directly broke into the city and launched a feint attack on the central altar. The buffering speed of our heavy artillery was too slow, and the central altar was about to restore its containment ability, so there must be a force to threaten it. This was undoubtedly a dangerous mission, but there was no objection among the executors, and they immediately followed the order and began to advance towards the direction of the city gate. On the other side, the anxious but numerous hunting groups on the southern line still relied on powerful firepower to stick to their mission, and did not let any enemy individuals escape. At the command center, Cynthia was watching the battlefield and urging the only 3 heavy artillery pieces to complete the attack buffer as soon as possible. She was also keeping an eye on the situation in the airspace and calculating the arrival time of the headquarters support. At 4:39 p.m., only about 3 minutes had passed since the battle began. The airship formation was still about 45 kilometers and 10 minutes away from City 034. Chapter 274 Altar Attack and Defense. 45 kilometers away, the airship formation has descended to about 10,000 meters above the ground. The battle ahead is happening right under the eyes of almost every witch doctor. They have a clear grasp of all the situations on the battlefield, and are now having a headache because of those extremely strange ancestral altars. The target of the headache is naturally not the small city in front of them that can be broken with a flick of a finger, but the power that those larger cities, or even the central cities of various races, will have. Thinking too much is useless. Under the cover of darkness, and under surveillance in all directions, the airship formation began to descend, shortening the straight line distance, while also reducing the vertical distance. At 4:44 p.m., the airship formation was about 25 kilometers away from City 034, and the flight altitude had dropped to about 5 kilometers. In the south of the city, 15 hunting groups, with the help of the firepower of the unarmored machine gun team that arrived later, took on 1/5 of the strength of the breakout mixed force, and scared the sheltered people back into the city. After losing the cover of the large army, the mammoth species also chose to retreat helplessly amid the rapidly increasing casualties, turning the sight to the east and west of the city. Under Cynthia's previous order, 18 armored soldiers broke into the city from 2 directions, and their goal was quite clear. It can be said that they completely ignored other factors and rushed straight to the altar. The small city with a radius of only 1.5 kilometers and an extremely empty interior could not delay their steps at all. It took the elves only a short time to climb over the inner city and come to the bottom of the altar, and then they were blocked by a layer of light curtain. This light curtain, in the Republic's understanding, is something like a protective shield, but its operation mode has nothing in common with the totem armor commonly used in the Black Forest. The protective shield belongs to the energy system, rather than the reinforced material system, and because it is derived from, and completely depends on the ancestral altar to take effect, it belongs to the chaos magic system, that cannot be analyzed at this stage, and it can be said that it is inherently in conflict with the attributes of the elf witch doctors. From a functional point of view, the shield activated by the altar is indeed very powerful. Whether facing traditional physical attacks, or seemingly non-physical physical attacks like wind blades, or real non-physical attacks that the Republic has not yet mastered, it has a certain degree of defensive ability. In addition, the recognition that is common in chaos magic and makes witch doctors jealous is also reflected in the process of the shield. Its isolation effect can distinguish between inside and outside, and between enemies and friends. Once it is erected, the enemy's attacks cannot enter, but the attacks in the shield can be fired out. It is a very practical technology. However, such an effect is not actually applicable to the small town in front of us. The altar here does not have the energy to maintain the shield while keeping itself on the offensive. So at this moment, after realizing that the enemy's long-range attack seemed to require a long buffer time, the shamans on the altar decided to withdraw the power invested in the defense and use it to assist in the breakout in the north of the city. However, the sudden and rapidly approaching armored soldiers temporarily disrupted their plans. The cost of breaking in when the protective shield is on is very high, but since the purpose of the warrior's trip is to force the shamans to maintain the protection of the altar by creating threats, there is no need to risk breaking in. The altar is only so high, and the shoulder guns of the armored warriors have an attack trajectory similar to that of a mortar, which is enough to project windblade scatter bombs from the bottom onto the altar. Therefore, they only need to show threat in the process of attacking the shield. Trespassing will not help to complete the task, and it is just mindless suicide. Then, the shoulder guns of several combat armors began to play a role, pouring attacks again and again on the surface of the dark red energy body, announcing their own existence. Their attack did force the shamans above into a dilemma for a while. Should they focus on defense, attack the enemies below, or continue to help the North City break out? But the dilemma did not last too long. This group of heroes who voluntarily became abandoned made the final decision after only a few rounds of attack on the shield. Then, under the slightly admiring gaze of the elves, the dark red light dissipated from the air. Obviously, the shamans gave up self-defense through the shield and chose to help the main force of the North City break out. At the bottom of the east side of the altar, 3 groups of 9 armored warriors gathered. When the dark red light dissipated from their eyes, nearly 100 mammoth warriors with a strong smell of ancestral spirits appeared in front of them, judging from the common habits of the tribes in the north. These should be specially trained altar guards. The temporary captain of the 3 hunting groups here is a combat type armored soldier. After seeing the enhanced mammoth warriors on the opposite side lined up and blocking all the front roads, he immediately gave orders to his team members. The young and old guys above seem to be ready to die. The reconnaissance armor covers, and the combat armor follows me. Understood. Understood. 3 combat types are in the front. They have stronger armor performance in defense. They are equipped with shoulder cannons that fire windblade explosion bombs on both sides of the shoulders, 2 wind god machine guns on the palms, and wind wolf machine guns on the armor. In addition, there are a large number of hidden weapon thorns hidden in various parts of the body, which will only appear on the surface when needed. There are also exclusive wave blade weapons to break armor and kill enemies in close combat. 6 reconnaissance armors are in the back. Windblade sniper rifles and windblade machine guns are their main long-range weapons, and close combat is the wave blade main weapon, as well as hidden thorns usually arranged on the shoulders, axes, knees and other positions. At this time, the shoulder guns of 3 combat armors launched an attack, but they were not aimed at the mammoth warriors in front of them, but at the platform above the altar. But at the moment they were activated, the chain hammers on the noses of the 6 mammoth warriors diagonally above flew out rapidly, completing the interception in mid-air that their bodies could not do. The windblade scatter bombs therefore exploded in the air in advance, and a large number of wind blades flew out in all directions, and the 2 horses below were also affected. The power of the chaos blessing was revealed, and the metal heavy armor on the mammoths was obviously improved by more than 1 level of defense, and they survived the impact of this attack in a nearly intact manner. The cover group switched to sniper rifles, and the offensive group followed me. The armored soldiers had a roaring wind god machine gun in one palm, and the front end of the other arm had an additional shockwave blade connected to the armor, and after completing the preparations, they killed the mammoth warrior array together. At this time, the enhanced mammoth warriors also started charging, and because of the elevation angle problem, they had a great advantage. In front of them, special whistling sounds continued to be heard, and then the visors were broken one by one, and in just a few seconds, more than a dozen mammoths were directly shot in the head by the wind blades. The wind god machine guns in the palms of the soldiers were spewing flame crazily, and the blue wind blades licked at the mammoths charging from top to bottom like the scythe of the god of death, one by one. The solid heavy shields were staggered and held up vertically, forming a cover on the way to the charge, but they would still be smashed into gaps from time to time, and several lives were harvested as a result. The heavy shields blocked the mammoth's vision to a certain extent, which gave the 3 warriors who were overcoming the upward angle an opportunity. They immediately launched another shoulder cannon attack. This time, 3 attacks successfully bypassed the blockers and fell above the altar along a high parabolic trajectory, and the effect was also very significant, causing the purple light that was still brewing to disappear directly, and it was not generated again until a moment later. Another 3 shots hit the back of the front shieldman, creating a gap from the inside to the outside, and then several heads were shot. However, the altar guards who did not want the enemy to interfere with the shaman's spellcasting showed a strong determination at this time, and with the blessing of the ancestral soul, they had the power to fulfill this determination. The distance to the front and the battle armor was already very close. When the mammoths launched an attack regardless of the consequences, the weight was transformed into real speed. Although they continued to sacrifice along the way, they finally successfully ushered in the moment of close combat. At the forefront, a huge shield flew down from his hand, and a long chain hammer swung from his nose followed closely behind. The former hit the armor and made it stagger, but the latter followed and hit the target firmly, destroying the already affected balance more thoroughly. The unstable squadron leader was knocked away, but the two comrades behind him did not use their bodies to help block it, but completed the displacement in a short time, letting the squadron leader and his teammates fall heavily while maintaining the attack of the single-sided palm-wind god machine gun. Firmly standing in their own position, the team sank in front of the forward combat armor, and the mammoth warriors in this area had to form an encirclement, while the other warriors continued to approach the cover group behind, but the cover group began to fight and retreat. And because the advance group held its position, it forced the altar guards to be out of touch, and the formation became scattered and fell into hesitation of whether to look forward or backward, and it was in such hesitation that both the front and rear suffered a head-on attack. In the back, the assault group also took advantage of the looseness of the encirclement and used the wave blade to kill while dodging the heavy hammer. The outer side was a thick tower shield erected high, and the inner side was a struggle under the giant hammer. The two armored soldiers stood back to back and started close combat with a group of mammoths. The wave blade was extremely sharp. The shoulder cannon could fire a shot every 2 seconds, and there was also a wind god machine gun fired from the palm of the other hand. In a short period of time, the two elf warriors actually beat the mammoths, who were a head shorter than them, from the inside, and made them unable to raise their heads. However, there were too many enemies, and the left machine gun gradually lost the space for accurate long-range attacks in the entanglement, but it did not become silent, but turned into a blind shooting state to create gaps. If you are lucky, you can directly hit the face armor to harvest lives, and if you are unlucky, you can also blast a target back like a hammer, thus creating opportunities in the squeeze and chaos. At the front, the cover group took advantage of the gap created after the tearing and caused considerable casualties in one go. They were able to vigilantly seize every opportunity created by their companions, and as long as they caught a glimmer of opportunity in the eyepiece, they would accurately harvest ahead. The battle line was slowly opened up, and the altar guards had to take care of the two surrounded soldiers on the one hand, and the armored scouts who were constantly shooting from all directions on the other. The casualties gradually increased, and the altar guards could not catch up with the kite-flying cover group, so they had to go back to support and shrink the defense line. This move certainly compressed the space for the soldiers to move in a tighter space, thereby limiting their ability to advance, but it also made the cover group lose the direct threat, so they were able to find opportunities to complete the headshot more calmly, which made it impossible for the altar guards to concentrate on dealing with the two soldiers. In the center of the encirclement, both short-range and short-range weapons were roaring. However, the altar guards were wearing the best armor in the city, which had been strengthened by the spirits of their ancestors. Their protection level was no longer able to be broken by ordinary wind blades. Only the high-frequency blades still maintained a strong lethality. Therefore, the elven warriors relied on the kinetic energy of long-range weapons to provide a repulsive effect, and then used close-range weapons to complete the harvest. However, the mammoth's strength was also revealed at this time. Their hands were not suitable for grasping weapons due to their short knuckles, so they simply designed the end of the heavy armor at the upper limbs into a long warhammer, which could bring great power when the arm was swung. With several bangs, the armored soldier's single-armed Zhao blade was also extremely lethal. At the critical moment, he stepped aside and squeezed the mammoth warrior on the other side to avoid it, and then cut off the attacking mammoth's head with a knife with his height advantage. But more altar guards on the other three sides had surrounded them, and the armored soldiers were temporarily suppressed by dozens of mammoths. Although each swing of the Zhao blade could take away an enemy, there were also too many attacks to block. It was not that they were afraid of the armor being shattered, but the power of the heavy weapons could not be protected by the existing totem technology. Once the continuous hammer C hit, the mammoth's enhanced power might make the driver's brain dizzy on the spot, just like the temporary squadron leader who was knocked away just now. In the midst of the concerns, the space for action was always compressed. Fortunately, both sides were large warriors with wide stances, so they could not gather too much strength in the near distance, and finally left room for maneuver. At this time, the squadron leader finally adjusted his posture before landing after flying far backwards. When he stepped on the plane of the steps and his leg joints completed the knee bending and charging, the two reaction chambers on the soles of his feet immediately started, and the nerve plexus also controlled the hydraulic joints to eject suddenly. At the same time, the windblade mortar on the shoulder started to charge, and the Fengshen machine gun on the arm began to roar again. Then, the armor rushed forward like an arrow from a string and jumped high along the slope, even skipping over the enemy and us who were fighting, and directly came to the steps above. The moment he landed, the mortar finished charging, and after making two whoosh sounds, it attacked backwards. The unexpected impact created considerable trouble for the mammoths. Several soldiers immediately became rolling goods, and then their heads were blown up one by one. But the altar guards had delayed for too long. At this point, the altar, which had not been blocked, finally changed. The brewing that had been going on before had paid off. Several rounds of invisible fluctuations were purposefully released with the altar as the center. The first round was a strengthening aura that covered all mammoths outside the north wall. The second round was a weakening aura that covered all elves outside the north wall and took care of the armored warriors at the east and west feet of the altar. The third round, the purple light that was the prelude to the ray attack, began to brew. The weakening was offset by the totem effect in the armor the moment it fell, but the squadron leader who was behind all the enemies present was not very happy because he failed to block the power of the altar and was finally succeeded by the shamans. This unexpectedly meant that the blockade of the north would be more difficult. The aura must be interrupted as soon as possible. Then we have to rush up. He thought so, but the altar guards were actually even angrier and immediately wanted to turn around to block the armored vehicle that jumped back, but their turning around created an opportunity for the other two surrounded elf warriors. The two commotions created a brief gap between the warriors, and they seized this moment to activate the reaction chamber and use the limited space to complete the momentum. They rushed up. People and horses fell, causing a larger gap in the formation, and the sniper rifles would not miss any opportunity, and the offensive of the internal warriors was also unstoppable. This high-intensity wave of impact, it effectively delayed the guards who wanted to return to defend and block, and the squadron leader also quickly moved away without looking back at this time. The cover team should pay attention to the distance between themselves and the enemy, and don't fight them hard, and you two too. I'll go up first. Okay, we are here. Haha. Charge quickly and accelerate again after the reaction chamber is fully charged. Although the steep steps are not convenient for climbing, with almost no obstacles, the armored soldiers finally saw the signs that the steps were about to disappear and heard the sound of Jiligilu chanting. Damn bird language. The squadron leader cursed inwardly and controlled the fully charged mortar to attack the enemy at a high angle, completing the task of interrupting the spell again. There was also a nearly identical sound from the opposite side, and it seemed that at least one combat-type armored soldier on the east side had also completed the breakout. But at this moment, a dazzling light started from the center, crackling and spreading outward in a circle. In the blink of an eye, it expanded its radius to dozens of meters and hit the two elves who had just appeared at the edge. The high-intensity voltage penetrated the surface of the armor and acted directly on the armored soldiers inside. The energy carried by the current made their body surface burn instantly. The skin was cracking inch by inch, and the purple blood that flowed out was also evaporated into gas. But the captain still took 2 steps forward and really came to the altar platform, wanting to complete the mission of interrupting the halo. However, what hit him head on was still 2 circles of high-speed arcs, one large and one small. They hit the armor one after another in less than a second. The rare screams, since the war came from the elves, and the pain from their bodies, was as strong as being pierced through the heart by countless black-edged gold spikes. Bang, bang, The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from the east and west, and anxious questions came from the armor. "Captain?" Exclamation mark. "What's going on? How are you?" Question mark. The sound and light of thunder may be the most profound memory of the soldiers. However, a very similar sound came from the top of the altar, which made them feel uneasy and asked. However, there was no response from the other end of the voice. Then, the lightning dissipated, the purple light rose, and the rays of light in the sky were successfully sent out. They broke through the darkness and descended to the north of the city in an instant, hitting the battlefield, where close combat had already taken place. Without the interruption of heavy artillery, these rays no longer flashed, but maintained a steady output. One after another, the light rose, rose, and disappeared, like the fluorescent lights in the theater flickering. Tomorrow's End. Chapter 275. The End, the Twin Kings City, and God. 1. In the north of the city, the 600-meter distance finally reached the end after a large number of cannon fodders were filled. The remaining mammoths and foreign warriors rushed to the front of the elves, forcing the armored soldiers to switch to close combat at a very close distance. The warriors of various races were of different heights and sizes, but after discovering that their weapons were useless, most of them only had one action left: climb. They desperately stuck to the 4.5 and 6.5 meter armored soldiers, using their hands and feet to pull down their huge bodies, while more enemies continued to rush forward regardless, trying to take this opportunity to escape the blockade. Most of the elves have put away the long-range weapons on their arms, except for the shoulder cannons of the combat armors that are still roaring. All kinds of close combat long blades have become the top priority at the moment. There are also a few who have broken away from contact and are chasing after the breakouts who are heading further away. The machine guns and cannons in their hands have not stopped, and they also shot and killed a large number of escapees from the rear. Several combat armors jumped on the spot, risking damage to the reaction chamber, and forced it to start several times in a short period of time, and then blocked it again at the front, once again emitting cold flames that harvested lives. 3 explosions were launched from the middle of the battlefield. Around the entangled armors, and metal shells filled with detonating wood cores fell, and after the internal wood cores exploded, they formed a rain of shrapnel that impacted the left, right and front 3 directions, creating a large area of open space filled with broken limbs and flesh in a short period of time. Buzz, a tower made of foreign warriors was torn apart from the inside, and Ugosta rushed out of it in his own combat armor, holding a double-headed spear as long as his body. The blades on both sides of the spear were 2 meters long, and its outermost part was now driven by the totems stacked inside, emitting high-frequency vibrations at the cost of his own huge physical energy consumption, and clearing all the enemies around him like cutting butter. And the enemy's people farther away also temporarily died in the previous shrapnel impact, so Ugosta's body suddenly cleared and his eyes suddenly became empty. He immediately turned around, ready to jump to the front of the army, to continue blocking the activation of the reaction chamber, and jumped up with his knees bent. Even without a run-up beforehand, his jump was more than 10 meters high, but just as Ugosta leaped to the highest point, and was about to arc down to intercept, the weakening aura acted on him again. The purification function of the armor was activated instantly, but before it could eliminate all the negative effects, the ray that had just been seen attacked again, hitting the back of the armor without giving any reaction time. This time the number of purple lights was much less, and the energy density was much higher. With just one strike, it penetrated the armor layer, creating a deep hole of more than 10 centimeters. This attack was repeated 3 times in the following, causing the armor to be greatly weakened in terms of protection and functionality. Reinforcement are about to arrive, regardless of consumption. Activate the self-healing ability. The elves executed Cynthia's instructions. At the moment, when the central altar was slightly silent, perhaps due to energy problems, a large amount of physical energy was extracted from the implanted body and transported to the core of the armor. They were converted into more efficient energy, and then supported the armor to complete the emergency repair. Boom. Ray weapons do not have kinetic energy, so Ugosta's trajectory did not change. He still fell from midair to the previously scheduled position. The double-headed gun was stabbed into the ground in front of him, and became ineffective when it left his hand. Instead, the shoulder gun, machine gun, and machine gun began to roar again, preparing to give the enemy a dense interception again, but the number of our side was at a serious disadvantage, and the enemy was not only large in number and formed a momentum, but also the mammoths among them had previously become stronger. When these heavily armored mammoth warriors charged forward with heavy tower shields, each long-range attack was much less effective than before. I must scare them. I have to rush up and charge. Pulling out the double-edged spear in front of him and activating the totem again, Yugosta began to charge in the opposite direction in the windblade net covering him from behind, leaping up, smashing down, and roaring. The sound wave spread out in all directions with him as the center, carrying the impact and the weak deterrent effect attached to the totem, and at the moment of landing, several miscellaneous soldiers were shaken away. After that, Yugosta raised the long blade upside down and moved forward. Each step was much faster than the previous one, until he charged at full speed, leaving behind a trail of broken limbs along the way. He deliberately bypassed the mammoth cluster at this time, and only picked the area where the foreigners were concentrated and attacked fiercely, killing one in an instant. This kind of killing was more intuitive and shocking than long-range attacks, causing a strong visual impact on the enemy. The deterrent effect of the totem was amplified in this process, and in the area he was facing, the group of foreign warriors showed signs of collapse again. Those who run away will die. The mammoths used crossbows and the might in their voices to try to curb this trend again, but this time Yugosta's eyes turned to the voice and he jumped towards the mammoth warlord without hesitation. The reaction chamber was activated, and the warrior jumped high. He ignored the large group of foreign warriors in the gap and landed directly in the center of the mammoth team. Before landing, the double-sided shoulder cannons completed an attack first, loosening the formation of a dozen mammoths and causing armor-piercing effects on several strong warriors in the innermost circle. Amid screams, warm red blood spurted out from the gaps in the armor, but before the injured mammoth warriors could respond, an armor that was about half a meter taller than them fell to the ground. Then, a rapid buzzing sound was heard, and several heads were thrown high up under the impact of blood. Both hands waved at a speed invisible to the naked eye, mixed with knee lifts and whip kicks, forming layers of continuous attacks that were overwhelming in the directions that Zhao Boren could not take into account. Although they were strengthened by the halo effect, after all, they were not as densely packed as the altar guards, and their own quality was not as strong as the former. As a result, dozens of mammoths fell to the ground one after another at a very fast speed. In the end, only one elite warrior barely avoided this series of attacks and survived the battle. But his face was already very ugly. The heavy metal shield had been broken in the previous blocking, and the heavy armor on his body would definitely not be able to withstand the opponent's weapon that made strange sounds. But there was no way. At this time, except for charging, the mammoth warrior had almost no other choice, and there were miscellaneous soldiers watching in horror on all sides. So, the mammoth roared, raised the double hammers in his hands and stepped forward, while the long trunk was still swinging at high speed, accumulating greater potential energy for the chain hammer at the end of it. On Yugosta's side, the shoulder cannon was charging, the reaction chamber on the bottom of the foot was still buffering, and the machine gun on the palm was blocked by the long handle of the wave blade. The machine gun on the arm could not immediately break the armor and kill the enhanced enemy at this short distance, so that close combat became almost the only option. But he was not worried about the outcome. His strength was already comparable to that of the mammoth, and the armor on his body further raised it and made up for the disadvantage in weight. So, it was just a close combat. Who was afraid of who? He silently took the blow head on, easily cut off the long hammer with his Zhao bow blade, and then swirled his body to cut in. With his own super agility, he was still much stronger than his opponent despite the drag of the armor. Yugosta rushed to the side of the mammoth in the blink of an eye, and after enduring the blow of the chain hammer from behind, he immediately delivered a fierce side elbow. The sharp steel end wood suddenly extended from the front of the elbow and stabbed straight into the enemy's head. With the blessing of the totem, the elbow thorn had a super high sharpness that lasted for a moment, and with its own great support, it broke through the armor like cutting meat and stabbed deeply into the target's forearm that was raised to block. The attack was not over at this time. The other hand had already been ready, and while swinging the elbow, it drew an arc along the rotation of the waist and through the movement of extending the arm. It made it cover the entire attack distance in a shorter time. Puff. The tip of the Zhaobo blade pierced diagonally downward into the helmet, and a burst of red and white burst out inside it. Then he pressed down with his waist, causing the blade head to drill straight out of the mammoth warrior's visor. His arms twisted inward and outward, causing the two ends of the gap to open wide, and his forearm swung outward again, cutting off half of the enemy's head, and then something white with blood flowed out. Afterwards, he retracted the spike on his elbow, causing the mammoth warrior, who had lost external support, to fall to the ground with a bang. This seemed to be a relatively famous warrior. When he fell, the foreign refugees who were already terrified around him felt even greater fear from the bottom of their hearts. They turned around and fled, while Ugosta followed behind them not far away. Whenever he met a mammoth warrior who wanted to stop the escapee, he would rush up and start a killing. Gradually, the momentum of the breakout was slowed down locally. The change in the situation here provided Cynthia with new ideas. So under her instructions, more elven warriors started this tactic, and one combat armor after another chose to reversely break into the enemy formation. Every time they charged into the formation, they would first set off a bloody storm among the weaker tribes, terrified them, and then forced them to disperse. Along the way, they intercepted and killed those mammoths, adding fuel to the chaotic morale of the army. As a result, the disintegration spread from the local area, driving more and more people who knew, and those who didn't know, to form a tide in the opposite direction, and they could not stop retreating all the way towards the direction of the city. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the mammoth warriors were unwilling to face the barrage of bullets from the reconnaissance armor alone without cover, so they were forced back into the city step by step. After just a few minutes, the armored warriors not only blocked this wave of enemies, but also had a tendency to counterattack into the city. However, the central altar seemed to have recovered its strength to fight again at this time. A wave of ray sniping and several rounds of fireballs forced the armored warriors who wanted to enter the city to retreat, but the elves still stood 100 meters outside the city and formed a more solid defense line. The battle took place at night without sunlight, so although the blockade did not last long, it consumed a lot of physical energy. Now, the soldiers were exhausted, especially those driving combat armor. Their powerful short-range and long-range firepower was obtained with their own physical strength. With such consumption, their bodies were already close to the limit. But no one was hesitant, nor did they worry about whether the enemy would organize a second big breakout. Instead, they were still relatively relaxed, as if victory was already in hand. As for why, it was already 4:55 in the evening. A large flight formation consisting of more than 80 airships had arrived above the battlefield and was slowly lowering its altitude. 3,000 meters is a height that can be clearly seen by the naked eye during the day. At night, even if this is a world without moonlight, and even if this is a world without bright stars, some races with night vision can still clearly see the layers of airships in the sky that occupy a large airspace. Altar, the city lord and shamans looked up to the sky and saw a dark shadow in the hazy air. With a doubtful mood, they extended the perception of the central altar in that direction. Then, they saw a shocking scene that they could not understand and did not want to understand. There were nearly 6,000 life forms in the air, including nearly 700 mammoth-type upright species and 3,000 unknown quadruped creatures. There were also more than 80 giant monsters floating thousands of meters in the sky. Not only did they not cause any harm, but they were like tools being used, carrying the nearly 4,000 individuals and slowly descending. The atmosphere was extremely heavy, and the warriors of various races who came back alive were almost desperate. Time was passing, and the dark shadows that covered the sky and the sun finally fully revealed their figures in the air, and the huge airships made the night even darker. Amid the cheers outside the city, ropes were extended and dropped from the low-flying airships, and creatures that looked nothing like the previous enemies were lowered down by ropes. They were only 3.5 meters tall, and although their skin was a strange purple color, they at least had complete noses and eyes, and were obviously civilized creatures that could speak. Then what were we fighting against before? Such questions arose in the minds of most of the refugees, but the mammoths were insiders. They knew early on that the seemingly huge monsters in the previous battles were not the real bodies, and the creatures inside them were the real opponents all along. Of course, these situations are of no help to the current predicament, and their fate seems to have become a foregone conclusion. The elf warriors quickly completed the rappel, and the lord wolves followed closely and jumped down on their own, followed by the giant wind wolves with vines wrapped around their waists and sent to the ground in batches. Finally, when the witch doctors also left the basket, most of the airships returned to the sky again, ready to wait at an altitude of about 50,000 meters. The slightly special one was the special airship loaded with the cave wolf magic crystal. Its powerful protective performance allowed it to descend to an altitude of about 100 meters without fear, and dozens of witch doctors who arrived on other airships were caught in its basket by the vines. Inside the airship, Nestor did not intend to waste any more time. After roughly scanning the situation on the scene, he issued the first attack order without waiting for communication. Except for himself, all the witch doctors gathered around the cave wolf magic crystal and completed the injection of their own magic power either with their hands or through the air. Then, a dazzling green light came out of the hole in the front end of the basket, and before the inside and outside of the city could react, the protective shield covering the inner city shattered and disappeared at the blow. Then, under the control of Nestor, dozens of vines extended from the front end of the airship basket. The vines crossed a distance of hundreds of meters from the altar and from the place where sporadic battles were still taking place under the altar, and quickly swept away 18 armored vehicles in full view of everyone. They were the soldiers who had been sent to attack the altar before, and they were trapped in the city because they did not have time to withdraw when the rout occurred. At this time, 3 of them had lost their breath of life, and the remaining 15 were almost at the point of exhaustion, and they would need at least some time of rest to recover. Not far away, Cynthia, who had rushed over from the command center, lowered her head in shame. Agatha beside her held her hand for some reason and comforted her softly. "It's not your fault, my strong man. On behalf of the great 2 kings, I extend my most sincere greetings to you. But may I ask, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Mammoth language came to his ears. After a moment of hesitation, Nestor did not choose to answer, but waved his hand to issue another attack order. The blue light flashed again, and in a flash, the central altar was wiped out by half of its height. On it, whether it was the city lord, the only remaining guards, or the mammoth shamans, they all lost their breath of life at this time. After that, Nestor issued 3 orders in succession. First, the wolf pack prepared for the siege, and the remaining mammoths in the city needed to be killed by them personally. Second, recruit the remnant of the refugees, and those who were willing to follow were transported back to the northern plateau to build a city and a country, and from then on became a subsidiary force of the headquarters. Third, let the wolves find the traces left by their own side within a radius of 500 kilometers, based on Agatha's records, and with the help of their own noses, and replace them after destroying them. This territory will be their hunting ground from now on. The first order was helpless. It was impossible for the strong tribe to truly surrender, and the local hatred had already been established. Killing them all was the best choice. The wolf pack was the best knife to carry out the task, and it could also leave more unintentional traces in the inner city. The second order was relatively easier. These weak tribes were used to going with the flow, and were also frightened in previous battles. Therefore, after using the mammoth language to persuade them to surrender, the remaining tens of thousands of refugees all knelt down with joy in the midst of the 2 tremblings. As for hatred, they were used to being killed, and being able to live was their greatest desire. Of course, the premise was that the perpetrators themselves had to be strong enough. Under such arrangement, Nestor watched the wolf pack complete the siege, and watched the surrenderers crowded onto the airship under the supervision of more than 500 elven warriors. Afterwards, He carefully instructed the Lord Wolves on some important matters and asked them to go and erase the traces, and he led several core witch doctors to the ruins of the altar. The ancestral altar has always been a key surveillance target, and due to the frequent interspecies wars in the northern continent, they have more or less mastered some not so comprehensive intelligence from monitoring, or from the visual observation of scouts. But the real personal experience is actually only the second time, and unlike the weak altar power of the remnants of the horned-hoofed species. As the top 3 mammoth ancestral altars in the north, its ability is nothing short of magical. Nestor and a group of witch doctors have actually wanted to see the altars of these strong tribes for a long time. What is the difference between them and the weak tribes? But there are still too many things to worry about, so they have never found an opportunity. But this time, the attack of the stupid bird and the subsequent series of coincidences gave the witch doctors the best reason to convince themselves. We have to take action. So it makes sense to do some research while we are at it, right? At this time, the upper third of the huge altar had been wiped off. Of course, it did not disappear completely, but turned into sand that was finer than soil, just like a small desert in the center of the city. But among them, there was something that seemed a little out of place. A fist-sized golden object was very conspicuous in the sand. Nestor cast a spell to blow away the sand around it, and after squatting down to observe it, he preliminarily determined that it was a kind of metal, and tested its strength with vines without contact, and thus discovered that this thing should not have maintained such a large size in front of the cave wolf demon crystal. Look, there are more golden particles in this part of the sand. Could it be that they were originally one? Unfortunately, our spies have never been able to enter the city, and there is no way to know the layout of the ancestral altars of the strong and large tribes. Let's do this first. Take this larger one back, and take some samples from the surrounding golden particles. We can't stay too long, Nestor said, controlling the vines to transform into a box, and put the golden stone in the tip into it. Understood. Seeing that the final preparations were completed, the remaining witch doctors also entered the special airship, and took off to complete the reunion with a large formation. After that, they set sail together, and returned to the headquarters. At this point, this inexplicable battle, that started unexpectedly, finally came to an end. The rest depends on how the Mammoth King City reacts. On February 3, 66th year of the rune calendar, in the middle of the northern continent, there is a giant city marked by the Black Forest as Double King number 01, and called Double King City in the Mammoth language. This city is the capital of the Mammoth Kingdom, and is the core city of the continent's twin pearls together with the Blood King City in the north. It is world famous in the northern continent. Here, the royal city is located in the center of fertile land. It concentrates 50% of the mammoth species and 70% of the strong men of the Republic of the Twin Kings, as well as tens of millions of the most loyal and powerful refugee races, which are separated in more than 30 satellite cities in a total area of 12 million square kilometers. It can be said to be the most core and prosperous area of the Republic of the Twin Kings. On this day, a team of refugee rangers broke through the noisy fields during the busy farming season, and galloped along the flat channel all the way to the bottom of the royal city with a wall more than 200 meters high. Urgent report. Urgent report from the Southern Asylum Governorate. The city gate guards had already seen the token in the hands of the ranger captain, and hurriedly ordered their men to clear the main road and disperse the pedestrians in the gate so that they could pass quickly. Amid complaints and scolding, the asylum residents were dispersed, the mammoths were invited, and then the rangers rushed all the way unimpeded, straight into the city, and finally arrived at the extremely majestic Twin Kings Castle. About 20 minutes later in the Black Forest, this 2-month late urgent report and the other items that came with it were finally delivered to the Mammoth King. In the hall, 2 figures were sitting parallel to each other on the highest platform. The one on the left was 5 meters high and could reach 10 meters after standing up. The one on the right was 4.3 meters high and could reach 9.5 meters after standing up. Judging from the situation in the hall at this time, they seemed to be the Mammoth Kings who were famous throughout the continent. The letters sent in and another small box were in their hands. The male king used his fingernails to pry open the urgent letter that was a little too small for him and read the contents in a low voice. Meruan, the servant of the king of the sky, and Magosa, the loyal king of the earth. Both are the two eternal Mammon's leaders and nervously present this bad news. In the southern part of the Asylum Governorate, there is a city of Asylum. The low voice stopped here, and the male king suppressed his anger, and continued to read silently in his heart. Destroyed by the invasion of suspected wolf-like monsters. In the altar, the statue of the asylum was destroyed, the core disappeared, and all the shamans of the tribe were missing. In the inner city, nearly 5,000 Mammon's compatriots were annihilated. And nearly 40,000 refugees in the outer city were also wiped out. Your servants have ordered revenge on the wolf monsters within the 3 million Mammons around the city, hoping to comfort the grieving hearts of the two benevolent kings. May the will of the deceased be able to rest in peace in the kingdom of the refugees in the future. On the high platform, the air became heavy, and arcs flashed around him, which seemed to prove the extreme anger in the king's heart at this time. Under the high platform, the Mammon's high-level officials were forced to retreat dozens of meters away, and they seemed a little trembling in confusion. Let me see, what happened? Why did Magosa send me a box of soil? The female queen held a small box between her fingertips, and was looking at the sand inside it with confusion, which occasionally flashed with golden light. When her voice fell, the heavy atmosphere in the hall was neutralized, and the core ruling group not far away was relieved. Give me the box, take it and see it yourself. The male king was still furious, and he threw the secret letter into the female queen's arms with a flick of his finger. He then grabbed the box, and felt the texture of the sand inside the box with the tip of his fingernail. He understood what this was, the remnants of the altar and the last traces of the statue of the sky splitter. While the male king was checking the sand, the female queen also finished reading the contents of the letter, but her character was obviously not as irritable as the former. She said calmly at this time, wake up the great sky splitter, and see what kind of power dared to massacre the people of Mammons, and destroy Mammon's altar. Okay. After sending away the high-ranking officials of the race in the hall, the two kings went to the altar together. On the giant altar platform that was more majestic than the hall, the two kings stood at the feet of the golden full-legged mammoth statue with their heads bowed. The statue was huge, and although the heights of the two kings were both about 10 meters, at this moment, their heads could only reach the ankles of the four-legged mammoth. At this moment, low prayers were chanted from their mouths. Great eternal protector, splitter of sky and earth, controller of endless thunder, your loyal high priest of the sky, your honest high priest of the earth, may you wake up from your slumber and ask you to guide the future direction of Mammons. Dark clouds gathered, thunder flashed, and the earth was shaking. Then a grand and tired voice sounded from an unknown place and entered the minds of the two kings for no reason. Who is it? It's the beautiful Ashley and the brave Barry. The natural vision dissipated into nothingness, and the voice became inexplicably soft. Why did you wake me up? Could it be that the hairy monster in the west has awakened, or in the north? But the time is wrong. Great Father, 4,000 compatriots in the south were massacred, and your altar was also destroyed. The male king responded in his heart. Merciful Father, we are worried whether this is deliberately done by the enemy. Is there anyone deliberately delaying your path to Godhead? The female queen also bowed her head and explained her reasons in silence. Wait, let me see the south. There is indeed an altar that has lost connection. Who is it? This is the sand left after the altar was destroyed. I hope it can help you. The male king took out the box, opened it, and held it in his palm. He only heard a crackling sound in his ears, and then thunder jumped inside the box. Wind, tearing, is the power of the law. Great Father, is the enemy really preparing to ascend to Godhead? No, it is indeed the breath of the law, but it is too pure. The people should be wild beasts who do not know civilization, and the path to godhood is far from opening. So, this is not a conspiracy of a competitor? It should be so according to common sense. After all, it is impossible for wild beasts to surrender. I have already taken revenge, and it will surely bring it a painful price. You must also kill its people to let it know that my altar is not something that wild beasts can touch. But if the same thing happens a second time, then wake me up again, and I will give you the power to capture it to the altar in the royal city. I want to see with my own eyes who dares to challenge a god, and see whether this fool really doesn't understand, or there is someone else behind the scenes. Okay, go. I will continue to sleep, child. Lead my people, pray day and night according to my rules, and take in more refugees. But don't let their spirits pollute my purity. It is not time to accept foreign beliefs. Yes, merciful, great Father, the High Priest of the earth, sky, follows your guidance. After a moment, everything fell silent, and the two kings looked much more relaxed. No matter what happens in the future, as long as the Sky Splitter can be the first to ascend to godhood, this world will be in the hands of the Mammon's race. At that time, no matter the conspiracy of the North or the strength of the West, they will be eclipsed by absolute power and rules outside the southern mountains. More than 2 months have passed in peace and tranquility, since the return of the expeditionary airship formation and the completion of a series of rewards and punishments. During this time, the elves, trolls, and ancient trees are concentrating on learning, training, and production, while the researchers are busy with their own research. The airships heading to various places are also carrying out their missions at an altitude of more than 50,000 meters under the provisions of the new regulations. Turning our attention to the disposal of the trophies, the frightened people of various races have been sent to the northern plateau, where a new city-state is being established, and the horned-hoofed people have also accepted these new neighbors with a pinch of their noses. In addition, a few mammoth captives that were deliberately left behind were sent to a special laboratory, where witch doctors would take over and conduct research on their weaknesses. The special items seized from the altar, which were more valued, were also analyzed initially, and the most noteworthy one was the fist-sized golden metal. Nestor personally decomposed its outer shell, and when the outer layer of metal was peeled off, a golden, water drop-shaped, translucent solid was revealed inside. Just by holding it in the hand, the person holding it could feel a great force. In this force, Nestor felt real thunder, relatively clear earth and sky, and illusory death and life, etc. It was not seen, heard, or smelt, but a rather abstract feeling. He could not express it clearly in words, but only vaguely realized what each of them represented. This discovery made him, and the other witch doctors who knew about it, look a little solemn. After that, Nestor immediately sent witch doctors to the outer north city, and ordered them not to let go of even a grain of soil. The horn-hoofed altar ruins were thoroughly searched again to see if they had missed anything. It shouldn't be the case. The existence of this thing is so strong that the witch doctors would not let it go. However, there is no harm in going to take a look, right? After a few days, the witch doctor who went there really returned with an unexpected discovery. It seems to be true, but it is not. Nestor said as he looked at the dull color of the thing in front of him, which was obviously different from the spoils of the 034 city. In front of him was a water drop with a faint golden glow, but it looked not only dull, but also very turbid. Holding it, Nestor tried to perceive it like the former, and then very obscurely perceived a kind of heaviness. The nature is one nature, but how to say it? Compared with the 0341, it seems to be lifeless. When he expressed his feelings in this way, the other witch doctors who also tried it also expressed their thoughts. Could it be that one of them is still alive and the other is dead? I mean, if their main body is really as the speaker of the council guessed, they are two individuals who are more powerful than higher level magical beasts. Coarse Teeth said solemnly. God, what a weird pronunciation. But does such a thing really exist? Higher level magical beasts are already that powerful. Sharp Fang scratched his forehead and said hesitantly, alas, but there was speculation caused by the prayer before, and now there is such a thing as evidence. I also began to doubt it. Speaking of prayers, do you still remember the core prayers of the 3 powerful tribes in the north? Among them, the keyword of the mammoth species. After more than 10 years of seclusion, Ashura's aura has become very powerful. At this time, she has become the second third level individual in the Republic. At this time, she also said thoughtfully, the splitter of sky and earth, the ruler of thunder, the eternal protector. Such a description is indeed called God. There are also majestic healthy, reproduction and death. Nestor added, more or less, these concepts have been reflected in the previous perception, but what concerns me most is another point. You mean the part about when your domain rises in the sky? Ashura always understands her partner's thoughts, and this time she hits the nail on the head. Indeed, this is obviously future tense. Although there is no precedent to follow, psychologically speaking, the present continuous tense should be used here, or even further, pushing the time of its occurrence to the eternal past, which is more reasonable, right? So, you think this is an unknown limitation? It means that the subject pointed to by the prayer has not really become the god you said? When speaking, Coarse Teeth's eyes revealed an expression of better so. We can be more optimistic. Look at these concepts in the Mammoth Prayer. Each one is more powerful and magnificent than the other. Since Sig can fight for these things so unscrupulously, what does this show? Nestor guided in a relaxed manner, tapping the golden water drop in front of him with his fingertips. Sharp Fang's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "That's right. If I were a god, even if I didn't have the ability to master them, I would never allow newcomers to acquire these important concepts. So can we think that there is no real god in this world yet? Haha, you selfish guy, can't you think that God is broad-minded?" Coarse Teeth's expression was also much more relaxed, and he scolded with a smile. "Isn't that perfect? If even such a thing can be tolerated, then our small elves must be within the tolerance range of God. So what is there to worry about?" Sharp Fang is right. Both possibilities exist, but no matter which one it is temporary good news for us. Don't be distracted by this matter, and do what we should do first. Understood. The Speaker of the Parliament is right. However, whether the speculation about God is true or not, in order to avoid unnecessary disturbances, I propose to temporarily limit its spread. I agree with Coarse Teeth's idea. We can be open-minded, because we are mature, while young guys may have wild thoughts. Let's do this for now. Nestor nodded in agreement, and then added, "And the other two, don't give up your own practice. How about concentrating on retreat for a while?" "Understood. I won't come out until I reach the 3rd level this time." Coarse Teeth nodded in response, and Sharp Fang followed closely behind, saying, "Indeed, little Ashura is already at the 3rd level, and the two of us can't be left too far behind." When the two witch doctors left, and only Nestor and Ashura were left in the laboratory, the latter frowned slightly, and looked at his partner and said, "You don't seem as relaxed as you look." Nestor no longer forced a smile at this moment. He sighed, nodded, and gently rubbed his eyebrows in response. "How can it be relaxed? That's a god. In fantasy stories, they all eat meat, and don't spit out bones." "What story? Where did you hear it from?" "It's my conjecture. I just think that we can't pin our future on the kindness of the powerful, whether it's God or anything else. Ashura has not been influenced by online novels, so she rarely fails to empathize with her partner's current concerns and worries. However, she agrees with the latter sentence very much, so she nodded and responded, "That's right. We can't count on their kindness and charity. We need a force that can contend with it. In other words, if the god has not appeared yet, we should destroy it before the successful person appears." "I think so too, but the question is what exactly should we do to achieve these 2 points?" Walking behind her partner, who was still looking sad, Ashura leaned over and gently hugged him, then rubbed his cheek with her eyes closed and said, "My dear, it is the last winter month of the 885th year of the Sheltering Order, the last winter month of the 1023rd year of the Warriors Order, and the cold winter month of the 834th year of the Bloodthirsters Order." Nestor looked at her puzzledly, and for a moment he could not understand what Ashura wanted to express. Their legislation has been completed for nearly 1,000 years, or even more than 1,000 years, but for us, this is only the 66th year of the rune calendar. What I want to say is that you have done well enough. Let us bear the rest together. Thank you. I feel much better. Alas, I found that I'm a little fragile. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.